Chapter 1. Avenging the Rooster and Annihilating the Pirate Crew. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle, in the quaint village of Elia, a strikingly handsome young man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, and lustrous black short hair, around the age of 18, tossed a handful of millet into his chicken coop. You truly lead a leisurely life, Richie, spending your days in the yard planting vegetables, tending to chickens, and feeding pigs, one friend remarked. Indeed, such a robust physique wasted on poultry and gardening. My wife can't help but feel envious every time she sees you. Another chimed in, huh? If your wife is coveting my physique, that's merely a reflection of your own frailty. You are the one who's weak, my friend. And yet, despite your prowess, I've yet to see you find a partner to share your life with. The first friend retorted. Love may be a beautiful thing for you, but for me, it is merely a curse, Richie mused, acutely aware of his identity as a transmigrator, burdened with a unique power that would envelop him in sorrow should he form any attachment's curse. My foot. You and Celia seem to be quite the pair, the second friend interjected. Indeed, a curse indeed. The two seemingly ruffian men leaned against the fence outside Richie's home, exchanging banter. These two were Richie's close companions after tossing the millet into the coop. Richie turned to them with a serious expression. If you keep prattling on, none of the eggs from my hens will be shared with you. Richie was a transmigrator who had met his untimely demise when his phone exploded while he was charging it and reading a novel in bed. He awoke in the world of One Piece, where he settled into a peaceful life in Ilia village, not far from East Blue's Loguetown, before he had even turned 10. His full name was Thomas D. Richie, but to conceal his surname beginning with D, he allowed others to know him simply by his first name and the latter two. The tragic memories aside from his name were buried deep within his mind. Unbidden, the journey from Ilia village to Loguetown would take about 2 days by sea. Richie lived contentedly in his own home with a small backyard, cultivating vegetables, raising chickens, exercising, and caring for pigs he had tended to for 2.5 years, while flirting with the beauty from the neighboring village. Leading a life devoid of conflict with no family to worry about, he enjoyed a carefree existence, where one person's full stomach ensured the rest were not hungry. Richie had also forged friendships with 2 companions, often gathering at the tavern to discuss the latest pirate news from the World Economic Journal. Once they're done laying, send a couple over to my place fried, boiled, or steamed. I'd like to see just how delicious your hen's eggs are. Perhaps you could even serve up that hefty black rooster of yours for us to enjoy with our drinks, one friend joked. Cluck, protested the rooster perched on Richie's shoulder, as if to assert that it was unworthy of such treatment. Your mouth is something else. If pirates were to arrive, you could probably scare them away with your chatter. I have a feeling you wouldn't stand a chance against that black rooster on Richie's shoulder. The second friend teased. The chickens in the coop were fair game, but the black rooster on Richie's shoulder possessed a certain spirit and was off limits. Upon hearing the word pirates, Richie felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing impending trouble as a transmigrator, he was well versed in the myriad narratives that accompanied such a fate. Surely, there wouldn't be a pirate raid today. Gazing into his yard, after a few moments of anticipation, a warm black egg emerged from the hen's rear. Upon seeing the egg, a subtle smile crept across Richie's lips. After all this time, the hen had finally laid an egg. Wow, your hen actually laid an egg? But the color. Indeed, the chicken Richie raised was unlike any other. The coop housed ordinary fowl, while the one perched upon his shoulder boasted pure black feathers, a testament to its uniqueness. Yet, would this black egg be toxic if consumed? Richie cast a suspicious glance at the hen, thinking, this must obviously be your egg. It shielded its face with its wings, evading Richie's scrutinizing gaze. I've never seen a black egg before, Richie. You truly are a remarkable individual. Hurry, take it back and coat in breadcrumbs for a deep-fried treat. Get lost, get lost. Go do what you need to do, and don't insult my hen in my yard. The 2 raucous friends departed from Richie's spacious courtyard dressed in a simple white farmer's tank top, green rubber shoes, and crop pants. With a straw hat perched atop his head, Richie still exuded an imposing physique, a result of years of hard labor. Life is quite delightful, he sighed, stretching lazily before entering the house to fetch a hoe and begin tilling the earth. Grow quickly. I want to present you to the lovely maiden from the neighboring village who knows, if she finds you delicious, she might just offer herself in return. With his robust build and handsome features, Richie had captured the hearts of numerous young maidens in the village of Elia, becoming the subject of many a girl's nighttime reverie. As the evening sun set, Richie completed a day's labor and, with a mouthful of horsetail grass, meandered towards the dock. A plump black hen perched on his right shoulder, the crimson light casting their shadows behind them. What a splendid mood. Let's head to the Celia Tavern for a drink. Caw. Arriving at the Celia Tavern by the dock, he called out, Miss, a large beer, please. Coming right up. Hey, Richie, what brings you here? A big news has spread across the sea. Big news? What is it? Richie settled beside his friends, glancing at the newspaper in their hands. Gol Roger has been captured by the Navy. It's all over the papers and spreading worldwide. Richie was taken aback, accepting the large beer from Celia and taking a hearty swig. Though he held no fondness for pirates, he felt compelled to witness this historic moment in the world he had come to inhabit as a member of Elia village. Richie had fully integrated into life in this realm. Ah, he sighed, relishing the invigorating sensation of the beer. Before setting the mug down, truth be told, I have no admiration for pirates who shouldn't be so excited. Why idolize a pirate? It's a misalignment of values, what are you saying? Roger was the one who discovered the ultimate treasure of the world. Aren't you curious how he got caught? Richie grinned and continued to sip his drink in silence indeed. Richie, he ventured to Raftel, a place no one has reached in 800 years. Ricky shook his head. I am not curious. All I am aware of is that he previously annihilated an entire kingdom's army. He is a pirate. And you ought not to idolize pirates. It seemed that the kingdom fell into ruin due to the lack of military oversight. Haha. What are you being so serious about, Ricky? Weren't you once obsessed with pirates? What's changed now? Are you suddenly filled with a sense of justice? Indeed, the Ricky who had just traversed into this world was as the villagers described, but upon truly arriving in this realm, he comprehended the terrifying nature of pirates. They were not the spirited adventurers depicted on screens, but rather bloodthirsty outlaws, revealing the darkest facets of human nature. Many villagers in this world remained oblivious to the true nature of pirates. In fact, many individuals in the EC had never even encountered one. People do change, but enough of that. I haven't eaten yet, Celia. Please bring me a generous serving of bean salad. Certainly. With a large mug of beer in hand, Ricky settled at a table by the window, alone. This world is truly chilling. Perhaps I should embrace the tranquil life I desire. He cared little for the external chaos. Yearning instead to quietly savor the island life, Ricky gazed contentedly at the setting sun over the sea, relishing the sensation of the sea breeze against his face. How much is it, Celia? After his meal, Ricky rose to wipe his mouth. A total of 300 berries. Having settled the bill, he exited the tavern and strolled towards the dock. Black Gogo. Let us engage in some physical training, Gogo. The creature, with keen eyes as if it understood Ricky's words, raised its head and spread its black wings, letting out excited cries. Every day at this hour, Ricky would take Black Gogo to the beach for physical exercise. This routine was also a precaution against potential pirate invasions of Ilia village, a daily commitment to his self-improvement. As usual, numerous young women, aged between 20 and 40, sat by the dock, watching Ricky train with the chicken, their laughter ringing out. After setting Black Gogo down, the pair began to run along the beach. Though Black Gogo was quite plump, it was remarkably agile, keeping pace closely behind Ricky. Come on, Black Gogo, why are you so sluggish lately? Bang! A gunshot echoed across the sea, and Ricky turned to find Black Gogo had been struck down. The young women at the dock gasped in horror, staring at the shimmering sea, where a pirate ship loomed in the distance. No. My Black Gogo! Ricky cried, picking up the injured creature, only to discover it had lost its life. His expression turned grave as he looked out to sea. A pirate flag? Bang! Another shot rang out, and Ricky furrowed his brow, twisting his neck to evade the bullet. His demeanor swiftly grew serious. How dare you? You've killed my beloved Black Gogo with a single shot. Setting down the lifeless body of Black Gogo, Ricky plunged into the sea, swimming towards the pirate ship. This is bad. Quickly, alert the villagers. Pirates are attacking. The young women raced towards the village, spreading the alarming news to the residents. Boom. A cannon shot resonated throughout the village dock as the warehouse erupted into flames, billowing black smoke. All the villagers, upon witnessing the pirate ship, were seized by an overwhelming fear. Panic engulfed the entire village on board the pirate ship. A voice exclaimed, "The fellow on the beach just evaded my bullets. He's swimming towards us." Moments later, a figure leapt from the water, crouching on the ship's railing. Was it you who fired? You scoundrel! Ricky clenched his fists and struck the pirate captain squarely in the face. The pirate reacted swiftly, raising his gun to defend himself. Boom. Ricky's punch shattered the weapon, landing a precise blow to the pirate's face, sending him reeling and spewing blood. Captain, you fiend! Brothers, eliminate him. Witnessing their captain being sent tumbling into the sea by Ricky's devastating punch, the pirates drew their blades and surged towards him. Determined, Ricky tightened his fists and charged into the throng of pirates, engaging them in fierce combat. Bang! 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 The sound of fists breaking the air echoed across the pirate ship's deck as one pirate after another was sent flying, their jaws dislocated from the force of the blows. However, outnumbered, Ricky sustained several knife wounds, his expression contorting in fury as he vowed to fight to the bitter end. Ah, Return my precious black cocoa. What on earth is happening? He's incredibly strong. We must take him down. The pirates, initially daunted by Ricky's ferocity, began to retreat, realizing that no matter how they struck, they could not fell the towering man standing at 2 meters tall. Ha! As the pirate captain prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, he was met with the sight of his crew, faces pale, some collapsing beside him in the water, their faces marred with bruises. What transpired? Hey, Haki captain, that guy is indestructible. A pirate who had barely resurfaced from the water exclaimed, "This is bad. Captain, a single punch from him nearly knocked me out." "What do you mean? That's impossible." Splash. With that, Haki, the captain's first mate, plunged into the sea, surrounded by crewmates, sporting visages marred by the impressions of Ricky's fists. "Oh, return my black cocoa." An enraged roar erupted from Ricky, now drenched in blood, as he leapt onto the ship's railing, eyes fixed on the pirates below. "Run. This guy's a monster. A single punch feels like being pierced through the very bones. Help. Indeed, my brain feels like it's vibrating. We must flee, Captain. How can this be? This is the weakest of seas, the East Blue. How can such a being exist?" The pirate captain trembled at the sight of Ricky, whose eyes were bloodshot and ferocious. "Damn it. We barely made it past Loguetown to reach this island. How could we encounter such a formidable farmer?" With blood streaming from his body, Ricky hoisted a cannon from the deck, aiming the muzzle at them all, while the remaining crew members gasped and hastily swam towards the shores. "Of Elia village, run for your lives? Hey, brother, it's just a chicken. Why go to such lengths? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Who isn't? Who knows what this fellow's fists are made of? Perhaps it would be wise to say less if he discovers us. We are doomed." Not a single pirate born in scathed visage, some had sustained deformities to their bones, while others sported crooked mouths and bulging eyes. The pirate captain was battered, his body a canvas of blood and flesh. Writhing in agony as he kicked his legs in a futile attempt to escape the pain, tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Grant me a swift end. Kill me. Spare me this torment. I implore you." "Oh, you dare to call this torment? Cecilia, fetch me the hot tongs from the kitchen." "Certainly." Cecilia promptly dashed into her tavern upon witnessing this. The pirate captain trembled and implored, "No, please don't. What do you need the tongs for? Do not use them on me. Turn me over to the Navy. You could earn 800,000 berries. I beg you." "Humph. You desire beauty, yet I have vowed to make you regret your very existence in this world." Grasping the fire tongs handed to me by Celia, I approached the pirate captain with deliberate slowness. "I no longer seek your mercy." A blood-curdling scream echoed through the village of Ilia, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as children were blindfolded and adults turned away in horror from Ricky's torment. All of this was the fault of the pirate captain, who had mercilessly slain Ricky's beloved black cock. The following morning, the Navy, pursuing this pirate crew, arrived on the island and were taken aback upon witnessing the entire pirate band hanging from branches. "What on earth transpired here?" exclaimed one. "Hey, Bisa, Libby, just kill me already. For the sake of the half year you have spent chasing me, please end my misery. If you don't, he will awaken and resume his tortures." Beside the old oak, an array of torture instruments and tents had mysteriously appeared, and Ricky, bandaged from head to toe, clutched a rusted iron rod tipped with a yellowish substance, snoring against the wooden wall of a tent. Who's making that noise? Slowly opening his eyes, Ricky found himself face to face with a naval officer in uniform, who looked at him in disbelief. No. Please. Just kill me. Kill me. Lieutenant Libby." The pirate captain's pupils dilated in terror as he witnessed Ricky awaken, thrashing desperately against his bonds. No one could fathom how a towering figure of 3 meters, once a fearsome outlaw, had been reduced to such a pitiful state. Apart from the island's villagers, none understood the harrowing ordeal the pirate captain had endured. What was certain was that upon seeing Ricky, he wished for nothing more than to perish. "Is it you who vanquished this pirate crew, young man?" "Indeed. They are deserving of death. They murdered my black cock." Upon sighting the Navy, Ricky hastily discarded the iron rod and succumbed to sorrow. "If it weren't for the Navy's arrival, I would ensure you face dire consequences." The soldiers stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend how a crew that had eluded them for half a year had been utterly defeated and captured by this youth. Subsequently, the officer ordered that 800,000 berries be retrieved from the battleship and presented to Ricky. "Thank you, young man. This is your rightful reward." At the sight of the money, the injured Ricky bounded toward the officer, protesting, "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this. Capturing pirates is everyone's duty." "Well, since you refuse," the naval officer began, attempting to reclaim the money, only to find Ricky clutching the suitcase tightly, immovable despite his efforts. The moment became awkward for Lieutenant Libby, who, with a slight smile, relinquished his grip on the suitcase. Very well, I shall take this criminal with me. Thank you for your efforts, young man. With your prowess, you could register as a bounty hunter in Roguetown or join the Navy. Absolutely. Joining the Navy is eternally preferable to a life of piracy in Ricky's mind, who wishes to be pursued for a lifetime. The pirate captain, as if rescued from the depths of hell by the Navy, saluted the colonel with a demeanor befitting a benefactor. No one could believe that such a bloodthirsty pirate could harbor such fear of a youth wearing a tattered straw hat. Carrying a suitcase, Richie arrived at the village chief's office and handed it to him, saying, "Here you go, old chief. This should suffice for my rent over the years, right?" The old man opened the suitcase and nearly suffered a heart attack upon seeing such a vast sum of money, exclaiming, "This is more than enough. You are not only a great hero of our village, but also a rare powerhouse. Tonight, we shall celebrate." With that, he tucked the money into the drawer of his desk. Returning to his courtyard, Richie grasped a handful of rice, gazing at the chicken coop with a tinge of melancholy, murmuring, "Black Gakko." The black-feathered chick he had nurtured for several years was gone, leaving him engulfed in sorrow. The sound of chicken soup bubbling in the house reached his ears. Wiping away his tears, he tossed the rice into the chicken coop and went inside, consuming several bowls through his tears. However, the stewed chicken was not the cherished Black Gakko, but rather an ordinary chicken from the coop. The tombstone for Black Gakko had already been erected in the backyard. After briefly tidying up the house, Richie gathered some essential supplies and placed them in a backpack. He sold all the animals from the pigsty and chicken coop to his neighbor before lying down to sleep. That night, under a high-hanging moon, the village of Elia organized a grand feast at the dock to celebrate their great hero, Richie. The festivities were lively, hosted by the village chief, who, of course, was treating with the 8 million berries Richie had given him. "Richie, where is he? He is the star of tonight's event," the villagers exclaimed. Just as everyone was engrossed in the celebration and searching for Richie, Celia rushed in from the dark dock, shouting, "Chief, Richie has set sail." "What did you say? Where is he going?" "He still has injuries. He said he wanted to explore this vast world, after spending several years on this island." It was time for him to leave. Not far from the dock, Richie lay on a small boat, a strand of horsetail grass in his mouth, allowing the vessel to drift slowly away from Ilia village. "Humph, enjoy your banquet. I shall take my leave," he thought. The villagers, clutching their beers, rushed to the dock, but could no longer see Richie's small boat. "What a pity. The village has lost such a robust man," they lamented. "Who would have thought he was such a formidable powerhouse? No wonder he was unafraid of laughter while training in the village every day." Days later, on the East Sea, Richie sat under the blazing sun, poring over his nautical charts and compass. "I can't believe it. Why haven't I reached Loguetown yet? Am I off course?" Just as Richie was seething with frustration, a pirate ship appeared in the distance. "Ha! Brothers, there's a fisherman up ahead. Let us eliminate him," they shouted. Oh. Enraged, Richie cast a furious glance at the exuberant crew of pirates. Half an hour later, every member of the pirate ship lay unconscious on the deck, having been bested by Richie. Wrapped in tattered bandages, he approached the pirate captain and inquired, "How does one reach Roguetown?" "Ugh, how are you still alive? I have inflicted dozens of wounds upon you." "What an abomination!" The captain, trembling in terror at the sight of Richie's horrifying blood loss, cowered in a corner. "Die? You think you can kill me? That is a distant dream." With a resounding crash, Richie punched through the left side of the captain's head, causing him to drop to his knees, clutching his head in surrender. "We are indeed heading to Roguetown. Please, spare me. Once the navigator awakens, we shall take you there." Approximately a day later, upon arriving at the dock of Roguetown, Richie delivered approximately 47 pirates, tethered by ropes, to the naval base. This act left Colonel Lozasso of the naval base utterly astounded. "Are you certain you are not a pirate?" "Of course, I am no pirate. These ruffians sought to take my life." "Very well, it is rare to encounter such a valiant young person as yourself. On behalf of the Roguetown Navy, I express my gratitude, and I kindly ask that you receive some treatment at the military hospital." What a fierce young man indeed. Yet, the severity of his injuries is alarming. How is it that he can still move with such vigor despite his grievous wounds? His body, below the neck, is stained with blood, and even his eye sockets and forehead are marred by it. Splendid. Let us also provide him with a meal. Ricky gazed at the middle-aged man before him, adorned with the rank of colonel, a naval cap perched upon his head, and a military cloak draped over his shoulders. His appearance was unremarkable, yet he stood an imposing 3 meters tall, robust and muscular, with a military saber secured at his waist. No problem. Colonel Lozazzo was about to command the preparation of a meal when, suddenly, Ricky, standing upright, expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground with his hands supporting his weight. Is this the brink of death? Huh, it's fine. It might enhance my strength just a bit. Quick, summon the military doctor. You certainly do not look well, exclaimed the naval base commander, observing Ricky's desperate posture on the ground. No worries. The closer my body approaches death, the more that latent power within me is awakened. The onlookers at the naval square were taken aback. Over the years, regardless of how Ricky trained and exerted himself, he had been unable to activate that power within. Yet now, on the verge of death, he had finally managed to awaken it. When the military doctor arrived, Ricky lay unconscious on the base square, his body emanating streams of energy that penetrated his skin. Chapter 3. The era of great pirates begins upon awakening. Ricky found himself in a hospital bed within the military compound, surrounded by an array of food and a new set of civilian attire. Oh, outside the hospital, a cacophony of shouts erupted. After his meal, Ricky donned his clothing and rushed outside, exclaiming, I can feel it, the power in my fists. It has finally begun to awaken. Stepping outside, he was astonished to behold a throng of people packed tightly in the square of Roguetown, creating a ruckus. Is today the day? Gol Roger's execution. How long have I been unconscious? Move aside. A man, tall with a neck like a giraffe, standing 7 meters in height, his skin pale and adorned with a pair of demonic horns, forcefully shoved Ricky aside. What? Ricky, momentarily taken aback by the push, turned to reveal a fierce expression. This man was none other than Gol Moria. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Moria scrutinized Ricky, chuckling, a man wrapped in bandages. Ha. If you were to die, I could use another companion. The nearby onlookers turned their gazes towards the two. Indeed, I am dissatisfied. I am quite eager to beat you to a pulp. Ricky glared up at Gol Moria, his physique well-defined and strength formidable. Unlike the rotund figure he would assume 2 decades hence. Do you have any idea who you're speaking to, you fool? Moria swung his demonic hand, launching an attack at Ricky. Ricky grinned, clenching his fist without a hint of fear, charging forward. Boom. The collision of fists cracked the ground, and the residents of Roguetown scattered, watching from a safe distance. What is this? A shockwave? No. What on earth is this that penetrated my arm? Gol Moria was taken aback. Although he had overpowered Ricky in their clash, he sensed an unknown force emanating from Ricky's fist. Cough. This is so heavy. Ricky gritted his teeth, his body leaning as he continued to resist with all his might. With a single strike, he realized the vast disparity between himself and Moria. Ha. So pathetically weak, perish. With a thunderous shout, Moria summoned his strength, driving Ricky into the cracked ground. Ugh. Ricky's disdainful scream echoed as he spat out a mouthful of saliva. Dust swirled around them. What on earth is happening? At this moment, someone dares to cause a ruckus. How intriguing. Leaning against the wall in a nearby alley, a youth with burgundy glasses observed the clash between Ricky and Moria, arms crossed. Chuckling softly, the execution had yet to commence, yet the gazes of various supernovas were drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Red-haired Shanks, Mihawk the Hawkeye, Monkey D, Dragon, Joker da Flamingo, Crocodile Sir Crocodile. The renowned figures of a bygone era had all gathered here to witness the public execution of the world's foremost individual in history. Hey, one must consider the occasion before causing a scene. It has been a while, you scoundrel Moria. Ha, Crocodile. This fellow blocked my path. And before he could finish his reprimand, Moria found a fist descending upon his face. Did I not eliminate him? Explosive fist. Boom. The moment Ricky fell to the ground, he sprang back up, delivering a precise punch infused with his awakened power, striking Moria squarely in the face. The force of the blow sent Moria staggering back several steps, his stance faltering. Ugh, are you trying to kill me, you fool? Ha, are you seeking death? I might ask you the same. The audacious Ricky glared at Moria, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. To cause a disturbance at such a time, truly a madman beyond redemption. The Navy, armed and approaching, prompted the pirates to scatter, unwilling to provoke the authorities. With a heavy expression, Richie strode towards the square, where the throngs of people filled the area to capacity. Gol Roger, who should have appeared as a prisoner, sat cross-legged upon the execution platform like a triumphant general, declaring, "Hasten the end. I too wish for a moment's respite." At that moment, a bearded man in the crowd bellowed with tremendous volume, "Hey, Pirate King, where have you concealed your amassed treasures, that legendary great fortune, Oin Pisek?" Richie's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the shouting man, for in a certain sense, this fellow was the very catalyst that ignited the age of pirates. "Ha ha ha. Do you desire my treasure? If so, you may have it all. Go seek it. I have placed everything in this world there." As his words fell, the blades of the executioners intersected, piercing his body. Gol Roger met his demise. "Build ships. Set sail to seek my treasure. Oh. Ha ha ha. To obtain that treasure is to possess everything in this world. Let us embark. Gather your comrades." In the brief span of that utterance, the previously stunned crowd erupted into a fervor. The overwhelming passion swept across the entirety of Loguetown. The age of pirates had commenced. Ricky's gaze was heavy as he stared at the execution platform, murmuring to the lifeless Roger with his curled mustache, "A time of unprecedented innocent casualties has dawned upon the world, yet you remain oblivious to what this era signifies. What are you rambling about, you insufferable wretch? Where's the food? Where's the water? The monotonous maritime existence demands both mental and physical sustenance. What shall you do when hunger strikes at sea? With no civilized ports in sight and lacking provisions, what choices remain? Plunder? Slaughter? Recklessly unleashing the primal instincts dwelling within humanity?" His words reached the ears of Sengoku and Garp, who were ensconced in the small loft behind the execution platform, their bodies swathed in medical bandages as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. They gazed at Ricky, who appeared to be around 18 years of age. "Garp, I never anticipated that a rational young man could withstand the allure of that great treasure," Sengoku remarked. "From this day forth, the world we once knew has entered an entirely new era." Suddenly, a tumult erupted in the square as Moria unleashed his devil fruit powers in retaliation against Ricky. "I shall kill you, then seek Roger's treasure upon the seas." Ha! Countless bats materialized from thin air, launching a frenzied assault on Ricky, biting him mercilessly. "Kill me? Ha! Give it your best shot." The bat's onslaught caused Ricky's blood to spill onto the ground. Yet with the awakening of his inner strength, a single punch could obliterate a multitude. Boom! Ricky soared into the air, his fist enveloped in scorching white smoke as he struck towards Moria. With a sinister grin, Moria reciprocated with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided without reservation, sending Ricky hurtling away, ultimately crashing down at the eastern dock of Loguetown. What is this power? Am I truly so vastly inferior to the supernovas of this era? I have awakened my own strength, after all. His unique power, known as Chi, was a gift bestowed upon Ricky as a time traveler, enabling him to project force through his fists, penetrating all objects and inflicting grievous harm. With sufficient cultivation, he could unleash shockwaves comparable to cannon fire, and this strength would amplify alongside his growing prowess. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Richie, with a face alight with exhilaration, rose once more and sprinted towards the town streets, only to encounter a man, burdened by the mightiest black blade known as Night. Striding towards him, the young Hawkeye, "Do not obstruct my path, you reckless man." Upon hearing such an assessment of himself, Richie was taken aback. "Reckless man? Call me what you will. I harbor no interest in the weak. Since you refuse to yield, I shall be left with no choice but to eliminate you." With that, he drew the formidable black blade from his back. Hawkeye uttered not a word more, raising his weapon to deliver a single-handed strike from above. With a swish, the air seemed to ripple as a surge of sword energy cleaved through the void, hurtling directly towards Richie. Ricky's pupils constricted, his expression momentarily frozen as he was engulfed by a tremendous slash, emitting a wretched cry. Meanwhile, Hawkeye approached the dock, boarding his small boat in preparation to depart when he was taken aback by the sight of Ricky, drenched in blood, rising once more with his hands in his pockets. Despite his injuries, truly formidable beings, to withstand my strike and yet remain alive. Are we to witness the emergence of new champions? However, to survive with such wounds is imperative. Thus it begins. A new era has finally dawned. Doflamingo strode past Ricky, indifferent to his battered figure, his focus instead on the exhilarating commencement of the great pirate era. In that moment, no one recognized him as a mere weakling. Perhaps it's best to remain sensible. The strength of the denizens of this world is truly terrifying. Thud. Despite Ricky's relentless resolve, his near-death body betrayed him, collapsing onto the ground in unconsciousness. Drago observed the unconscious Ricky from the eaves for several seconds before departing from Loguetown. A sudden downpour washed over the entire town, cleansing the blood from Ricky's body, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The Great Pirate Era, a time marked by devouring ambition, despite the presence of the Navy, could not restrain the rampant souls drawn to the sea in pursuit of the fabled treasure. Even with the Navy's attempts to maintain order upon the waters, they were powerless to protect the vulnerable from the merciless onslaught of pirates. The once quiet sea, after a year of silence, was once again thrust into a fervent and frenzied climax. In the dead of night, Ricky awoke on the streets of Loguetown, his body racked with pain, gritting his teeth as he made his way to the dock, only to discover his small boat had vanished. My boat has been stolen. Under the night sky, the once boisterous Loguetown had quieted, save for the raucous cheers emanating from the tavern at the dock. Thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities, Ricky had recklessly challenged the strong. Yet the disparity in power had rendered him incapable of contending with them. Starving, Ricky slung his backpack over his shoulder and pushed open the tavern door, calling out, "Serve me a hearty meal and a stronger drink. And prepare a room for me, innkeeper." "What happened? Did your clothes get dyed red?" "Ha ha ha. You have no idea, innkeeper. This fellow challenged that Hawkeye youth and was dispatched in a single stroke. It's a miracle he survived. Come, drink up, drink up." Ricky fished out some berries from his backpack and placed them on the counter, and the innkeeper promptly served him food and drink. Ricky paid no heed to the idle chatter of the other patrons, devouring his meal with fervor, for he was in dire need of nourishment to recuperate his body. After dining, he took a bath to cleanse himself of the blood, and then reclined in his room on the second floor of the tavern to rest. The next day at the Roguetown Naval Recruitment Office, the dawn of the Great Pirate Era necessitated a greater number of individuals to bear the mantle of justice and forge ahead against the tide. Chapter 4. The Bloodshed at Roguetown Dock. Please complete your application forms and submit them to the clerical staff to queue for your naval uniforms. These are extraordinary times. "Hey, what happened to you? You look severely injured." "Wait, I recognize him. He asked the man who was flung from the square. Is he also here to join the Navy?" Clad in a tattered, blood-soaked attire, Ricky, burdened with his backpack, arrived at the naval base entrance to join the line. His appearance astonished all those determined to enlist, for he had no clean garments and no currency to procure any. "Hand me an application. I wish to join the Navy." Approaching the clerical desk where a quill pen lay, a soldier presented Ricky with a form. Once completed, Ricky followed the others into the base to receive their uniforms. After the routine of daily procedures, he was summoned by Colonel Rosazzo to assemble in the square. Upon seeing Ricky's face, Rosazzo's eyes flickered with surprise. So, he truly joined the Navy. How splendid. Yet, it seemed his injuries had worsened. "Everyone, thank you for coming to Roguetown to enlist in the Navy. From now on, I shall be your training officer. We are in a critical period. I hope each of you is mentally prepared to confront life and death." The colonel, standing tall with a serious demeanor, surveyed the crowd. A small contingent exhibited resolute gazes, while most appeared to be merely seeking a steady paycheck from the Navy. The singular presence of Ricky stood upright, his piercing gaze fixed intently on the colonel, exuding an aura of impending demise. Yet paradoxically, his vitality was remarkable. Training, resting, and acquiring knowledge of the seas and politics. This routine persisted for quite some time. Undoubtedly, Ricky lagged behind in all aspects, save for martial arts and physical training, provoking envy and jealousy among his comrades. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Even vast knowledge often went unutilized. Surpassing all peers, this fellow is indeed exceptional, mused Rosazzo, holding Ricky's application form and identifying him as a candidate for special training. Report. Private Ricky is independently engaged in combat with pirates at the northern dock. What? Dispatch reinforcements immediately. At the northern dock of Roguetown, Ricky, donned in naval attire, wielded his firearm, firing while evading bullets, exclaiming, "Damn, this thing is truly bothersome. I can't aim." Discarding his weapon, Ricky clenched his fists and dashed towards the throng of pirates. As his right hook connected with a pirate's jaw, the pirate collapsed, and the force of his aura struck a nearby companion, sending them reeling. "What is this?" His fist clearly did not make contact with me. "Come forth and fight, ye pirates." Ha ha. Be it foot or fist, Ricky's limbs brimmed with a menacing power, surging through the crowd of pirates like an unstoppable force. 1 hour later, Ricky stood triumphantly over the chest of the pirate captain, his wounds significantly fewer than those sustained in battles prior to joining the Navy. He had only received 3 minor cuts, shedding a mere trickle of blood, and was otherwise unscathed. As Loguetown approached with other recruits, Ricky summoned his leg strength, causing the pirate captain's chest to feel as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, resulting in the bricks behind him fracturing like a spider's web. With a violent retch, the pirate captain expelled a copious amount of blood, his chest bones contorted, slipping into unconsciousness. He had single-handedly vanquished the pirate crew. This fellow is truly formidable, Loguetown mused inwardly. After dealing with the pirates, Ricky saluted the colonel, stating, "The task is complete, Colonel. When shall we set sail to pursue those pirates?" The colonel replied, "Our current mission is to maintain order in the waters surrounding Roguetown. We must await further orders." Very well. Upon returning to the base, Ricky was promoted to second-class soldier due to his achievements. Months later, the Great Pirate Era reached its peak of criminal activity, with everyone venturing out to proclaim themselves as pirates. Among them, Shanks, a crew member of the legendary Gol Roger's pirate crew, was particularly renowned. In the Roguetown base plaza, during the soldiers' respite, Ricky, bare-chested under the scorching sun, practiced his strikes, producing sonic booms with his powerful punches, while others watched from a distance. "Ricky, can't you take a break? It's supposed to be rest time." "Yuri, I cannot afford to be idle. My previous encounter with the supernovas made me acutely aware of the true chasm between myself and those prodigious talents. But you are already so strong. The top recruit of Roguetown. Huh, that title is laughable. What does it matter to be the top recruit if I do not strive to awaken the innate talents within me and enhance my strength? Otherwise, I will still be obliterated by those formidable foes." He uttered no further words, whether during the break or the training sessions. Ricky was never one to idle. Yet training could never compare to the invaluable lessons gleaned from actual combat. Suddenly, a wounded messenger burst into the base, announcing a riot incited by pirates at the western port, urgently requesting reinforcements. The soldiers, who had been relaxing, instantly fell into a solemn silence. Loguetown emerged from within the base, swiftly assembling 2 lieutenants to lead a contingent of 220 troops towards the western port. At the western port of Roguetown, a multitude of robust citizens had congregated, where several pirate ships lay docked, inciting the crowd and encouraging them to join the pirates in their quest for the grand treasure. Do you wish to spend your lives in this dreary town? If not, hasten home, gather your belongings, and join our pirate crew. A new era calls for you. If you do not venture forth to seek the grand treasure, who can say whether success will be yours? The allure of piracy had, in mere months, become the most coveted profession in the world, with everyone yearning for the legendary treasure of the Pirate King. However, there existed hierarchies among pirates. The lowly pirates engaged solely in pillaging and destruction, committing heinous acts without remorse. The mid-tier pirates possessed some strategy and strength, contemplating the consequences of their actions. And then there were the elite pirates, the men who stood at the pinnacle of piracy, showing disinterest in the weak while wielding overwhelming power in their domains. Perhaps only those with skewed morals would dare to join their ranks, Ricky mused. Perched atop a rooftop near the dock, playfully grasping a small pirate. With a chuckle, he released his grip, sending the unconscious pirate tumbling down. He was merely an observer at the scene. Perhaps, in this world, the concept of morality was a mere illusion. Treasure was the ultimate pursuit for all. "Have you defeated the guards stationed along the street?" "Impossible." A voice rang out. "Unrelated personnel, please vacate immediately. I trust you are familiar with my reputation?" With that, Ricky raised his gun, aiming at the pirates. Bang! The bullet was fired, but the pirate captain deftly evaded, causing Ricky's eyes to narrow. He managed to dodge? It seems this pirate is unlike the others. Thus, the encounter unfolded. Ricky rose to his feet, his fists clenched tightly in an instant. Boom! The sound of air exploding resonated from his knuckles, a surge of powerful energy emanating forth. "Run quickly. That fellow is back." The common folk hurriedly dispersed. Over the past few months, Ricky's reputation had taken a significant downer. The reason was quite absurd, shattering conventional beliefs. He had repeatedly thwarted many who had yet to venture into the seas from becoming pirates, only to be slandered by their malicious gossip. Yet, Ricky remained unfazed, his eyes still gleaming with anticipation for the day he would become immensely powerful, galloping across this world. "You may evade bullets, but can you dodge my fists?" Ricky leaped down from the eaves and approached the pirates, only to discover their utter lack of fear towards the Navy. Ha ha ha, do you truly believe yourself to be formidable? In a town devoid of even a single admiral, I, the captain of the heavy artillery pirate crew, have never feared anyone in the weakest East Blue. With a thunderous clash, the two engaged in battle. To Ricky's astonishment, this foe dared to meet his fists head-on and did not falter. Ricky, you scoundrel. Another one acting alone. The Navy had breached the pirate street blockade and arrived at the scene, witnessing Ricky locked in combat with a pirate captain. They swiftly received orders to charge. Oh more, be cautious. These fellows are unlike any we have faced before. Haha, are you still concerned for your comrades? Allow me. Heavy artillery, Cass, to end your life. In my life? Suddenly, Ricky's right arm surged with explosive energy, penetrating the pirate captain's entire arm. Sensing the pain, Cass seemed even more exhilarated, retreating a few steps before lunging back with fervor. Like a battle maniac, he grinned with a savage desire for combat. Hundreds of Navy personnel and pirates clashed at the western dock, with the Navy falling under pressure. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed relentlessly. And Ricky's power astonished the pirate captain. The collision of dozens of punches resulted in Kess's hands suffering shattering fractures. What's wrong? Have your fists grown weak? Have they broken heavy artillery? Ricky mocked as he seized Kess's hand, swiftly pivoting to deliver a whip-like kick to his neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood spewing from his mouth. Ah, bastard. What is that power in your hands? Kess, you will never change your belligerent nature. I warned you in the West Sea that it would lead to your downfall. What power? Crouching down, Ricky slammed a fist into Kess's forehead. Why should I tell you? The blow nearly drove the heavy artillery pirate captain's head into the cobblestones, rendering him unconscious. A gunshot rang out, striking Ricky in the back, causing him to lurch forward in pain. Haki, do you think this is child's play? You have merely taken down Kess. Do not forget there are 4 of us left. Gritting his teeth against the physical agony, Ricky turned to face the remaining foes, only to find that the soldiers he had trained with for months had sustained grave injuries. Even though he was prepared to confront death, he couldn't help but lament the world's ruthlessness. The comrades lost over the months could no longer be counted on his fingers. Extracting the bullet from his back with bare hands, Ricky clenched his fists and roared as he charged at the other 4 captains. Without fear. A brutal battle involving nearly 1,000 Navy and pirates raged on into the night. Hundreds of corpses littered the entire street, and fewer than 20 Navy personnel remained alive. Stop fighting. At the dock, Ricky, with 3 bullets lodged in his chest and 2 in his back, clutched the last pirate captain, relentlessly swinging his weary arms. Covered in blood, his body bruised and marred with wounds, he roared in agony, transformed into a veritable specter of blood. With a resounding thud, he struck the left jaw of the ironclad captain, followed swiftly by a blow to the right. His eyes, long soaked in crimson, did not relent until the pirate captain's face was rendered a grotesque pulp. Rising to his feet, he tensed every muscle, clenched his fists, and let out a thunderous howl to the heavens. Oh, you shall await confinement by Rosazzo. Omer, equally battered, echoed Ricky's sentiments, urging him not to bear such burdens alone, for the foes they would encounter would only grow stronger. He need not always lead the charge. Dylan, a fellow soldier who had joined the Navy alongside Ricky and had distinguished himself, bore scars across his body, his clothing tattered from the fray. Meanwhile, in a corner of the street, a wretched figure named Yuri, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, exuded both timidity and valor, leaving doubt as to whether he could be entrusted with their safety. The 3 were all new recruits, sharing a dormitory with Ricky, each displaying remarkable prowess. What is our casualty count? Ricky inquired, his fists still smeared with the remnants of pirate flesh. I am uncertain, but we had a total of 220 new and veteran soldiers arrive. Currently, only 12 of us remain standing, including 1, 2, and 9. What a travesty. Ricky chuckled bitterly, his chest heaving with suppressed emotion. A bewildering mix of excitement and sorrow surged through his mind. He staggered to the edge of the dock, washing his bloodied hands in the sea. Were it not for your taking down 5 pirate captains, we would surely have faced total annihilation. Is this not an age that devours its own? He had joined the Navy simply to grow in strength, yet the anguish of losing comrades weighed heavily upon him. Ricky pondered as drops of blood fell from the tip of his nose into the sea, creating ripples upon the surface. He then lifted his gaze towards the ocean illuminated by the silvery moon. What turmoil might the other places be experiencing now? Upon hearing this, everyone stood motionless. a myriad of indescribable emotions etched upon their faces. Chapter 5. The Just Criminal? The recent riot at the western dock of Roguetown resulted in the demise of both lieutenants, leaving only 4 new recruits, including Ricky, and 8 severely wounded veterans alive. I trust that the law will take its course in addressing them. Ricky, in a state of profound sorrow and silence, exhibited no trace of emotion. Rising from his position, he commenced the grim task of binding the breathing pirates one by one. It was not until Loguetown arrived with his soldiers that he beheld the street strewn with corpses. Kneeling on one knee, he expressed his overwhelming feelings with the words, "Well done." Upon learning that Ricky had dealt with 5 pirate captains, each worth tens of millions, his rank was elevated to sergeant. After all, Loguetown had no desire for anyone to surpass him so soon, even himself, as he could not contend with 5 other pirate captains of such formidable stature. Having tended to his wounds, Ricky returned to the barracks, which was already 2 in the morning. The soldiers did not engage in their usual pre-sleep banter. The dormitory was enveloped in an unusual silence. Those who survived this battle were granted a day of rest and awarded 2,000 berries. The following day, the comrades awoke late, only rousing in the late morning. As Ricky rose, he felt the familiar sting of his injuries, knowing they would soon mend. "What are you doing, you scoundrel?" "Dylan, did you mean to kill me yesterday as well? If I hadn't shot to save you, you would have already fallen to the pirates." "You coward, Uli. What did you just say?" The two seized each other's garments, preparing for a violent confrontation. Noticing the escalating conflict, Ricky, now dressed in his usual attire, quietly exited the dormitory and made his way to the base entrance, where he observed many individuals queuing to fill out applications to join the military. "Ah, good morning." The uninitiated recruits offered Ricky a crisp military salute. Ricky responded with a faint smile and then made his way towards Roguetown. Clad in a white tank top adorned with medical bandages, his knee-length brown shorts revealed a hint of leg hair, complemented by a pair of flip-flops, Ricky's quintessential attire. Achieving the rank of sergeant would elevate his status significantly in Roguetown, albeit without the prestigious cloak. In the Navy, only officers of lieutenant rank and above were entitled to wear a cloak, while commanders donned the distinguished justice coat. Remarkably, he was a soldier who had just survived from the western port, his body entirely swathed in bandages. "Humph, really? He appears rather feeble, injured so severely. If it were me, I would effortlessly vanquish those pirates." Upon hearing these words, Ricky halted, approached the young man who was about to join the Navy, and looked at him with a smile. "Shall we shake hands, young warrior?" Seeing Ricky extend his hand, the young man broke into a cold sweat but disdainfully grasped it, only to realize that his entire right arm felt as if it were not his own. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it. "Ah, let go. My hand." The power of Richie's palm compelled him to yield, kneeling in supplication. "Train diligently, young one. If I do not show you the consequences, you might truly believe yourself to be of substance." Upon releasing the man's hand, the latter cast a scornful glare at Richie as he strode away into the town. "Have you learned your lesson, Kermes? That fellow is an indomitable presence among the Navy soldiers of our Roguetown. You cannot compare." "Indomitable? What nonsense. Just look at his peasant appearance." Kermes gazed incredulously at Richie, who ambled away with ease. "Heh, you will come to understand in due time. To join the Navy, one must embody the spirit of a soldier." Since embarking on his journey, Richie had never fully recovered from his injuries. "Boss, give me a skewer of grilled fish." He tossed a coin to the proprietor. "Certainly." In the town square of Roguetown, countless vendors set up stalls along the streets. Richie reclined on a bench outside a grilled fish shop, shaking his legs and relishing a day devoid of missions. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, Douglas Barrett, having endured months of aimlessness, erupted in a fury. He could not fathom why Roger had been captured by the Navy and publicly executed. The dawn of this great pirate era meant nothing to him. He wreaked havoc across the civilized towns of the New World, drawing the attention of the Navy's higher echelons. Simultaneously, the young Shanks ventured forth, forging alliances with renowned strongmen and devising grand plans for the future. Born of extraordinary lineage, Shanks could never remain a nameless pirate. As the year 1498 drew to a close, the snow fell heavily. The world was shrouded in ice and snow, and the bitter cold descended. Concurrently, Yuri, who had joined the Navy alongside Richie, secretly contacted the pirate crew, plotting to betray the Navy and wreak havoc in the only town near the upside-down mountain in the East Sea. This conspiracy was known solely to Richie. In the depths of night, Yuri stealthily exited the Navy base, making his way to the eastern dock to rendezvous with the pirate crew. Perched atop a snow-laden building, Richie, clad in his winter navy uniform and armed, observed Yuri's every move. At the eastern dock of Roguetown, Yuri was confronted with a familiar voice. "What are you doing out so late, Yuri?" Having already met with the pirates, Yuri turned to see Richie on the rooftop. "Richie, you're still awake? Why? As a Navy man, are you secretly meeting with pirates?" "Enough. At this point, I shall not explain, Richie. Join me in becoming a pirate. What is so meaningful about languishing in that dreary base? Each day is merely a repetition of training, obeying Lothar's orders and toiling for him. How dull." Yuri was astonished, realizing he had not detected Richie's surveillance. "So, you truly intend to betray the Navy?" "Indeed, Richie. I have been in the Navy for a year, and I have yet to rise beyond the rank of a private, unlike you, who has already been promoted to sergeant. If we venture to the seas as pirates, there might yet be a future for us. Come with me." Ilia extended his arm, offering an olive branch to Ricky. From the darkened street emerged two figures. "Dylan and Omer. You scoundrel. Have you not betrayed the Navy? Why are there others following you? Do you intend to lead us to our demise at the base?" "No. Captain, the basement of the base truly holds billions of berries, all intended for the disbursement of salaries to the Navy in Roguetown." The pirate captain questioned Ilia. Yet he was undeniably lured by the prospect of vast riches. "Ricky, you enigmatic fellow, it appears your clandestine emergence serves a purpose. Who would have thought that our comrades, with whom we have faced peril, would betray the Navy to become pirates?" He took a cautious step back, only to find that the two had followed him closely. "Return with me, Ilia, or prepare to meet your fate in prison." "How could that be? Have I not made it clear? Such a place is ill-suited for me." Bang! Ilia raised his gun and aimed at Ricky, but he effortlessly evaded the shot. "Alas, it is regrettable. I now possess the authority to execute you on the spot, as a deserter or a traitor." The gunfire drew the attention of nearby residents, who hastily drew their curtains to avoid any trouble. Ricky leaped from the rooftop. "Captain Nix, if we eliminate this scoundrel, your pirate crew, nay, our pirate crew, shall be free to plunder that base without restraint." "Ha! It seems your attempts to rally the other naval forces have failed, Ilia. Men, dispatch those three." With a command from the pirate captain, he sent his subordinates plunging into the abyss. "Dylan, Omer, refrain from intervening. I shall handle this matter." "Very well." The two prepared to strike as they watched Ricky charge towards the throng of pirates, delivering a punch that felled a multitude. Under the force of Ricky's empowered fist, the pirates crumbled like tofu. Minutes later, Ricky grasped the pirate captain by the throat and approached Ilia beneath the pirate ship, coldly stating, "Do you truly believe this pirate crew can infiltrate the base's underground? How foolish you are. Don't come any closer, Ricky. For the sake of our comradeship, spare me." Ricky forcefully slammed the pirate captain onto the ground, nearly severing his throat. "Do you still remember your comrades? Just now, you attempted to kill me," he exclaimed. "I was wrong. You deserve to die, you scoundrel who always steals the glory." On the surface, Yuri feigned fear, yet secretly grasped a dagger and plunged it violently into Ricky's abdomen. However, Ricky merely stared at him expressionlessly, enduring the stab. Witnessing Ricky's nonchalance after being wounded, Yuri's heart sank, and panic set in as Ricky seized his arm. "Damn it, what kind of monster are you? Each time you're gravely injured, you recover to function like a normal person within a day." With a thunderous roar, Ricky infused his right hand with energy, unleashing all his strength to crush the grim-faced Yuri into the ground. "You bastard. After nearly a year in the Navy, you still contemplate becoming a pirate. You deserve to die." Stop. I was wrong," Yuri pleaded incessantly. Behind them, Dylan and Omar silently observed the scene, their expressions unreadable. Following Roger's execution, the surviving recruits harbored no fondness for Yuri. He often hid behind his comrades, using them as shields, only revealing his bravery when absolutely necessary to confront pirates. The commotion attracted other naval soldiers, who rushed in with their weapons, only to discover Yuri, executed by Ricky, lying lifeless on the ground. Subsequently, Ricky voluntarily surrendered to be escorted to the Roguetown military court. Bang! Bang! The judge, adorned with white curls, rapped his gavel. "Silence! Silence! Sergeant Ricky, why did you not report Yuri's betrayal to your superiors immediately upon learning of it?" So now I am the criminal?" he retorted disdainfully, lowering his head with a cold smirk. Wrapped in bandages, Ricky sat at the center of the Roguetown military court, his hands and feet shackled. "Please treat this matter seriously. Attacking the Roguetown Navy base is no trivial offense. The powerful families of Roguetown occupied the surrounding tiered seats, their noble gazes fixed upon the restrained Richie, which he found utterly ironic. As a sergeant of the Roguetown branch, I possess the authority to execute a private who is a deserter. My actions spared the base from a battle. After a discourse and negotiation with the judge, Richie successfully secured his release. This incident revealed his cold-blooded nature to everyone and transformed his previously earnest demeanor. Chapter 6. Resigning to return to the village? Fire. Fire. Do not let them land on the island. After the military court incident, Richie refrained from charging into close combat. Hey, Richie, what on earth are you doing? You can easily overpower them, so charge ahead, he was urged. With an expressionless face, he evaded bullets and continuously pulled the trigger of his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the hail of gunfire, soldiers fell one after another around me. As you can see, my body is swathed in bandages, and I have exerted every ounce of strength to pull the trigger. Richie, crouched behind the sandbags, squeezed the trigger for long-range shots. Do as you wish. Those fearless souls. Follow me. Repel the pirates. The captain, leading his men, charged forward into fierce combat with the marauders. His sole desire was to fulfill his duty, no longer wishing to recklessly protect those odious nobles. As Richie continued to fire relentlessly, memories of the military tribunal haunted his mind. The sounds of battle echoed through the docks. The town of Rog was particularly vast, nearly encompassing the entirety of the island. It stood as one of the wealthiest islands in the East Sea, a target for the monstrous creatures of the New World that provoked the Naval High Command into action. Thus, the pirates dared to launch audacious assaults on Rog. The conflict endured for several days, with all 4 docks suffering grievous losses to maintain their hold. Since joining the Navy nearly a year ago, this was Ricky's least accomplished battle, even less than that of an ordinary soldier. At this point, he merely wished to give up. Injured, Dylan approached Ricky, holding a saber, fatigue etched on his face as he gazed at Ricky, who lay on the ground. Gun in hand. Ricky, I understand your feelings, but if you exert yourself, these soldiers with families would not perish. You should tend to your wounds. Dylan, I will die if I do. Besides, I have been fighting all along. Indeed, I believe you are right. The entire dock was stained crimson with blood, corpses strewn across the ground. Ricky lay there, gun aimed, expressionless as he observed the carnage. You speak the truth, Dylan. Had I intervened, our line would not have been reduced to just you and me. When Losezo personally brought his troops to the scene, all soldiers were struck with terror at the sight. Thousands of corpses of both pirates and Navy littered the ground. Report the situation. Why, with Ricky here at the eastern dock, are there so many casualties? Losezo trembled, towering at 3 meters in height. Ricky approached Losezo and saluted, delivering his report. Commander, we deployed 580 soldiers. 578 perished, and only 2 survived. The pirates have been completely eradicated. End of report. Why such staggering losses? Was the enemy truly that formidable? Ricky. Shocked expressions adorned the faces of those present as they gazed at Ricky, whose body was swathed in white bandages. In previous battles, he had been drenched in blood. Yet this time was starkly different. My injuries are severe. I could only provide long-range support. Stop lying. Your terrifying regenerative abilities and vitality. Losezo exclaimed, gripping Ricky's naval uniform with a look of despair. Yet, Ricky's countenance remained impassive as he regarded him. I am but human, Commander. Upon hearing this, Losezo's lips trembled, and though he attempted to say something, he ultimately released Ricky's collar. Inspect the survivors. After the battle, each individual bore an immense weight in their hearts. Unable to find solace, the losses were devastating. It was not just the eastern dock. The other 3 docks faced similar fates. The mountains of crucifix tombstones rendered even the stoic Ricky unwavering in his resolve. Recruiting, training. Witnessing wave after wave of youth perish in combat had become second nature to Ricky, a traveler in this world. He led a monotonous life as a naval officer, defined either by sheer luck in survival or the complete annihilation of pirates, having long abandoned any notion of being on the front lines. Ricky, relying on his rank of sergeant, led a leisurely life in Roguetown. On Christmas Eve, as delicate snowflakes fell, the festive atmosphere remained undisturbed by pirate attacks. Ricky sat alone on the eaves with a panoramic view, a beer in hand, gazing at the myriad lights flickering within countless windows, a heartwarming scene of familial warmth. Yet, his smile belied an overwhelming solitude. In this world, Ricky had no family to share in the joy. A sigh escaped him as he contemplated a reason to resign. Perhaps returning to his village of Elia to farm and raise pigs would be preferable. The waters of Town were too treacherous. It might be better to safeguard the hometown where he had lived for several years. Over the past year, his terrifying achievements had left the entire navy of Roguetown in awe, yet he still faced the scorn of the townspeople. Following the execution of Yuri by military tribunal, the populace directed their disdain towards him, blaming Ricky for the deaths, which left him profoundly disheartened. No one remembered the sacrifices he made to protect Roguetown. After submitting his resignation letter, Colonel Losatso erupted in anger, perplexed by the decision. The sole reason for resigning was simply expressed in 3 words: I am exhausted. Within the confines of the Roguetown naval base, in the Colonel's office, Sergeant Richie feigned a recurrence of his old injuries, standing before Losatso's desk. Resignation? Are you joking? Colonel Losatso exclaimed. Sergeant Richie, what has become of your sense of justice? Oh, sir, Richie replied, my limbs are all crippled. The relentless injuries have penetrated to my very bones. Please, allow me to resign. Ricky's abysmal acting left Losatso utterly exasperated, even inciting a desire to strike him, though he knew he couldn't. So, is this about the court? He inquired. No, it's merely a recurrence of my physical injuries that prompted my retreat to the sidelines. Haven't you noticed that I've solely resorted to using firearms against our adversaries? Losatso, with a furrowed brow, observed Ricky's pitiful demeanor, a testament to his notorious reputation within the Navy of Roguetown, at a time when the Navy was in dire need of talent. Ricky's resignation posed a dilemma for Losatso. Ricky, are you resolute in your departure? Indeed, Ricky felt no sense of purpose in safeguarding them. Instead, he was treated like a pariah by the townsfolk. He often questioned whether his radical views rendered him an outcast. I see, Losatso replied. However, you must be aware that your information has been relayed to Navy headquarters. The higher-ups may come to find you in Elia village once they conclude their affairs. That's fine. By then, my injuries will have healed, and I might be able to reclaim the rank of sergeant. No, not sergeant. You will be dispatched to the elite training camp under General Zephyr. Upon graduation, your rank will be no less than colonel. Since you have acquiesced to my resignation. We shall discuss this later. Ricky, with a heart full of justice, would never consider becoming a pirate, a fact that troubled Losatso, especially during this peak of piracy. Who wouldn't be infatuated with that great treasure? With approximately 20,000 berries tucked into his backpack, Ricky departed the branch base for the shore, boarding a fast boat that was still operational on Christmas Eve. Upon stepping aboard, Ricky greeted the captain. Hey there, old chap. Aren't you supposed to be spending Christmas Eve with your family? What family do I have left? I'm just taking on a few passengers to earn some money on this festive night. Surely, there won't be any pirates lurking about at sea. True enough. How much to Elia village? 2,000 berries. I assure you, I will get you there within 2 days. Sounds good. He tossed the sailor 2,100 berries. Old man, what do you truly believe justice is? Ricky inquired as he sat by the fireplace in the boat cabin. That's a question for soldiers. I wouldn't know. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. 2 nights later, Ricky returned to the dock of Elia village, paid the fare, and bid farewell to the sailor. A year of experiences weighed heavily upon him, filled with the specter of death that loomed over him daily. This was not the life he desired. It felt overwhelmingly stifling. He hadn't even mastered the 6 styles of the Navy, as there was no instruction on them at the Roguetown branch. The training consisted merely of basic physical techniques and military exercises, with most soldiers focused on marksmanship. Upon disembarking, Ricky spotted a plump, dark chicken sitting upright on the dock steps, its body entirely blanketed in snow. Cluck, cluck, it exclaimed. No, the black chick was already dead. Who could it possibly be? Approaching for a closer look, I discovered that it was snoring. Hello, little black chick. What are you doing sleeping here? As Richie drew closer, he realized that the chick bore an uncanny resemblance to his own black hen. Could it possibly be the chick that hatched from the black egg he had encountered earlier? With a startled squawk, the chick's beak shattered the silence, and it found itself taken aback by the sight of Richie's bearded face. Instinctively, the entire bird tensed, trembling in vigilance as it fixed its gaze on Richie, yet it felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from this human man. The nearby Celia tavern buzzed with life, the villagers' jubilant cheers resonating from afar. You are the chick that hatched from that black egg, the offspring of my black hen, Richie exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at the fact that it had not met a grim fate, but had instead emerged into the world. The chick seemed to comprehend Richie's words, its tiny feet scuttling eagerly towards the village entrance. Ricky, with his backpack in tow, hurried after the chick, exclaiming, "Hey, chick, I am your father's master. Don't run away." To his astonishment, the chick led him straight to his own doorstep. The lights were on inside, making him suspect a burglar had invaded his home. He lifted his leg and forcefully kicked open the sturdy wooden door, entering with a sardonic smile. "Oh dear, someone dares to intrude upon my abode and steal. How audacious. Miss, who might you be?" Before Ricky could finish his sentence, he opened his eyes to behold a radiant light illuminating the fair, youthful form of a woman, her body entirely unveiled before his gaze. Eek! The woman, exposed to Ricky's sight, let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the village, prompting villagers to rush in brandishing hoes. "What is the matter, Rita? Who is this man? He suddenly barged into my home. Help!" The woman, hastily dressing, pointed at Ricky in alarm. "Your home? This is unequivocally my house, madam. How dare you trespass and commit such misdeeds in a woman's dwelling? Seize him." Seeing only one individual, the intoxicated villagers surged forward. A slightly irate Ricky turned to face them, his bearded visage unrecognized by the villagers. Bam! Crack! Thud! After a brief scuffle, the village's strong men lay defeated and bruised on the ground, begging for mercy. "Spare us, brave hero." "Hey, it's me, Ricky. What is going on? Do you not recognize me?" "Huh? Ricky, weren't you out at sea? What brings you back?" "I returned injured to recuperate. By the way, what is the meaning of this situation in my house?" He chose to conceal his military enlistment from the villagers. Upon realizing it was Ricky, the villagers relaxed and began explaining, lamenting their unnecessary beating. The woman remained frozen in place. Ricky's house was originally that of a refugee from another island, which had been ravaged by pirates. This unfortunate soul drifted to Elia village and took residence within Ricky's home. "So that's how it is. You must pay me rent," Ricky remarked. Chapter 7, Awakening. The Conqueror's Haki. "Oh dear, Ricky, do not make things difficult for her. It's getting late. Let us discuss this tomorrow," someone interjected. "Very well." The villagers, clutching their swollen cheeks, hurriedly fled, unable to believe that Ricky would resort to such harshness. Each of their faces bore the marks of a brutal encounter. "Rent?" But the village chief did not mention anything about rent, "And I have no berries," the woman replied, her expression one of desperation, causing Ricky considerable vexation. Suddenly, a little black chick wandered in from outside, gazing up at Ricky. It slowly turned to leave, but was swiftly caught by Ricky's hand. Do not harm it. This little black chick can understand human language. I am aware. The gravestone in the backyard belongs to its father, who was shot dead by pirates a year ago, and I buried him myself." As Ricky held the chick and entered the house, he noticed that the entire place had been transformed into a woman-esque dwelling, adorned with fragrant decorations. For Ricky, who was allergic to strong scents, it was quite offensive. "Your father was named Black Go-Go, just like you, plump as a little ball. I presume, henceforth, you shall be called Little Black Go-Go." The chick seemed to comprehend, chirping back in response to Ricky. "Let us leave this room for her. It would be unseemly for me to cohabitate with her. I wish to avoid gossip from the villagers. I shall take the chick, and you may reside in the house. But you must prepare 3 meals for me each day as rent. Is that true?" "Indeed. I keep my promises." Ricky had just enough berries to last through the winter. The little chick appeared quite eager to follow Ricky, tilting its head curiously at this remarkably affectionate human. Ricky did not linger in the room. After enduring a year of naval battles, his first desire was, of course, to revel in merriment. Outside the Ilia tavern, the little black creature perched on Ricky's shoulder, tilting its head in curiosity. "From now on, I shall call you Little Black, for your father was once quite the drinker." Ha. It seemed as though Little Black was proclaiming that it too could partake in libations. Pushing open the tavern door, Ricky stepped inside. "Welcome. What would you like to drink?" Celia inquired while polishing a glass. "Celia, bring me 2 beers, 1 large and 1 small." The familiar tone evoked thoughts of only one person. "You are Ricky. Have you returned to the village? Could the ruckus outside be related to you?" "Haha, Celia, it's been ages. You still possess that tempestuous spirit." Celia presented 2 glasses of beer with a smile, remarking, "Oh, all flattery, and yet after a year, you remain unchanged." "My little chick has returned. Is this the offspring of that black egg?" "To be precise, it is its son." "Haha, Ricky, you certainly dealt us a blow earlier. This round of drinks is on us. It would be a disservice to my swollen face not to get you intoxicated." Ricky grinned confidently. "Oh no. You might end up sprawled on the tavern floor, causing trouble." Laughter erupted. Turning, Ricky exchanged a knowing glance with Celia, and she instantly understood. As night enveloped the village and the tavern emptied, Ricky aided Celia in tidying up after a long day. Hand in hand, they ascended to her room on the second floor, where they spent an exhilarating night together, dispelling the emptiness that had lingered for a year. The following day, awakening in bed, Ricky gazed upon the contented woman beside him, gently caressing her face. "The money is on the nightstand, Celia. I fear I shall be unable to operate the tavern today." Ricky rose, donned his attire, and offered an awkward smile, gazing at the blushing Celia. "Is the tavern in need of assistance? I have a woman residing at my home. She might be able to aid you in the future, alleviating the burden of managing the tavern alone." "Indeed, I am also in search of a bartender," Celia replied. "Very well, I shall return and inform her." After Ricky departed, Celia glanced at the 5,000 berries resting on the bedside cabinet and murmured, "How generous." In this world, ordinary women often require cunning to survive, unless they encounter someone who truly loves them. The relationship between Ricky and Celia had always been one rooted in a transactional friendship. On the pristine, earthen path, Ricky ambled through the streets clad in autumn attire, as plumes of thick black smoke billowed from the chimneys of various homes. "Cluck, cluck. What's the matter? Are you hungry?" Little Black tilted its head in response, successfully eliciting a laugh from Ricky. Its curious, round eyes were simply delightful. A plump black chicken, nearly the size of Ricky's head, perched on his shoulder, tilting its head curiously as it observed him. Upon returning home, Ricky was greeted by the sight of Rita preparing a sumptuous feast, abundant in portions. Upon noticing Ricky's arrival, she hurriedly invited him. "Please, take a seat. My culinary skills may not be exceptional, and I am unsure of your preferences. But Little Black is not particular. It smells delightful. Consider this house your home from now on. I shall not disturb you outside of meal times." "Yes, thank you," Ricky replied. "There is one more thing, Rita. Do you have a job?" he inquired as she carried dishes to the dining table. "Not yet. But the vegetables in the backyard are sufficient for our needs. Perhaps you could apply for the bartender position at Celia's Tavern." "Really? I have been fretting over idleness at home." "Indeed, you may inquire about the salary tomorrow morning." Ricky's residence is situated in a spacious area, flanked by enclosures specifically designed for animal husbandry, with a backyard boasting half an acre of fertile land, ensuring an ample supply of sustenance. In the world of One Piece, the soil is remarkably rich, yielding exceptionally large vegetables and other edibles. Meat is considerably less expensive than vegetables in this realm. After satisfying his hunger, Ricky ventured into the untamed forest with his chick for training. Using the towering trees and massive boulders as his training targets, he summoned the power of his ki. Clenching his fists, he began to strike the colossal trees surrounding him. An exhilarating sensation coursed through him. Could this be Haki? The newfound energy surging from his fists left Ricky in awe. His punches felt as though they had been hardened by some unseen force, exuding an overwhelming dominance. A sensation he had previously encountered in Loguetown. With a resounding impact, Ricky's fist struck the tree trunk. The ki enveloping his fist created a pressure that was felt even before contact was made. In that fleeting moment, the ki flowed from his body into the trunk, the formidable force penetrating through to the other side, leaving a distinct imprint on a tree behind it. This was the pure essence of Ricky's ki. He then attempted to land a punch on a boulder. While the imprint was less pronounced, fissures began to appear on the rock's surface. Observing the swirling ki energy dancing on his hand, Ricky mused. His ki resembled the flowing cherry Haki, yet it was entirely distinct, while flowing cherry Haki inflicts internal damage. His ki penetrated through the enemy's body, causing internal injuries. In this world, an individual with weak organs would perish from a single blow from Ricky. Moreover, his ki could circulate throughout his entire being, creating a skill akin to a buff effect, enhancing his physical attributes, such as speed and strength, although it consumed considerable stamina. Previously, Ricky had attempted to channel this power into bullets, but found it utterly impossible. Currently, he could not release his strength outwardly. It remained contained within his body for his own use. Thus far, he had only unlocked the first stage of his ki, which meant he had not yet mastered its precise control. The presence of Haki's flowing aura within his arm suggested that he had indeed awakened the armament Haki. Ceasing the use of ki, Ricky clenched his fists, attempting to invoke the power of Haki. Black markings began to manifest on his forearms, gradually enveloping his wrists. His hands transformed into a pair of jet black fists, as unyielding as steel. With a resonant duong, the Haki coiled around his fists. It truly could turn black. The exhilaration of acquiring this power in such a world filled Ricky with immense joy as he gazed at his fists before striking down upon the massive boulder before him. The moment his Haki-wrapped fists made contact, the boulder shattered as if struck by an object even harder than itself, sending debris flying. How astonishing! What would happen if another layer of vigorous airflow were to envelop? A white torrent gradually cloaked the black fist, swirling around Risha's armored hand. He then swung a powerful punch towards the massive tree trunk behind him, the air resonating with a thunderous explosion. The point of impact erupted, splintering the wood into countless fragments that cascaded onto the grass below. A thought struck me. I could seek out the village carpenter to craft a series of wooden dummies, allowing me to practice incessantly. In the present moment, Rish, while battling pirates, was a stark contrast to his usual self. One was a cold-blooded youth, while the other was a man whose eyes sparkled with fervor. His formidable punches loomed above the forest, toppling snow-laden trees one after another. Suddenly, amidst his training, Rish heard a distant cry of anguish and swiftly dashed towards the source. Accompanied by his companion, Little Black. As nimble as a swallow, he soon spotted a massive monstrous bear, viciously mauling a villager who had been hunting. Clenching his fist and channeling his strength, Rish surged forward, delivering a devastating blow that sent the bear's hefty form soaring through the air for several seconds. "Mislot, are you unharmed?" With a smile gracing his face, Richie inquired about the injured villager. "You are Richie. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Otherwise, I would have perished." The villager's neck was nearly bitten through, and his body bore numerous wounds, from which blood flowed freely. Fortunately, Richie's timely intervention had saved him. The monstrous bear, shaking its head, attempted to rise once more for an attack, but upon meeting Richie's icy gaze, it was seized by an uncontrollable tremor. "Begone!" Ricky rebuked the monstrous bear with a fierce shout, causing it to flee in terror, sweat cascading down its face, too frightened to look back. Is this dominance? Could it be that I possess the power of a true sovereign? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Richie's eyes as he helped the villagers back to Old Way's apothecary for treatment. The manifestation of his armed color and Conqueror's color instilled a fiery passion within him. With diligent training, he was certain that he would one day secure a place among the formidable. This would signify that Richie possessed a voice in this world. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, the weak can only await the trampling of the powerful. Justice cannot always be relied upon to shield the vulnerable. Chapter 8. Richie versus Garp. Dr. Vitalosa, will my injuries impede my physical activities? Mislot expressed concern that his wounds might hinder his ability to live independently. This matter bore no significance to Richie, who, accompanied by Little Black, quietly departed from the apothecary. Amidst the heavy snow and swirling flakes, Richie strolled through the village. Having returned the villagers to safety, the townsfolk quickly took notice of him. "Hey, Richie, we appreciate your saving everyone in the village. But we didn't expect you to skip the banquet we prepared in your honor. Indeed, that nearly one-year-old black hen still clings to you." Upon returning to the village, Richie was soon known by all. The villagers' warmth, along with his friends Ramen and Loguetown, eagerly awaited the conclusion of Richie's training to whisk him away to the Elia tavern for a celebration. Their gratitude for his earlier heroics contrasted sharply with the cold-hearted nobility of Roguetown and the influential figures on the island, allowing Richie's heart to find some solace. Night fell. As anticipated, Elia promptly enlisted Rita as the tavern's bartender, granting her a taste of true proprietorship. "Cheers. Richie, you're back. Why didn't you drop by my place to say hello? So, what have you been up to this past year?" "Nothing much, just doing odd jobs for others every day." "What? Odd jobs? Really?" The tavern transformed into a small-scale feast, and patrons were astonished to hear that Richie had spent a year doing menial labor. Many found it hard to believe, especially given the conspicuous medical bandages adorning his body, a testament to the myriad scars that had yet to fully heal. His chiseled cheeks bore several knife wounds, cleverly concealed by his beard, leaving the crowd oblivious. "What happened to those injuries?" Taking a sip of beer, Richie replied slowly, "Oh, these? They're the result of battles with pirates." "Pirates? Of course. What do you mean, of course? Richie, have you joined the Navy? Don't dwell on it too much. Let us drink. Cheers." He refrained from disclosing his naval endeavors, yet the villagers seemed to surmise his activities with uncanny accuracy. On that evening, the weary Ricky sat intoxicated at the edge of the frigid dock steps, gazing out at the sea with eyes that bore the weight of countless stories. Earlier, he had ventured into the vastness of the ocean with aspirations of glory, yet upon witnessing the brutal realities of the world, he longed to return to a tranquil existence. Each day, he watched his comrades fall, suppressing uprisings to protect a cadre of nobles who regarded him with disdain. It became unbearable for Richie to remain in Roguetown. However, the year had not been devoid of gains. He had acquired knowledge of military tactics and an understanding of the current world situation. The Grand Line in the New World teemed with rapidly evolving monsters, transforming into formidable forces. The most notorious among them was Douglas Barrett, whose madness had escalated to indiscriminate slaughter, leaving those who crossed his path with abruptly concluded journeys. My inherent sense of justice forbids me from committing malevolent acts. As night enveloped the village, the lights in every household flickered out. The following morning, Richie resumed his training in the forest, using the mountains as his makeshift punching bags. Relentlessly honing his strength, day by day, he witnessed a marked improvement in his abilities. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle, the sun cast its golden rays upon the islands. The weather across the seas mirrored that of the earth, cycling through the seasons each day. The chaos among pirates had somewhat stabilized, as the formidable marauders faced suppression by the naval forces. Is this the place? Clad in a white suit and draped in a cloak of justice, the silver-haired Admiral Garp disembarked at the dock of Elia village. Indeed, it was Admiral Garp. The soldiers beside him saluted, appearing like children in his presence. This was the renowned Iron Fist Garp, lauded as a hero of the Navy, towering and spirited. He had returned to the East Blue after completing his mission, intent on reintegrating Richie into the naval ranks. With a thunderous crash, he observed the mountains behind Elia village, their peaks leveled by an unseen, potent force. Oh, it seems there is someone else like me, training with the mountains. Let us go see who it is. Over the years, Elia village had transformed into a small town, yet without a governmental decree, it retained the title of a village. Several mountains had been flattened by Richie, significantly contributing to the rapid development of the island for its inhabitants. Ah, that fellow Richie never seems to rest, always off to gather more stones. The Navy. The Navy has arrived. Kapu approached the peculiar little town, accompanied by a group of solemn soldiers, observing the strange architecture adorned with the spines of ships atop the buildings. What struck him as odd was the existence of a so-called pirate slave market on this island. It was the notorious East Sea Pirate, with a bounty of 7 million Johanbert, known for his heinous crimes. To his astonishment, he found this pirate assisting the townsfolk with their household chores. The soldiers, comparing the wanted poster of the East Sea Pirate, gazed incredulously at the pirate captain diligently scrubbing clothes on a washboard outside a civilian's home. How could he willingly partake in such menial labor? Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind from a punch surged towards the road beside him from a mountain 100 meters away, startling him into a sudden display of gentleness. Despite his fierce exterior, of course I willingly do this. Ha ha ha, look how clean these clothes are. Navy, come save me. The Navy soldiers stood in shocked silence, their eyes fixated on the terrifying fist imprint embedded in the ground beside the pirate captain. Was this Haki? No. While Haki can manifest outwardly, this was evidently something else. As Kapu analyzed the imprint, Richie emerged from the forest, his arms bare, showcasing a physique brimming with strength. Marred with scars from battles against the ferocious beasts of the mountains and woods, Richie stood before Garp, saluting with the precision of a soldier awaiting orders. His demeanor was resolute, yet bore an air of nonchalance. Garp, taken aback, marveled at Richie's towering stature, which surpassed his own, and the extraordinary aura that enveloped him. You must be the renowned sergeant from Roguetown. Seeing you in person is indeed a revelation. The hardened physique of Richie commanded the respect of the surrounding soldiers, who straightened their postures, sensing the formidable presence he exuded. Whispers had circulated about his indomitable spirit since he joined the Navy a year ago. Indeed, Sergeant Richie reporting for duty. Even after years of rigorous training, Richie found himself awestruck by the magnetic energy radiating from the silver-haired man before him. This was his first encounter with Garp. Ah, you certainly bear the hallmark of a soldier. How have your injuries fared? Garp squinted, his gaze fixed on Richie, nostrils flaring as he scrutinized him. Richie's body was marked with claw and bite scars. The surrounding comrades, unaccustomed to such a serious atmosphere, refrained from greeting Richie, opting instead to observe quietly from doorways and walls. Very well, shall we engage in combat to assess my current strength? Richie stood tall in response to Garp. Oh, would you like me to test you? At this, Richie furrowed his brow as Garp's face broke into a playful grin. After a moment of mutual gaze, Richie acquiesced. All right, let us retreat to the back mountains. There are too many villagers here. Ha ha ha. I shall not hold back, young sergeant. You need not exercise restraint, Rear Admiral. The unwavering confidence in Ricky's eyes and demeanor left Garp momentarily dumbfounded. The other soldiers Garp had brought were gathering information about the town, remaining vigilant against the seemingly docile pirates, with only one officer maintaining proximity to him. As they journeyed from the town to the mountains, Garp observed the path strewn with rubble and the remnants of jagged peaks. These mountains had been leveled by Ricky's bare fists, one strike at a time. The two faced each other in a dirt clearing within the mountains. It seems you have been diligent in your training. I am eager to witness your prowess. On the day of Roger's execution, Garp and Sengoku had acknowledged the significance of Ricky's composure. Sengoku, intrigued by Ricky's ability to survive, had been closely monitoring the situation since he joined the Navy. Indeed, I have witnessed far too much death as a rookie. Suddenly, the air crackled with an explosive force as Ricky tightened his fists, channeling his inner energy to envelop his hands. He yearned to test whether his current prowess could penetrate the defenses of this world's foremost powerhouse. Observing the searing heat emanating from Ricky's clenched fist beneath the blazing sun, Garp removed his righteous coat from his back. Even under the scorching rays, the distinctly visible white energy intrigued Garp. Is that your strength? It does not resemble Haki, does it? Let us commence, Admiral Garp. Ricky's legs erupted with tremendous force as he propelled himself towards Garp, uttering not a single word of superfluous dialogue. Garp's nonchalant demeanor had already led him to an understanding of the outcome of their bout. A grin of excitement spread across his face. A target offered freely should not be dismissed. Before Ricky could close the distance, he swung his arm with ferocity, unleashing a gust of wind that sliced through the air, akin to a thunderous assault aimed at Garp. This was the same attack from earlier, as Garp attempted to deflect the force with his wrist positioned defensively. The energy pierced through his clothing and struck his chest directly. The immense power forced Garp to take a step back. What manner of strength is this? Ricky, now in close quarters, was taken aback to see Garp, seemingly unfazed by the brunt of his meticulously honed strike. With a mighty shout, he swung his fist towards Garp. Garp's purpose for being here was to bring Ricky back, and now he had the perfect opportunity to assess his capabilities. After all, he had heard tales of Ricky, a man who could withstand 100 blades without faltering. The moniker of the Indomitable intrigued him greatly, extending his unarmored iron fist. Garp met Ricky's punch without exerting his full strength. Boom. The ground beneath them fractured and exploded, the force of their collision radiating outward like a blade. However, Ricky's expression reflected his struggle. Garp's powerful punch felt as solid as a titanium alloy plate. This time, the energy did not penetrate his fist but instead surged inward. In all the years, the pirates invading Elia village had never compelled him to fight with all his might, but now, at this moment, Ricky was determined to unleash everything he had. Blood surged with exhilaration in Ricky's heart, excitement radiating from him. Come on, unleash your full power, boy. Let me see just how capable you are, Garp declared, increasing the force in his arm and forcing Ricky back. His flip-flops skidded across the dirt, leaving a mark as Ricky gritted his teeth and began to channel his energy. The culmination of years of training filled him with anticipation of how far he could push himself against this peak period naval hero. In a small town nestled in the deep mountains, the sound of explosions echoed, drawing the attention of the small creature leading the beast training, who turned its gaze towards the clash between Ricky and Garp. As Ricky's second in command, it managed all the beasts that Ricky had conquered. Chapter 9, Tremors. The stance of the martial god. I do not rely solely on brute strength. With the armed color of Haki coiling around his wrists, Ricky summoned his energy, unleashing a colossal force throughout his body. Countless veins in his muscles surged with the flow of power, and their fists collided with explosive intensity. Boom. To Garp's astonishment, he was actually pushed back by Ricky's forceful strike. Garp's face reflected shock, but also immense satisfaction at the prospect of adding such a remarkable individual to the Navy. As Garp reveled in this joy, he cast a sidelong glance at Ricky, who was once again closing in, and delivered a punch aimed at the vulnerable left side of his abdomen. To gauge Ricky's strength, Garp opted to meet this blow head-on with unyielding resolve. Penetrating force. The sudden surge of an enigmatic power in his fist caused Garp to furrow his brow slightly. His armored fist was enveloped by a magnificent flow of formidable energy. Upon contact, a tremendous explosion of air erupted, though the penetrating force could not breach his iron-like physique. However, his white suit was torn asunder, reduced to ashes that dissipated into the ether, as if evaporated. Garp's impressively muscular frame came into view for Richie. each sinew resembling steel, frighteningly rigid. Feeling a searing, tearing pain in his left side, Garp offered a slight smile. Impressive strength. If only your power were a touch greater. You might have shattered this old man's iron frame. Then it would be my turn. Having witnessed his full-force punch absorbed by Garp, Richie began to comprehend why this man was regarded as a paragon of combat prowess. This was the very blow that had obliterated his upper garments. Yet Garp remained unscathed. As Garp's clenched iron fist detonated with lightning speed, the air shimmered with a wave of white energy, inflicting upon Richie a heart-wrenching agony that pierced through his very core. The force of Garp's punch surpassed the pain Richie had endured from countless slashes on the battlefield. The impact destabilized Richie, causing him to grit his teeth in torment. Before Richie could finish his anguished cry, Garp vanished from sight, reappearing directly above him to deliver another blow to his face. The sheer might of this strike drove Richie's body into the fractured earth below. This was undoubtedly the most lethal assault Richie had ever endured. Yet Garp had clearly held back, not even employing his armed Haki. "It's over, kid. Your breath is fading," Garp remarked, observing the blood streaming from Richie's nostrils and mouth. Suddenly, he leaped from the fractured ground to stand on solid earth. "Had I possessed a formidable ally like you as a sparring partner over these past years, my strength would have likely soared even higher." Ricky gazed at Garp with unwavering determination, his breath heavy, as if he had just emerged from the gates of hell. "Is this merely an illusion? Young man, do I sense an increase in your aura despite your injuries?" Noticing that Ricky's fighting spirit remained undiminished, Garp felt a spark of intrigue towards him. Those fierce punches earlier had indeed unleashed a fraction of his strength. "No, this is the fervor that has lain dormant within me for 4 long years. Perhaps there exists a technique that I can employ against you." With arms wide open and palms focused, Richie concentrated his energy. As intention transformed into form, and form into power, accompanied by the incantations resonating within his heart, his skin began to undergo an intense, scorching metamorphosis. The temperature around him surged dramatically, and his exterior took on a vivid crimson hue. The fusion of armed Haki and vital energy propelled him into an entirely new state. A formidable heat enveloped him, so intense that Garp could even feel his skin being seared by the high temperature. Was it a technique to accelerate blood flow? No. Yet this aura of dominance felt distinctly different. What exactly was transpiring within you? Ricky's towering crimson physique, nearly 3 meters tall, radiated boundless strength, while simultaneously depleting his stamina. This form, which he dubbed the War God stance, allowed his power to multiply exponentially. His body, sculpted like stone, was a perfect embodiment of intense heat, causing the blood on his lips to evaporate completely. "I cannot maintain this form for long. Commander, let us conclude this swiftly." In the blink of an eye, Ricky silently flickered to Garp's front, delivering a strike comparable to divine might. Garp, raising his hands defensively, was sent crashing into a nearby mountain by the force of a single blow. The fervent energy surged through everything, shattering forests and peaks alike with his fist. "That was the power I witnessed upon landing. You are indeed formidable." With a swift maneuver known as the Marine 6 style shave, Garp vanished from sight, only for Ricky to lock onto his position and appear behind him. Breaking force, or God charge punch. All of Ricky's energy converged into his fists, forming a terrifyingly powerful gauntlet that he unleashed upon Garp. Unyielding, Garp responded with equal ferocity, their fists colliding with thunderous intensity. It resembled a clash between 2 titanic muscle-bound demons, each tightening their fists for battle. The ferocious wind from their strikes obliterated everything in their vicinity, even reaching the distant village of Ilia. The officers accompanying Garp raised their hands in defense, stunned by the spectacle. They had come to the East Sea to accomplish a mission with Garp and never anticipated that this individual would surpass them by several levels. The intensity of the fight even ignited Garp's own battle spirit. "Commander, we can no longer increase our power. The nearby town cannot withstand such terrifying shockwaves." "Silence. Just watch." Minutes of rapid exchanges intensified Ricky's excitement. Despite his body nearing its limits, he continued to strike relentlessly, a battle fanatic unwilling to concede defeat. Each punch detonated with explosive energy, resonating across the island. "You seem to have reached your limits, Sergeant. I am far from satisfied, ha ha ha. Before I fall, I intend to gift you something monumental." The disparity between Ricky's strength and Garp's was glaringly evident. Even when unleashing his full power against Garp, his energy had yet to pierce Garp's skin. The unfathomable prowess of Garp instilled a twinge of fear in Ricky. "Ha ha ha, unleash your full strength, boy." The fervent blood coursing through Ricky's veins elevated his spirit to unprecedented heights. As he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, he resolved to unleash the newfound energy he had just mastered to shatter Cap's titanium-like defenses before succumbing. The first stage, known as the charging force, allowed him to channel energy into his limbs, creating explosive effects with each punch. The second stage, penetrating force, enabled the energy to pierce through the human body, inflicting damage on multiple foes, including those behind the primary target. The third stage, breaking force, concentrated energy into visibly vibrant fists, allowing rapid strikes that would dismantle defenses and disperse within the enemy, causing internal injuries. The fourth stage, energy surge, involved gathering all internal energy and releasing it, resulting in devastating destruction to all in the vicinity, particularly effective against those with the powers of the Conqueror's Haki. With a resounding crash, Ricky unleashed his full power, propelling Cap away, and then, with a thunderous roar, he concentrated every last ounce of strength into his chest, forming a radiant white luminescence. What do you intend to do, boy? I approach every battle with utmost seriousness. This move will not harm you, so do not hold back. Had this not been a sparring match, Ricky would likely have been obliterated by Cap's might. Up to this point, Cap had not employed his armament Haki, a testament to his formidable strength. Should he choose to do so, this small island would likely not withstand the devastation. Energy surge. Explosion. The immense force erupted from his chest, a blinding white light radiating across the island's mountainous terrain. The village of Elia trembled, and the surrounding seas began to roar. As he released all his energy and Haki outward, a terrifying shockwave ensued, expanding relentlessly. What a terrifying individual! An officer exclaimed, his face etched with despair. Cap, utilizing the shave technique, flashed before the officer, shielding him with his hands. With a deafening roar, the shockwave tore through Cap's iron skin, forcing him to envelop himself in a formidable layer of armament Haki. As blood began to trickle from Cap's hands, Ricky's strength began to wane with his diminishing stamina. What followed were a series of heavy punches from Cap, each blow raining down mercilessly, causing Ricky to spit blood and lose his ability to resist. He was once more propelled from the air into the ground, his muscles tearing, blood seeping into the earth's fissures. The warrior god posture dissipated. Cap grasped Ricky's arm and hoisted him up, exclaiming, "Impressive strength. You possess great potential, boy." Ricky, was it? I shall remember you well. Everything around was flattened by the shockwave. Within 100 meters, all things perished in an instant. Meanwhile, Ricky was preparing the foundation for the second village expansion in the island of Ilia. Despite having endured numerous punches from the admiral, he remarkably remained conscious. Truly a formidable individual. He was no match at all, befitting of a naval hero. Lying on the ground, Ricky was awed by Garp's strength. Soon he endured the pain coursing through his body and stood up. A steadfast belief within him made it impossible for him to succumb. The excruciating sensation of his flesh tearing was a constant torment, yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Your strength has taken me by surprise. It surpasses mine at the age of 23 by many folds. Garp had never encountered such a tenacious young man, visibly wounded, yet standing defiantly before him, exuding an aura that only intensified. Should I document this battle report, Admiral Garp? Certainly. Otherwise, Sengoku, the fleet admiral, would claim I am remiss in my duties. Despite unleashing his full might, Garp's defenses remained unbroken until Ricky finally channeled all his Haki and energy, shattering it. This bout afforded Ricky profound insight into his current capabilities. Approaching Garp, Ricky, unable to contain his resolve, stated, "I can return, but you must establish a naval branch at this base to safeguard the lives of its villagers. Otherwise, I shall not accompany you back." Observing Ricky's unwavering determination, Garp comprehended the significance of this village to him and ultimately acquiesced. Constructing a branch base for a future immensely powerful navy would be an invaluable investment. Now, Ricky, in his god of war stance, fought with all his might. Reaching the strength of a naval vice admiral, his formidable presence and astonishing vitality, along with his resilience against pain, left Garp utterly astonished. The construction of the base would require nearly a month, meaning I must accompany you in the East Blue for that duration before I can take you back. In Oldway's apothecary, Garp tended to the injuries on his arm inflicted by Ricky's explosive Haki, while Ricky changed into a fitted white outfit that accentuated his physique, resembling medical bandages. Indeed, I shall not depart until the safety of this village is assured. Ilia village still harbors a multitude of pirates enslaved if Ricky were to leave. A rebellion would surely ensue. I understand. I understand. You little rascal. Chapter 10. Departure. The entrance of Monkey D. Luffy, what transpired deep within the mountains just now? What was that blinding white light? I don't know. It must be the doing of that guy. The pirates, engaged in laborious tasks for each household, were discussing the recent events. Upon noticing Ricky emerging from the apothecary, they promptly lowered their heads and diligently resumed their work. For none wished to endure the merciless punishment meted out by Ricky. A baby-s wail echoed from Garp's dog-headed warship. Alas, the little one is hungry again. I must return to check. Observing Garp hastily making his way back to his vessel, Ricky surmised the identity of the crying infant. Either the newborn Luffy delivered to Garp by Dragon or the already 3-year-old Ace. However, he was unconcerned as he entered the Celia tavern, reclining at the bar while gazing at the 2 mature women before him. Another injury, I see. What shall you drink today? Really, you ought to take better care of yourself. She greeted him with a smile, gently tapping Rita's head before placing Ricky's favorite wine before him. Hey, Ricky, you actually have a connection with the Navy hero. Don't misunderstand. I have no ties to him. He is merely my superior. Our encounter was solely for me to gauge my own strength. 3 years of training has brought me to this level. My relationship with Garp is strictly professional. What connection could there be from our first meeting? Are you leaving the village again? Yes, but first I must establish the Navy branch before I depart. Ricky leaned against the bar, pouring wine into himself from the bottle. What? The Navy is constructing a base in Elia village? That means our village will be protected. Indeed, Ricky affirmed, the sensation of his healing wounds making him lethargic, longing only for a hearty meal and a restful slumber amidst the beasts. Celia, I am hungry. Over the past 3 years, Ricky had forged a deep bond with these 2 women. All right, I will prepare something for you immediately. Rita, keep an eye on the bar. Oh, ha, Ricky, you seem to have 2 wives, teased other patrons of the tavern. Ricky merely smiled faintly, indifferent to their jests. In this world, he was essentially alone. Why should he care about the opinions of others? Before long, the patrons turned their gazes towards the tavern's entrance, where a man of similar stature to Ricky entered. The door creaked open as Garp strode in, cradling a baby not yet a year old. Ah, there you are, lad. I've informed Sengoku about the construction of the base. I shall enjoy a long holiday on this island. As the global situation stabilized, Garp and other high-ranking warriors could afford to relax. The infant, with knife and fork in hand, devoured the enormous meal prepared by Celia, his keen eyes fixed intently on the child in Garp's arms. Those bright, discerning eyes were clearly remarkable. Ah, speaking of him, this little fellow is my grandson, named Monkey D. Luffy, not yet a year old. Just a few months shy of it, ha. Upon hearing Luffy's name, a thrill surged through Richie's heart. The protagonist of this world stood before him. How could he not feel exhilarated? Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calmness, rising to approach Garp and gazing at Luffy. Quick, say rubber for me to hear, otherwise I shall not believe you're real. To Richie's surprise, Luffy, seeing the bandaged Richie, exhibited no fear. Instead, he stretched out his tiny, infantile hand as if to grasp him. Ha. It seems he rather likes you, lad. But why do you want him to say rubber? What is that? Garp asked, perplexed, unaware that Luffy would one day consume the rubber fruit. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual remark. By the way, Chief, do you have any tasks for the upcoming month? Richie awkwardly smiled, raising an eyebrow to shift the topic. Nothing much. Just sent by Sengoku to maintain order in the East Sea, and then I'll bring you back to the Navy headquarters. Is that so? Richie teased Garp by using a fork to poke at the meat, causing Luffy to widen his eyes, reaching out for the steak on Richie's fork, only to find it out of reach. Wah! He began to wail in longing. Heh, it seems this trait has been with him since birth. Smack! Garp delivered a light punch to Richie's head. Do not entice him with meat. This fellow is quite sensitive. Ouch, what was that for? I was merely testing. Richie rubbed his sore head as he ushered Garp to a seat. Garp placed Luffy on the bar, attracting the attention of Rita and Celia, who, guided by maternal instincts, playfully entertained Luffy as they worked. When Garp entered the tavern, the atmosphere shifted to one of silence, as patrons could hardly believe that the legendary Navy hero had graced this humble establishment. Young lady, pour me a glass of rum. Garp greeted Celia, then turned to Richie, who was eating. You performed admirably just now, lad. Can you enlighten me about the power you wielded? During their skirmish, Garp had sensed Richie's inner energy through his observation Haki, for it was not the aura of Haki that piqued his curiosity. It's merely an ordinary strength. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to wield it. Such bravado. Since you choose not to divulge, I shall not press further. Garp sipped the rum Elia had served, his gaze shifting sideways towards Richie. The Conqueror's Haki, observation Haki. And even the armament Haki. Garp pondered the implications of Richie's innate qualities. The Conqueror's Haki was a birthright of a king, indicating that Richie possessed a regal essence within his fate, suggesting that he would never willingly submit to another, inherently endowed with the potential of a leader. Ricky, gazing intently at the infant Luffy, suddenly broke into a sinister smile. He pondered the ramifications of altering the will of this little fellow before him. What if he could thwart Shanks from bequeathing his aspirations and transform the boy's dream of becoming Pirate King into that of a Navy King instead? What are you laughing at? He was warned. I advise you not to cast your eyes upon my grandson. TCH, what malice could I harbor towards an infant? Am I a devil? From behind the bar, Celia interjected. Well, whenever you smile, it seldom bodes well. Hey, Celia, is that truly the impression I give you? Not at all, but that is certainly how those pirate slaves perceive you. Ahem, bring me another 10 pounds of roasted beef. Ricky is not one to indulge in idle pleasures. All the ingredients in the Celia tavern are provided by him. Whether it be ferocious beasts from the mountains or delectable dishes from the sea, everything has been captured by Ricky during his training. Come now, recover your strength swiftly, lest you give me cause for worry. After a hearty meal, Ricky stepped outside to find Little Black accompanied by a host of wild creatures awaiting instructions at the tavern entrance. The towering brown bear, fierce tiger, and Snow Wolf exhibited a surprisingly endearing demeanor upon seeing Ricky. Ha! You truly remind me of my younger self, Kappa bellowed, observing the inebriated Ricky sprawled atop the tiger's back. At that moment, a soldier approached with documents in hand, saluting, Vice Admiral Kapu. The pirate slaves have been fully accounted for and detained aboard the warship. Well done. These rascals deserve a lifetime in prison. No. It seems they are expressing gratitude through tears, as if they have been redeemed. It appears your methods have cast quite a shadow, young man. After a brief moment of surprise, Kapu waved his hand at Ricky, who lay atop the beasts. The villagers were accustomed to such scenes, yet the Navy soldiers were not. A mere black chicken commanding a troop of wild beasts? What a spectacle that would be. Time flew by, and within a month, supply ships from Roguetown were incessantly traversing to and fro from Elia village, leaving everyone exceedingly busy. The pace of construction was astonishing, with a small naval branch base completed in no time. You must protect the village diligently while I'm away, or upon my return, you shall have a reckoning. Ricky donned his naval uniform, issuing commands to the assembly of beasts at the dock. All the pirate slaves had been taken away, leaving behind a cadre of conquered beasts and Navy personnel to safeguard the village. Little Black perched upon his shoulder as he boarded Kapu's warship. Make sure to visit often. Ricky. Celia gently stroked the great tiger's head as she bid farewell. Next time, we shall drink together again. For the sake of the village's safety and Ricky's attachment to his homeland, Kapu intentionally dispatched a colonel and several elite soldiers to remain stationed on the island. As the warship slowly departed the shore, Ricky felt as if he were embarking on a genuine journey of life, guided by Kapu towards the Navy headquarters. This signified that he would have to confront countless deaths, perhaps even his own. The battles between the Navy and pirates are no trifling matter. They are not the trivial skirmishes depicted in anime. They are battles that stake one's very name. Oh, I forgot to mention, your former superior, Colonel Rosazzo, perished while defending Roguetown. Holding Luffy high above, Ricky received this news with unwavering resolve. His only fondness for that island rested with two individuals, Omer and Dylan. So, who will take his place now? A new colonel has been dispatched from headquarters to succeed him. Let us shift the topic, Commander. What troubles you? The matter concerning the Conqueror's Haki. Will the Navy accept me? In response to Ricky's query, Garp threw back his head in laughter. However, those who possess the Conqueror's Haki are regarded as insurgents by the world government, and currently, including Ricky, there exists but one such individual within the Navy. A rather trivial concern, I must say. Let me inform you that Sengoku also wields the Conqueror's Haki, and he has ascended to the rank of Admiral. Thus your apprehensions are unwarranted. Upon receiving this response, Ricky posed another question. What, in your opinion, instigated the dawn of the great pirate era? Why do so many commoners choose to embark on a life of piracy rather than live securely under the protection of the state? This query left Garp momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Why do you ask such a thing? Ricky placed Luffy upon the deck, allowing him to roam freely. Before approaching Garp and facing him directly, I believe you are aware, Commander, that my homeland must never be reported to the Celestial Dragons or the world government. That so-called heavenly gold must never grace my homeland. Gazing into Ricky's serious and earnest eyes, Garp felt an unsettling sense that he was privy to many hidden truths. Reflecting on the years since the onset of the Great Pirate Era, Ricky identified a significant issue. Why are so many unwilling to live in tranquility? It is precisely the existence of the heavenly gold that has birthed countless pirates in this world. It has even ignited numerous wars, necessitating the Navy's intervention. Nations are compelled to remit heavenly gold to gain the world government's recognition. In pursuit of this wealth, countless nations have opted for war, seeking to establish their standing in the world, leaving only the innocent populace to suffer. These individuals endure the exploitation of the celestial dragons, leading lives of abject poverty, which ultimately drives them to become pirates. This revelation illuminated Ricky's understanding of why he was so widely despised in Loguetown. The global economic reports of recent years have been rife with such news. The annihilation of O'Hara, the demonization of Barrett, and more. The title of the Four Emperors is gradually taking shape, poised to forge an immensely powerful faction in the world. Fear not, I shall take care of this matter. You should focus on remaining within the Navy and becoming a formidable sailor. Garp quickly grasped Ricky's intent. His reluctance to be associated directly with the Celestial Dragons explains his aversion to rising to the rank of Admiral. This is a promise, Commander. After receiving Garp's affirmation, Ricky revealed a weary yet content demeanor. He understood that the true culprits behind the world's suffering were the Celestial Dragons. At this moment, a seed was sown within Garp. Luffy, sprawled on the deck, emitted joyous, infantile sounds, for he could only crawl on his knees and was utterly incapable of standing. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. Weakness itself is a sin. Chapter 11, Marineford, the Devil's Training Camp. Little Black unfurled his ebony wings, engaging in playful antics with baby Luffy. In less than a round, he found himself pinned to the deck by Luffy, unable to move. Of course, this was also due to Little Black's deliberate concession. Ricky cast a glance at the aide standing beside Garp, recognizing that this individual possessed formidable strength as well. In comparison to Garp, he was of a significantly lower caliber, yet he was a swordsman whose eyes were perpetually filled with a menacing aura. Given the opportunity, he genuinely yearned to engage in a spar with a masterful swordsman. Garp chuckled heartily as he introduced, "Ha ha, a keen eye indeed. Bogart is a rear admiral whose prowess is on par with yours, possessing profound skills in swordsmanship." However, it was not Bogart who fought alongside Garp against Ricky. "If you wish to learn swordsmanship, I can impart some knowledge to you, Sergeant." Bogart retorted with a cold smirk, gripping the hilt of his sword. "Thank you, Commander. But I am currently engrossed in developing new techniques and cannot spare the time for sword training." Although the swordplay of this world was undeniably impressive, he had never contemplated pursuing it, as he solely aspired to reach the pinnacle of physical strength. "New techniques?" Bogart inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. Ricky aspires to develop a new technique that merges the Conqueror's Haki with his formidable energy, reaching a state of fervent flames akin to that of a blazing fire. This represents an elevation of the God of War stance. You possess remarkable talent in martial arts, young man," remarked the Vice Admiral. "Thank you, but I still have a long way to go compared to you. No, at your age, your talent far surpasses mine." Upon hearing this, Ricky merely smiled, choosing not to respond further to Garp's words. He understood, of course, that surpassing Garp was merely a matter of time. However, it was prudent to remain low-key for the moment. In the grand scheme of the world, his strength was still insufficient. Achieving the rank of Vice Admiral? Without protection, it would mean nothing. The monsters of the New World could easily contend with the combat power of Vice Admirals. Only by attaining the strength of an admiral could one truly command respect and authority in any region. This was Ricky's conviction. It was during his passage through the special route of the Red Line from the East Sea that Ricky realized the significance of this land, which divides the world. The Red Line serves as a secret passage for the Navy and the world government. The Navy can traverse through the automated redstone gates, sailing directly into the Grand Line. It took approximately a week to reach the triangular waters of the world government's three major institutions, Justice Island, Impel Down, and Marine Headquarters. Each corner boasted a grand and magnificent towering gate. Upon witnessing the gate, Ricky's first instinct was to leap and unleash a full-powered punch imbued with Haki upon it. Have you lost your mind, boy? This is one of the three gates of justice that has stood for 8 centuries, with a resounding clang echoing through the swirling waters. Ricky stared in shock at the spot where he had struck with all his might. Not a dent was left, only a mark from the friction of his hardened Haki. The gate slowly opened, and Ricky used the momentum to swiftly return to the deck of the warship. So sturdy. My wrist aches. His reckless act startled the soldiers aboard, who watched as he shook his wrist, gritting his teeth in pain. What an incorrigible fool. Garp, witnessing this, finally understood why Ricky had engaged in battle with the renowned pirates after Roger's execution. From that moment on, he labeled Ricky as a fool in his mind, oblivious to Ricky's true desire to shatter the imposing gate. As the warship passed through the Gate of Justice, entering the waters of Marineford, the soldiers began to organize the documents for their mission to submit to various departments. After several days aboard the warship, it became clear that Luffy had been raised on formula, having spent his childhood constantly in and out of the Marine headquarters under Garp's watch. Where are you taking me? Vice Admiral Garp? I intended to bring you for an assessment of your abilities, but having learned of your prowess a month ago, we now only need to register your information for the elite training program at headquarters. All right. Upon arriving at the Marineford Bay Naval Base, I beheld the sight of countless troops meticulously training in the square, alongside the solemn and majestic 100-meter headquarters fortress. Could those be giants? Ricky, who had already deemed this world sufficiently bizarre at a towering height of 298 centimeters, was aware of the existence of giants. Yet, as he drew closer to the square, the sheer magnitude of it all left him utterly astounded. Can one truly envision a giant performing push-ups on the expansive ground not far from oneself? It is indeed a magnificent spectacle, my friend, ha ha ha. This experience has certainly satiated my long-standing curiosity. Each face was etched with a serious demeanor, and as Ricky descended from the ladder, he felt the weight of curious gazes upon him. Vice Admiral Garp, you have returned. Who is this? A civilian rushed to Garp's side, taking the record of Garp's mission. This is Ricky. We need someone to measure his height and weight. He is a member of this elite training class. What? Another addition? Indeed, I have personally assessed his strength. He is of monster caliber. This assertion was met with disbelief. Even the soldiers engaged in training turned to glance at the grinning Ricky as they greeted him. Monster caliber? You overestimate me, sir. Ricky, with an innocent smile, approached the examination area, where he underwent measurements conducted by several soldiers. Standing at a towering height of 298 centimeters and weighing 517 pounds, he revealed a terrifyingly perfect muscular physique upon shedding his clothing and bandages. He belonged to the category of individuals who appear slender in attire but are undeniably well-built when unclothed. The seasoned soldier measuring him broke out in a cold sweat, having not encountered such an impeccable specimen of humanity in quite some time. Alas, it seems that regardless of the world, one must always don a suit and tie. Why are you pulling my hair? Ricky inquired, noticing the absence of some strands on his head. The soldiers at headquarters needed to create a life card, which required a single strand of hair to be placed in the storage chamber of the life card. Oh, is that how it works? Ricky let out a sigh as he endured the measurements inflicted upon him by the surveyors. It was none other than Captain Garp, who personally escorted Ricky to the Navy's Devil training camp located on Marineford Island. Upon arrival, he was greeted by two familiar faces, the 17-year-old Smoker and the 15-year-old Tina. The unexpected reunion filled Ricky with joy. No way. Has that guy also joined this place? 5 years ago, the 12-year-old Smoker had witnessed Ricky's fierce battle against those fearsome pirates, leaving a lasting impression on him. Now, Ricky was no longer surprised by the array of naturally vibrant hair colors. White, pink, yellow, and black were all commonplace. Even the sight of someone with naturally green hair elicited no reaction from him. Do you know him, Smoker? Inquired Tina, her soft pink hair complementing her youthful demeanor. Absolutely. That face is unforgettable. He is a monster that cannot be killed. No matter how severe the injuries, he always stands tall to confront his foes. This declaration prompted laughter from the surrounding soldiers. Smoker, anyone who makes it here is a monster, so what's the big deal? He's just a bit taller than us. Indeed, this is the Devil training camp of the former admiral. The prowess of those who gain entry here is not to be underestimated. The label of monster holds no weight in this context. Exactly. It's utterly meaningless. The training camp seemed yet to commence its rigorous regimen. The sun blazed down upon the parade ground, filled with soldiers, some engaged in jovial banter, others exercising, while a few male and female soldiers flirted. Observing the crowd of youngsters, Ricky wore a disdainful expression. He was set to live among this bunch for a year, and his stature and strength felt utterly mismatched. Kid, once you pass through that iron gate, you cannot leave for a year. You better give it your all, Captain Garp said, turning away without another moment's pause. As the massive iron gate of the base clanged shut, Ricky remained unconcerned. The vast land surrounding him, with its forest and sea, left him untroubled about his survival. He made his way to the sandy training ground, donning his summer naval uniform, and found a spot to lie down. Little Black, you will also become a part of this place. Little Black was Ricky's faithful pet, and now, having awakened his observation Haki, he was certain Little Black would not perish easily. Soldiers approached him with disdain. You brought a black chicken to enlist? Ha, that is hilarious. One said, I hear Smoker called you a monster. Are you brave enough to accept my challenge? The atmosphere was chaotic, devoid of military order. Oh, you wish to challenge me? Ricky replied, intrigued. Indeed. The loser must wash the other's underwear for a year. Ricky covered his face, chuckling incessantly at such an audacious, unreasonable request that had presented itself to him. He had never encountered anything like it in his lifetime. However, let it be stated unequivocally that should you ruin my underwear, I shall pummel you into a grotesque state, little brat. Ah, such arrogance. The youth swung his fist directly at Ricky, only to discover, to his dismay, that he could not land a blow on Ricky's palm. To compel submission, one must first instill a sense of fear. The force of Ricky's energy created a barrier, rendering the boy's feeble punches ineffective, no matter how much strength he exerted. What is this? The chasm between us is boundless. Subsequently, Ricky extended his index finger and forcefully tapped the boy's fist, a surge of energy coursing through his arm and into his entire being. The excruciating pain caused him to clutch his abdomen, collapsing onto his knees in the sandy ground, emitting a pitiful wail. Little Black, kick him. Remember, do not strike the eyes. Caw, you needn't wash my underwear. A good beating will suffice. With his black wings unfurled, Little Black hopped like a chicken to the youth's rear, then flailed his wings in a frenzied assault. Scoundrel, lacking any real power, yet thoroughly insulting. The white fist. White smoke propelled from Smoker's arm, launching his fist towards Ricky's face, who lay prostrate on the ground. In an instant, Ricky shot a sidelong glance at Smoker before being propelled away by the white fist. He saw through it. But why does he not evade? So formidable. Tina thought him exceptionally strong. Indeed, that man survived a lethal strike from Hawkeye 5 years prior. Smoker gritted his teeth as he gazed at Ricky, his expression one of exhilaration, prepared to embrace the battle. Such pain. Yet, Ricky, sprawled on the sandy playground, feigned a poor performance. The soldiers surrounding him were genuinely convinced. Few dared provoke Smoker, a natural-type Marine who disregarded any command, acting solely on his own whims. Stop with the deception. An immortal monster? I refuse to believe such a being exists. A sharp-eyed, composed swordsman swiftly drew his blade, charging towards Ricky. Those summoned here either wielded power or possessed formidable strength to be selected. The razor-sharp blade unsheathed, the man vanished like a fleeting shadow from the crowd's sight. The dust clouds kicked up by his powerful legs obscured everyone's vision as he launched toward Ricky in an explosive rush. A terrifying flash of steel sliced through the haze, cleaving the Navy lookout tower behind Ricky in half. Boom. The sandy ground erupted violently, the surrounding terrain trembling in terror. The soaring sand fell upon everyone like raindrops. Until the dust settled, the youth's sword lay immobilized beneath Ricky's foot in the sandy playground. The youth, his face etched with disbelief, stared at Ricky as he effortlessly caught the massive section of wall that had been cleaved by his sword energy. Impossible. You intended to kill me just now, didn't you? Let me tell you, even if I were to endure your strike, I would not fall. Ricky stood tall, gazing down at the frail man before him, who barely reached a height of 6 feet. The chilling aura of menace he exuded was no less formidable than that he displayed on the battlefield. Stop lying. How can a human possibly survive such injuries? The boy's expression twisted with rage as he attempted to wrench his blade free, only to discover that no amount of strength could budge it from Ricky's grasp. As he lifted his gaze to Ricky's cold visage, A creeping dread began to seep into his heart. I am not deceiving you. If I wished to evade your blows, you wouldn't even graze me. With a thud, Ricky set the colossal structure down and released the boy's blade. The immense weight had felt as light as a feather in his hands, making everyone around acutely aware of the vast chasm separating them from this man. What is wrong with you rookies? Look at what you've done to my base. A middle-aged man approached, clutching a deep green bottle. Instantly, Ricky straightened his posture, abandoning any pretense of camaraderie with these youngsters. As expected, everyone around him was swiftly dealt a punch, culminating in the inebriated Zephyr, who stumbled over with a twig clamped in his mouth, standing beside the rigid Ricky. I'm standing straight, sir, Zephyr exclaimed, his breath reeking of alcohol as he raised his fist and swung it at Ricky. Surprised by the turn of events, Ricky clenched his fist and retaliated against Zephyr's onslaught. Boom! The clash of their fists sent shockwaves through the surroundings, causing a tempestuous wind to swirl around them, prompting all other soldiers to shield their heads with their arms. Chapter 12. Oppression. The world's finest instructor? You can withstand my punch? It seems there's a worthy contender in this batch, Zephyr declared, downing a gulp of liquor before suddenly intensifying the force behind his fists. Ugh. The 55-year-old Zephyr's prowess was not to be underestimated. Ricky felt the pain radiating from his right hand, yet continued to resist, striving to prevent Zephyr's fists from landing on him. How is this possible? That's a former admiral. Tina gasped in shock. Everyone else stood frozen, eyes wide as they witnessed the unfolding battle. Bang! Zephyr, showing no mercy, unleashed his full strength, hurling Ricky into the air. He then leaped high, positioning himself in Ricky's trajectory, and unleashed a fist imbued with terrifying force. Boom! The instant his fist collided with Ricky, an invisible shockwave rippled outward, and Ricky plummeted to the ground like a bomb. The entire base trembled violently. Heh! Zephyr landed with a smirk, continuing to drink. Just as he believed the battle was concluded, he noticed a towering figure emerging from the dissipating smoke. Isn't alcohol prohibited in the military, sir? Ricky's forehead bled, obscuring his left eye as he gasped for breath, fixating intently on Zephyr. What was that power just now? It could actually nullify the attacks of the weak, rendering them unable to make contact. A personal prowess. The momentum remained undiminished, quite impressive. Sensing the surge of combat spirit emanating from Ricky, Zephyr felt a burgeoning interest in him. Had it been any other recruits from the barracks enduring those two punches, they would have long succumbed to slumber. Yet Ricky did not harbor anger, for he could have merely withstood a single, harmless blow. His rebellion had instead invited two devastating hits. The potential elites summoned here acknowledged Ricky's strength at that moment, fully aware of their inferiority to the imposing man before them. All personnel, assemble. The soldiers, jolted from their astonishment, fell into a solemn silence at Zephyr's thunderous command. They quickly gathered, aligning themselves in an orderly formation. Blackie, trembling from the aura radiated by Zephyr, had perched atop Ricky's shoulder. Those who managed to leave this place would ascend to the ranks of Naval Headquarters school-level officers. Regardless of their previous service in any division, here they were rendered insignificant. Elites? Merely empty words. Here, only through diligent acceptance of my training can one prevail. Though appearing inebriated, Zephyr spoke fervently, delivering a torrent of words that Ricky struggled to comprehend. Yet one thing was certain. This man could bestow upon him a leap in power. The admonition soon came to a close, and the first day's training commenced with a physical fitness assessment. As members of the Navy, everyone lay prostrate on the ground, subject to Zephyr's relentless onslaught. Regardless of gender, hundreds of individuals incessantly performed push-ups, with no time constraints. They could only cease when Zephyr called out to stop. From dawn to dusk, scores of soldiers were summoned to rise. Whenever someone approached their limit, Zephyr would promptly intervene to grant them respite. As the crickets chirped in the deep night, he watched Ricky, who continued to do push-ups under the moonlight while sipping on his drink. The top three were Ricky, Smoker, and Tina, with Ricky, currently in first place, still unhalted, for Zephyr had yet to discern his limits. What is your name, kid? Ricky. Despite having lost count of how many push-ups he had done, Ricky persisted, bending his arms to the ground and rising again in a continuous cycle. Normally, Ricky could perform 5,000 consecutive push-ups unaided, enhancing his physical stamina to prolong his martial god form. All around, the soldiers, their bodies trembling, awaited Ricky's limit to be reached. Those who had expended significant physical energy felt a severe hunger gnawing at them, causing their bodies to shake. Yet none dared to utter a word. The swordsman who had challenged Ricky during the day was left in utter shock, his fear of Ricky continuing to fester within him. Little did he know that at the dawn of the great pirate era, amidst the tidal wave of piracy in a single year, Ricky had witnessed countless deaths, his cold gaze instilling dread in the hearts of many. And so the night wore on. Ricky, feeling utterly exhausted, lay motionless on the ground for a few seconds to gather himself. Painfully, he rose to his feet and exclaimed, "I apologize. This regulation is utterly unreasonable. We've all been kept waiting for far too long. My body's fat reserves are nearly depleted." "How many?" 17,913. Upon hearing the number of push-ups Ricky had completed, Zephyr, initially concerned about muscle breakdown, summoned a doctor for an examination, only to discover that everything was perfectly fine. Ricky's muscle tissue was undergoing a vigorous reorganization and recovering at an incomprehensible pace. Even the injuries on his head from earlier in the day had significantly healed. "Zephyr, he requires substantial nutrition." "Very well. Everyone, let's head to the dining hall for a meal. The playground will serve as your dormitory. The lake in the forest will be your bathing pool." Although his arms lacked strength, his legs were still brimming with vigor. In a flash, Ricky swiftly headed towards the dining hall, leaving everyone in stunned silence behind him. "You bastard! Making everyone wait for an entire day? Quick, chase after that scoundrel." By the time the others arrived at the dining hall, they found Ricky with his eyes closed, relentlessly chewing on his food. Ugh, this is outrageous. While training is essential, Zephyr's insistence on fasting is inhumane. Seated beside him, Zephyr, clad in his justice coat, absorbed every word Ricky uttered. "I heard that, kid." With a mouthful of meat and vegetables, Ricky widened his eyes and offered an awkward smile. "Heh, Commander. Don't call me Commander. From now on, everyone should address me as teacher." "All right, teacher." Ricky quickly corrected himself, not wishing to provoke Zephyr's wrath any further. "It seems you have become accustomed to this lifestyle?" Zephyr inquired curiously. He had never encountered a student with such remarkable recovery abilities before. "I suppose so, teacher." "Humph. I consider it a privilege to have a student like you in this cohort. Everyone, eat diligently. Fill your bellies. Tomorrow's practical course will be a battle against me." After the meal, Ricky ventured alone into the forest, accompanied by Little Black, and climbed a tree to rest. Over the years, in his quest for self-improvement, Ricky had seamlessly integrated into nature. During winter, he slept in caves, while in spring, summer, and autumn, he made the earth his bed under the open sky. His body's resilience to temperature extremes was astonishing. The following morning, Ricky arrived at the lake in the forest to wash his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a group of female soldiers bathing in the lake, their bare shoulders exposed. He silently retreated, leaving them feeling quite awkward. They had hoped to avoid the gaze of male soldiers by waking early, only to be surprised by Ricky, the early riser. As the sun rose, everyone gathered on the playground to face Zephyr. "Ah, Zephyr, you've summoned me again to serve as your free tutor." A dazed woman, clutching a sword sheath in her left hand, appeared to have just awakened as she entered Zephyr's base. Draped in a justice coat, she exuded an air of intrigue. "This is Peach Rabbit." Ricky's quiet gasp of surprise did not escape the notice of Gion Momoko, who glanced at him and remarked, "There are indeed a few promising candidates. I entrust this to you, female soldier," she added. With a sudden transformation of her drowsy demeanor, she bellowed, "All female soldiers, assemble." The assessment of combat prowess at the base commenced in earnest. As the first challenger, Smoker stepped forward to confront Zifa. Defeated, within a mere 10 minutes, Smoker lay half dead on the ground. One by one, others followed suit. With a stunning female officer present, each soldier brimmed with enthusiasm, eager to gain favor from Zifa. Yet, the reality was far from their expectations. Not a single one emerged unscathed. All bore bruised and battered faces. Yet they qualified to enter the Devil's training ground personally overseen by Zifa. Finally, it was Ricky's turn. Approaching Zifa, his gaze lingered on the youthful Gion. The Navy's first beauty was not merely a title. She captivated Ricky to an almost unbearable extent. Her height and figure were perfectly symmetrical. As a male, it was impossible not to be moved. Hey, are you getting a bit too entranced, kid? Have you forgotten what you're supposed to do?" Zifa taunted, mocking Ricky's lecherous tendencies. "Humph, this is the essence of manhood." With that, Ricky set his black weapon down, clenched his fists, and prepared to unleash his full potential. A previously unseen ability manifested as steam erupted from his fists, astonishing all present. The limited space felt constricting, and Ricky feared he might leave them wanting more. He surged forward, launching a full-force attack on Zifa, holding nothing back. The trembling ground erupted with clouds of dust. Boom. Zifa stood like a giant, resilient and unyielding. As he met Ricky's forceful punch with his armored wrist, Elia. With a fierce shout, Ricky intensified his strength. Zifa was pushed back, his legs grinding against the sandy surface. The compression on his skin astounded him. Ricky's fist thrust forward with an overwhelming force, the white energy penetrating Zifa's skin and striking his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of saliva. The surrounding soldiers watched in awe, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Cough, not bad. To Zifa, Ricky's strike felt no more than a mere tickle. Seizing the opportunity, Zifa swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, delivering an explosive black fist that struck Ricky's abdomen. Ricky, feeling as though his fists had been disarmed, instinctively clutched his stomach. Yet, through his battles against pirates in Loguetown, he had learned that in true combat, any lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. Men should clash head-on, you little brat. Suddenly, Zifa stiffened, sensing the renewed force behind Ricky's punch, now laced with a terrifying power. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from Ricky's fist, the horrific energy instantly permeating the air around Zifa. His naval uniform was instantly torn apart, vanishing as if struck by the terrifying force that previously clashed between Richie and Garp. Zephyr, with his hands raised defensively before him, was pushed back, creating several meters of distance between himself and Richie. As an instructor, it was evident he did not unleash his full power, nor did he employ the Navy's 6 styles. Yet, he had underestimated his opponent. His skin flushed a deep crimson. Could it be that he truly was a monster? Smoker. Although the sun had yet to rise, the proximity to him intensified the heat, making his skin feel as though it were being scorched. Suddenly, Ricky unleashed an overwhelming energy that enveloped his entire being, instantly embodying the demeanor of a martial deity, requiring no prior accumulation of power. The surrounding male and female soldiers instinctively retreated, unwilling to approach Ricky even by a fraction. The astonished Juin found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware of the intensifying burn coursing through his body. Was he a superhuman demon fruit user? No. Juin noted that his resume did not indicate he was a user of the devil fruit. Zifa, observing Ricky's imposing presence, felt a long-dormant fighting spirit igniting within him. At 55 years of age, Zifa remained on the cusp of his prime, capable of easily confronting the current Ricky. Men should clash with vigor, indeed. Ricky, now brimming with power, was immensely eager for battle. Ha ha ha, arrogant little brat. Zifa exclaimed as he assumed a combat stance, challenging Ricky. Come on. Ricky slowly raised his right fist and, with a swift motion, unleashed a powerful strike towards Zifa from a distance. The air erupted with a deafening crack as a transparent imprint of his punch surged towards Zifa. With a mere flick of his wrist, Zifa dissipated the energy-laden fist into nothingness. In the next instant, Ricky's figure appeared directly before Zifa, launching a frenzied assault akin to a tempest. The adage that the best offense is a good defense rang true for Zifa as well. In mere seconds, the two exchanged nearly 100 blows, their speed so incredible that the surrounding soldiers could hardly discern their movements, only to witness Ricky's face becoming bruised and bloodied. Has his strength even approached mine? Is this a rookie? Juin, transfixed by the relentless barrage of Zifa's fists upon Ricky's body, felt a profound sense of shock. Was he combining the color of arms with other abilities? Such a terrifying individual, as if he had summoned forth the very limits of his physical prowess. Through the intensity of battle, Zifa discerned that no matter how many times he struck Ricky, the latter's heart rate merely accelerated from physical exertion, unaffected by his injuries. Ricky, giving his all, realized that no matter how he countered Zifa's attacks with fists, legs, or knees, he could never fully defend, always leaving gaps that allowed Zifa to land several blows. Here, he could never unleash his devastating technique, the energy blast, due to the presence of hundreds of comrades nearby. The battle raged fiercely, and no soldier dared to venture close to the epicenter of their clash. To push Ricky to his limits, Zifa gradually increased his power, each collision of their fists elevating both their states to optimal levels. This intense and evenly matched confrontation awakened an unprecedented sensation within Ricky, though his body endured relentless strikes. A sense of respect for Zifa blossomed within him. He genuinely knew how to draw out the utmost potential of his students, fostering their growth, unlike Garp, who merely crushed Richie without offering any substantial gains beyond injury. Chapter 13. Fiery flames. The escalating intensity of the battle drew the attention of the higher-ups in Marineford. The idle officers, with nothing else to occupy their time, gathered to witness the unfolding confrontation. The entire Devil training camp trembled as the not-so-mighty clash of imposing auras marked Zephyr's exploration of Richie's limits. The overwhelming pressure from the battle left the weaker elites unable to open their eyes, while the terrifying energy even startled the arriving high-ranking officers. Is this the new generation of potential recruits? It must be a deception to reach such a level against Teacher Zephyr. Is this truly a rookie? They leaned against the massive iron gates, watching the fierce combat within the base that ignited their passion. After a prolonged flurry of punches, Richie began to tire. The consumption of his aura further draining his energy. Is this it? What good is arrogance? Strength is the true path. You know that, lad. Faced with Zephyr's taunts, Richie's competitive spirit surged. No matter what, I cannot fall to the ground. And thus, he fell right into Zephyr's trap. Today, Zephyr intended to extract every ounce of Richie's potential, leaving him utterly exhausted. Now, feel the chasm between us, boy. In an instant, Zephyr amplified his power, shifting from a state of parity to one of overwhelming dominance. Despite his waning energy, Richie gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. The latent potential and talent within him surged forth, igniting an unprecedented intensity in their fierce confrontation. The Conqueror's Haki rapidly compressed and expanded within Richie's body, cycling in a relentless rhythm. Attempting to merge with the potent energy, the Conqueror's Haki began to substitute the depleting armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki, what are you planning? You rascal? Observing the monumental transformation of Richie, crimson flames engulfed his limbs, his eyes ablaze with a fiery scarlet. His black hair appeared almost to be ablaze, resembling a true monster, as he unleashed a torrent of fists. Each strike seemed to possess the force of 1,000 pounds, searing Zephyr's skin. What on earth is that? He is literally on fire. So intense, it's like a raging inferno, even hotter than your swordsmanship. It seems our Navy has truly recruited a remarkable individual. Future admirals, whose names will echo throughout the world, leaned against the wall, fervently discussing Richie. How can there be ashes? Am I actually on fire? Realizing his transformation, Richie summoned the last of his strength to deliver a powerful punch that sent Zephyr flying, then extended his fingers to revel in the marvel of this newfound power. I can't feel the flames scorching me, nor do I sense any pain on my skin. Isn't this the new technique I've been developing for so long? An ecstatic expression adorned his face, yet the exhaustion of his energy began to take its toll on Richie. Ricky's body had reached the utmost limits of endurance. Yet in the next moment, he charged fiercely towards Zephyr, eager to engage in combat. Consequently, Zephyr seized the opportunity and landed a powerful blow to Ricky's exhilarated face, causing him to tumble onto the playground, the surrounding heated, restless air returning to tranquility. In the midst of battle, as Ricky activated his martial god stance, the fiery form, he relinquished that formidable posture the instant he fell to the ground. Enough, you insolent brat. Pushing the limits beyond limits ceases to be growth. It creates a perilous illusion that can severely disrupt both the body and combat experience. Zephyr panted slightly, observing the unconscious Ricky on the ground. After a few moments, those vacant eyes surprisingly regained consciousness and he stood up. A torrent of murky crimson blood erupted from Ricky's mouth, yet he trembled, straightening his posture defiantly. Hey, are you all right, kid? Zephyr inquired with concern as he hurried to Ricky's side. To this, Ricky replied, the blood coursing through my veins is of an indomitable spirit, so this mere blow cannot fell me. Even the excruciating pain could not bring him down. With gritted teeth, he endured torment beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Standing there, attempting to appear formidable. Impressive. You have certainly captured my attention, little man. Guillaume, still in a state of shock, remarked, before continuing to assess the other untested female soldiers. This is the disparity. I finally comprehend what you mean by monster. Smoker. Tina gasped in disbelief, convinced that Ricky was not human. He had once again showcased that terrifying resilience and willpower before her. Smoker, observing the unyielding Ricky, could still sense an aura of pressure emanating from him. Lie down and rest for a while. This is not a battlefield, you insolent brat. No, I refuse to fall. But I humbly request you to send someone to dress my wounds. My entire body feels as though it is being sliced by knives. It had merely been a test of strength, and Zephyr had not anticipated Ricky would exert himself to such extremes. Was it to gain the attention of Gion and To? No. Was it to demonstrate power to those around him? Clearly not. It was simply Ricky's earnest desire to engage in a fierce battle, and Zephyr granted him that opportunity. Through countless exchanges of blows, Ricky experienced growth and earned Zephyr's recognition. Simultaneously, To developed a favorable impression of Ricky. A man with formidable will and strength is irresistible to any woman. The medics arrived, administering basic treatment to Zephyr's minor burns before Ricky donned his special attire once more. After being bandaged, he began to move again. Thank you all. Zephyr-sensei, may I rest for a moment? Humph, certainly. Zephyr replied with a reassuring smile. Watching as Ricky's little black chicken scampered to his side, gently brushing its wings against him. Having received permission, Rich approached the 24-hour cafeteria and indulged in a hearty feast. To ensure the soldiers' nutrition, the cafeteria never rests, with staff rotating shifts to manage the culinary duties. After the trial concluded, the base maintenance team arrived with technological equipment to repair the dilapidated playground. You little rascals! Do you wish to be reprimanded instead of working diligently? Upon being discovered by Zephyr, several major generals swiftly fled the base. Is that newcomer truly a rookie? Asked Cheyenne Mamatatsu as she prepared to leave, her fondness for Rich having surged. Particularly noteworthy was his ability to fall and then rise again within mere seconds, which garnered her admiration. Indeed, the monstrous new recruits she encountered years ago, who wielded natural abilities, had since ascended to the esteemed rank of Vice Admiral. Are you referring to Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan? Of course, no one else can be compared to this individual. By the way, Cheyenne, what piqued your interest in this young lad? Do you harbor feelings for him? Zephyr was astonished by Rich's performance in the recent battle, surpassing even the legendary status of the three monstrous new recruits. Ricky has now become the fourth prodigy among the new recruits. What are you talking about? I am nearly 10 years his senior. With a flush of embarrassment, Gion turned and left the devil training camp. He chuckled, expressing his gratitude. In the dead of night, the flickering ghostly flames danced restlessly. After a long day of training, Zephyr summoned Ricky's dossier. A cup brimming with wine sat upon the table as he perused Ricky's history, uncovering the depths of his formidable nature. The initial pages of the dossier revealed photographs depicting Ricky standing amidst a gruesome array of wounds, having endured dozens, if not hundreds, of knife strikes. However, as he delved deeper, the injuries appeared to diminish, culminating in a final image where Ricky alone stood amidst a pile of corpses, wielding a firearm. Indeed, what a terrifying vitality. At merely 23 years of age, his future is boundless. Upon reviewing Ricky's accomplishments as a naval officer in Roguetown, Zephyr discerned that Ricky's sense of justice primarily favored the common folk of the world. Analyzing the dossier, it became evident that some compelling reason had prompted him to ultimately depart from the Navy of Roguetown. From the pitch-dark Silver Moon playground emanated faint sounds of commotion. Zephyr glanced outside to discover Ricky, swathed in bandages, practicing aerial strikes upon the freshly repaired grounds, while others succumbed to slumber. Was the fatigue of the day not sufficient? Many beheld Ricky's talent, unaware that his diligence far surpassed any innate gifts. Unlike other transgressors, he lacked invincible powers. Instead, he thrived through relentless effort. Heaven had not entirely forsaken him, bestowing upon him a unique capability and an indomitable spirit. In that moment, he was placed on Zephyr's list of key trainees. Suddenly, Ricky ceased his practice and, accompanied by Little Black, ascended to the pinnacle of the tallest tree in the forest, sitting cross-legged on a branch to gaze at the luminous moon. Gok gok. Indeed, the vast night sky is resplendent. Gok gok. As time passed together, Ricky gradually discovered that he could understand Little Black's language of the great fowl. Whether it was the latent ability to commune with all beings awakening within him, or a resonance established with Little Black, remained uncertain. Little Black, too, emulated Ricky, propping its wings against the ground, legs forming a triangle as it gazed upward at the moon. We do not seek to change others, but at the very least, we wish for our loved ones to thrive. Ricky reached out to grasp the moonlight, whispering these words. Gok gok. What are you making a wish to? Gok gok. Indeed. Mimicking Ricky, Little Black raised its wings, wishing for a long life alongside Ricky. It had never felt such a profound connection with a human, especially one capable of understanding its words. Well then, let me make a wish as well. Ricky clasped his hands before his chest, silently wishing for the safety and health of those he cherished. In this moment, he harbored no desire for great prowess, even if he possessed immense power. He wished only to shield his loved ones from harm. Under the luminous moonlight, he gently succumbed to slumber, creating an atmosphere of warmth and tranquility. The following morning, upon hearing the call to assemble, Richie hastily descended from his perch and hurried to join the ranks. The duty of the Navy was to vanquish pirates. As for the records of you fledgling recruits, I perused many of them last night. Most were granted entry due to exceptional talent, lacking the experience of true battlefield carnage. Teacher Zifa, what is the battlefield truly like? In response to this inquiry, Zifa merely smiled, opting not to answer immediately. Instead, gazing at several individuals whose faces bore expressions of hatred and coldness, among them Richie. Of the hundreds present, approximately 37 possessed such experiences, while the remainder were unseasoned recruits, unacquainted with the genuine horrors of war. Well, I can answer your question like this. Step forward. What is your name? The boy, taken aback by Zifa's sudden seriousness, stammered his response. Teacher, my name is Toby. Excellent. Do you wish to know what the battlefield is like? Report, teacher. I want to know. Step forward. As the boy complied, Zifa forcefully pressed him to the ground. Infuriated, the boy struggled, yet Zifa did not relent, pressing his face deeper into the earth. War is this. Those comrades behind you, whom you trained with, will one by one fall before you, their bloodied and pale faces gazing at you, shaking your resolve. A torrent of emotionally charged words left the boy incredulous, as anger surged within him, compelling him to resist. My head feels like it's going to burst. Let me go? Such an experience was necessary to instill in him the realization that his comrades were elite. How could they possibly be incapable of overcoming both pirates and ordinary foes? Zifa himself had once endured the trials of conscription amid the ravages of war. What constitutes a devil's training camp? The true training had yet to commence, and Zifa needed to prepare everyone mentally. When the boy's defiance morphed into pleas for mercy, the physical pain he endured caused tears to flow, prompting Zifa to finally release him. The enemy will strike you down in an instant, slitting your throat. Tears will not grant you any leniency in war. Return to formation. Though still seething with anger, the boy, after this lesson, felt a creeping sense of fear. In the coming week, I will impart upon you a wealth of useful knowledge and physical training. But after that, you must survive alone in this forest for a month. The base will provide no food, resources, or protection. Zifa regarded the group of elite recruits with a smile, aware that graduating from his tutelage was no simple feat. Those who emerged from here would be officers of great importance to the Navy. Chapter 14. Graduation. This signifies a unique endeavor involving running, sailing the seas, and engaging in strength training, alongside a multitude of individuals currently seated within the lecture hall, absorbing knowledge. Richie gazed at the naval instructor standing at the podium, his gaze fixed on the three characters celestial dragons inscribed on the blackboard, harboring a profound skepticism towards the teacher's discourse. The celestial dragons, he mused, are objects of paramount protection for our Navy, regardless of the circumstances. Why? Richie interjected, scrutinizing the blackboard. A pertinent question. It is because all our resources, including salaries and more, are bestowed upon us by the celestial dragons. Indeed, you speak truthfully. Yet, regarding the content being taught, Richie deemed it utterly nonsensical. Nevertheless, as a member of the Navy, he had no choice but to utilize this immense shelter for his own growth. The concept of wealth, he reflected, dictates that anyone whose name is recorded among the world's population must pay taxes. The self-proclaimed deities, the celestial dragons, believe they have forged everything. To them, all that exists beyond their sacred domain is a product of their own creation. Richie harbors a profound disdain for the celestial dragons and unequivocally rejects their kin. In class, he rests his chin on his hand, casting a scornful glance at the blackboard while absorbing a plethora of novel knowledge. No matter how grandiose your words, aren't they merely a bunch of scoundrels? He muses. Just then, Smoker, sporting a crew cut and clad in a white tank top, interjects, prompting a quarrel with the teacher, which ultimately requires Tina's intervention to bring to a halt. He truly was a rebel in his youth, Richie murmurs quietly. After class, Richie, overwhelmed by fatigue, slumps over his desk. At least tonight, I can retreat to the dormitory for some rest. What do you mean by great? Starting tomorrow, we are to reside in that forest for an entire month. What does a month even signify? He contemplates. Well, one must live in the moment. Let tomorrow's concerns be dealt with by tomorrow's self, without any provision of survival supplies or shelter. The challenge is to endure a month within the confines of the expansive forest. This is the inaugural trial presented by Zifa to the elite training class. To voluntarily withdraw means being reassigned to a less demanding environment, effectively relinquishing the opportunity for immediate promotion. Hey, big guy, aren't you the least bit worried? Ricky gazed at the pink-haired girl before him with bewildered eyes. Tina, you know me. I haven't introduced myself to you, have I? I heard it said. Ricky pointed at the small black creature perched upon his shoulder, which reluctantly accepted the blame. Flapping its dark wings and thumping its chest while uttering a couple of calls. Cluck, cluck. Can it truly comprehend our words? Tina, intrigued, glanced at the little black creature and gently prodded its chicken head. Wow, Smoker, look. It doesn't peck at me. With a smile, Tina addressed Smoker, who stood behind her. I see it, I'm not blind. Smoker retorted, seemingly indifferent to the plump fowl, his gaze fixated on Ricky. Observing Ricky's muscular arm, which was as thick as his own body, and noting his apathetic demeanor as he stared out at the vast ocean, Smoker spoke up. Ricky, huh? Ricky turned his head to glance at Smoker. Why did you act that way in Loguetown before? After Roger was executed, why did you align yourself with those pirates? Ah, that incident from 5 years ago, right? You were merely 12 at the time, if I recall correctly. Indeed, I witnessed your actions firsthand, speaking up for the common folk and all that. Smoker felt a tinge of embarrassment. He hadn't expected Ricky to remember his 12-year-old self in Loguetown. You could say I had a minor altercation with Gecko Moria back then, and I might have been a tad too zealous. Ricky chuckled coldly, unwilling to admit that he had fought alongside the pirates due to some notion of justice. However, one thing was certain, Ricky's heart would forever reside on the side of righteousness. Today's lesson made me realize the depth in Ricky's gaze as he looked out upon the azure sea. Tina was playfully teasing the little black creature, while Smoker observed Ricky with a serious demeanor. What realization was dawning upon him? Perhaps, we in the Navy are no longer the bastion of justice maintaining order upon the seas. Maybe so. Smoker harbored no doubts about the Navy's righteousness at this moment. He was a passionate youth, already imbued with the powers of a devil fruit. I never imagined that you, Ricky, possessed such a grand perspective in private. Ricky gazed at Tina, who was playfully toying with the little black creature, finding it hard to believe that she would one day transform into an eccentric and stunningly beautiful Major General. Are you truly not a demon with extraordinary powers? Smoker inquired with curiosity. Oh no, you impudent youth, she replied. Ricky chuckled as he gazed at Smoker, surprised that Smoker would dare to insult the celestial dragons to their faces. What is that? He extended his index finger, channeling his energy into it. Behold my unique power. Watching the heat emanating from the tip of his finger, Smoker appeared quite curious. Is this what enables you to assume that fiery form? You could say that, little black. Now let us go and have a meal. The towering figure of Ricky rose, regarding Smoker as one might a child. At this moment, both Tina and Smoker had consumed devil fruits, rendering their survival for the following month a trivial matter that Ricky scarcely regarded. At the top floor of the headquarters building, within the marshal's office, indeed, I am aware of this matter. You may leave. Yes, Marshal. When the subject of the celestial dragons was raised, the only two individuals bold enough to question and refute were directly reported to Sengoku. The details were relayed with utmost precision. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. That fellow did not insult the celestial dragons like Smoker did. Yet Sengoku, the strategist, spoke with a grave demeanor. That individual is a genius, Garp. I am well aware of that. I have personally witnessed that unprecedented power. With a crunch, Garp devoured the brown protein biscuit in his hand. No, that is not what I meant. Then what do you imply? Observing Sengoku's serious expression and hesitance, Garp began to sense something was amiss. Garp. The blood that flows through a genius is not ordinary flesh and blood. That individual harbors no affection for the celestial dragons. This is the greatest taboo within the Navy. Sengoku's words awakened Garp, prompting him to reflect on Ricky's earlier remarks about the golden words from above. There is something I have yet to share with you, which I hope you will take seriously. He recounted the incident of Ricky boarding the warship on his first day to the current Navy Marshal, Sengoku, who subsequently issued a plan for ideological education regarding Ricky. In Sengoku's mind, it was imperative to prevent the emergence of anti-government elements within the Navy. The following day, at the Devil training camp, every soldier awaited their entry into the forest enclosed by iron bars, ready to face Zifa's trials, armed with nothing but a thin Navy uniform. They all ventured into the forest inhabited by various ferocious beasts, except for Ricky. This left Ricky quite astonished as he exclaimed, "Teacher Zifa, what does this mean?" "I apologize, Ricky. But you are rather special. Such specialized training may not contribute to your growth in the slightest." "Then what am I to do?" Ricky had initially intended to immerse himself in a month of leisurely living within the forest, but the sudden change of plans was too swift for his liking. "You should commence with the curriculum set for a month ahead," he was informed. Subsequently, Ricky found himself assigned to a private dormitory and enrolled in a class focused entirely on cultural studies. To his dismay, this arrangement was to persist for an entire month. In the classroom, Ricky rose abruptly and slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming with displeasure, "Are they really trying to single me out?" The blackboard was filled with various educational materials concerning the global government. Dear student, please take your seat and pay attention to the lesson," came the response. The renown of the battle between Ricky and Zephyr has spread throughout the Navy and the training camps, creating a palpable sense of apprehension among the civilian instructors regarding his prowess. "Apologies, I lost my composure." Furrowing his brow, Ricky resumed his seat to attend the lecture. His mind felt as though it were being forcefully inundated with the rhetoric of the celestial dragons, as all the cadets were indoctrinated to listen intently. Only Ricky, seated in the back row, closed his eyes and held his breath, while the civilian instructor no longer pressed him. Outside, Zephyr observed this and shook his head, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, the entire Navy has begun to undergo a transformation in its unwavering allegiance and understanding of the celestial dragons." After Sengoku ascended to leadership, the world government issued directives to the formidable Navy, mandating a cultural reform that eradicated many previously upheld doctrines. This included the absolute loyalty to the celestial dragons. "Hey, what are you doing?" A new recruit quietly approached Richie, inquiring about his training. Can one really train with their eyes closed? What is there to train in? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand, so don't ask." Their whispered exchange went unnoticed, as their thoughts were far from the classroom, focused instead on enhancing their observation haki. Typically, Richie concentrated on physical training, as observation haki was the weakest among his 3 forms of haki. By employing this ability, he could clearly sense every movement around him, even with his eyes closed. However, Richie preferred to rely on his instinctive physical responses to confront his adversaries. After a long day, he returned to his solitary dormitory, filled with frustration after dining in the cafeteria. Is this how they expect me to submit to the celestial dragon system? Such delusions. Ricky positioned himself on the ground, commencing his fundamental physical training. Deep within his heart, he harbored a conviction that the true architects of the world's cruelty were the celestial dragons. The world, once ripe with potential for harmony, had been marred by their insatiable greed as they relentlessly drained the lifeblood of the common folk. What an audacious narrative! How skillfully spun! That instructor must have been an undercover agent of the world government infiltrating the Navy, claiming in class that for centuries, the abundant gold surrendered by the people was ostensibly for the safety of all. Such utter nonsense. The soldiers remained blissfully unaware. As Ricky accelerated his push-ups, reaching a staggering pace of 5 per second, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. His body's recuperative abilities were astonishing, as any soreness would dissipate by the following day. This regimen persisted for an entire year. Every day, Richie diligently trains his observation haki, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in both its range and efficacy. His physique appears to have halted the aging process since the age of 20. Apart from his hair and robust stature, his appearance has remained unchanged. Under the intensive tutelage of Zephyr, Richie's foundational strength has solidified at the rank of a rear admiral, enabling him to engage in combat with admirals in his warrior god form. Throughout this period, he has eliminated numerous competitors, with the graduating class numbering merely in the hundreds. 6 years ago, in Fusha village, Richie had anticipated this meeting. Summoned to the marshal's office, he regarded the legendary Sengoku with an expression of indifference. Standing at attention, Richie addressed the decorated marshal. "Sir, to whom shall I be assigned for my duties? You possess a unique privilege. You may choose your superior. If you seek rigorous training, I recommend Sakazuki. I choose Vice Admiral Guion." Sengoku, momentarily interrupted, pondered Richie's choice. In his heart, he mused that no woman would willingly follow a cold-hearted individual. That is not permissible. The crew there consists entirely of female soldiers, and male soldiers are prohibited from boarding. Then you compel me to choose. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression reflecting discomfort as he regarded Richie. Conqueror's haki, Do you realize that I am the sole possessor within the vast navy? It is a symbol of a born leader, Richie. Is that why you attained your position, Marshal? Indeed, you are but the second person to exhibit this trait. Even that rascal Garp lacks it. I can see that you are not one to remain subordinate for long, Richie. This candid exchange took Richie aback. Although Sengoku's office was empty, it was rare for a superior to bare their soul to a subordinate. This was an implicit invitation to follow him unwaveringly. Afternoon. In the military port square of Marineford, Richie found himself reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Following his graduation from the elite training camp, he was rapidly promoted 2 ranks, ascending from a petty officer to a full colonel. Furthermore, he enjoyed an unprecedented level of freedom. Standing at the port, he gazed out at the sea when a man clad in a navy cap and a justice coat, wearing a gray hoodie beneath, fixed his icy gaze upon him from a colossal warship. The man exuded an imposing aura. A group of new recruits readied themselves for deployment to various bases across the seas for further training. Are you the Richie from this graduating class? Yes. Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Richie replied, donning a justice cloak, flip-flops, and a flamboyant red t-shirt paired with cropped pants. Once an officer reaches the rank of lieutenant or higher, they are permitted to wear their insignia cloak, allowing for casual attire beneath, free from the constraints of the Navy uniform. Smoker was assigned to Kazan's ship, while Tina found herself aboard Vice Admiral Guillaume's vessel. Each had found their separate paths, while Richie was assigned to a small warship with a crew of 30. Hey, Richie, until we meet again. Smoker and Tina waved farewell from the warship of Kazan and Guillaume, resembling devoted acolytes of Ricky. Furthermore, the rapport between Smoker and Kazan was remarkably strong. Alas, Ricky gestured his hand, and thus, everyone parted ways. How infuriating. What were they thinking, assigning me as your subordinate? The elite from the same cohort who once unleashed a formidable strike against Ricky now found themselves allocated to his vessel. Chapter 15. The Turbulence of the Sea. The Clash of Conqueror s Haki. He cast a disdainful glance at Ricky. Standing at approximately 1.79 meters, he possessed an exceptionally combative disposition. Haha, light. I share your sentiments. It is an order from above. Your rank as a warrant officer in my department does not diminish your worth as my aide. Officers at the rank of lieutenant already had the authority to command their own expeditions. Once the surrounding warships had departed, Ricky faced the 30 robust soldiers before him. On the balcony atop the fortress, Sengoku regarded Ricky with a profound gaze, as if to convey, do not act foolishly, I have granted you ample freedom. All hands aboard. Target. Ricky, Sengoku commanded, to which Ricky replied with a knowing smile, rich in implication. The New World. Yes, sir. But why are we heading to the gathering place of pirate monstrosities in the New World? A bespectacled subordinate of Richie displayed an expression of astonishment, unable to fathom why Richie would venture into the New World on his maiden voyage. Richie cast a sidelong glance at him. Angel, are you attempting to teach me? Just obey the orders. But it's the New World. Angel protested. Are you aware of the global situation? The red-haired pirates have garnered immense notoriety in the Grand Line, boasting formidable strength and an array of powerful comrades. As a civilian staff member assigned by Sengoku, Angel was quite skeptical of Richie's command to set sail. He produced a hefty stack of wanted posters. The other soldiers exchanged anxious glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they awaited further instructions. Ben Beckman. With a bounty that has soared to 170 million berries. And then there's the gluttonous Lucky Lu, the sharpshooter Yasop, all of whom have bounties exceeding 100 million. Captain Red-Haired Shanks himself has reached a staggering bounty of 200 million berries. Has he already gathered his crew? Ricky was taken aback, not expecting that in just a few short years, the red-haired individual had managed to gather all the formidable leaders. He seized the wanted notice from Angel's hands, noting the remarkably balanced bounty amount. Colonel, Fried Angel clung to Ricky's leg, pleading, please don't go to the New World. There are the great pirate Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin, along with Kaido of the Beasts engaged in fierce battles. We will perish. Goodness, why are you so talkative? If you don't want to go, I'll request the marshal to assign me someone else. Ricky replied with a disdainful expression, gazing at the pitiful figure before him. For a moment, Angel was at a loss for words, unable to fathom that he had just been assigned to a task, only to be abandoned by his superior. Ricky cast a discerning gaze over the soldiers, noting that, aside from Light, the others were gripped by fear. Merely hearing those names sent shivers down their spines. Alas, it seems prudent to first venture to the East Sea for some fortification, as this is my inaugural experience leading a crew into the open sea. I shall seek out a modest pirate crew to hone our mental resilience. These soldiers have all graduated under various instructors. Each one feels honored to be chosen for Ricky's squad, yet they can hardly believe that he would propose a journey into the treacherous new world, where monsters roam freely. Is it true? How splendid. Angel chuckled, releasing Ricky's leg and rising to his feet. Armed with their flintlocks, the soldiers boarded the warship. Beginning to familiarize themselves with the array of equipment, Ricky harbored no genuine affection for this place. Rather, he appeared to be leveraging the Navy headquarters to enhance his own prowess. What revolted him was the year-long indoctrination he endured, which shattered his worldview. The emphasis was on obedience to the celestial dragons and their protection, with nary a word spoken about the lives of the populace. Within that single year, he discerned the burgeoning corruption within the Navy's ranks. Various power-hungry aristocrats exploited their connections to secure their positions within the military. Ricky adjusted the bow tie on the neck of the little black chicken. The crew comprised analysts, telecommunication monitors, navigators, chefs, and shipwrights in abundance. There were also 20 combat personnel on board, each possessing abilities that surpassed those of many ordinary soldiers. Colonel, our combat personnel are rather few. Reconnaissance missions would suffice. One suggested. Reconnaissance? No. I am fervently eager for battle, yet perhaps I should return to my homeland for a visit, replied another. The warship was equipped with a locator, allowing the Naval Scientific Unit to ascertain Ricky's position at any given moment. Go forth into the vast ocean and hone your skills, lad. The Naval Fortress commander murmured before retreating to his office. The warship set sail towards the Gate of Justice, departing from a place whose return was shrouded in uncertainty. Boarding the ship, hesitated while gripping his sword sheath, finally uttering, I want to find a woman. A woman? Oh, I had forgotten. You've just reached adulthood. Haven't you? 18 and yet to experience the pleasures of a woman. Ricky exclaimed, suddenly appearing beside him with a grin. What is this, lad? Are you off to the tavern to seek a courtesan, or perhaps to pursue a romance? Damn it, Ricky, you scoundrel. Could you keep your voice down? Lay retorted. His face flushed. Hey, are you feeling shy? Ricky teased. Forget it. Women will only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. Le declared resolutely. Laughter erupted among the others as they observed Ricky's playful banter with Le. After a year of rigorous training, everyone had developed impressive physiques, particularly those like Ricky and Le who emerged from the Zephyr Devil training camp. On board the ship, there was not a single soul over the age of 30. A crew comprised almost entirely of fresh graduates from various training programs. After surveying the surroundings, Richie could not fathom why the warring states had entrusted these individuals to him. The majestic Gate of Justice slowly swung open, and a torrent of water surged towards the vast whirlpool outside as the warship slipped through the gap. Departing from the waters of Marineford, everyone stood in silence, gazing at the immense vortex as if stepping into a new realm. Brothers, Richie, clad in a cloak of justice, leaped onto the railing, crossing his arms while the entire deck turned their attention towards him. Even those working in the ship's cabin could hear Richie's words through the intercom. The moment to manifest the justice within his heart had arrived. I hope we can weather the storms together. Through life and death, let us maintain the fervent heart of justice that burns within us. Rest assured, Richie, who had once taken the life of a comrade, understood that soldiers could easily lose themselves amidst the relentless battles, tempted by wealth, freedom, and power. His impassioned speech was merely to ignite the spirits of the 30 soldiers aboard his ship, for he wished to never again take the life of one of his own. Within the office cabin of Colonel Richie lay a fortune of 1 million berries allocated for his subordinate salaries, a public fund not belonging to Richie himself. The Grand Line, positioned at the very heart of the four seas, isolated by the seamless zone. I shall challenge Mihawk to a duel, to hone my swordsmanship. If successful, my renown shall soar. A man donned in a white linen outfit and a straw hat cradled a young girl, speaking with fervor. It was none other than Shanks, who had been at sea for 6 years. I wholeheartedly support you, regardless of your undertaking. Shanks, who is Mihawk? Inquired Yuta, a little girl with red and white hair, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Ha. Yuta, he is a formidable swordsman known as the Marine Hunter. Shanks lifted Yuta high with a fatherly smile. Captain, are you mentally prepared? A duel is a battle where one stakes their life. Fear not, ha. I have you all, don't I? Perhaps after clashing with that fellow, he might take an interest in me. Having gathered powerful allies over 3 years and built a formidable reputation, Shanks and his crew now boasted great strength and confidence. Resembling a pirate crew traversing the world, their conduct vastly differing from that of lowly pirates. Joyful as this may be, I believe we have a bit of trouble brewing. A small naval vessel is approaching us. Jesus Burgess, standing atop the lookout with a sniper rifle, relayed the message to everyone. A small naval vessel? Is it a mere underling of the Navy? Let us give way to the gentlemen of the Navy on their mission, and make our escape. Ha! On the warship, Richie gazed with concern at the distant pirate ship. Damn it, how is it that on my first voyage, I encounter this? In consideration of the crew's safety, Richie refrained from initiating an attack, yet he yearned to encounter Shanks, one of the future emperors of the sea. Indeed, it was the red-haired pirates. Let's turn back. Captain Richie, no turning back. Steer the warship closer. You must be mad. With a swift motion, a flying slash sliced through the air, hurtling from the deck towards the vessel of the red-haired pirates. Light had made his move, showing no hesitation upon sighting the pirates. Light, Angel gasped, her eyes nearly popping out in horror, thinking it was all over. Pirates were known for their ruthlessness. There was no need for mercy. We shall crush them here. Even Richie stared wide-eyed at the young man who had just come of age. Before the slash could reach Shanks's ship, it was neutralized by a bullet imbued with Haki, dissipating into the air. Well, without experiencing hardship, how can you expect them to grow? On board the red-haired pirates, Shanks wore a smile, remarking, "You really dare to make a move, Navy gentlemen." He then ushered the 3-year-old Yuta into the cabin. A flying slash, it seems that ship harbors some formidable individuals, remarked Beckman, his cigar firmly in place. Got it, first mate. A menacing figure with a thick mane of hair opened his mouth, gathering a beam of laser energy within. Boom. The laser surged across the sea directly toward the warship. Richie, aboard the warship, remained remarkably calm upon witnessing such a colossal beam. Yet, in the next moment, Light appeared before him, wielding his blade and delivering a fierce slash. The clash between the lethal slash and the laser cannon stirred up a tempestuous whirlwind. Despite exerting all his strength, Light could not repel the laser cannon, his muscles straining under the pressure. You truly are a source of trouble for me. Richie approached his side, thrusting his hand forcefully toward the laser cannon. With a resounding whoosh, the formidable force instantly freed Light from his predicament as the laser cannon, engulfed by Richie's might, surged towards the ship of the red-haired pirates. Phew, impossible. Why can't I stop it? Gasping for breath, Light, still holding his sword, looked up at Richie in shock. The disparity was overwhelming. No matter how hard he tried, Light could not deflect the laser, which Richie had effortlessly neutralized. Nothing is impossible. That pirate crew is composed of former members of the Roger Pirates, each possessing strength beyond your capacity to withstand. Observing the fearsome punch, Beckman countered it with a single strike, then grew vigilant. Be cautious, soldiers of considerable power. Cough. Thank you, first mate. I didn't expect that fellow to manage to counter my laser cannon. It seems our journey to the New World will leave us with yet another fierce battle here, exclaimed Jesus Burgess from the lookout. After ensuring Yuta was settled, Shanks emerged from the cabin and locked eyes with Richie at the bow of the ship. You are the man who caused a stir on the day Captain Roger was executed, ordering an attack on my companions. I trust you are prepared for the consequences? The surrounding waves surged violently under the immense force of Richie's punch, as the warship and pirate vessel swayed precariously upon the sea. In an instant, a terrifying aura filled the air. A surge of Crimson Conqueror's Haki erupted from the hostile gaze of red-haired Shanks. Simultaneously, Richie, whose own aura underwent a dramatic transformation, unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, clashing with Shanks' formidable presence. The crew aboard the warship succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, fainting instantly. This was the clash of Conqueror's Haki. Richie, you monstrous being, how deeply you have concealed your power. Light, in this situation, I implore you to be serious. Take the helm. Everyone else is already passed out. Regaining his composure, Light immediately braved the intense pressure and rushed to the ship's wheel, awaiting orders. In that moment, he comprehended the gravity of the situation and dared not to jest any longer. Even Angel could not withstand the collision of their Haki, collapsing limply onto the deck. Ricky cast a glance at Angel, his brow furrowing slightly. The only one who had not succumbed was Light, who gritted his teeth and endured, acutely aware of the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki that could instantaneously rend him apart. Captain, he too possessed the Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, that little brat beside him had miraculously remained conscious. The sea roiled, waves crashing violently. The two surges of Crimson Conqueror's Haki surrounding them birthed flashes of lightning, striking the ocean like colossal red dragons. Shanks was astonished, unable to believe that this man before him also wielded Conqueror's Haki and was his equal in strength. Meanwhile, Ricky's concern shifted to his crew. The appearance of the Shanks pirates signified their imminent journey to the New World, a path that was in stark opposition to their own. Chapter 16, Responsibility. Should we depart? Ricky, say something. Enveloped in the fervor of battle, Ricky fixed his gaze on Shanks. As the Conqueror's Haki dissipated, the air was thick with the scent of impending flames. He yearned to engage Shanks in combat, yet the thought of the 29 unconscious crew members behind him ignited a sense of duty within him. What's the matter? Aren't you going to launch an attack, Marine? Shanks's pupils narrowed to slits as he gripped the hilt of his sword, fixated on Ricky, whose justice cloak billowed in the wind. He had never encountered a Marine with Conqueror's Haki before. Are we doing this, Captain? I'm waiting for your word. Upon seeing the fierce determination in Ricky's eyes, Shanks instantly understood that this man was not afraid to battle, but was instead worried about his subordinates. You intend to go to the New World, don't you, Shanks? Indeed. Ben Beckman, standing beside Shanks, frowned as he scrutinized the aura enveloping Ricky. Then we shall soon meet in the New World. A smile of anticipation grazed Shanks's lips as he relaxed his guard and ordered his crew to set sail. As he witnessed Shanks's departure, the aura surrounding Ricky receded back into his being. The crisis had been averted, though it was not Ricky's own peril he had been concerned about, but rather the well-being of his subordinates. Light, you nearly endangered the lives of the entire crew. Do you realize that? Coughing, he retorted, as a Marine, isn't it only natural to strike against pirates? Yet, I had no inkling they would be so formidable. Ricky observed Light, whose unwavering demeanor and the expression of hatred upon his face spoke volumes about his past. It was evident that the pirates had inflicted significant harm upon him, leading to such an extreme reaction. While this assessment was indeed accurate, he pondered. Had I engaged in battle with them moments ago, would you have had the confidence to survive against any of them? What about the other 29 comrades? Spare me your lectures. Who do you think you are to me? Do you have any idea what the pirates have done to me? How infuriating. Like a rebellious child venting his frustrations, Light dashed into the cabin and forcefully shut the door behind him. Damn it, Ricky muttered, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He had never anticipated that such emotional disputes would manifest within himself. Perhaps this was the weight of responsibility that came with being a superior, and it was indeed burdensome. Ricky approached Angel and playfully nudged him. Stop pretending and get up. Did I just faint? What a coward you are. Rise and take the helm. Among the crew, only Ricky maintained his composure in the face of peril. Though old Ted dared to confront formidable foes, he was merely a reckless brute. Angel, towering at 6 feet 3 inches, stood up and adjusted his glasses, inquiring, "Where's Light?" Ricky retorted knowingly, "Can you cease your charade? I apologize. I was merely overwhelmed by the overwhelming aura of the Conqueror's Haki." It was unexpected that Angel, a support officer, was not incapacitated by the Haki. It seemed a waste of his potential. After inspecting the soldiers' conditions, he found them to be largely unscathed save for their rapid heartbeats. Suddenly, he noticed Black was missing and frantically searched the ship until he discovered it trembling in a corner of the deck, drenched in sweat and gazing fearfully at Ricky. "Please, don't frighten me. I must confront the enemy," and it was only in desperation that I unleashed that overwhelming presence. Being a creature of instinct, Black was profoundly terrified of the Conqueror's Haki, an innate dread rendering it unable to face Ricky in that moment. Ricky extended his hand to comfort the little black creature, slowly calming it down within his grasp. It had not been rendered unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki, a testament to the resilience forged through its long association with Ricky. Initially, it would faint, but now it merely felt fear. "Colonel Ricky, what just transpired?" My consciousness vanished. What happened to the red-haired pirates? About half an hour later, the soldiers began to awaken one by one from the deck, gazing at Ricky, who was seated cross-legged at the ship's railing, still unaware of the earlier events. "They have departed. All of you should return to your posts immediately. Our destination is East Blue, Loguetown." Ricky, who had not engaged Shanks, felt a tinge of disappointment as his gaze fixated on the roiling sea, suddenly pointing at a colossal creature. "Look, that is a sea king." He resembled an innocent child, pointing at a creature several times larger than a small warship. It was his first encounter with a sea king, and his curiosity soared. "Colonel, you've never seen a sea king before, have you?" "Rest assured, Colonel, the battleship is embedded with sea prism stone, so the sea kings will not attack us." "Of course I know. I'm merely intrigued by how such a massive creature comes to be." Observing a sea king up close was nothing short of breathtaking. igniting an insatiable curiosity within Ricky. Returning to the cabin, Ricky approached the door of Wright's quarters. "You're a soldier now. Why are you acting like a child? You are no longer a kid, right? Let me be alone." Bang! Ricky forcefully kicked open the cabin door. Wright, startled, gazed at Ricky's imposing figure. "What are you doing? Kid, what do you think this place is? If you have grievances, come to me. Do not wallow in your room alone. It will affect your mental state." Emo? Before Wright could recover from his shock, Ricky had scooped him up and tossed him onto the deck. "Have you forgotten the discipline you learned under Master Zephyr this past year? Do not forget, your rank is second only to mine on this ship. Do you understand your responsibilities?" "Lieutenant, all the soldiers around you are of a lower rank. Did you just disregard their lives with your reckless attack on the red-haired pirates?" Wright was rendered speechless by Ricky's words, sitting dazed on the deck, unsure of what to do. But he quickly composed himself, donning his cloak and standing firm in his officer's stance. "I apologize, everyone. I could not contain my anger and put you all in danger. Do not dwell on it. We all need to grow, Lieutenant Wright." Ricky quietly observed from the sidelines, reminiscing about his enlistment at the tender age of 18 in Roguetown, where the ideals of justice loomed behind him, stifling his reckless abandon and fervor. After several days of navigating the Grand Line, Ricky found immense satisfaction in gazing at the Sea Kings. However, on the 7th day, as they approached the vicinity of Reverse Mountain, they were met with the ominous sight of smoke rising from the ravaged town. "Make for the shore. Quickly!" The pirates aboard their ship panicked upon spotting the naval vessel and immediately contacted their captain to flee. Justice, alas, was always a step behind. Ricky, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived on the island, gazing at the town engulfed in flames, unable to quell his emotions. Light, consumed by fury, rushed to the shore where the pirates were fleeing and delivered a powerful strike towards their ship. The soaring slash struck the mast of the pirate vessel, severing it. Yet the scoundrels continued their escape. Ricky was engulfed in a fiery aura, his eyes transforming into a vivid crimson as he leaped high. "Captain, look at that fellow. Is it the power of a devil fruit? What is he about to do?" The crew aboard the pirate ship gazed in bewilderment at the inferno above the town, while Ricky gathered strength in his right fist. Piercing force, flame fist. With a resounding explosion, the power concentrated in his fist erupted forth, causing the air before him to tremble violently. A colossal, transparent fist-shaped wave sliced through the void, igniting into flames as it surged towards the pirate vessel. The pirate captain, witnessing the fist that rivaled the size of their ship, felt his pupils constrict into pinpoints and uttered, "It's over." The vessel was shattered into fragments by Ricky's piercing strike, the crew crushed under the overwhelming force, utterly defenseless. The last image imprinted in their minds was that of Ricky, resembling a martial deity. Shortly thereafter, a soldier approached Ricky with a bounty notice. "Colonel, based on the flag comparison, this is the Poison Bee pirate crew, with a bounty of 37 million. Mark it with an X. Then do everything possible to rescue the town." Given the circumstances, Ricky could not stand idly by while the townsfolk remained in peril. "Yes, your strength commands respect," Light remarked as he returned to Ricky's side, his tone subdued, before commencing to extinguish the flames. He produced a hose, drawing seawater to douse the fires, tirelessly battling the inferno throughout the day until it was finally subdued. The town lay in ruins, haunting cries echoing through the air. "Report, Colonel Ricky. Our investigation reveals that over 700 people have survived, mostly children. Nearly all the adult men have perished." "Document this," Ricky replied, his heart heavy as he approached the makeshift shelters established by the Navy. The survivors, still shaken, eyed Ricky warily. "Thank you, Navy. I apologize. We merely passed through here, and our capabilities are limited. Please understand." Observing their myriad of anguished expressions, Ricky could only offer apologies for the delayed justice. "There is no need for such sentiments. Without you, the town would still be under siege, and that band of pirates might have perished as well." "Indeed, thank you. Navy brother, you saved our village of Grape." With over 700 individuals rescued, 90% of the supplies aboard the small warship had been used for relief efforts. The villagers expressed their gratitude with an abundance of wine. "The world is cruel in countless ways. This is all we can offer." Ricky stood at the stern of the ship, watching the receding town, reflecting, "I have grown up in such an environment. Yet your demeanor is remarkably composed, Colonel Ricky," Light observed, his sympathy palpable. "Heh." Ricky let out a cold chuckle, somewhat desensitized to such matters. Perhaps it was due to his extensive encounters with death. Having stood at the forefront of the East Blue's Roguetown since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, under the cloak of night, everyone gathered on the deck, sipping wine. As the warship sailed towards the Red Continent, the day's experiences had cast a shadow over the atmosphere aboard the vessel. Richie reclined on a deck chair by the railing, gazing at the vast starry night. Upon our arrival in Roguetown, I shall bestow upon each of you 2,000 berries for your enjoyment. Colonel, do you truly mean what you say? Indeed, my word is my bond. Oh, splendid. May I seek out the company of women? Lieutenant Wright timidly interjected. Haha, Lieutenant Wright. Accompany us, and you shall surely be transformed into a man. Richie took a sip of wine and chuckled coldly. Indeed, take him away, lest he continues to drone on. The taste of forbidden fruit? Oh, Lieutenant, ha ha ha. You scoundrels, just watch how I get you all drunk. In Roguetown. As long as there was Bailey, boredom was never an option. As the atmosphere became lively, Richie tilted his head to gaze at the starry sky, relishing the delightful moment. He merely wished to pursue the justice he currently embraced, rather than the doctrines forcibly instilled by the Navy. Yet, the words exchanged during his all-night conversation with Zephyr echoed in his mind. Richie, the relentless pursuit of slaughter cannot usher in peace. However, you are the most remarkable disciple I have ever taught, having discerned the intricacies of the world's situation and the roots of evil. Indeed, you are correct, my pupil. But violence is, alas, a necessary evil. Chapter 17, Confrontation. An encounter with Mihawk once more. Richie commanded the warship to traverse the doldrums, navigating directly to the East China Sea via the Great Route. As they passed through the calm waters, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if a colossal entity was observing them. Did you share this feeling? Indeed, an inexplicable dread enveloped the crew, akin to being scrutinized by an enormous sea creature lurking beneath. All the soldiers sensed this ominous presence, yet apart from Richie, who gazed intently into the depths, none dared to meet the gaze head-on. Was that an eye? Within the vast ocean, an immense, dark blue pupil floated ominously beneath the surface, causing cold beads of sweat to form on Richie's brow. The soldiers were filled with an eerie chill. This eye was unfathomably larger than the warship itself and soon vanished into the abyss below. It has departed. Ah, Colonel, are you not afraid? I am terrified. Yet what can be done? If it were to attack the vessel, we would all face peril. Such a gargantuan sea creature's assault would be beyond even Richie's capacity to withstand. Beneath the ship lay Sea Prism Stone, ensuring their safe passage. Emerging from the region of calm, the warship set sail toward Loguetown. Richie returned as if it were a joyous reunion during the new year. The town of Rog. He allocated 2,000 berry to each subordinate for a day's holiday in town. Meanwhile, he himself returned to the base in Rog. The individuals here felt utterly unfamiliar to him. Not a single familiar face could be found. Where were Dylan and Omer? The newly appointed branch colonel stood rigidly beside Richie, the hierarchy rendering his status as a colonel at headquarters far superior to that of a branch colonel. The second lieutenant and lieutenant had perished in battle. What did you say? They were indeed valiant soldiers. They had already made the ultimate sacrifice over a year ago. Richie's heart felt as though it had been struck by a fist. His previously buoyant spirits, buoyed by the fine weather, were suddenly weighed down. The news from the current colonel of Roguetown, revealing that the two had perished over a year ago, left Richie in deep distress. Roguetown, the sole island near Upside Down Mountain, served as a critical passage for pirates traversing the East Sea, rendering it a prime target for their assaults. Have the gravestones been erected? Take me to see them. Yes, they have. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Richie gazed at the two decaying wooden crosses, reminiscing for a brief moment before departing. The branch base commander had tasked Richie with vanquishing a particularly formidable pirate crew in the waters near Rika village. As dusk fell, the square's tavern was filled with raucous cheers. La, with a strikingly alluring woman in tow, jovially ascended to the second floor. Hey, La, exercise some restraint. We have a battle tomorrow. The soldiers, inebriated with merriment, raised their glasses in his honor. Moments later, a commotion erupted from above. With an indifferent expression, Richie rose and stepped outside the tavern, addressing everyone over his shoulder. Angel, enjoy yourself with the brothers. Afterward, he strolled through the bustling square, accompanied only by Little Black, relishing the most leisurely day he had experienced in a year. Days later, in the waters near Rika village in the East Sea, a pirate ship lay anchored, hosting a grand feast. Captain Gillerado, a naval ship is approaching. What is there to fear? We'll take down any of those feeble Navy men that dare to come our way. Prepare the cannons to blast them away. and then we shall resume our celebration. The raucous pirate captain, casting a glance at the warship led by Richie, remained unfazed. On board the warship, Richie gazed at the 30 fully armed soldiers and declared, "They do not fear us. Their numbers surpass ours, but you are all soldiers trained at headquarters. Open fire," with a resolute command. The warship unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon the pirate vessel. The maritime battle was imminent. Bullets and cannonballs exchanged fire above the ocean until both sides exhausted their ammunition. The pirate captain ordered his crew to engage in close combat. As the pirate ship drew near to the warship, the captain's gaze fell upon 30 resolute soldiers, armed with sabers, their imposing presence striking fear into him. At that moment, he sensed the gravity of the situation. The soldiers of Roguetown lacked such formidable spirit. Casting a glance at Richie, who sat casually on the railing with a cold smirk, the captain understood that this battle would not unfold as easily as those before. Charge. Annihilate the navy. Faced with overwhelming odds, the newly minted man, Light, swiftly drew his sword and executed a strike unlike any the pirates had encountered, obliterating over a dozen of them in an instant. This was the sword chi slash. "You are not the navy of Roguetown, are you? Enough talk." As the pirate captain raised his weapon to block Light's attack, he realized that this seemingly smaller navy soldier was overpowering him. "Alas, I shall refrain from intervening." Richie, now disinterested in these foes, observed with indifference. "Oh, Colonel, just watch. We shall handle these scoundrels." The 100 pirates were swiftly crushed by the well-trained soldiers, with Light single-handedly subduing the pirate captain. Blood splattered everywhere, yet it was merely the blood of the pirates. Curse it! How could I, Gillerito, possibly be bested by a mere child? Light's blade pierced the heart of the pirate captain. He shuddered, his bodily functions ceasing as he collapsed onto the deck. With their captain defeated, the remaining pirates discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender. The warrant officer is indeed merciless. The soldiers panted lightly as they bound the surrendering pirates with rope. These scoundrels deserve death. They cannot be allowed to live. They thoroughly looted the ship of its surplus food and treasures. The surrendered pirates were brought to the deck, where Richie approached them, squatting down. The moment they faced him, they could feel an extraordinary aura emanating from him. "Who are you?" This presence could not possibly belong to the Navy of the East Sea. "Good eye. I reward you with a grand slap." "Huh, what is that?" "Slap." Richie struck the pirate who spoke, rendering him unconscious, blood splattering from his mouth. The other pirates fell silent, too intimidated to utter a word. "What shall we do with them, Colonel?" Rich let out a cold laugh and commanded, "Bring me a fishing rod." The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances but complied, retrieving a slender fishing rod from the ship's hold. After thoroughly pillaging the pirate vessel, Rich stood at the ship's rail, his fists coalescing with power. A thunderous force erupted as several devastating punches sank the pirate ship. Witnessing this, the pirate captain's hair stood on end, realizing the existence of monstrous beings beyond human comprehension. "Wait, Navy, what are you planning to do?" The ropes were tied to the delicate fishing rod, which Rich reinforced with his Haki to prevent it from breaking. One-handed, he used the pirates as bait, casting them into the sea and reeling them back in repeatedly, tormenting them relentlessly. "Ah, I want to go home," they cried, splashing into the water as Rich showcased his peculiar method of torment. "Angel, tell the brothers to set sail," Rich instructed. Angel bit her lip, regarding Rich with a strange look. "Are you using them for fishing?" she asked. "Indeed," he replied. After delivering the pirate captain's corpse and crew to the Roguetown Navy, Rich led his subordinates back to Elia town for a day of visitation. The warship and crew adapted remarkably well, proving capable of surviving the harsh conditions of the Grand Line and the New World. Just a day of visitation? The deep conversations throughout the day left Celia reluctant to part ways. She gently touched her hair as she bid him farewell. Richie, accompanied by his crew, hastened towards the latter half of the Grand Line. Within just a few months, they had established a formidable reputation in this realm where all the strongest beings congregate, vanquishing countless nefarious pirate crews. News of their exploits swiftly spread across the entire world. In the New World, the Den Den Mushi on Ricky's person rang out. "You scoundrel! In what manner have we, the Red Demon Pirates, provoked you? Having plundered towns 47 times and sunk warships 7 times. Why do you claim we have crossed you?" Ricky, holding the bloodied pirate captain aloft, retrieved his transponder snail from his pocket with his right hand. "This is Colonel Ricky's warship. What are your orders?" "Colonel, please proceed immediately to the World Sea for support. Our fleet heading to Vidor Mana is under attack from Dracul Mihawk." "Mihawk? The Hawkeye?" Richie discarded the nearly lifeless captain of the Red Demon Pirates, giving a knowing glance to Angel beside him. Swiftly, Angel produced a bounty poster and handed it to Richie. Hawk at Mihawk, bounty, 620 million berries. Order acknowledged. As he hung up the call, Richie gazed at the image of the man known as Hawkeye. At this moment, he had yet to attain the title of the world's greatest swordsman, yet his name resonated throughout the globe, instilling dread in countless formidable warriors merely through the intensity of his gaze. Shall I meet this Hawkeye? Perhaps I might have the chance to engage him in combat first. When have you ever heeded my commands, Light? Richie had grown weary of overseeing his subordinates. Each mission necessitated consideration for their safety, burdening him with responsibility and robbing him of his personal aspirations. Thus, upon returning to naval headquarters, he resolved to cast aside all encumbrances and act independently. In the Whirl Sea, flames engulfed the area, with severed warships strewn about. Two flickering candle-like flames approached Richie's warship, revealing a man donned in a jazz hat and a black and red floral t-shirt, casually reclining as he remarked, "Heh, have they sent another group of frogs from the well to their demise? How amusing. Hey, Light. Indeed, that is the swordsman Hawkeye. Allow me to go first." Light leapt onto the ship's railing, adopting a sword-drawing stance, and plunged toward Hawkeye with force. "Another frog from the well? I see," he chuckled. As usual, Light charged forward, but in an instant of confrontation, Hawkeye effortlessly severed his blade. Impossible. Staring at the shattered remains of his sword, Light realized the vast chasm between him and the man before him. The glimmer of the black blade reflected in his eyes, leaving him paralyzed as he awaited his fate. Just then, Ricky's figure appeared on Hawkeye's small boat, using his armament Haki to withstand the incoming strike. "Stand down, Light." Ricky's grave tone compelled Light, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, to retreat, clutching his broken sword. "Are you all right, Light?" "Yes, I am fortunate the colonel arrived in time. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished." On the deck of the warship, the captain of the Red Demon Pirates writhed in an attempt to flee, only to be bound by soldiers and cast into the prison below deck. "Is he your subordinate? He appears rather feeble," Eagle Eye remarked, instantly recognizing Ricky and teasing him. "You haven't forgotten the grudge from Roguetown, have you?" Despite enveloping himself in armament Haki, Ricky's wrist was still wounded by the sharp edge of Eagle Eye's black blade, blood oozing from the injury. "Impressive. 6 years ago you survived my strike, and now I wonder how much you have grown since then." A blend of arrogance, confidence, stoicism, and calmness played across Eagle Eye's face. Ricky, somewhat disgruntled, glared at the man a few years his senior, while his other hand began to gather energy, ready to strike. Sensing the impending danger, Eagle Eye swiftly retracted his blade and leaped several dozen meters onto the shattered planks of the warship. With a powerful swing, Richie cleaved the solitary ship of Mihawk in two. "Angel, withdraw the warship swiftly, the farther the better." The gravity of engaging in such a high-caliber battle caused even Richie to feel a flicker of concern. His blood, ignited with fervor, rendered him incapable of retreat. Confronted by this renowned swordsman, barely in his 20s, Richie's fists were enveloped in Haki, primed to engage Mihawk in a fierce clash. "Worried about your subordinates? Huh. You are remarkably similar to that red-haired fellow." "Red-haired?" Richie responded, slightly taken aback. "Huh. I merely fear that my sudden surge of power might inadvertently affect them." Ricky erupted from the coffined ship, which instantly shattered into a myriad of splinters. This sight incited a surge of ire within Hawkeye as he witnessed his vessel plunge into the abyss below. Chapter 18. The Victim on a Sea. Remnants of the Rock's pirates have converged. He stood resolute, engaging in a fierce battle with the youthful Mihawk. The hardened fist, imbued with Haki, collided with the world's mightiest black sword, Yuru. The penetrating energy of the mythical beast pierced through Mihawk's blade, striking directly at his chest, overwhelming him with an immense pressure from this unprecedented force. No formidable body could withstand such an impact. Naturally, Richie's fist was also wounded by the sharpness of the black blade, Yuru. Even with the protection of Pusashoka Haki, his current strength was insufficient to counter Mihawk's strike. "Arrogance comes at a cost, and I, fortuitously, possess the power to humble you." To Richie's astonishment, Mihawk's blade seemed to disregard his energy and made direct contact with his essence. Enduring the might of the penetrating force, Mihawk tightened his grip on the hilt, unleashing his Haki to counter it. With his right fist clashing against the black blade, Richie swiftly lifted his right leg to kick at Mihawk. In the next moment, Mihawk unleashed his power, the overwhelming sword aura piercing through Richie's body and leaving a deep crimson scar. Blood dripped steadily onto the wooden planks as Richie's right foot simultaneously struck Mihawk, sending him hurtling into the damaged mast of the warship. The surviving soldiers of the fleet were left in utter shock, while some officials recorded the unfolding battle with military imaging snail technology. Ricky touched the crimson scar from his right shoulder to his left waist, acutely aware of Mihawk's formidable power. He shouted to the surrounding soldiers, all surviving soldiers, "Evacuate this place swiftly. I cannot protect you." Swiftly, blades of air flew from the smoke towards Ricky, who summoned his own energy to respond. The air coalesced around his fist, forming a manifestation of his spirit. He unleashed several powerful punches, each imbued with energy, to collide with the incoming assault. After several seconds of fierce impact, both the sword and fist energy dissipated. As the smoke cleared, Ricky noticed Mihawk, his lips stained with blood. Fixing his sharp gaze upon the injured warrior, "It seems you have indeed grown considerably stronger. The rumors of pirates on the high seas these past months have proven true. What significance does hunting the Navy hold for you? Why pursue this path?" Mihawk grinned, yet his demeanor turned serious as he wielded his blade horizontally, preparing for a decisive strike. For amusement, having recently clashed with red-haired Shanks, Mihawk still bore some injuries and resolved to unleash his strongest blow as a cover for retreat. The air around him quivered with a terrifying expansion of energy, and a translucent sword aura erupted from the blade, cleaving through the void and rushing towards Ricky. The speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous, as the deadly aura aimed to cleave him in two. With pupils constricting in alarm, Ricky summoned his own power to shield himself. But the sword energy struck him with such force that it sent him soaring into the sky. The aura pierced through his defenses, inflicting damage upon his hands, leaving him incredulous at the overwhelming strength he could not withstand. As he ascended higher, he could see the horizon clearly before him. "Damn it! If I don't counter this force, I shall be thrust into the heavens." The blinding sunlight enveloped Ricky, his skin glowing a deep crimson. Drawing upon the powers of a martial deity, he tore through the sword energy while plummeting into the depths of the ocean, his protective aura ensuring he remained unscathed. As he surfaced, he discovered Mihawk had vanished amidst the wreckage of the warship. "Where is he?" he inquired. The surviving soldiers around him quickly responded, "Colonel Ricky." The man with the eagle eyes jumped into the sea and fled. That fellow claimed to be interested in strong opponents. Why would he retreat? Just as Ricky surmised. Though the swordsman's physical strength did not rival that of a pure martial artist, his wrist and arm strength were astonishing. General Angel, noticing the cessation of battle, piloted his ship closer, while Light, cradling the small black creature, immediately flew to perch upon Ricky's shoulder upon seeing him. Observing two battleships trailing behind his small vessel, Ricky furrowed his brow. "Colonel, are you unharmed? What is happening? Why are they here?" "We have been summoned." "Summoned?" As the warship drew closer, Richie looked up to see Sakazuki at the bow, arms crossed, gazing intently at him. He immediately saluted his superior. A dispute over the Foundation between Big Mom and Kaido had arisen, and news had reached headquarters that Whitebeard would also be involved, prompting orders for us to intervene. "Has the situation here been resolved?" "We heard Mihawk appeared, so we decided to come as well." Kizaru, lounging at the bow of his ship, inquired lazily. "I suppose it has been settled. There are no enemies left." After rescuing all the surviving soldiers, Richie followed the two vice admirals to the location of the future three emperors. "By the way, are there any others? With just our three warships attempting to thwart Whitebeard's involvement, it seems futile, does it not?" "Of course, all the vice admirals in the nearby waters will be rushing over." "Is that so?" This is a battle Richie felt compelled to regard seriously, yet he could not fathom why headquarters had not dispatched the only current admiral. After all, Steelbone Akainu had resigned, and Sengoku was undoubtedly the present fleet admiral. None of the three admirals could currently be replaced within the Navy. Garp had repeatedly declined promotion to admiral, leaving the world government no choice but to appoint one of their own formidable warriors to fill the position. The world government's great swordsman, Grey Alva, an incredibly powerful one-sword-style swordsman, a white-haired elder in his 60s. Should someone within the Navy be deemed capable of taking on this role, the world government would withdraw this formidable figure. Throughout the voyage, more warships manned by other vice admirals joined the formation, creating a fleet of terrifying combat prowess on the sea. "We are doomed." That is none other than Whitebeard. On the Riche warship, Angel displayed a demeanor of timidity and fear, even beginning to pen a farewell letter. Sighing, Riche, long accustomed to such behavior, remarked, When the time comes, you shall deal with the minions. Just ensure you keep your distance from the officers. He truly was ill-suited for the long-term management of others. Initially, he felt a sense of accomplishment, but over time, he grew weary of the anxiety that constrained his freedom for the sake of his subordinates' lives. By the way, are your injuries serious, Colonel? These minor wounds are of no consequence. In the waters of Vidomina, the naval vanguard fleet suffered devastation due to Mihawk's interference, failing to intercept Whitebeard's entourage in a timely manner. Lingling, I have promised you territory, but I must acquire that devil fruit. Kaido, that devil fruit is no trifling matter. I shall not relinquish it to you, unless you agree to father a multitude of children with me. Presently, Charlotte Lingling retained her allure, yet her increasingly corpulent form was becoming evident. Kaido paused for several seconds, his expression faltering as he glared at the grinning Big Mom, sink into the depths of the sea and perish, Lingling. Wahahaha. Meanwhile, Kaido, who had transformed Wano into his weapon factory, was traversing the seas in search of formidable adversaries and various devil fruit users, maintaining close ties with the underworld. The Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates were locked in an all-out naval battle in the waters of Vidomina. The conflict raged from the ocean to the very shores of the Vidomina Kingdom, ostensibly over territory, yet truly for the sake of a rare mythical Zoan devil fruit. Garur, are Lingling and that brat Kaido truly engaged in battle there? Is your information reliable, Teach? Indeed, old man. The mythical Zoan devil fruit lies within the treasury of the Vidomina Kingdom. This is bad. Old man, the Navy has arrived as well. Following the downfall of the Rocks Pirates, 2 high-ranking officers and a super rookie gathered in the same place for the first time in nearly 2 decades. This was sufficient to capture the attention of the world government, prompting the mobilization of all available Marine officers, excluding Garp. Ricky stood upon his warship, inhaling the palpable scent of impending battle. In the distance, a golden-haired man wielding a naginata atop a colossal whale laughed maniacally. I can no longer contain the blood boiling within me. His blood surged with a fervent desire to confront a worthy adversary. And Ricky found himself unable to restrain his own anticipation. Madman, Angel, trembling as he cradled his head in his hands, shouted at Ricky, that is Whitebeard. Have you lost your senses? He was recently hailed as the strongest man in the world. Even Light and the other soldiers aboard his ship began to tremble involuntarily. Whitebeard stood at the pinnacle of his power. The only one who might rival him now was the deceased Gol Roger. In the icy epic, to create a battlefield for the military, Kazan plunged into the sea, unleashing his devil fruit powers to freeze the surrounding waters. A terrifying glacier stretched endlessly before them. Yururur. Have a bunch of unformed brats come again? Where are Garp and Sengoku? Akainu activated his devil fruit ability, unleashing a colossal attack. Meteor Volcano. Wait. Sakazuki. There are innocent civilians on the island. Kazan gasped in horror, witnessing the impending magma fists accumulating in the clouds above the Kingdom Island. The atmosphere darkened ominously, and Ricky was profoundly shaken by the sight. Countless crimson magma fists hung in the sky, enveloping the entire Kingdom Island, painting a picture of apocalyptic descent. The 2 adversaries, unable to find common ground, began to exchange fierce blows, as if they were destined to be sworn enemies. Observing from a distance, Borisolino maintained a relaxed demeanor aboard his ship. This is bad. This is terrible, old man. We too will be caught in the crossfire of such widespread attacks. Do not fret, my sons, Whitebeard reassured them, unfazed as he gathered a luminous sphere of energy in his hand, watching the enormous crimson magma fists descend like raindrops. With a powerful sweep of his arm towards the sky above the Moby Dick, the surrounding air and the frozen sea trembled violently. Ricky steadied himself on his ship, arms crossed, while those behind him fell to the deck due to the spatial upheaval. As Whitebeard unleashed his punch, the air itself tore apart, releasing an overwhelming aura that extinguished the meteor volcano looming above the Moby Dick, sending rock fragments cascading onto the icy surface. You should be lighting candles on a birthday cake, Magma Boy. The disparity in power left the current Sakazuki utterly disdainful. The kingdom of Daiching was completely obliterated by Sakazuki's meteor volcano, causing Kaido and Big Mom, who were locked in fierce combat, to cease their clash and gaze toward the sea. Newgate, captain of the 1st Division, Whitebeard. They stared wide-eyed at the smiling figure of Whitebeard, a fellow member of the Rocks Pirates, as they reunited in this tumultuous moment. Humph, ha! All aboard the ship gazed upon Richie's formidable figure, erupting into excited laughter. He tore away the cape draped behind him, exclaiming, "In this world, what else can I desire but to battle?" With a powerful push, the small warship strained to its limits, tilting forward as it plunged into the icy depths. Light, having collided with the ship's railing, shouted at Richie as he charged forward. "Didn't we agree to avoid recklessness, Colonel? With so many vice admirals around, you need not concern yourself with our reassurances." With a roar, Richie ignited in crimson-black flames, embracing his warrior form as he charged across the glacial terrain toward the Moby Dick. The Conqueror's Haki surged through him. What kind of technique was this? The little man returns. Someone exclaimed, "That's Whitebeard." Before the words of Shiwan Momo could fully escape her lips, the atmosphere before Richie began to tear apart. The flames enveloping him were whipped back by an overwhelming force, yet nothing could quell his exhilaration as he raced toward the strongest of foes. As he faced the fierce shockwave generated by the Haki that countered the powers of the Devil Fruit, Whitebeard's 1st Division commander transformed into an immortal phoenix, blocking Richie's advance. The battle had commenced, with Richie at the forefront. Insanity. Forget it. Everyone, let us go. Prevent them from coming together. This is a battle for the honor of our new era of Marines. The entire crew leapt from the ship, swiftly surrounding their adversaries on both the east and west flanks. Unbeknownst to the Marines, the Devil Fruit's powers were at play. They had received orders solely to prevent the gathering of the former Rocks pirates. Should they unite to form an alliance, the world would face dire consequences. Whitebeard's gaze fell upon Richie, recognizing the newcomer who had recently made waves in the New World. He had withstood Whitebeard's tremor attack and charged forward alone. Ugh! Richie spat blood, the immense power of the tremor fruit coursing through him. He looked up at the colossal blue bird soaring in the sky. "Hey, Marine, are you all right? You took Dad's blow head on. Phoenix Marco, are you going to stand in my way?" "Indeed. How could I allow someone like you to approach Dad?" The pain coursing through Richie only heightened his excitement as he challenged Marco. "Let us see whether your blue flames burn hotter or my fierce fire rages stronger." With a resounding crash, Richie and Marco's fist collided. Whitebeard, witnessing the clash, ordered all commanders to prevent the Marines from advancing. Chapter 19. Near Death. This is the strength of a king. Wait, Dad, what about that fruit? Teach shouted anxiously, perplexed by Whitebeard's decision to halt the Marines' approach for the sake of two enemies. "Silence, Teach. Follow orders." Whitebeard turned to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, then declared, "Consider it a final act of camaraderie. After all, I am quite nostalgic. Linlin, Mom, Newgate. You do have a sense of humanity. How about we combine our genes for the future of the world? Spare me, Lingling. After nearly 2 decades, you remain the insatiable beast that you are." In the naval headquarters, Sengoku covered his forehead in the command room, exclaiming, "Cough, did I miscalculate? That fellow is utterly irrational." He had been directing operations via Den Mushi, while simultaneously tending to internal affairs. Faced with the task of preventing the Old World Rocks pirates from making contact, he issued merely a command for obstruction, for the dispatch forces were utterly incapable of capturing any of them. Even with the 4 great natural devil fruit users present, they could not contend with 3 legendary pirate crews. However, halting their interaction was sufficient. Grandpa, the 1-year-old Luffy, with his indistinct utterance, joyously called out, eliciting an ecstatic reaction from Garp beside him. "What did you say?" "Grandpa, Sengoku. Look, my grandson can talk." Coughing, Sengoku observed Garp's delight, his anger rising. Yet he refrained from scolding Garp when Tsuru picked up Luffy. "How adorable, Luffy," Sengoku remarked. "Call Akainu to melt the ice. Even Whitebeard, a devil fruit user, has the sea as his fatal weakness, and he too is compelled to retreat." Tsuru, with gray hair, cradled Luffy and proposed this tactical plan. "I understand, little Tsuru." "Ha ha. Truly busy, Sengoku," Garp interjected, chuckling as he grabbed a rice cracker. "Get out of here, you rascal Garp." Since his promotion to the rank of admiral, Sengoku had ceased to openly jest with Garp. Yet, as the best of comrades, he still tolerated his antics. "Ha ha ha. All right, I shall refrain from mischief. You continue your command." "I shall go drink with Zephyr." Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, Garp abruptly closed the sliding door and headed towards Zephyr's rigorous training camp. Sighing, upon witnessing Garp's departure, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi microphone and solemnly issued orders. "Commence the plan, Akainu." "Understood, Admiral Sengoku." The sound of magma erupting resonated through the Den Mushi, causing everyone in the command room to adopt a serious demeanor. The kingdom of Vidomana. Ricky engaged in a fierce battle with Marco, utilizing his rugged fists. His powerful strikes pierced through blue flames, colliding with the formidable claws imbued with Haki. The thunderous impact resonated as the surrounding ice began to melt from the intense heat radiating from Ricky. "What is this aura?" Marco exclaimed in astonishment as the energy from Ricky's fists shattered the ice layers. "Your mythical Zoan devil fruit is truly formidable. The moment Haki strikes your body, your wounds heal instantaneously." However, Ricky's divine warrior form allowed him to connect with Marco, inflicting genuine damage. "It's scorching." The captains, in their encounters with Akainu, were pushed back by the Crimson Fist resembling dogs. Subsequently, Akainu began to compress and expand in place, continuously swelling. The searing, expanding magma was utterly unstoppable, compelling the captains to retreat. Destructive force. The air around Richie crackled like flames as he unleashed his fists, enveloped in a powerful energy, striking swiftly at Marco. The astonishing regenerative capabilities of the mythical phoenix fruit left him in awe. However, he knew that if he could surpass its limits, inflicting damage would be effortless. The pure martial prowess and rapid succession of blows rained down upon Marco in his phoenix form. The brilliant blue flames gradually succumbing to the ominous crimson ashes that engulfed Richie. This was an attack aimed at the internal organs, reminiscent of what his father would employ. Despite the agony coursing through his body and organs, Marco resolutely endured Richie's relentless assault. Sensing the tide turning against him, Kaido transformed into an azure dragon, soaring toward the palace, closely pursued by Charlotte Lin riding on Zeus. In the skies, they clashed with breath and lightning. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard gathered his formidable tremor fruit powers once more, determined to curtail Akainu's abilities from endangering his family. With a powerful gesture, he unleashed a terrifying wave of tremors that rent the air, directed at the ever-expanding magma of the Crimson Hound. Instantly, the heavens quaked. The ice age released by Kazan was torn asunder by the seismic force, causing the waters beneath the ice to erupt violently. Has Whitebeard unleashed his might? The shockwave and violent currents engulfed Richie, who let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body ravaged by the tremors. His brain and vital organs quaked violently, while Marco had already leapt high into the air. Akainu, being the focal point of Whitebeard's attack, halted the spread of his terrifying abilities as the surrounding waters began to rapidly submerge the ice. "Everyone, return to the Moby Dick. Allow me to be their adversary," Whitebeard called out, his concern for his son evident. Yet his focus remained not on the Navy, but rather on the fruit fiercely contested by Kaido and Big Mom. Although he cared little for the fruit itself, his curiosity about its nature, which could provoke such a fierce rivalry, was piqued. With the Navy's involvement, it was evident that maintaining control of the area was no longer feasible. As the explosive shockwaves dissipated, Akainu returned to the bow of his ship. "Borsalino, are you an enemy? Why do you not engage?" "Not at all, Sakazuki. I am guarding the rear to prevent any surprise assaults." He then rose, gathering a yellow laser, aiming it at Whitebeard's vessel. With a swift motion, the laser shot forth, targeting the Moby Dick in an instant, only to be met by a Naginata blade that cleaved the beam in two. Whitebeard had intervened personally. The laser split and detonated upon the ice. Subsequently, Borsalino observed Richie returning into view, his body engulfed in crimson flames, extinguished by a single punch, leaving him drenched in blood, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Let us not forget, our mission is merely to prevent their contact, not to engage in a death struggle. Now that the Whitebeard pirates are retreating, the tide has once again submerged the ice created by Kazan. There is no need for pursuit. Let us not act like that fool down below. Am I a fool? You are indeed correct. In a certain sense, I am a fool. Commander, I apologize, but from the perspective of Borsalino, your actions to obliterate the kingdom's towns are excessively extreme. Even if some petty pirates are eradicated, the lives of innocents are not worth the cost. Sakazuki. Listening to the words of the future Marine admirals, Ricky turned to face Whitebeard, unable to refute. At that moment, he desperately wished to engage in combat with the towering man before him, who stood nearly 7 meters tall. Whitebeard, with a disdainful gaze, regarded Ricky as one would an insignificant insect. Yet, the fact that Ricky remained standing astonished the captains aboard Whitebeard's ship. How could this be possible? He had directly withstood the old man's attack. How could he still be standing? Gururara. This journey has yielded quite the bounty. Lingling, Kaido, and Whitebeard's terrifying gaze fixated on Ricky. The Navy's Zifa has trained another remarkable little brat. Why is he still standing despite the loss of blood? The ice beneath the battleground of the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines began to slowly sink, and the surrounding waters turned a deep crimson. The sea around him mingled with the blood. After a moment, Ricky activated his God of War stance once more, causing the surrounding waters to boil. Concentrating all his energy into his right fist as he leaped into the air, swinging with full force, with the strength to obliterate several mountains. His punch surged toward the Moby Dick. This strike possessed power rivaling that of an admiral. How will he block this attack, the world's strongest man? Ricky, utilizing Moonwalk, gazed down at the Moby Dick, his blood dripping drop by drop into the sea below. Unfazed, his imposing aura remained unshaken by the presence of Whitebeard or his own injuries. The size of his punch exceeded that of the Moby Dick several times over. Descending directly towards Whitebeard. Gururora, Gururora. A wild grin spread across his face as Whitebeard, after a hearty laugh, raised his Naginata. It was time to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Duong. The terrifying seismic force coiled around the blade, swiftly stabilizing its form as Whitebeard's eyes pierced through Ricky's attack, targeting him directly. Quite the spirit. Let your ignorance come at a price, kid. Seismic wave. Howl. Whitebeard's muscular arm bulged as he swung the Tontata. A white orb of light shot forth from the blade, colliding with Ricky's full-force strike. Boom. The heavens and earth tore asunder. The clash of attacks sparked like lightning upon the ocean's surface. Countless soldiers swiftly swam toward the warship. Ricky's limbs were ensnared by crimson-black flames. And as he beheld his own techniques swiftly falter, a shiver coursed through him. What manner of monster is this? My attacks have been devoured by his tremor fruit powers. An overwhelming aura, akin to an unstoppable force, rent the very fabric of space, unleashing a multitude of blade-like energies from the epicenter of their clash, extinguishing the divine flames that enveloped him. At the moment when spatial rending reached its zenith, a brilliant sphere of white light erupted, forming a terrifying oval shape of concentrated power that bore down upon Ricky, incinerating his garments and cloak into mere ash. Each strand of this formidable force bore the essence of the tremor fruit's capabilities. In an instant, he felt the chilling breath of death looming over him. He summoned every ounce of his Haki and energy, coalescing it in a fierce concentration at his chest. Ricky is poised to make his final stand. His limbs, muscles, and veins are taut with tension. With a heart-wrenching roar, he announces his technique, Energy Blast. A brilliant white light erupts amidst the turmoil in the surrounding air. Whitebeard tilts his head, a confident grin spreading across his face. Set sail and leave this area immediately. Quickly. The foreboding situation prompts Chopper to issue an urgent command. Little do they know, it is already too late. A violent shockwave engulfs everything in its vicinity, as all objects around Ricky are swept into the maelstrom of his technique. In that instant, Chopper and Kazan, realizing the imminent danger, hastily employ their natural abilities of ice and earth to encase the battleship. The clash between Whitebeard's powers and the ferocious energy unleashed by Ricky wreaks havoc, obliterating everything in their path. Old man, Marco, hurry and call for the ship to leave this place. Ha ha ha, what a remarkable fellow. But how long can you withstand my might? The waters beneath Ricky churned violently as he unleashed a tremendous vortex, sending a tsunami racing toward the kingdom's harbor. The kingdom had already suffered extensive destruction from the prior battle between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. And Admiral Sakazuki's assault had forced countless residents to seek refuge in the kingdom's highlands. Suspended in the heavens was Kaido in his dragon form, a new and formidable genetic entity. Charlotte Linlin gazed at Ricky on the surface of the sea, her expression turning to one of stunned bewilderment. Noticing Big Mom's sudden trance, Kaido cast a glance at the pirate ship he had brought, now obliterated by Ricky's unknown power. He positioned his dragon tail near his subordinates, allowing them to ascend onto his back before diving into the kingdom's high ground, snatching a treasure chest containing the coveted fruit with his claw. Ha ha ha. I shall take my leave first, Linlin. Though I once benefited from your care, we are adversaries now. Big Mom snapped back to reality, watching Kaido soar away, realizing that what she desired had been taken from her. Damn you, Kaido. Fine, consider it a gift from your sister. Ha ha ha, sister. That was in the past. Now you're nearly a decrepit old hag. At this taunt, fury surged within Big Mom as she wielded Napoleon and swung it fiercely at the airborne Kaido. What did you say? Wano. The full force of Wano struck Kaido's dragon scales, causing him to spit blood. Kaido-sama. Damn it. We secured the prize. Let us depart swiftly. The explosive aura gradually dissipated as Ricky was sent crashing into the sea by Whitebeard's tremor fruit, blood gushing forth, his mind swirling in disarray. Emerging from the depths, Ricky gasped for air, blood spilling from his lips as he watched the white-beard pirates retreating. The surrounding waves relentlessly engulfed him, and though utterly spent, he struggled to paddle toward the kingdom's shore. Upon reaching the beach, he discovered he lacked even the strength to stand upright, collapsing to one knee. Feeling the tumult within his head and organs, blood spewed from his mouth like a torrent, his pupils obscured by crimson. His body radiated a terrifying heat, enveloped in white smoke. What a thrill, but the disparity is insurmountable. Is this the power of a king? The pinnacle of Whitebeard. With a final, desperate effort, he succumbed, his battered body collapsing to the ground in silence. Over a year prior, Ricky had exerted every ounce of his strength to injure Garp. Now, after significant training under Zephyr, he unleashed this technique, yet it could not withstand Whitebeard's might. The release of his energy did not harm Whitebeard, but instead left him in a near-death state from a single blow, empowered by Whitebeard's abilities. Captain. Chapter 20. The Emergence of the Four Emperors. The Three Great Powers. Uncertain of how much time had passed, medical personnel conducted examinations, revealing that at this moment, Richie lay in a profound state of coma. His internal organs were in disarray, accompanied by significant internal bleeding. Miraculously, his blood type was unlike anything ever recorded in history. What kind of blood is this? It remains a mystery. However, based on the remarkable activity of the red blood cells, it has surpassed any known individual in the world. The nutrients introduced into his body were rapidly nourishing his flesh, defying the laws of nature. Researchers and medical staff gathered around Richie, conducting a specialized investigation into his condition. Suddenly, a small black creature burst into Richie's ward, rushing to his side and unfurling its ebony wings to shield everyone present. Caw, caw. In the next instant, a medical miracle unfolded. At the sound of the creature's call, Richie, who had been in a deep coma, endured excruciating pain that transcended the limits of human endurance and sat up in bed. The irritation in his lungs made him acutely aware of the dire state of his condition. Colonel, do not move. Your body must remain still. He gazed at the doctors clad in high-temperature protective suits around him. During Richie's near-death experience, his body had intermittently emitted terrifying plumes of scalding white smoke, resulting in injuries to some of the medical staff, necessitating such precautions. Little Black. As his pupils gradually regained consciousness, Richie became increasingly aware of the pain coursing through his body. He felt as though iron needles were piercing his flesh, surrounded by an array of advanced technological apparatus. Ricky immediately extended his hand, pulling out iron needles from his body. Colonel, please refrain from moving. Your body has yet to recover. These are all connected to the devices meant for your treatment. I do not require such assistance. All the syringes were torn from Ricky, who, enduring intense pain, spoke. This is the price of pursuing the ultimate battle. Cawing loudly, the winged creature, Xiaohong, expressed deep concern for Ricky. What? I was unconscious for a week. Where am I? Colonel, we are at the G3 branch base. Each vice admiral has their own G base along with a fleet. Look who has awakened. Before Ricky could ponder the identity of the base, a silver-haired figure, Garp, entered, cradling the 1-year-old Luffy. Vice Admiral Garp, please allow the colonel to continue resting. We have discovered something crucial that requires research. Judging by the frenzied expressions on the medical staff's faces, Garp sensed something amiss. The doctors at G3 base, predominantly composed of researchers, exhibited an obsessive interest in Ricky, indicating that he was no ordinary human. Research? Do you take me for a lab rat? Ricky, bare-chested, rose from the bed, standing straight and glaring at them in indignation. The medical personnel were promptly dismissed. Don't mind them, Ricky. They acted the same way when I was injured, Garp remarked. You truly have no normal person around you. Dressing himself, Ricky felt a peculiar atmosphere enveloping the entire G3 base. It resembled a town devoid of restrictions rather than an orderly military base, with everyone coexisting harmoniously. Heavy artillery surrounded the island, with armed guards stationed at every corner, exceedingly stringent. Grandpa. Luffy, still mastering speech, elicited a joyful expression from Garp. Uncle. You call me uncle? Ricky stared, momentarily taken aback by Luffy's infantile finger pointing at him, before breaking into a grin. No doubt he is my grandson, already displaying good manners. Caw. Xiaohong felt elated by Luffy's call, unfurling his black wings in response. Come here, let uncle give you a hug. Ricky approached Garp. snatching 1-year-old Luffy and heading towards the dining hall, leaving Garp in a dazed stupor. "Hey, you little rascal, stealing my grandson." Vice Admiral Garp. "This fellow has sustained such severe injuries. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago." Bogart adjusted the hat atop his head and spoke in a hushed tone. Garp, regaining his composure, sternly regarded the silhouette of Luffy in Richie's embrace, exclaiming, "Ah, I cannot believe he survived under Whitebeard's trimmer fruit ability. Oh, uncle, shall I take you to eat some meat?" "Yes." In the military mess hall, a cacophony akin to the sound of drums reverberated continuously. Richie relentlessly stuffed his mouth with the countless dishes presented by the chefs. His monstrous appetite left even 1-year-old Luffy clutching a leg of meat in sheer astonishment. "Luffy, this is how you must eat from now on, understand? That way, your body will grow swiftly." Slow down. Colonel, we can hardly keep up." This was exacerbated by Richie's week-long regimen of nutritional fluids, leaving his stomach devoid of any food. To bolster morale within the Navy following this battle, the Navy headquarters collaborated with Morgan's of the news agency to release shocking news to the New World. A Navy vice admiral confronted the Whitebeard crew, while the Rising Star colonel faced Whitebeard alone, a dismal defeat. However, due to Morgan's character, he embellished the report with world-shattering details. As the successor of the World Economic Journal, he was undoubtedly privy to the secrets of the former Rocks pirates. Yet, mentioning that pirate crew, which vanished overnight, was an absolute taboo. The world government concealed the truth of the battle at God Valley from that year. Consequently, he referred to Kaido of the Beasts, the natural destroyer Charlotte Linlin, and the earthquake man Edward Newgate as the three sovereigns of the New World. This added a vibrant hue to the world once more. The birth of the 4 emperors during the era of great pirates began with the titles of these 3. The pirates around the globe erupted in fervor. Countless individuals flocked to serve under the banners of these 3 pirate crews. In the grand and resplendent castle of Mariewa, the audacity of such news was palpable. How bold to disseminate such information. Yet, he had not violated our laws nor disclosed any information about that pirate crew, thus posing no threat. However, with this news released, the world was now divided into 3 great powers, the 7 warlords, the Navy, and the monarchs of the sea. How many would rally to their cause? The 5 rulers of the world regarded this matter with great seriousness. Meanwhile, after a resupply at the G3 base, Richie forcefully departed despite his injuries, returning once more to the vast seas of the New World. Haha, has it not emerged? The 4 emperors? No, now it is merely the 3 emperors. Back in the waters of the New World, Richie perused all that the newspaper contained. The kingdom of Odamina suffered grievous losses as countless families were shattered due to the battles between Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom, while the surrounding seas were rendered void of marine life, as none dared approach their kingdom. "Colonel, where are we taking all these supplies? It's severely affecting the ship's speed." The entire deck is piled high with crates of supplies, an immense quantity of living necessities and food resources. The kingdom of Vidomana must presently resemble a hell on earth. Are all these provisions intended for the rescue of the populace? Indeed, their indifference does not imply my own. After approximately 2 weeks, Richie's small warship finally reached the shores of the kingdom of Vidomana, just as depicted in the newspapers. This nation now faces annihilation, with its citizens fleeing in hunger. Listen, we shall establish 3 supply stations along the shore. Each arriving refugee will be granted a portion of relief supplies. Ricky gazed at the 30 individuals aboard the warship, arranged in 3 squads, each tasked with their respective missions. They commenced the process of transporting supplies to the nearby shore, where they established a relief station. This endeavor served as a form of atonement for Ricky, compensating for the actions he had previously unleashed. Countless camps were swiftly constructed, and the refugees wandering nearby soon discovered the Navy's arrival, seeking assistance. However, at that moment, a pirate ship approached from the sea. Its appearance was devilish, with 2 horns protruding from its temples and grotesque, cross-stitch-like scars adorning its neck. The vessel belonged to the fearsome 3-masted pirate crew. Compared to his former self in Roguetown, Ricky noticed several fresh scars on Moria's body. The refugees who had taken refuge in the camp began to panic. At this juncture, Ricky stepped forward and declared, "Light. Angel, keep a close watch on the civilians. I will confront them." Yes. After the battle with Whitebeard, the attitudes of the 2 had undergone a significant transformation. Gone were the days of jesting. Only genuine respect remained in their hearts. At the bow of the pirate ship, Moria looked somewhat astonished as he observed Ricky approaching the shore alone. That's him. The little brat I failed to kill in Roguetown. Moria harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards Richie, who had earned a formidable reputation in the New World. After all, Richie had dared to face Whitebeard head-on and had lived to tell the tale. Lord Moria, perhaps we should reconsider our course and retreat to the Devil's Triangle. Indeed, even if this kingdom possesses treasures within its treasury, it hardly seems worth our while to engage that fellow once more. Moria seethed. If it weren't for my defeat at Kaido's hands years ago, I too could be a ruler feared by all. Frustration gnawed at Moria as he watched Richie on the shore, his elongated demonic claws clenched tightly, drawing blood from his flesh. In that moment, Richie, determined to convey his readiness for battle to Moria, unleashed his Conqueror's Haki towards the sea. A resounding force erupted. The ocean surged with a crimson aura, enveloping Moria's crew in its wake. What is this? That brat possesses Conqueror's Haki just like Kaido. Jealousy blossomed within Moria's heart as he perceived the terrifying power emanating from the boy he had once cast aside with a mere punch. Infuriated, he had no choice but to retreat for the sake of his crew's lives. Phew, it seems they have departed. Otherwise, had a battle ensued here. Richie cast a slight smile at the refugees within the camp before returning to his post. After his near-fatal encounter with Whitebeard, Richie's strength had surged once more. His muscle cells and internal organs had restructured, enhancing his physical prowess beyond its previous limits. It was time to develop new techniques. Chapter 21. Adopting the Ghost Fruit User. Little lowly news of the relief station's establishment spread among the refugees, and the number of individuals gathering at the site grew steadily. Within just one day, nearly 200 refugees had assembled. Colonel, the soldiers appear rather fatigued. Shall we conclude today's activities? Angel inquired, holding a set of records in hand. The supplies brought by Richie are sufficient to sustain approximately 3,000 individuals for around 2 to 3 months, which is ample time for the kingdom to restore order. Has the news spread so widely that so many have already arrived on the very first day? Inside the tent, Richie gazes at the flickering flames of the bonfire outside, surrounded by a multitude of refugees. He merely intended to remedy the devastation wrought by his own battles. Indeed, tomorrow may bring even more. Yet our capacity can only accommodate about 2,000 refugees. We shall do our utmost. Observing Richie's unwavering determination, Angel chose to remain silent. Suddenly, an eerie and mournful laughter of a little girl emanated from outside the relief station, plunging everyone into a state of panic. The familiar yet strange sound compelled Richie to step out of the tent, where he beheld a disheveled girl with pink hair, her face contorted in a forced smile. Emitting a chilling laughter, the ghostly girl has returned. She always snatches our provisions. She is a monster. Run. She will unleash her spectral attack, and we shall endure several days of despondency again. Please, everyone, do not panic. Within your designated shelters, we, the Navy, shall protect you. As the soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the little girl, Richie swiftly intervened. Lower your weapons. What are you doing? Indeed, as soldiers, how can you aim your guns at an unarmed child? Richie admonished his subordinates. Recognizing the girl before him, he commanded everyone to return to their duties. He approached the little girl, observing her closely. Her long eyelashes framed her downcast eyes, and she clutched a patched teddy bear. Her filthy cheeks and disheveled pink hair revealed the hardships of her existence. Isn't this Perona? Quickly, Navy. Throw her out. This girl brings misfortune. Just as Richie was about to inquire further, a burly man burst into the camp, seemingly voicing what everyone felt. And no one opposed him. Light, get rid of this fellow. Richie felt a surge of anger at these words and ordered the man to be expelled. Why must you cast me out? Are you not the righteous Navy? I, too, am a refugee from Vidor Mana. I only wish to rid everyone of this ill-fated ghost girl. The man protested, feeling unjustly treated. Light complied, approaching the man to escort him out of the relief station. Warning, best leave now and avoid trouble. The colonel does not favor you. The man was astonished to discover that the diminutive Navy boy before him possessed strength that surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Everyone watched in silence as Richie crouched beside the little girl, greeting her with warmth. This scene left the girl in a state of astonishment. Having been distanced from everyone since childhood, she could not comprehend why this man was smiling at her. The smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a weary expression as she gazed at Richie, exclaiming, "But I am a ghost. Where is your true form? How do you know?" The little girl, caught off guard, was somewhat surprised. "It's all right, I won't harm you. Please, tell me. Take me to the forest," she implored. Her innocent eyes fixed on Richie for a long moment. Two spirits flitted into the pile of supplies and emerged with a piece of bread and some water. Ultimately, she chose to trust Richie and led him to her true form's location. They arrived at a dark, damp cave within the forest, where Richie watched her return to her original self. The two spirits handed the food to the little girl before tending to the flickering ghostly fire nearby. "How old are you, little girl?" he inquired. 7, she replied. This was hard for Richie to believe. A 7-year-old girl living alone in such a chaotic environment seemed implausible. "Is that so? What is your name?" he asked, seeking to satisfy his curiosity. "Pepperona," she answered, as if she had been starving for days, chewing on the bread. At that moment, Richie was taken aback. He finally understood why Moria had come to this kingdom. It was here that Moria had adopted young Pepperona. "Pepperona. What a lovely name. What about your family?" he inquired. "I grew up in the Manaean orphanage. I have no family." "All right then, do you have anywhere to go?" "No." Sitting cross-legged by the campfire, Richie pondered why the flames burned with a ghostly hue. Such peculiar phenomena were merely commonplace in this realm, at least in his mind. "Is there anywhere you wish to go? If not, I can adopt you." Pepperona paused her chewing, gazing up at Richie with wide eyes. "Really?" But as she spoke, her hopeful expression quickly shifted to one of disappointment. "But what? I bring misfortune. Are you not afraid?" Richie burst into laughter, his mirth echoing in the cave. "That kind of thing doesn't exist. Misfortune dares not approach me, so rest assured." The cave was adorned with various patch dolls, perfectly aligned with Pepperona's tastes. "Is it true? Do you truly wish to adopt me? Are you not afraid of misfortune?" "Of course," he replied, and as she gazed into Richie's confident eyes and strong, imposing figure, the cold cave was suddenly warmed by something extraordinary. Pepperona's heart fluttered. She longed for a family, just like other children. "What is your name?" Ricky pondered for a moment before rising to reveal his full name to Perona. "Thomas D. Ricky. What do you say, Perona? Shall you accompany me?" It was as if she were witnessing light for the first time. She stood up, clutching her doll, and nodded. "Ha ha ha, then come along with me." Ricky placed Perona's physical form upon his left shoulder, while the little black creature nestled on his right shoulder, peering curiously at her from behind his neck. "Hee. Indeed. Little black one, just as I once took in your father." Thus, Ricky brought the 7-year-old Perona aboard the ship, and after a thorough cleansing, he adorned her in pristine attire. Perona, who had never experienced such treatment, revealed a grateful side towards Ricky. It was meant to be Moria who would nurture her. Yet it was Ricky, this time-traveling interloper, who intercepted that fate. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Perona noticed that Ricky had, through some means, cleaned her clothes. "Thank you, Ricky. May I call you that?" "Haha, there is no need to concern yourself with formality. While we traverse the vast ocean, this warship is your home. No, rather, wherever I exist is your home." "Home? I never imagined I would have one." Perona's tear-filled eyes brimmed with emotion, as if the long-suppressed feelings within her were on the verge of eruption, her chest rising and falling with quickened breaths. "Life alone must be arduous, is it not? Feel free to let it all out. It is just you and me in this cabin." With that, the pent-up emotions burst forth, and Perona's innocent heart could no longer contain itself. In this harsh world, children not yet 10 years old had already borne witness to its cruel realities. Survival with strength was their only option. After a cathartic release, Perona succumbed to slumber, nestled within the ship's cabin. It seemed that from now on, a daughter would need to be cherished, haha. Ricky left the little black dog to watch over Perona, and then made his way back from the battleship to the heart of the kingdom. The relief station was attended to by Angel and Light. The town lay in ruins, with the earth torn apart and collapsed. These scars were left by the fierce battle between Charlotte Lingling and Kaido, and the devastation along the southern coastline of the kingdom was a result of Ricky's large-scale techniques. Upon entering the town, many recognized Ricky by his naval uniform. Even in the dead of night, numerous souls knelt in desperation, their wretched cries echoing everywhere. What could possibly incite such contention here? There must be substantial interests at play. The further Ricky ventured into the town center, the more he distanced himself from the suffering populace. His modest efforts caught the attention of a minister who brought him before the king in the grand palace. To his astonishment, he was not compelled to kneel before the monarch. As the guards prepared to unsheath their blades, the king waved a hand to halt them. "I apologize, but my upbringing did not include the practice of bowing to others." Ricky's cold demeanor made the national general tremble slightly. "Were you sent by the Navy?" the king inquired, observing the situation. "In a manner of speaking, I have established a refugee relief station at the southern port. which can aid in the nation's recovery efforts. Ricky felt a surge of curiosity upon meeting the king for the first time. The Grand Hall remained magnificent, though it was slightly drafty. Is that true? I cannot thank you enough, Navy, the king exclaimed, rising from his throne in excitement. It was indeed the dead of night, and he was still occupied with policy discussions alongside his ministers for the sake of the citizens. May I ask what was previously contained in that box? Ricky beheld the elderly figure seated upon the throne, flanked by a box that had been forcefully dismantled, its iron locks severed as if they were mere tofu, cleaved by razor-like claws. To speak candidly, this was the devil fruit discovered by adventurers from the mainland, retrieved from the depths of the sea. Devil fruit? Ricky was taken aback. What manner of devil fruit could summon the 3 legendary pirate crews? Indeed, according to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, it is a mythical Zoan type. Specifically the Inu no Mi. All of Ricky's perplexities were elucidated. I understand now. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your enlightening response. I shall remain in this kingdom for 2 months. On behalf of the citizens, I express our gratitude to the Navy. Having found the answers to his lingering questions, Ricky returned to the relief camp, smiling as he offered a quiet military salute to the 3 soldiers assigned to guard duty. He then proceeded to his cabin, where he observed Perona and Little Black peacefully slumbering together, the latter appearing utterly content. 2 months swiftly passed, with the assistance of trade from other kingdoms. The kingdom of Vidomana restored much of its former order. Ricky, having settled into a tranquil state, devoted himself to the cultivation of his formidable aura. After a brush with death, the capacity of his internal energy surged once more. Spending 2 months engaged in rigorous training, Ricky harmonized his aura with his energy capacity, achieving an even greater synergy. However, when Perona's ghostly presence permeated Ricky's being, it became evident that, much like before, it bore no effect whatsoever. Ricky did not exhibit a negative side due to the phantom fruit. Rather, the phantom displayed an overwhelming fear, cowering and trembling on the ground. He resembled a composite being, devoid of a clear path. Both virtuous and malevolent thoughts occupied his mind, and only by growing stronger could he carve out a definitive direction. Chapter 22. Mihawk becomes the great swordsman. Perona, you must not wield your negative abilities upon the innocent. Little Black is bound to suffer at your hands. The fists, ablaze like ashes, enabled Ricky to unlock newfound power. He merely awaited an opportunity to showcase it. I understand. Why should I care? In the initial days, Perona appeared quite normal, but now her tsundere demeanor has fully manifested. Upon her arrival, Ricky shed his ashen, shadowy form. The burning ash-like skin, capable of hardening to the strength of steel, left Ricky questioning whether he had ever truly consumed the powers of a devil fruit. After all, he had traversed into this world at the tender age of 9. By the way, Lord Ricky, did you also partake in that unpalatable fruit? No. I am not a complete novice. This signifies I am not a wielder of devil fruit powers. The only conclusion he could draw was that of his bloodline factor. As a traveler without a system, Ricky could only surmise that his lineage differed from others. I am but a black chicken, an anomaly among fowl. Upon hearing Little Black's remark, Ricky's expression darkened. Quickly free Little Black. It is meant to guard you, not to serve as a plaything. Then buy me a plethora of stitched dolls, and some eerie room decorations, please. All right, I shall procure them for you. Adopting Perona had become somewhat of a headache for Ricky, but having made a promise, he could not go back on his word. The kingdom of Vidomana saw numerous slum villages sprout along its coasts, replacing Ricky's relief stations. For today, Ricky intended to depart this kingdom and return to the sea for his mission. The southern port was bustling with residents, all prepared to join the Navy and set sail with Ricky, eager to repay the life-saving grace they had received over the past 2 months. Yet, they were all met with refusal. Connect the signal line. Prepare to set sail. Colonel. The relief station constructed at the southern port had since transformed into a quaint village. The island's greenery had also regained its vitality. The severed signal line had rendered communication with Ricky's base impossible. Shortly after the soldiers reconnected the signal line, the transponder snail began to ring. This is the vessel of Colonel Ricky. Let him speak. Ricky picked up the transponder snail. Hello? Who is this? Ricky. The transponder snail imitated the commanding tone of Sengoku, saliva splattering across his handsome face. Marshal. Undoubtedly, he had endured a reprimand from Sengoku, receiving the naval mission without a hint of complaint. The warship's mast resembled an antenna, intricately connected to numerous cables that amplified signals. If disconnected, the naval headquarters would lose track of the ship's location. What? You want me to pursue those insignificant pirate crews? I would rather chase after the Whitebeard pirates. The small fry would kneel and surrender at the mere mention of Ricky's name, while the Whitebeard pirates captivated him the most. Their ship, the Moby Dick, thrived on adventure and boasted a formidable reputation. Through relentless battles, Ricky sought to enhance his own strength. Have you forgotten the pain after healing? Whitebeard is not an entity you can approach. No, I merely feel that pursuing small-time crooks does not suit me. How about I take a step back and pursue the recently renowned red-haired pirates? That should suffice, right? Step back? Sengoku sighed deeply from the other end. Do you think this is child's play? What do you mean by taking a step back, Colonel Ricky? I'm accustomed to addressing refugees. Ricky chuckled awkwardly. So, Marshal, I request to pursue the red-haired pirates. Very well, it is time to curb their arrogance. The red-haired pirates have been growing too rapidly of late. Although they do not plunder, their attacks on warships to elevate their fame have placed the Navy in a reactive position. Coupled with the troublesome Mihawk, the sea, which had barely settled, is poised to erupt once more. Sengoku, leave Mihawk to me. The elder's voice echoed as Ricky hung up the transponder snail. The order to pursue the red-haired pirates had been granted, and there was no need for further discussion with his superior. They had known each other since this era began. And now, Ricky felt compelled to embark on rigorous training. And you, Little Black, giggling, Ricky, who had voluntarily proposed to pursue the red-haired pirates, set forth on a journey that would profoundly impact his life. Countless encounters with petty pirates and the red-haired pirates led Ricky to question the essence of justice within the Navy. His demeanor grew increasingly relaxed. Was the Navy truly just? The year was 1507 in the Age of the Sea. In the 9th year of his service in the Navy, at the age of 27, Richie showed no signs of aging, leading him to ponder whether he possessed the ability to attain immortality. To present a more mature appearance, he grew a full beard. His rapid growth and strength had garnered the attention of the world government, which, over the past 3 years, had extended invitations for him to serve as a shield for the celestial dragons, essentially offering him a position within the CP's secret intelligence agency. However, Richie, harboring a profound disdain for the celestial dragons, promptly declined. Consequently, his rank remained at that of a colonel. His warship, however, was outfitted lavishly, as he had taken to trading in the New World to amass wealth. Light swordsmanship had become increasingly refined, and his once serious demeanor had transformed into one of carefree indulgence. This change was a stark contrast to the haunting memories of Navy personnel who, in the name of justice, had resorted to slaying civilians. The only one unaltered in combat prowess was Angel, although the knowledge he possessed now served as a formidable weapon. Amidst the ongoing tensions between the three emperors and the relentless wars among the kingdoms of the New World, a new organization quietly emerged, the Revolutionary Army. However, they had yet to openly raise their banner against the world government. Instead, they were discreetly amassing strength. You lazybones, the sun is already up, yet you remain in bed. 10-year-old Perona, sporting vibrant pink pigtails, attempted to rouse Richie from his slumber within the confines of his cabin. Go play with Uncle Light, Perona, he replied. Huh, do you think I'm still a 7-year-old brat? I'm already 10. She stood with her hands on her hips, her proud demeanor eliciting a sudden chuckle from the dazed Richie. Haha, how adorable you are. Colonel, please take a look at the newspaper from headquarters. A soldier, scarred and appearing as fierce as a bandit, burst into Richie's room, completely disregarding military decorum. The crew remained the same 30 members, yet every individual, aside from Richie, bore scars and possessed the ability to wield armament Haki. Even the little black one sported a scar from an encounter with a monkey from the red-haired pirates. Perona, read it to me. Reluctantly, she took the newspaper from the soldier and began to read. Navy Admiral Avar defeated by Dracula Mihawk. What did you say? Admiral Gray was defeated by him? Richie exclaimed, springing from his bed in shock. A loud alarm rang from outside the cabin. Colonel, hurry. We are catching up to the red-haired pirates. Draping a cloak around himself, Richie dashed out, exclaiming, Perona, will I get to see Yuta again? I'm so excited. The news of Mihawk becoming the greatest swordsman was indeed a revelation for him, as he had triumphed over a Navy admiral. Though the newspaper did not disclose the full details, Richie already understood. The world government was concealing the truth. Naval headquarters, Marin Van Du, and the Holy Land are connected. At 27 years of age, it is impossible for his mind to be molded like that of a youth. Sengoku's expression was grave as he held the din mushi. Countering the voice on the line, the positions of the three admirals are currently vacant. These roles could easily be assigned to Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan. Mind your words, Sengoku. That individual has already made a name for himself in the New World, and his strength is beyond question. We need him to serve the Celestial Dragons. However, it is true that the three of them possess the capabilities to inherit the positions of the sea, especially with the recent demise of Admiral Alva. Mihawk's bounty must be adjusted significantly. Indeed, this matter warrants our attention. If no one can capture him, we must devise a way to summon him into the Shichibukai. The calm and indifferent tone rendered Sengoku speechless. He abruptly ended the call with his superior, unwilling to engage further. For Ricky had repeatedly declined such arrangements, refusing without hesitation each time. Are we to relay this to Colonel Ricky? No need. That fellow's disposition has shifted from absolute obedience to being a lone wolf within the Navy. For 3 years, Ricky has not returned to headquarters even once. Very well. We have discovered the whereabouts of Nico Robin in the Grand Line. Dispatch Volcanus and Gumir to handle it. With a pained gesture, Sengoku held his head and continued. Bring me Admirals Kazuru, Kazan, and Akainu. Sengoku felt the time had come. The combat strength of the admirals sent by the world government had already been defeated by Mihawk, leaving the morale within the Navy in a state of disarray. It was imperative to appoint 3 admirals to uplift spirits. However, this requires a lengthy vetting process. After all, the position of admiral is not one to be assumed lightly. They will be continually assigned to hunt down pirates until their names strike fear into the hearts of all. The era in which becoming a pirate is a fashionable profession has begun to shake the foundations of this world. Today, the world government barely maintains peace, merely observing the ever-growing power of the 3 emperors. Sunlight glimmers upon the sea. The war god battleship closely follows the red-haired pirates. Come, fight us, red-haired pirates. Defeating me will allow you to escape. Wait, Ricky, don't attack, Shanks shouted in a tone reminiscent of an old friend, as he cradled the 6-year-old Yuta in his arms. Why? Are you surrendering? With his energized toes poised to strike the deck, Ricky suddenly halted. Yuta is still aboard. Once we reach the next island, it will be a one-on-one battle between us. Faced with the formidable Rick, a creature who has endured countless mortal wounds yet remains unscathed, Shanks found himself in a state of exasperation. The monkeys aboard Shanks' ship and the little black creature from Rick's vessel were poised for yet another confrontation, their fierce gazes locked in a battle of wills. Alas, my captain, how did we encounter such a tenacious adversary? Ha! Very well. As per our usual agreement. Should I triumph, you shall be captured by me. If you lose, I shall still take you prisoner. Ricky's exuberant remarks left one utterly speechless. Only by flirting with the brink of death could Ricky elevate his prowess. He had also become quite adept at harnessing his vital energy. He arrived at a deserted island, roughly half a day's journey from the Red Earth continent. Despite its harsh ecological conditions, the island boasted an abundance of greenery, with crimson sands swirling in the air. Ricky flashed a grin, fixating on Shanks in the distance. Members from both sides observed, even initiating a betting pool. I'll wager my entire salary of 1,500 berries on our colonel. You scoundrels. You impoverished Marines. He laughed. What can we do? The salary is meager. And even the colonel's pay barely exceeds a few thousand berries. Beckman, biting his cigarette, wore a grim expression. Let's wager with items instead. Why do you persist in pursuing me? Shanks inquired, gazing at Ricky. It's amusing. This mundane ocean demands some entertainment. With a delicate tap of his toes, the ground beneath Ricky transformed. A surge of energy erupted from his legs, enveloping a radius of 100 meters, forming a Tai Chi diagram. What peculiar technique have you devised now? Shanks, on high alert, swiftly unsheathed his blade, ready for battle. They had clashed numerous times, and he could not afford to be careless. Tai Chi formation. Chapter 23. Unmoving as a mountain, moving like thunder, no matter how many times we engage. I find it utterly strange. Observing the contrasting black and white energies emanating from Ricky, Shanks quickly discerned. The white energy represented Ricky's unique power, while the black signified his armed Haki. Energy manipulation, ashes. Boom. The entire Tai Chi domain was isolated by a terrifying heat wave, forcing the other participants to spectate from outside. Is this your colonel's new technique? Beckman furrowed his brow, perplexed. He could not fathom how Ricky, lacking the powers of a devil fruit user, could employ techniques rivaling those of fruit wielders. His strength not only enhanced his physical capabilities akin to a paramecia, but also released damage like a Logia. Indeed, formidable, isn't it? Light grinned proudly in response. Yuta was nearby, entertaining everyone with her singing, while Perona stood beside her, eyes wide in astonishment at Ricky. To her, Ricky usually embodied a gentle paternal figure, yet in battle, he radiated such exuberance. Xiao He and the fierce warrior Dio were embroiled in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. With such overwhelming Haki, it appears that while our captain has been growing, your colonel has been advancing even further. Rikiru, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and other officers were observing the spectacle, while other subordinates casually drank as if they were friends with the Navy. Feeling the searing flames engulfing him, Shanks used Haki to insulate himself. He then charged at the provocative Ricky, who was firmly rooted in place. Do you know what Tai Chi is? Within this 100-meter range, I will defend against all your attacks. I shall remain absolutely motionless, Shanks. Feeling Ricky's unparalleled confidence, Shanks launched his assault. That sounds fascinating. However, I do not believe it. He grasped the hilt of the sword tightly, the crimson aura instantly enveloping the blade. With a swift motion of his arm, Shanks unleashed a terrifyingly sharp projectile towards Ricky. Ricky flashed a confident grin, firmly grounding himself, sensing a familiarity in the aura emanating from Shanks' sword. His hair was tousled by the fierce winds generated by Shanks' attack, while his hands, both supple and powerful, coalesced into a swirling Tai Chi vortex, intertwining with the overwhelming aura to intercept Shanks' ferocious slash. Energy control, force dissipation. Despite his ordinarily amiable demeanor, Shanks' strikes were far from gentle. The terrifying sword energy swirled around Ricky's hands, dissipating into nothingness within the white Tai Chi symbol after a few seconds. Shanks had already closed the distance, wielding the griffin, now imbued with his aura, and swung it fiercely. Boom. Ricky, enveloped in the armament color, effortlessly absorbed the blow and began to execute his own movements. The seemingly gentle motions, however, conveyed an immense strength that made Shanks acutely aware of the formidable power behind them. As the force of his downward strike was completely neutralized in an instant, Ricky's fist was already imbued with formidable power. The force of his technique, momentum transformation, impact burst, surged forth like a howling gale, aiming directly at Shanks's face. Swiftly adjusting his stance, Shanks raised the griffin's blade to shield his chest. Boom. The moment Ricky's fist collided with the blade, Shanks felt a terrifying yet familiar force propel him several meters back, his back crashing against a branch before he finally came to a halt. To his astonishment, he noticed that the surrounding greenery remained untouched by the ashen flames. Shanks pondered aloud, did you just absorb all the power from that attack into the vortex within your palm? And the flames in this vicinity have intensified as well. Ricky replied, since you inquired, I shall enlighten you. Through our numerous encounters, we have developed a camaraderie, and there are scarcely any secrets in our battles. It is a privilege to get to know you, Colonel Ricky. You must have observed that such a vast range of energy and aura will significantly deplete my strength. Therefore, at the moment of receiving an enemy's attack, I absorb a portion of their power as sustenance. Indeed, Ricky affirmed. However, excessively strong attacks cannot currently be absorbed by my fist array. This technique is still in its infancy, and I am not yet adept at wielding it. Moreover, while this maneuver boasts formidable defensive capabilities, it equally demands a substantial cost. There exists another ultimate technique. If utilized, it would unleash a cataclysmic force, akin to a mountain crashing into the sea, obliterating islands in its wake. In just a few words, Shanks disowned the operational mechanics of Ricky's new technique. Given that his opponent was Shanks, Ricky felt no surprise. Then I shall await the moment your strength is utterly exhausted before striking. It would be child's play to defeat you then. Ricky smiled confidently once more, then approached Shanks like a fleeting shadow. His brawny arms enveloped in an aura of dominance appearing before Shanks. He held nothing back, gripping the blade tightly and bracing for impact. Momentum, Iron Mountain Crush? A thunderous roar erupted. His arms, as solid as rock, collided with Shanks like a tempest. The aura-wrapped griffin unleashed a tremendous explosion due to Ricky's force. Shanks staggered back several paces, his Conqueror's Haki coiling around the hilt of his sword, and in an instant, he swung with ferocity. Indeed, you have mastered the Conqueror's Haki infusion. Upon witnessing the terrifying crimson slash of Conqueror's Haki, Ricky furrowed his brow, sensing the pressure but refusing to retreat or evade. As he concentrated, gathering the Tai Chi vortex in his palm to absorb the attack, he discovered that the vortex collided with the Conqueror's Haki slash. The sizzling sparks of Haki and overwhelming force rendered Ricky unable to maneuver his arms to counteract. "Your weaknesses are rather evident," Shanks's icy voice echoed from behind him. "However, this formation is quite impressive." Suddenly, a blade pierced through Ricky's body from behind. His expression turned serious as he instantly summoned all his strength to dissipate the force of the Conqueror's Haki slash. "Ah, indeed, but this is not the end. The weakness lies in the fact that Ricky has yet to fully master his techniques." "Lord Ricky." The surrounding individuals trembled slightly. Were he an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly have fallen, pierced by the blade entwined with the ominous aura of Conqueror's Haki. "It's all right, little girl," he dodged. Only Beckman discerned the flaw in his captain's stance. The flames of the Tai Chi formation surged fiercely, sensing Ricky's injury and the sudden increase in his aura. Shanks became alert as he withdrew his blade from Ricky's body, only to be met with an overwhelming pressure emanating from his face. A powerful strike, akin to ash, landed solidly on his right jaw, causing Shanks to spit out a mouthful of blood. The force instantly penetrated his brain, inducing a fleeting moment of unconsciousness. Ricky's fist ignited with embers, his veins splitting like molten lava. When his full-force strike collided with Shanks' left cheek, Shanks, having regained his composure, utilized his griffin to defend himself. Ripples appeared in the sweltering air as Shanks, along with his sword, was sent flying by Ricky's blow. As the surrounding ashes were absorbed into his body, Ricky dispelled the Tai Chi formation. Placing a hand on his chest, he remarked, "Though I can enhance my speed and strength within the domain, the consumption is utterly terrifying." What appeared to be a mere sparring match was anything but, as both parties wielded lethal techniques without reservation. Chapter 24. The enemy of my enemy is my friend? After crashing into several trees, Shanks arose from the ground, wiping his mouth. "Heh, are you all right? I did pierce through your body, after all." His apparent concern belied his ruthless nature in battle. "Do you think this injury affects me? I dodged your blade with my observation Haki, merely grazing my skin. If you had mastered this technique, you would be an immovable mountain when still and a thunderous storm when in motion. Let us talk about victory after you defeat me." Shanks. With an exhilarating and devilish smile, Richie dashed towards Shanks with fervor. In the heat of battle, he found himself unable to fully exhibit the myriad techniques of his martial prowess. Shanks showed no mercy, compelling Richie to summon every ounce of his strength to engage him. "Ha ha ha, I bet the captain will win." Meanwhile, Light, as a swordsman, felt the blade in his hand yearning for action. Yet, he knew he could not contend with any officer of the red-haired pirates and found no interest in the lesser foes. At a long table, Angel adjusted his glasses and immersed himself in the documents before him. "I shall document all occurrences, but I shall not report them truthfully to the higher-ups." The collision of Griffin and Richie's fists unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy that surged towards Zhu Wei. What perplexed Richie was the sensation of confronting a terrifying force, even before their fists made contact with the blade. In a bid to prevent Richie's energy from permeating the blade and striking him directly, Shanks continuously enveloped it with his Haki to counteract the force. Ugh. The sheer aura emanating from their combat obliterated the surrounding trees, sending stones scattering into the air like dust. The intensity of the clash rendered many spectators numb. It was evident that such fierce encounters were not a novel occurrence. The escalation of their powers resulted in battles growing increasingly ferocious. The brutal wind of Richie's punches clashed with the fierce and ruthless strikes of Shanks, prompting a mass migration of wildlife from the forest. The perfect fusion of physical prowess and energy allowed the formidable swordsman Shanks to gain no advantage whatsoever. After a full-force confrontation, both combatants retreated a significant distance. The terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted from Shanks' blade, resembling a colossal fiery sword forged from intense Haki. Drawing the sword, the overwhelming pressure surged towards Richie, igniting his excitement even further. Ricky sank into a stance, his legs exerting a force that struck the ground with tremendous power. The earth beneath him crumbled, emitting a scarlet glow as fissures formed a formation of techniques. Energy and the aura of domination surged towards his hands, ultimately coalescing into a radiant light upon Ricky's right fist. The technique was released. A thunderous roar echoed as two formidable auras clashed violently within the domain of Conqueror's Haki, neither yielding an inch. The intensity of their presence escalated to a point that left observers trembling uncontrollably. Those unable to withstand it were urged to retreat behind us. "The captain is about to unleash his full power." Beckman shouted, directing all members beneath the cadre of the red-haired pirates to take cover. Even Light and Angel hurriedly led others behind them. Damn Navy! What business do you have here? What does it matter? Prepare for impact. A tempest of domineering energy erupted from the island's core, suffocating everyone with its terrifying aura. The Emperor's fist, all of Ricky's strength converged into a single devastating punch. The blinding force of his attack left Shanks with no avenue of escape, as the crushing shockwave surged towards him. Flame of the Emperor. His expression turned grave as he wielded a colossal sword engulfed in the burning aura of Conqueror's Haki, charging towards Ricky's Emperor's fist as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. The ground trembled violently as the two powers collided, red lightning crackling between them. Their techniques locked in a stalemate, neither side gaining the upper hand. After a protracted standoff, Ricky's muscles strained under the exertion, visible embers igniting from his blood vessels, unleashing boundless strength. Oh, Shanks, sensing Ricky's physical advantage, surged forward with explosive force. The expansion of their powers reached a critical threshold. A tremendous explosion of white light erupted from the center of the island. The trembling land released a powerful shockwave, churning the waters above the sea. The compression of their energies caused the clouds above their clash to burst apart. Brilliant sunlight instantaneously illuminated the entire island. As the tremors ceased, piercing flashes of blade and waves of punch energy emerged from the dissipating white smoke, gradually fading away. Ricky's imposing, muscular form emerged before the crowd, blood cascading from his body onto the soil beneath him. "You have been defeated, Shanks," he proclaimed, coughing. What a remarkably swift growth he exhibited. A visible, horrific gash marred his chest, while Shanks supported himself on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. "Boss, Chief, North," quickly assessed the boss's condition. The ship's doctor of the red-haired pirates swiftly darted to Shanks's side to examine him. "Colonel." Soldiers, still bearing their weapons, approached Ricky, staring in shock at the dreadful wound on his torso. His internal organs were alarmingly visible, and several ribs had been shattered. Yet, at a discernible pace, they witnessed the cells within Ricky's body rapidly reorganizing. Rofus quickly reset the colonel. Rofus, the ship's medic, stood at a height of 2 meters, his appearance unremarkable yet robust. He approached Ricky, equipped with medical tools, and proceeded to realign the bones. With no anesthetic available, the excruciating pain gnawed at Ricky's brain like a severed nerve. But his expression remained placid, as if he had grown accustomed to agony. Both parties engaged in healing, their bodies adorned with bandages. It is evidently impossible to apprehend you. Although we have vanquished the current Shanks, he possesses numerous formidable crew members. Truly impressive, Ricky. At long last, our fates have been determined over these past 3 years. As long as you refrain from harming civilians, I shall not engage in a death struggle with you." From behind a pile of stones, Little Black and Brave emerged, having been rendered speechless by the earlier battle. Their playful antics were trivial in comparison to the clash between Ricky and Shanks. Presently, Ricky's sense of justice was nebulous, perhaps even non-existent, for the Navy was undergoing a comprehensive reform, no longer serving the interests of the common people. Instead, it resembled a powerful pawn under the aegis of the world government, indifferent to nations that had not allied with it. By the campfire at night, both parties gathered to drink and converse, the atmosphere along the distant shore imbued with harmony, utterly devoid of enmity. Shanks, holding a cup, inquired, "It is rare to encounter a Navy officer like you, relentlessly pursuing us." Much like when Vice Admiral Garp chased Captain Roger with a fleet of Marines, he sought to discern Ricky's intentions. "You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend," yet in the next moment, we remain uncertain of friend or foe. Now, he fully waved the pirate flag, engaging in the exploits of an adventurer, as if awaiting the arrival of a day that would transform him into a future puppet master. Chapter 25. Shanks's plan. "Yet I am not Vice Admiral Garp, nor are you Gol Roger." The two were both adversaries and allies, a relationship forged through conflict. "Let us raise our cups and drink heartily." Shanks gazed at Richie with his profound eyes and inquired, "What brings you to me this time? Surely, it cannot be merely for a brawl, can it? Do you not perceive the deficiencies that plague our world today, Shanks?" "Oh." Ricky downed his beer in one gulp and pointed at Shanks, exclaiming, "The 3 emperors have quietly risen. The 7 warlords remain neutral. As the most dazzling new world pirate of recent years, you must have some thoughts on this, right?" Shanks chuckled coldly. "Apologies, but at present, I merely wish to be an adventurer. You can deceive others, but not me." The timing of your departure from the sea coincides perfectly with my enlistment in the Navy. How is it that your bounty has reached an astonishing 109 billion berries in the years 1504 to 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar? Although Shanks refrained from attacking civilians or plundering islands, his conduct seemed to lay the groundwork for his future status. He uncovered numerous secrets regarding the world and the New World, drawing the scrutiny of the CP's covert intelligence agency. Major events, such as defeating the world government's warships, led Ricky to suspect that Shanks was scheming something significant. Beckman, overhearing their conversation, approached, saying, "Though we are friends, there are certain matters we cannot disclose to you." Captain Ricky. Ricky smiled broadly, bowing his head in contemplation for a moment. That straw hat. It must be the will that Roger bequeathed to you, right? You are fulfilling the final task he entrusted to you, Shanks. At this revelation, Beckman was taken aback. Such matters had never been disclosed to him by Shanks. Beckman was only aware that Shanks was a member of the Roger Pirates. For 9 years at sea, rather than seeking the red beacon leading to Raftel, he had roamed the world as a pirate, searching for one who could inherit Roger's will. Like a prophet, Ricky discerned Shanks' intentions. No. It would be more accurate to say that he inferred Shanks' plans from the memories of his past and present lives. What do you know? Shanks' expression grew grave. After 9 years of experience, he had come to realize that Gold, Roger's chosen successor, was not him. He had also uncovered the secret of his own celestial dragon lineage, yet had chosen not to disclose it to the world. Perhaps it is mere speculation. Observing the expression on Ricky's face, Shanks questioned, "Why do I feel as if you possess an intimate understanding of future events?" Having spent 19 years in this world, Ricky, who had once been preoccupied with survival in his youth, had nearly forgotten many of the narrative details. Joining the Navy had made him acutely aware of the triviality of life. Acquiring knowledge about this world revealed to Ricky the extent to which the world government sought to propagate the superiority of the celestial dragons within the Navy. All naval personnel were treated as pawns of the celestial dragons, indoctrinated with rhetoric suggesting that the world was crafted by them. This was a manifestation of the unique abilities of the D lineage. "My full name is Thomas D. Ricky." Ricky could only express it this way, having successfully deceived Shanks. "Our adventure this time involves returning from the New World to the Grand Line, and I do not deny the statement you made." In this conversation, only Beckman was privy to our exchange, as the others were joyfully engaged in their revelries. Upon Ricky's candid revelation of his identity and abilities, Shanks refrained from further inquiries. Even if he wished to silence Ricky, the challenge would be formidable. For if Ricky were to battle fiercely, he might well endanger several of his most vital companions. Over the past 3 years of clashes, he had inflicted numerous grievous wounds upon Ricky, yet he had never succeeded in defeating him, having exhausted both his own strength and that of his crew. Conversely, Ricky's power had surged remarkably upon recovery. Beckman, the most astute member of the red-haired pirates, had identified Ricky as the most significant threat in their future plans. However, he was unaware that Ricky's claims regarding the D-Clan were mere fabrications. The D-Clan is renowned as the natural enemy of gods. Their peculiar abilities lend credence to such tales. But let us not dwell on that. Raise a glass and drink. Let us revel until inebriation. Ricky lifted his cup, shifting the topic. He understood that if he did not make a name for himself and alter the course of history, Luffy would remain oblivious, treated like a puppet. The banquet of the two supernovas, both naval and piratical, extended through the entire night, leaving 2 distinct traces of battle upon the island. The forceful winds of their fists carved a noticeable scar between the eastern and western shores. The following morning, after the soldiers had claimed a substantial bounty from the red-haired pirates, both parties set forth from the small island. "When will we finally meet with the valiant warrior?" What is this? Have you two developed a bond?" Presently, Little Black could no longer perch upon Ricky's shoulder. Its form, now exceeding a meter, was undergoing a transformation. "Colonel, is it truly wise for us to befriend pirates?" Ricky gazed into the distance at the crimson-haired pirate crew, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic allure. Who can say? To do what one believes is right, that encapsulates Ricky's current philosophy of life. Upon returning to the cabin, he shaved off his beard, cropped his luxuriant locks into a short hairstyle, and donned a pair of patterned shorts paired with a vibrant floral t-shirt. Ricky gazed at his own strikingly handsome and robust reflection in the mirror, momentarily at a loss for words to express his admiration. "How youthful and dashing I am." The warship navigated slowly through the misty sea, not far from the crimson soil of the continent. Under Ricky's guidance, the combat personnel on the deck engaged in rigorous training, all performing push-ups on the ground. This was a mandatory exercise for each day. In the New World, Ricky's mastery of armament Haki could be considered of moderate caliber, while the soldiers under his command struggled to maintain their own for any significant duration. Ricky is currently quite focused on cultivating his imposing aura. As long as this aura is sufficiently powerful, he will gain a distinct advantage in battles against both ability users and formidable martial artists. Awakened, Perona rode her little black steed, emerging from the lower deck while rubbing her eyes. Upon seeing Ricky's dashing appearance, she momentarily failed to recognize him. Lord Ricky, you've once again mismanaged your beard. Who are you? Though she knew very well who he was, her tsundere nature compelled her to inquire. The entire second deck was her bizarre and enchanting abode, an atmosphere of eerie mystique pervading every corner. Ricky found her eccentricities unsurprising. Perhaps she was simply predisposed to such an environment. Ha ha ha, our little princess. He is the colonel. On the deck stood 20 battle-scarred, burly soldiers, alongside Ricky. A towering young officer of 3 meters, all gathered around a 10-year-old girl who remained the favorite guardian of all. Listening to the friendly exchanges between his subordinates and Perona, Ricky wore a smile, his gaze fixed upon the distant, towering red earthen wall stretching thousands of meters high. In Richie's heart, there lingered a belief that at her age, she ought to be attending school in the quaint town, rather than mingling with a band of soldiers engaged in the pursuit of pirates. However, Perona found a certain charm in this lifestyle. Her only grievance was that Richie's warship had not been transformed into a bizarre and eerie vessel. Even a group of soldiers, whose sense of justice had been trampled upon, continued to uphold order on the islands they traversed in the New World. Was that a fishman? Ricky furrowed his brow, suddenly noticing a crimson-skinned merman emerging from the depths, scaling the scarlet earth of the continent with bare hands. Chapter 26. Ricky Imprisoned. A breathtaking encounter. Adventurers are revered by every nation and admired by the youth, transcending all races as a profession. Gazing at the vaguely familiar visage, the merman's scarlet skin quivered with trepidation. Ricky's reputation is intricately linked to his signature phrase that heralds the commencement of his techniques, which has led Morgans to dub him the God of War. This title instills fear in countless pirates. Indeed, Ricky recognizes, from a distance, a fishman with a mane of thick curls and a broad, sausage-like mouth, hanging upon the wall. No matter how much knowledge he absorbs from this world, the memories lurking in his mind remain indelible. As the God of War ship sails past Tiger, Ricky, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, casually swings his legs over the bow and remarks, "If you wish to act, then act. I shan't impede your endeavors, fishman adventurer." Tiger gazes at Ricky's nonchalant grin, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Do you know what I intend to do?" "Not at all. But that place is the abode of the celestial dragons. Your actions will surely send ripples across the world." Ricky's demeanor, devoid of any semblance to that of a Navy officer, takes Tiger by surprise. The recently announced World Nobility Protection Law, a decree delivered from the 5 elders to Steelbones Kong, then dispatched to the Navy like a divine edict, weighs heavily on their minds. As the warship proceeds, Tiger resolves to ascend the Red Earth continent without hesitation. Angel, observing this behavior, begins to feel a sense of foreboding. Approaching Ricky, he expresses his concerns. The warship has been tracked by headquarters. If that fishman stirs up trouble at Holy Land Mariawa, we will be held accountable by the higher-ups. Listening to Angel, Ricky retorts, "Accountable? What can Admiral Sengoku do to hold me responsible? If I claim ignorance, then I am free of blame. It appears, Colonel, that you are still haunted by the events surrounding the rescue of the celestial dragons a year ago. I do not wish to see Light sharpening his blade by the ship's railing, declaring, in the future, my blade may turn against my own. Yet reality may compel me to do so. Upon our return, I intend to reassign all of you." Ricky's gaze remains fixed on the distant crimson fishman, whose observation Haki allows him to encompass a vast area. His vision, hearing, and senses are all augmented by this formidable aura. Is that so? Indeed. Each of you now possesses strength that would render you formidable within the 4 seas branches. The reason for this is that the inhabitants of Elia Island were recently included in the world government's roster. A village that was once thriving has seen its economy plummet due to the taxing burden imposed by the celestial dragons. Upon learning this news from the World Economic Journal, Ricky is filled with indignation. In the New World, a realm rife with formidable pirates, it serves as a playground for the noble celestial dragons. Wherever they tread, the common folk suffer. Richie has witnessed the celestial dragons committing murder in the towns of the kingdom. Their faces twisted with a proud and morbid smile after the act, an image that will forever be etched in his memory. The rapid enhancement of his own strength has instilled in Richie a sense of conviction regarding his grievances. Thus, after spending several years in the New World, he resolved to return to headquarters in search of answers. Amidst the thick fog, Richie sat at the bow of the ship, raising his hand to unleash various derived energies of his internal force. Momentum, penetrating force, destructive force, and vital energy, along with two newly developed techniques, flowed from him. The first, control force. By restraining the release of this power, he can manipulate his internal energy at will, broadly expanding his domain. When he liberates this force, Richie can levitate effortlessly. The second, power liberation, the release of 5 derived energies. Each liberation bestows a unique potency upon his techniques. Through years of inspiration and refinement, Richie has discovered that each type of power is remarkably unique. It can ignite, it can explode, it can soar through the skies. Most importantly, as his strength gradually intensifies, even steel can be pierced by sheer force. When he reaches a certain pinnacle of power in the future, no one will be able to withstand the impact of his fists unscathed. Infusing a hint of armament Haki, a black and white Taiji vortex materializes in his grasp. When imbued with Conqueror's Haki, it transforms into a crimson and white Taiji vortex. Moreover, armament Haki allows him to engage with users of Logia-type devil fruits, while Conqueror's Haki can directly intimidate the demons residing within the bodies of those who wield devil fruits. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a thought struck Richie as he gazed towards the sacred realm above. He recalled the name of the fishman, which seemed to start with Tai. This time, he was determined to create a ruckus at the holy site of Mariehua. Moreover, the future world's most stunning beauty was also involved. As a man, even with his injuries concealed, he could not remain indifferent to the allure of beautiful women. What are you laughing at? How disgusting, Perona remarked. Her face contorted in disdain as she observed the wicked grin on Richie's handsome visage. You know nothing. I am already 10 years old. I will soon be 11. How could I possibly not understand? Angel, witnessing Perona's haughty demeanor, caught Richie's eye, who discreetly covered his face. In an instant, Angel comprehended Richie's intent and awkwardly beckoned Perona away, saying, my little princess, perhaps we should play on the second floor. Traversing the unique passage of the Red Earth continent, Richie returned from the New World to the triangular sea area of the Grand Line. Quickly, open the Gate of Justice. In the monitoring room of the Marineford Sea region, an officer controlling the Gate of Justice observed the return of a colonel who had been at sea for 3 years without resupply. As the soldiers prepared to open the gate, a tremendous noise erupted from the waters beyond the Gate of Justice, causing tremors in the monitoring room and the surrounding seas. What is happening? Is there an enemy attack? No, it is not an enemy assault. It is Colonel Richie, who has struck the gate with his fist. He struck? With a fist. His ashen fist indented into the sea stone of the Gate of Justice. After a momentary shudder, the towering gate finally settled into silence. Ricky exerted all of his current strength to test the formidable gate, yet he remained unable to breach it. The thickness of the Gate of Justice was insurmountable. Colonel, what are you doing? This is our own base gate. Unlike the time when Ricky first joined the Navy, when he managed to create a colossal dent with his bare hands, this instance was different. Alarm bells reverberated throughout the triangular seas. As the gate slowly opened, 5 large warships emerged, their cannons aimed squarely at Ricky's divine vessel. The blinding lights rendered all soldiers unable to see. Surrender immediately, otherwise we shall open fire. Faced with the imposing cannon barrels, everyone raised their hands in immediate submission. Ricky's suffocating maneuver elicited a chuckle as he raised both hands in jest. With my accomplishments, am I not even permitted a single punch? Subsequently, the other soldiers were exonerated, while Ricky was escorted into the heart of the advancing city. The news incensed Sengoku to the point of nearly spitting blood. He promptly dispatched someone to repair the fist imprint on the Gate of Justice. Yet such a task would require substantial time. Chapter 27. Relying on oneself is superior to relying on others. With a resounding clap, Sengoku slammed his hands upon the table, a spray of saliva landing on Garp's face, who was munching on rice crackers. How infuriating. Does he think he is still a child? This is a violation of Navy law. Ha ha ha. Garp, on the other hand, was unable to contain his laughter. He is as he always was. Ha ha ha. Regardless, The crime of damaging the Gate of Justice is not trivial. Merely repairing that section will consume nearly 1 billion berries and resources, Admiral Sengoku. Before him lay numerous transponder snails belonging to various training officers. Of course, some of the rear admirals, who had been spectating from the Zephyr base, now bore fierce and battle-scarred visages. Has that fellow lost his mind? Why treat the Gate of Justice as a punching bag? It stands as a magnificent symbol of the world government for 8 centuries. Light and Angel stood outside, too intimidated to raise their heads. Angel, with his face twitching nervously, eventually gathered the courage to step forward before the high-ranking officers. Colonel, he instructed me to deliver this to Vice Admiral Garp. In the presence of so many officers, Angel's audacity was indeed remarkable. Gritting his teeth, he approached Garp and handed him a copy of the World Economic Journal. A newspaper? What is this? Garp inquired, perplexed. Before unfolding the paper and becoming serious at its contents, I shall pay a visit. Garp. Sengoku was thoroughly puzzled, unable to comprehend why Garp's expression shifted upon seeing the newspaper. In the town of Marineford, Perona, as a family member, was assigned to the residence allocated for Ricky, under the care of his subordinates, tending to the 10-year-old Perona. While the higher-ups deliberated on how to convict Ricky, he leisurely observed a 5-meter-tall man resembling Satan within the confines of the prison. Though honored, I did not anticipate our first encounter to unfold in such a manner. Magellan, with a serious demeanor, addressed Ricky. Why did you attack the Gate of Justice? To test my strength. Such a rationale led Magellan to regard Ricky as a lunatic. Regardless of the reasoning, upon entering here, one must obediently follow my directives until the upper echelons determine the sentencing. This is my responsibility. Observing the high-temperature air currents around Ricky isolating the toxic gas, Magellan was taken aback. However, amidst the previous high-temperature water, he discerned that Ricky was not a devil fruit user. Summon Vice Admiral Garp to meet me. Otherwise, I shall not entertain anyone's judgment. Do you grasp your current predicament, Colonel? Understand this. This place cannot confine me. The walls of this sea tower are far too fragile, and the oceanic beings outside pose no threat to me. This statement sent a shiver down Magellan's spine. Had it not been for his rank as a colonel, he might have executed Richie on the spot. In such a dark and damp environment, no one expected Richie to exhibit such audacity. How utterly presumptuous. Ha ha. The man named Shirey behind Magellan laughed, lighting a cigar for himself. Ricky, quick-witted and agile, seized the moment to snatch the renowned blade from his opponent's waist with a swift motion of his hand. The blade was wrested from its owner, and the iron shackles binding Ricky's wrists were effortlessly shattered. Inspecting the weapon, he mused that he had long sought a suitable armament, yet had been met with disappointment until now. Grasping the hilt, Ricky summoned ashen crimson flames to engulf the blade, transforming it into a weapon of smoldering embers. This spectacle left Shirey utterly astonished. The Raijin was his prized sword, a malevolent blade, and he had never anticipated it would so willingly yield to Ricky's command. He was equally taken aback that the blade could be taken from him without his awareness. Swordsmanship is a discipline within martial arts, and perhaps it is a skill I might consider mastering in the future. Observing the Raijin, which could withstand his immense heat, Ricky felt a flicker of intrigue towards such esteemed weaponry. With but a thought, he could unleash a force powerful enough to shake the very foundations of the second tier of Impel down. The guards had raised their firearms, aiming them at Ricky, who, with bare hands, forcefully bent the sea stone cage, casting the blade toward Shirey. Summon Vice Admiral Garp. Tell him I have a pact with him. Magellan, fixated on Ricky, gestured to his subordinates behind him. Do not fire. He is one of us. Meanwhile, Shirey was taken aback by the lingering warmth of the blade, questioning, what is this essence? As he reached out to touch the residual energy released by Ricky, he was unprepared for the searing sensation that penetrated to his very bones. This caused his arm to tremble, sweat cascading uncontrollably down his face. The guards lowered their weapons, realizing that even the toxic fumes of Shirey's devil fruit power could not breach Ricky's formidable defenses. What chance did mere bullets have against such an imposing presence? As Magellan instructed someone to relay the message, Garp arrived, draped in his justice coat, holding a newspaper that Angel had handed him. The bounties of the criminals imprisoned within Impel Down were no less than 100 million. In the second layer where Richie resides, formidable beasts stand guard. Even Magellan and Shirey instantly adopted a serious demeanor, saluting him. Admiral, you may leave. I wish to speak with him privately. Very well. Both his esteemed reputation and imposing presence commanded respect. The others departed, leaving only Richie and Garp. Garp gazed at the bent sea prism stone bars of the cage and at Richie, who sat calmly on the ground with a smile gracing his face. Admiral. Richie exhibited none of his usual decorum, nor did he rise to perform a military salute. Richie, our agreement is inescapable. If the village is to develop, it is inevitable that others will take notice, and reports will reach those in power. Surely, you comprehend this, Richie? Yet, what he did not anticipate was that Captain Garp's esteemed naval reputation and formidable strength would be insufficient to halt the celestial tribute. He was troubled, knowing that the village must be enduring immense suffering at this very moment. In the kingdom of Vidamina, Richie was acutely aware that the tribute must be paid once a month. Admiral, what of your promise? Richie's smile vanished as he questioned Garp. The chilling gaze reminiscent of a frigid demon made Garp feel a sense of foreboding. This was an unavoidable situation that had already transpired. No matter how many men he dispatched, it would be futile. Garp lowered his head and handed a newspaper to Richie. The World Economic Daily, with its formidable intelligence network operating in the shadows, had agents scattered across the globe. A small excerpt from the newspaper read, to promote the economic development of the islands. Merchants from Roguetown will collaborate with the nearby Elia island, welcoming all residents of the island to join in this endeavor. This brief passage, amidst thousands of words, became an insurmountable obstacle in Richie's mind. After being imprisoned, Richie wished to speak privately with Garp, yet in a place like Impelled Down, even if someone overheard, secrets could not be divulged. Suddenly, as Garp was solemnly addressing Richie, the sound of a whip cracking echoed through the prison, accompanied by the anguished cries of a beast, reminiscent of a woman's moans. Chapter 28, The Sacred Land of Flames. Pluto, Silba's really. Upon hearing such a sound, Richie's cold demeanor unexpectedly morphed into a grin. His curiosity piqued as he glanced towards the source of the noise. Garp, standing before him, covered his face in embarrassment and remarked, "Ah, little Suddy has begun again." This moment of levity eased the tension between them. "Admiral Garp, use your power to release me. I shall handle matters concerning my homeland on my own, no longer relying on you." Ricky had never anticipated that he would find himself imprisoned due to the incident at the Gate of Justice. Nor did he consider that attempting a forced escape would undoubtedly lead to a manhunt. Even more surprising was the realization that the power wielded by Garp was insufficient to shield his hometown from the rain of gold from the heavens. This revelation instilled in him the understanding that relying on others pales in comparison to self-reliance. It was as if the memories Ricky had previously been reluctant to confront ignited within him a heightened sense of responsibility towards those around him. As a member of the Navy, he had studied the intricate politics of the pirate world, and he understood that even the most arrogant must acknowledge the untouchable boundaries of authority within Impelled Down. Once severed from the formidable backing of the Navy, he would find himself utterly isolated. Is this truly the purpose behind your summons? It seems rather simplistic. Come, let us depart. Garp led Ricky to Magellan's office within Impelled Down, leveraging his connections and status to effortlessly extricate Ricky from the confines of the prison. This turn of events astonished Ricky, as he had not expected to be liberated through such influential associations. Dressed in a colonel's uniform, Richie followed Garp aboard his warship, where he encountered the ever-serious Bogart on deck, alongside the adventurous Luffy, who was traveling with Garp. "Uncle Richie," 4-year-old Luffy exclaimed, scampering towards him. With a chuckle, Richie lifted him into his arms, gazing at the familiar cheeks of the little boy. "Luffy, have you been behaving yourself?" Over the 3 years in the New World, Richie had crossed paths with Garp on numerous missions, yet their relationship remained strictly professional. "Yes, I have, but Grandpa insists that I become a strong Marine," Luffy replied, his voice brimming with innocence. "That's for your own good," Garp interjected disdainfully, his fierce demeanor causing Luffy to shrink back in trepidation. "Do you want to be a Marine?" Richie inquired, cradling Luffy with a gentle smile befitting an elder. "No, I want to adventure freely across the seas," Luffy declared boldly. "Then when you grow up, pursue what you truly desire and ignore what others say," Richie advised, casting a sidelong glance at Garp, as if to defy him. Garp attempted to raise his fist to deliver a playful punch to Luffy's head, but Richie deftly turned, evading the gesture effortlessly. "We won't let him hit you." "Will we, Uncle?" Luffy chimed in. "All right. Grandpa's punches hurt too much." The mere 4-year-old had succeeded in perplexing Garp while subtly revealing that Richie was indeed displeased with him. It was easier to raise him when he was younger, Now my grandson is already 4, Garp mused, contemplating handing Luffy over to the villagers of Windmill Village for upbringing. As the warship returned to headquarters, it was already deep into the night, and Luffy had drifted into slumber in the cabin. Sengoku observed the flustered Garp alongside Richie and was taken aback. "You let him out," he exclaimed. "Haha. It's just a little mark. Let it go, Sengoku," Richie retorted with a hint of disdain, leaving Sengoku momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the telephone snail on the desk rang out. Sengoku answered. "What is it?" "Admiral Sengoku, we have received a call from Mary Geos. The slave prison has come under attack." The news sent a chill through everyone present, yet Richie remained unperturbed. "I shall take my leave then." Richie began to turn away, only to be halted by Sengoku's voice. "Where do you think you're going? There are still people at home to care for." This incident presented a chance for redemption. Did he not wish to atone for his past misdeeds? Sengoku's piercing gaze fixed upon Richie, as if he had already identified the perfect candidate for the task. "Assisting in the rescue would also enhance the Celestial Dragon's favor towards you." "What do you mean, Admiral?" Richie feigned ignorance regarding the unfolding situation. "Major Doberman, you will accompany Colonel Richie to resolve this matter. Such a grave assault, if not addressed by the Navy, would certainly incur the wrath of the Celestial Dragons." This implies that the role of Fleet Admiral is no easy task. Since it was the Admiral's command, Richie had no choice but to comply. He gazed at the stern man seated beside him, his face and neck marred by scar tissue, gripping a military blade. "At your command, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Upon receiving his orders, Major Doberman rose from the ranks, his cold demeanor appraising Richie. "Let us proceed, Colonel." His youthful appearance cast doubt on Doberman's faith in Richie's capabilities. After all, no amount of newspaper praise could rival first-hand experience. Doberman was one of the few cold-hearted individuals among the majors, possessing remarkable swordsmanship as well. "Yes, Major." As Doberman departed with Richie, Sengoku and Garp immediately erupted into a heated argument, resembling two mischievous old boys. Atop the Red Continent, not far from Mary Geos, the slave prison had transformed into an inferno. Countless iron gates were pried open as various races fled from the raging flames. "Run, everyone. You are free." Fisher Tiger, armed with a pirate's pistol, engaged in combat with the guards of Mary Geos to shield the masses. "We implore the giants to assist. Free the remaining slaves." At that moment, each slave's life seemed interconnected, aiding one another in a desperate bid to escape this hellish prison of the Celestial Dragons. "Colonel Richie, what are you doing? Hurry." As Doberman spoke, he was taken aback by a golden-haired man ahead, a scar running across his eye. Even the cold-hearted Doberman trembled now. Meanwhile, Richie lounged on a rooftop, leisurely gnawing on a toothpick while observing the distant blaze, remarking, "What a truly astonishing figure." His gaze then shifted to a man in the town below, flanked by two women, one young and beautiful, the other reminiscent of the matron from Amazon Lily. With hazy memories, Richie struggled to recall their faces. "Why are you here?" King Silver's Rayleigh. Even the most psychologically resilient soldier appeared vulnerable before this man. As Doberman drew his blade to confront Rayleigh, "I beg your pardon, gentlemen of the Navy, but might you clear a path?" With a swift motion, Rayleigh unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Doberman. "Ha, ha, let us flee." Santa Sonia, Marigold. Three panting, ragged young women approached from the distance, and the matron, clutching her serpent staff, was utterly astonished. For they were the three children lost from Amazon Lily 3 years prior. Could this be the future Empress? No one would believe that the disheveled Boa Hancock would ascend to become the future Empress of Amazon Lily. Upon seeing the matron, the three burst into tears, resembling children who had erred. Fire. In the fleeting moment when the bullet was discharged, Rayleigh wielded his blade with a swift motion, cleaving the air and rendering the soldiers' guns asunder. A chilling sensation enveloped their heads. Should Rayleigh desire to eliminate all the soldiers, nearly 100 Navy men surrounding him would inevitably fall lifeless to the ground in an instant. On the eaves above, Ricky observed as Doberman charged at Rayleigh with a knife, pondering ceaselessly yet fruitlessly on how to garner the Empress's favor. Given her intense disdain for the Navy, it was inconceivable for her to harbor any affection for them, unless it was forcibly induced. "Yield, Rayleigh, the Dark King." The pressure mounting on Doberman as he confronted Rayleigh felt akin to a mountain upon his shoulders, compelling him to exert every ounce of strength in his blade's arc towards Rayleigh. Capturing this man, the right hand of the Pirate King, would undoubtedly catapult Doberman's reputation and standing within the Navy to unprecedented heights. "Shachi, Take them away quickly. I shall join you shortly. He effortlessly parried Doberman's onslaught with one hand, speaking confidently to the woman behind him. Be careful, that young soldier is also present. Fear not, leave it to me. Shachi, gripping a beautifully ornamented katana, took a deep drag from his cigarette before departing. That's impossible. He is the vice captain of the Pirate King's ship. Witnessing the despair of the major being overwhelmed ahead, the soldiers stood frozen in place, paralyzed by hopelessness. So bothersome, I shall not dwell on it. Ricky leapt down from the town's eaves, exclaiming, who cares? Just a woman. Ricky's hometown harbored a childhood friend, rendering unnecessary the pursuit of the future empress. After all, he was not a man ensnared by the allure of beauty, but one with grand ambitions. The colonel and the soldiers observed Ricky clench his fists as he approached the battleground between Doberman and Rayleigh, taken aback. Boom. Upon seeing Ricky advancing towards him, Rayleigh unleashed a fierce slash with his sword, shattering the military knife in Doberman's grasp. As his body tilted and his pupils constricted, Doberman felt as though time had slowed around him. At the very moment the blade was about to injure him, Ricky's imposing figure appeared before him. A tremor rippled through the air, causing the surrounding crimson earth to crack instantaneously. With a grave expression, Rayleigh and Ricky locked eyes, the blade clashing against Ricky's armored wrist, effectively blocking the attack of the Dark King. It seemed the reports in the newspapers were indeed true. Entering combat mode, Ricky directly interrupted Doberman's astonishment. Major General, please step back slightly to avoid being caught in the fray. Despite his disdain, recognizing his opponent to be the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Doberman quickly regained his footing and retreated to the second line with his remaining weapon. This young Marine, we harbor no ill intentions. We are merely here on a friend's behest to rescue someone. Rayleigh continued to increase the force on his blade, aiming to completely overwhelm Ricky. Yet he soon discovered that the young man before him was no ordinary foe. Apologies, but I too have a mission to fulfill, and I cannot allow you to leave unscathed. Is that so? Then I shall have to defeat you. As these words fell, Rayleigh unleashed a terrifying strike, injuring Ricky's hardened arm, while simultaneously sending him staggering back several meters. Thousands of slaves from various races within the slave prison were granted their freedom, yet Ricky remained indifferent. His excitement growing as he regarded the formidable man before him, eager to engage in battle despite his injuries. In an instant, the cherry blossom-infused Haki emanating from Rayleigh's blade instilled a sense of danger within Ricky, his exhilaration becoming increasingly evident. To contend with someone as physically robust as you, I must resort to flowing cherry. Then come. Let us see. Perhaps I shall master this Haki through our combat. Chapter 29, The Fierce Battle at the Holy Land. The resurgence of Tai Chi. In the town of Marineford, Light and Angel were strolling with Perona. Will the colonel really reassign us, Angel? The town was home not only to military families, but also to ordinary citizens who had lived in Marineford for generations, serving as a source of manpower. I doubt it. The colonel mentioned reassignment before, yet after all these years, nothing has come of it. Indeed, if reassignment were imminent, we would have parted ways long ago. Perona, seated upon the small black creature, held a special naval snack in her hand and voiced her concern. Fura, it's delicious. By the way, is Lord Ricky all right? Rest assured, the Navy will not abandon such a talent as the colonel. Angel smiled as she replied to Perona. Ha, indeed. Light laughed heartily. After all, I have never encountered a person like the colonel in my entire life. Little Black, take the little princess home. Light and I are off to the tavern for some fun. Giggling, Little Black saluted with his black wings in agreement. The two, armed with the bountiful bounty and goods won from the red-haired pirates, had more than enough to revel at the tavern for an entire night. In this world, no matter where one might be, the existence of legitimate courtesans is ubiquitous. With the Navy headquarters boasting such a vast number of soldiers, one can only imagine the abundance of such establishments in the town of Maria. It is implausible for every soldier to be married, waiting for their loved ones at home. Yet, amidst the jubilant cries echoing through the night, fierce battles continued in the holy land of Maria. To confront the physically formidable adversary, Riley's blade was enveloped in a swirling gust filled with cherry blossom petals. The intense clash of two powerful wills left Riley somewhat astonished as he beheld the smoldering, dark crimson ashes of Ricky. Just as rumored, is this the so-called form of the martial god? Ricky felt a tearing sensation in the skin of his right hand, and with a powerful surge, he repelled Rayleigh. As blood flowed from his wrist, Ricky couldn't help but admire Rayleigh before him, who, despite being nearly a meter shorter, surpassed him in both the intensity of Haki and sheer strength. "Colonel," the soldiers exclaimed with concern. Richie slowly removed his cloak, revealing his formidable, muscular back, and inquired, "Admiral, are the slaves at the Holy Land prison still awaiting your support?" "Indeed, but I cannot allow you to face the Dark King Rayleigh alone." Doberman, filled with trepidation towards the golden-haired man wielding a blade, stood firm, motivated by the principles of justice that forbade him from retreating even a single step. "Leave this to me. If we do not prevent some of the slaves from escaping, neither of us will be able to report back." With that, Richie cracked his neck and assumed a combat stance against Rayleigh, declaring, "Let us see how long I can endure against the vice-captain." Seeing Ricky's determination, Doberman and his team dashed past the two towards the Holy Land prison, fully aware that staying behind would yield no results. Ricky, on the other hand, was reluctant to attend to the affairs of the celestial dragons. "Ha ha, I am merely a retired old man." With a thunderous bang, Rayleigh observed Ricky charging at him and swung his blade forcefully with one hand. At the moment their fists collided with the edge of the blade, Ricky delivered a swift left hook aimed at Rayleigh's face. However, Rayleigh swiftly turned his neck, evading Ricky's punch. Subsequently, Ricky lifted his foot, enveloped in Haki, and executed a powerful spinning kick towards Rayleigh, but the blade in Rayleigh's hand blocked the attack. Nonetheless, Rayleigh was pushed back several steps. Seizing the moment, Ricky pressed his advantage. In the fleeting instant Rayleigh was unsteady, Ricky flickered beside him and launched a heavy punch towards his body. Suddenly, a chill washed over Ricky as Rayleigh grinned menacingly. The blade in his hand spun before he stabilized himself, gripping the hilt tightly. And a surge of Haki erupted, as if ignited. Rayleigh vanished from sight, and a cloud of smoke enveloped the surroundings. A slash, too swift for Ricky to react, struck his form. Feeling the internal damage, Ricky forced a pained smile and attempted to clutch the scar on his chest. The injury contrasted sharply with the one inflicted by Shanks, forming a cross on Ricky's torso. Coughing several times, Ricky turned and launched another assault on Rayleigh, which took him by surprise. "You seem unfazed by your injuries, young Marine. It hurts so much." Bang! Ricky's combat instincts ignited instantly. Explosive waves pulsed from his fists, which had already been enveloped in a white energy stream, and he unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks upon Rayleigh. Crackle! The fierce clash of blades and fists resonated throughout the air. Yet, no matter how fiercely Ricky swung his fists, they were effortlessly deflected by Ray's blade. However, the explosion emanating from the edge of the sword left Ray with an ominous feeling. By the time he reacted, Ricky had already transformed his powerful strike into a penetrating force. Ricky had anticipated an unexpected outcome, only to discover that Rayleigh's speed with the blade was truly terrifying. The penetrating force of the blade was effortlessly deflected, and Rayleigh began to counter Ricky's moves. Such exquisite techniques. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely suffered a grievous blow. The formidable combat awareness left Ricky acutely aware of his own inferiority. He chuckled softly and decided to unleash his next move. With a resounding thud, he kicked Rayleigh away, and a fearsome energy enveloped him. A white luminescence coalesced upon his ashen fist. Momentum, release, penetrative power. As Ricky's flames intensified and the oppressive aura emanating from his fist grew stronger, Rayleigh furrowed his brow, becoming increasingly vigilant. From several meters away, Ricky aimed his fist at Rayleigh. "As long as I prevent your domineering force from countering my power, those with weaker physiques shall inevitably fall." With a thunderous shout, Ricky thrust his fist forward. The terrifying wind of his punch surged forth like a cannonball, reaching Rayleigh in an instant. Faced with this overwhelming force, Rayleigh swung his blade once more in defense. In the next moment, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the entire town. "Cough! What is this? I clearly deflected it with my blade just moments ago." Rayleigh felt the penetrating force strike his chest, the explosive momentum causing even him discomfort. It was this penetrative domineering power that served as Ricky's trump card against formidable opponents. "Cough, ha ha ha. Not pleasant, is it?" Blood dripped onto the ground as Ricky gazed at Rayleigh, who was clutching his wounded chest, and remarked, "Even at your lofty height, you cannot withstand my force without exhausting every ounce of your strength." Rayleigh's astonished expression reverted to normal as he regained his composure and faced Ricky. "What a fascinating ability you possess. I shall have to completely overwhelm you before I depart." "Come on." Fueled by the thrill of battle, Ricky bellowed, "I will fall, or you will fall. Only one of us can emerge victorious." With that declaration, Ricky raised his fist once more, aiming for Rayleigh. A swift, shadow-like punch rushed towards Laylee's face. Already aware of this power, Laylee chose not to block. Instead, he swiftly twisted his body to evade the oncoming punch. The punch's wind sliced through the air, crashing into the buildings of the town behind him. A tremendous explosion erupted, causing the structures to shatter. Meanwhile, Laylee had closed the distance to Ricky, unleashing a lightning-fast slash from his body. Pooh! Ricky could no longer suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the street. Ha ha, it hurts tremendously, but it is not enough to bring me down. In that instant, Ricky felt an unprecedented, terrifying pressure envelop him, his body racked with the glimmers of blades. Slash! As Laylee's command reverberated in the air, Ricky found himself unable to react, watching his own hot blood spurt forth. The slash, empowered by the flowing Sakura domineering force, inflicted pain that made Ricky stagger. In the past, superficial injuries hardly fazed him, yet when faced with an opponent whose swordsmanship and imposing presence reached the pinnacle of mastery, even he found it challenging to endure completely. Such was the oppressive force of Vice Admiral Wang. "What's the matter, young Marine? Are you too pained to utter a word?" As Rayleigh turned his back to Richie, believing the battle to be concluded, a fierce penetrating force surged toward him from behind. However, with his mastery of Kinbunshika Haki, Rayleigh effortlessly pivoted to evade the attack, then regarded the bloodied figure before him with a calm demeanor. Ah, indeed. This is an era of rising pirates. In the Navy, aside from figures like Garp and Sengoku, scarcely anyone possesses the capability to contend with individuals of your caliber. It is no wonder that nearly a decade has passed since the great pirate era without the emergence of a truly formidable admiral. The future admirals are currently undergoing rigorous training to inherit their positions, while powerful figures like Rayleigh, the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates, face almost no opposition. It is little wonder he moves with such ease. Yet even now, Rayleigh retains a fervent spirit for battle. Are you a devil fruit user? Why do you not succumb? You shall perish. Ding. Richie lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and in an instant, a Tai Chi domain with a diameter of 100 meters unfurled around him. Succumb? That is far from sufficient. The enhancement effects of the Divine Warrior stance and the Tai Chi formation were solely intended for him to match the strength of the man before him in this duel. Ricky once again unleashed a powerful punch from a distance, the terrifying explosive force directly striking Rayleigh's body. Within this formation, the speed of all his techniques would be doubled. Boom. Amidst the clouds of ash and smoke, Rayleigh's body was scorched. With an expression of disbelief, he gazed at Ricky, then wielded his blade with a fierce flourish. Swish. The flying slash tore through the air, hurtling towards Ricky. Seeing this, Ricky grinned. This should restore some of my strength to maintain the Tai Chi realm. At the very least, I must ensure Rayleigh faces some adversity. These old-era warriors, still at their peak, are currently beyond my capacity to defeat. Energy manipulation. Force release. The vortex in his palm voraciously absorbed the power unleashed by Rayleigh's strike, igniting the ashes into flames within the Tai Chi array. In such a high-temperature arena, Rayleigh was compelled to release his Haki for protection, witnessing his own slash spiraling in Ricky's hands before being reflected back. Rayleigh was taken aback. What kind of power is this? Rayleigh sidestepped his own attack, fixating on Ricky's steadfast posture. Although his body was drenched in blood, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Since you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you. Ricky settled into a horse stance, his seemingly soft hands oscillating to gather energy for his techniques, then firmly rooted himself in place. To refine his power techniques, he must continually master each move through diverse battles. The thrust and penetration techniques can be utilized for long-range release. The thrust creates an explosive effect, while the penetration directly pierces through the enemy's body to reach their internal organs. The braking force is meant for close-quarters combat, whereas the energy force embodies a vast range of destructive power. This is Tai Chi. Chapter 30. Overwhelming Domination. The King of the Underworld. The surrounding flames voraciously consumed Rayleigh's Haki, yet he needed only a minimal expenditure to withstand the intense heat of the ash flames. Penetration force. Consecutive strikes. Ricky inhaled deeply and commenced a flurry of punches, each strike causing the air to ripple with explosive force. The speed was so astonishing that Rayleigh found himself in a precarious position. Although he dodged some of the explosive wind generated by the punches, he was compelled to parry with the edge of his blade. This inevitably meant he would be struck by Ricky's relentless onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions enveloped the vicinity in a fiery haze, within which Rayleigh's figure surged towards Ricky like a bolt from the blue. Upon witnessing this, Ricky ceased his steady build-up of energy, intertwining his fists with fierce determination, and with a swift movement, he confronted Rayleigh head-on. As fellow wielders of paramecia abilities, the blade clashed violently against the ashen, crimson fists. I shall utterly obliterate you. The explosive force pierced through Rayleigh's skin, resulting in burns, while Ricky's blood splattered profusely onto him. The numbing sensation in his fist revealed to Ricky the true potency of Rayleigh's Haki. The blade slashed through flesh, blood gushing forth in torrents. Yet, he harbored not a single thought of halting his barrage of punches. Bolstered by the Tai Chi formation and the stance of a martial deity, Ricky's strength still failed to overwhelm Rayleigh, nor did it yield an evenly matched combat scenario. Instead, he was mercilessly overpowered. Ha! A laugh of sheer exhilaration erupted from his throat, as townsfolk observed the unfolding spectacle with astonishment, bewildered as to why the flames did not harm them. This was a testament to Ricky's precise control and targeting, ensuring that only those engaged in battle with him bore the brunt of this hellish inferno. Excitement, Rayleigh slashed relentlessly with his blade, squinting to scrutinize Ricky's fervent obsession with combat. Are you a battle maniac? Fearless even in the face of death? No. This is merely the thrill of a surge in power, and you shall not be able to slay me. The wounds inflicted by Rayleigh's blade could not deter Ricky, who persevered through excruciating pain to continue the fight. He had endured far worse fatal injuries. The tremors from their clash drew nearby holy soldiers swiftly towards the fray. While in the depths of the slave prison, under Doberman's command, dozens of escaping slaves were recaptured. Is this the essence of human conflict? The grotesque celestial dragons, withered in their greenhouses, gazed through telescopes from their immense, opulent castle at the duel below. They are but a throng of humans, a mere pull of the trigger, and they shall fall lifeless. Indeed, the surrounding tumult and momentum were mere illusions, mere tricks of their own making. Ignorant celestial dragons, perched atop their lavish fortress, raised their glasses of red wine, emblematic of their noble lineage, and drank deeply, while the curtains concealed their shameless despair, revealing their bestial nature. Their perspective of looking down upon the masses was a virtue they believed inherent to their birthright. It was only when the tempest of battle between Rayleigh and Ricky transformed into a blade-like wind, slicing across a celestial dragon's cheek, that he became aware of true power, mistakenly attributing the injury to his wine bottle shattering for inexplicable reasons. Bastard! This wine is produced by that distillery, and tomorrow I shall personally confront them. Noble blood cascaded down his cheeks, intensifying the fury that simmered within him. Meanwhile, the soldiers accompanying Doberman discovered that Ricky, who had fallen into a disadvantage, silently dialed the headquarters. Moshi, this is St. Mary Joe. We have an urgent situation. Pluto Silbaz Riley is engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Colonel Ricky, requesting support. Received. The message for assistance has been acknowledged. Please await rescue. The news swiftly spread throughout Marin Vondo. The direct confrontation between Ricky and Riley instilled terror in the hearts of the warriors. Soon, a lieutenant general was dispatched for reinforcement. Currently, there were no admiral-level combatants within the Navy, as those formidable figures residing in the Holy Land were solely preoccupied with indulgence, never contemplating intervention in such a trivial matter. Within the Holy Land, Ricky found himself paralyzed by an overwhelming aura of terror. Riley's sudden eruption of formidable presence conjured a vision that bore down on him with immense pressure. The powerful energy instantaneously engulfed the ashes of Ricky's Tai Chi formation, resembling a deity wielding a colossal sword of dominance before him, rendering him breathless. Every title has its origin, and it is time to conclude this farce. A deafening echo reverberated in Ricky's ears, the confident visage of Riley, engulfed in a fiery aura, starkly contrasting his previous arrogance. Having battled Ricky for an extended period, Riley sensed that it was unwise to linger, as his identity was long exposed to the Navy's scrutiny, prompting high-ranking officials to spare no effort in dispatching formidable forces for capture. At that moment, he appeared as a fearsome deity, towering before Ricky, brandishing his colossal sword with a sweeping motion. With a thunderous slash, the overwhelming force tore through the crimson earth towards Ricky, who instantly narrowed his pupils into pinpricks and swiftly maneuvered to evade the tremendous blow. Ha. I thought you wouldn't evade, young Marine. Riley chuckled, retrieving a flask of wine from his pocket and pouring it into his mouth. Yet, The awe-inspiring figure of overwhelming dominance behind him remained undiminished, poised to deliver another swift strike. With fear still etched on his face, Ricky remained vigilant against Riley. This marked the first time in many years he had evaded an enemy's assault. He even sensed that employing Tai Chi could not dissipate the force unleashed by Riley. Farce. Blood spilled profusely onto the ground as Ricky relaxed his limbs, murmuring, "It seems you perceive our battle as mere play." Thunderous energy erupted around Ricky. He firmly planted his legs into the earth, resolved not to flee again. The entirety of the Tai Chi formation's strength began to coalesce within Ricky's being, this time enveloping him entirely, empowering him with boundless aura and energy to unleash an extraordinarily formidable technique. Ricky began to gather a powerful energy within a 100-meter radius, and behind him emerged a black and white Tai Chi symbol, suspended in the air. A strong tremor of energy emanated from beneath his feet, violently spreading outward in all directions. Yet, the aura he exuded paled in comparison to the terrifying presence of the Dark King looming behind Rayleigh. Was it time to exert his utmost effort? Rayleigh took another swig of his drink, and the statue of the Dark King behind him swung its blade with full force, leaving no room for mercy. A gesture of respect for Ricky's audacity to challenge him. Martial God collapse. The massive energy visibly coalesced in Ricky's palms as he steadied his stance and raised his arms in a fierce call. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere surged like a tempest, a terrifying wave of energy crashing toward Rayleigh's Dark King's strike. Chapter 31, Defeat. The streets of the town beneath Richie's feet were riddled with countless fissures, remnants of the Taiji formation's aura empowering his techniques. Two formidable forces, capable of instilling terror in countless souls, clashed for the first time, unleashing a tempestuous gale that sliced through the air like a blade. A vast portion of the enchanted woods of Mary Jo, the Holy Land, was devastated. Soldiers stationed at a distance, documenting the fierce battle, were swept away by the ferocious winds. Ricky's techniques fell into a disadvantage upon their initial collision. Yet, the residual force of his inner energy continuously flowed toward the god of war, conveying his essence. In other words, his victory was merely a matter of time. However, as Ricky observed the still relaxed Rayleigh, an ominous feeling crept into his heart. The foreboding intensified when he beheld the statue of Hades behind Rayleigh swinging its blade once more, signaling that his defeat was inevitable. It must be said, Rayleigh's strength surpassed Shanks by several tiers. Ever since the harrowing battle against Whitebeard, Ricky had never felt so powerless. An explosive surge of energy erupted from his being. This was his final stand. Acknowledging the likelihood of defeat, he refused to flee, for doing so would taint the fervor of his passionate life. From initial curiosity about Ricky to the current pure suppression, Rayleigh had yet to fathom the source of Ricky's power. It was neither the ability of a devil fruit nor a mere manifestation of Haki, yet it blended seamlessly with his will. It is over, if death comes. Do not blame me. With a swift motion, the Haki-infused blade once again cleaved toward the center of their clash. The immense power of the strike combining with the initial slash, hurtling toward Ricky at a breakneck speed. Ricky found himself helpless against the relentless advance of the oncoming attack. For the energy within him had been drained to its limits. He positioned his dark, armored arms before him in a desperate attempt to shield himself. With a resounding crash, the two strikes collided with Ricky, propelling him forward uncontrollably. Richie unleashed the remnants of his latent power in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet he could not halt the advancing steps. Farewell, formidable warrior. Rayleigh regarded Richie, who chose not to evade, bracing himself against the might of his Dark King slash. In his heart, Rayleigh had already acknowledged him as a worthy opponent, displaying a flicker of respect. Subsequently, he swiftly vanished from the spot, leaving behind the scars on his face, remnants of Richie's unleashed technique. The earth before Richie was riven by devastating strikes, and the precipice of the Crimson Earth continent loomed ominously beneath him, nearing ever closer, while his strength waned perilously. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him. The muscles in his limbs felt as though they were tearing apart. The look of horror on Richie's face was impossible to quell. He could not fathom why. After 3 years, he still found himself so vastly outmatched by these formidable beings. Despite his evident growth, he felt powerless to turn the tide. As he beheld the overwhelming aura of the colossal strike advancing towards him, Richie came to a stark realization. Only sheer dominance could secure one's place in this world. Moreover, each individual could choose their own path of cultivation to harness this power. A heart-wrenching cry escaped him, signaling that his body had reached its limits. Yet the force of the strike showed no sign of abating, as if it were determined to rend him asunder. In his mind, he pondered whether such a dire predicament might grant a transcendent power to a traveler like himself. However, just as he neared the edge of the Crimson Earth cliff, that power remained elusive. All his fanciful hopes dissolved into nothingness. Colonel Richie, the king of the underworld, Rayleigh, had departed, leaving behind Major Doberman. Colonel Richie, alongside Major Doberman, had extinguished the flames of the slave prison and now beheld the chilling strike on the horizon. With a furious roar, Richie, embracing a fatalistic mindset, resolved not to plummet from such a great height, for his physical strength was nearly exhausted. Falling from such heights into the sea held no distinction from crashing upon steel. He relinquished his armament, abandoning resistance, bracing himself for the inevitable. With a piercing sound, countless blades of energy ravaged his body, and Richie, having accepted this grim reality, was engulfed by the king of the underworld strike. After a burst of violet light erupted, all that remained was blood, more vivid than the crimson earth itself, and Richie's battered form standing in place. The terrifying vitality within him allowed him to survive. Cough, cough. Ricky coughed softly, a searing pain radiating through his internal organs as if they were about to burst forth from his mouth. Despite the agony, he resolutely shoved his hands into his pockets. This was a battle he had chosen to confront the king of the underworld, and even in his wounded state, he harbored no complaints. It was a stark reminder of the formidable powers that existed in this world. The chasm before him was the result of Rayleigh's devastating slash, and drops of Ricky's blood trickled from his body into the abyss. Officers under Doberman quickly arrived with medics, their expressions falling into contemplation upon witnessing the unbearable injuries inflicted on a human. They stood frozen, struck by the reality of the king of the underworld. Indeed, seeing is believing. Colonel, please remain still. We shall attend to your wounds immediately. Those at headquarters who had never seen Ricky before had read in the papers that he was immortal, yet no one truly believed such claims until they beheld his 3-meter-tall, battered and bloodied form, which compelled their respect. Do not administer anesthetics, Ricky exclaimed as a soldier approached with a syringe. It is merely a matter of stitching up the wound. The pain is akin to an ant bite. Understood, Colonel. The medic, taken aback by Ricky's commanding tone, halted the injection and commenced the stitching and bandaging instead. I'm so hungry. I long to return for a hearty meal. My body feels utterly exhausted. That is only natural. For you are indeed the man who dared to challenge the king of the underworld. His resolute, blood-red gaze instilled fear among the soldiers surrounding him. None could fathom how he remained alive after sustaining such injuries. Once the wound was sutured, Ricky attempted to take a few steps, but he faltered and collapsed to the ground, chuckling. I can no longer maintain this fade. Please, do assist me in getting up. The bravado he initially intended to display crumbled under the weight of fatigue and exhaustion, and he was ultimately carried away by the soldiers. What a sight, Colonel, Doberman remarked, observing the slumbering Ricky on the stretcher, as if the fierce battle had been mere child's play for him. The inferno of the slave prison had been extinguished, and some captives had been recaptured. Aside from Ricky's audacious confrontation with Rayleigh, the soldiers discovered that the only other disturbance in the slave prison had been caused by a single red-skinned fishman who had incited chaos all by himself, leaving countless guards unconscious. Upon learning that the situation at the Holy Land had stabilized, the reinforcements dispatched to support it ceased their advance. In the span of merely 3 days, Ricky engaged in fierce combat alongside Shanks and Rayleigh. This narrative, encompassing 100,000 words, is crafted in the hope that there are readers who appreciate this style of fanfiction. Strength system explanation. The protagonist is initially endowed with a mythical beast fruit, which, due to the absence of a designated system, is treated as a power intrinsically bound to the protagonist. I seek your support. Your encouragement serves as my motivation, as writing novels also necessitates sustenance. Lastly, it is worth noting that this is a dark narrative. Chapter 32. Shanks left I injured several days later. On a certain civilized island within the Grand Line, the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates landed at different docks. Having been adversaries since childhood, frequently clashing, Roger and Whitebeard, upon meeting, immediately engaged in battle. The others, however, remained oblivious. Shanks, still recovering from serious injuries inflicted by Ricky, gazed weakly at an old acquaintance before him, a rugged young man with thick hair and missing teeth. Teach. Ha ha ha. After Roger's demise, I never expected you to thrive so rapidly. Teach cackled, brandishing his signature iron claw weapon, his gaze fixated on the severity of Shanks' injuries. Such grave wounds. Who could have inflicted them? You do realize that engaging with me signifies war between the Whitebeard pirates and us. The crew of the red-haired pirates busied themselves gathering supplies, even employing their skills to earn berries in preparation for their forthcoming adventures. In this fortuitous moment, Shanks, wandering alone through the town, encountered his nemesis. Ha ha ha. Start a war? You think you can stand against my father? Don't be ridiculous. After mocking Shanks, the two clashed. Shanks, still reeling from his injuries, never anticipated being overpowered by Teach. Yet, thanks to his formidable Haki, he momentarily held his ground. The ship's doctor, closest to Shanks, was setting up a herbal stall in the town when he sensed the familiar aura of battle and swiftly gathered his belongings to rush to Shanks' side. Bearing a club, Beihang arrived at the street where the two were fighting, witnessing the residents fleeing in panic. Suddenly, Teach's iron claw slashed Shanks' left eye, blood cascading forth, creating an elegant crimson arc in the air. Boss, noticing Shanks' unsteady stance, he staggered back, shaking his head. My left eye. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Shanks' companion approach, Teach made a hasty retreat, wishing to avoid escalating the situation or drawing attention from Whitebeard. As Teach departed, Beihang supported the injured Shanks, beginning his treatment. Lacking sufficient intelligence, he refrained from pursuing Teach, and naturally, Shanks was unable to prevent him. Are you alright, boss? Who was that just now? Members of the Whitebeard pirates. Have they also landed on the island? Beihang exhibited a hint of astonishment. Although Shanks possesses considerable strength, he lacks the formidable regenerative abilities that characterize Richie. The injuries sustained from his previous battle with Richie have yet to heal, and the 3 scars on his left eye have forever entrenched his animosity with Teach. Beihang quickly contacted everyone, urging an expedited retreat from the island. Engaging the Whitebeard pirates with their current strength would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. It would be sheer folly. I shall reach out to them immediately. Unless one possesses sufficient status and commensurate strength, one would merely be slaughtered mercilessly amidst the fray of the powerful. Presently, Shanks does not embody such prowess. Upon returning to the ship, Yuta hurried over to Shanks, who bore injuries on his eye, and expressed her concern. What happened, father? Oh, Yuta, I merely stumbled and fell. It's nothing serious, he replied. The other crew members, seasoned in combat, immediately recognized that this was no ordinary fall. Captain, did that Navy officer inflict these injuries upon you? Huh. Regardless, let us depart from this island swiftly. We cannot afford to clash with that old man just yet, though seizing his territory might prove quite entertaining. In Marineford Town, the early morning sea breeze wafted through the window as Perona sat in the dimly lit room, cradling her patched-up bear, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Subsequently, she knocked softly on her bedroom door and stealthily made her way to Ricky's quarters, silently observing Ricky, who lay asleep beneath a thin blanket. The small black creature at the foot of his bed opened one eye, recognized Perona, and promptly fell back asleep. Perona adeptly climbed into Ricky's bed, snuggling close to him. Not sensing any danger, Ricky groggily opened his eyes to see Perona nestled against him. What's wrong? Did you have another nightmare? Uncertain whether it was a side effect of the devil fruit, Perona found herself waking up from her dreams and fright each day, and now, having found protection, she struggled to acclimate. It's nearly dawn, let us get some more sleep. Perona responded softly, and Ricky, like a caring father, spread a thin blanket over her, then opened his arms, allowing the refreshing sea breeze to caress his face as he returned to slumber. Beneath the bandages covering his body lay scars from slashes, remnants of his battle with Rayleigh, prompting Ricky to realize deep within that he could no longer afford to drift aimlessly. Although the rewards of battle outweighed those of training, without mastery of his techniques, Ricky would be unable to unleash his true potential. Moreover, he required a weapon. The following day, accompanied by the small black creature, Ricky made his way to Sengoku's office, located in the Naval Port Square. Sengoku, engrossed in his paperwork, did not acknowledge Ricky as he continued with his tasks. Admiral, you called for me. If you are not undertaking any missions, indeed there seems to be little to occupy your time. Sengoku cast a glance at the bandages adorning Ricky's body and inquired, have your injuries improved? Not at all, Ricky replied. Sengoku was taken aback. According to the maritime records compiled over the past 3 years while Ricky had been in his company, his recovery rate was remarkable, enabling him to heal from any injury within mere days. However, this time was different. The overwhelming power of the formidable strike he had endured had considerably slowed his recuperation. After a moment of silence, Sengoku resumed his focus on the documents before him. You must take good care of your health, Colonel. The purpose of your summons pertains to a potential promotion. Are you finally considering promoting me? Ricky was slightly astonished by the prospect of being elevated in rank. It was worth noting that he had managed to survive alone in the treacherous waters of the New World for 3 years, where formidable foes were abundant, and few dared to confront him directly, aside from the emperors and certain hidden powerhouses. Having endured hunger, he refrained from seeking supplies from the G headquarters of the vice admirals, solely to test his ability to survive independently. Indeed, regarding your merits, conduct, and mindset, among other factors, Sengoku continued. Just as he was about to present a document for Ricky's signature, he was abruptly interrupted. Sengoku looked at him with some surprise. What is it? I apologize, but I have no interest in promotion, Ricky stated firmly. Have you thought this through? The benefits of a rank as a rear admiral far surpass those of lower ranks, Sengoku countered, yet Ricky remained resolute in his decision. Joining the Navy was merely a means for me to develop under its protection. Should the principles of justice within the Navy shift, I would not hesitate to abandon it. In Chapter 33, Every Woman is Your True Love, Ricky added, if you truly wish to promote me, please assign me to the East Blue Elia branch as a base commander. Ricky fixed his gaze upon a bounty notice resting on the table, detailing the notorious red-skinned fishman. Fisher Tiger. Recognizing Ricky's yearning to return to his homeland, Sengoku hesitated for a moment before saying, very well. But do not forget the justice that comes with being a Marine. Upon hearing this, Ricky scoffed coldly and turned away, finding the words particularly ironic coming from Sengoku. This world is peculiar. On the surface, the Marines are the sovereigns of the sea, yet they are surreptitiously controlled by the world government. The formidable strength possessed by the world government serves primarily to prevent insubordination among its subordinates. Exiting the office, Ricky casually closed the sliding door behind him. Come on. Little Black, we're heading home. Goo. Really? With excitement, Little Black sprang to its feet, for to it. Home was merely the small island located in the East Sea. Before we set off, let us pay a visit to Zifa-sensei. Atop the bastion, Ricky stood behind the balcony railing, surveying the bustling Marineford Square, where countless soldiers were undergoing rigorous training under the watchful eyes of their instructors. As he made his way to the square's storeroom, Ricky noticed Guion Peach Rabbit standing at a distance, her eyes wide with surprise as she stared at him. Hey, you, little man. Peach Rabbit, he stammered, awkwardly grinning as she approached. This older woman, with her striking adherence to Ricky's ideal partner attributes, had ensnared him during a mission, leading him to succumb to her allure. Since that encounter, Ricky, having stolen her heart, found himself relentlessly pursued by her. Where are you off to? Heading to the storeroom for supplies? The mature charm and youthful exuberance radiating from Guion Peach Rabbit were intoxicating to Ricky. I'm just going to pick up a case of pear wine with my salary. Oh, did you know I was on leave today and come to fetch me for a drink? Guion Peach Rabbit's seductive gaze held meaning that Ricky instantly grasped. Let us not go there. Come on, you little rascal. Ignoring the curious stares of onlookers, everyone watched as Guion Peach Rabbit seized Ricky by the wrist and led him through the streets of Marineford. Her face was adorned with a honey blush, and her desires were as fierce as a wolf's. She took him to the market, where they purchased an abundance of exquisite ingredients before dragging him back to her long-neglected home. All right then, Little Black, you head back and take care of Perona. I shall return soon. Goo. Upon entering Guion Peach Rabbit's abode, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, with dust covering the various decorations and plants, hinting at how long it had been since she last returned. It's been quite a while, hasn't he? Military duties have kept me from enjoying a normal, tranquil life. Is it really appropriate to buy so much, Peach Rabbit? Though he verbally expressed his discontent, the sinister smile on Richie's face betrayed his true feelings. After a rare break, encountering you was serendipitous. I cannot allow your escape so easily. Having tidied the room, Ziyuan prepared delectable dishes in the cozy setting, presenting plate after plate upon the table. Throughout the meal, Richie scarcely spoke, his gaze fixated on Ziyuan, who continuously sought to please him. The impeccable curves of her figure and her porcelain skin caused the temperature in the room to rise steadily. Once the plates on the table were cleared, it was time to indulge in the next course. Ricky rose, cradling her into the spacious bedroom. Please, little man, do not think I will let you have your way with this bashful old enchantress. A few days later, early one morning, the blushing Shigeyama Momoko stood before Ricky. her attire barely concealing her form as she dressed. "I heard, little man, that you declined the promotion to instead assume the position of base commander at the East Sea. Indeed, I feel I am still too weak and must resolutely commit myself." As Richie sipped his red wine, his gaze remained fixed upon Shigeyama Momoko. Suddenly, with a thud, she collapsed limply to the ground. Richie hurriedly rose to assist her, exclaiming, "Hey, are you all right, Momoko? It's all your fault, you little rascal." This scene left Richie somewhat speechless. After a heartfelt farewell, he returned to town, purchasing a case of sherry wine to visit Zephyr. Subsequently, he summoned all his subordinates to gather at the military port square. "Light, what is the matter?" At the port's edge, Richie frowned at Light, whose lackluster demeanor and dark circles under his eyes resembled that of a weary soul. "I'm feeling a bit unwell, but it's nothing. What on earth have you been doing this past week?" Even the clerical staff aboard Ricky's ship appeared somewhat lackluster. Reporting, "Colonel, we merely indulged in drink at the tavern and suffered a bit of ill health." "Really? Can a skilled swordsman and formidable ensign be so easily affected by drink?" "Rufus, enlighten me on their predicament." "Colonel, Light has been incessantly declaring his desire to marry the tavern keeper. As for what transpired, I believe you are already aware." Light's pale complexion clearly indicated a lack of vitality and physical weakness. Yet, Ricky remained unfazed, for he had yet to encounter a woman beyond his control. "You scoundrel. Rufus, I am in true love." "True love, indeed. Every woman you encounter sings the same tune." This statement struck a chord with Light, rendering him momentarily speechless and unable to counter Rufus's assertion. Meanwhile, Ricky stood before 30 soldiers, feeling rather awkward. As a male, he was not immune to such feelings. Had it not been for Shigeyama confining him for nearly a week, he would have already departed for the East Sea. "Ahem, very well. Rufus, his physical condition will not impede our voyage, will it? Rest assured, Colonel, with the special concoction I devised for him, he will recover in a matter of days." "That's good to hear. All aboard. Destination, the Devil's 3 Phantom ship." Upon hearing the name of the Phantom ship, the soldiers were taken aback, puzzled as to why Ricky would venture into such a sinister place, but orders were orders. Ricky, however, had a clear purpose: to procure a formidable weapon, the national treasure of Wano, the Black Blade Akushui. Nearly a decade had passed since Moria's challenge to Kaido, and Ricky's journey was precisely for that weapon. In his encounters with genuine warriors, he realized the significant disadvantages of fighting without weapons, and wielding an iron block proved to be of little effect. This was largely due to Ricky's negligence in his training of the 6 styles, as all his efforts were concentrated on Haki and Ki. With an additional sword in hand, combined with his own strength, his prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. As the war god set sail, Gion, wishing to bid farewell, refrained from attending due to her unwell condition, not wanting to reveal her disheveled appearance. "Colonel, both Angel and I have been promoted. I have advanced from warrant officer to lieutenant, and Angel has been elevated to warrant officer. Congratulations to you both." After indulging at headquarters for over a week, Ricky once again embarked on his journey. Approximately 4 hours later, the war god docked at the closest civilized island in the Grand Line, known as the Shabandi Archipelago, or the Bubble Island. Sunlight pierced through the vibrant 7-colored clouds above, illuminating the gigantic Yarkaman red trees. Countless bubbles continuously emerged from the verdant soil, floating one after another to burst at the tops of the red trees. "Hey, Light, what are you doing?" At the bow of the war god, Light held a mirror, gazing intently at his haggard reflection. Far from the spirited and handsome swordsman he once was, "I've been ravaged by indulgence, and I've become so worn out." Ricky stood in the grass, his cloak billowing in the wind, puzzled. "From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol." With newfound determination, Light hurled the mirror into the sea and leaped from the bow of the war god. A crisp crack echoed. "Ouch, my back." Upon landing, he strained his back due to the impact. "Haha, don't be so clumsy, Light. You've made me laugh to tears." "Fula fula." Ricky noticed Perona laughing as well, sensing an ominous turn. "What are you laughing at? Hurry and gather supplies." "Yes, Colonel." After Ricky's reprimand, the 29 crew members, armed with berries, hastily ventured into town to collect various nutritious provisions, as the rations supplied from headquarters were woefully insufficient for the soldiers aboard the ship. "You're not too bad off, are you, Light?" Ricky approached Light, assisting him to his feet. "You'll be fine. Just take a few days to recuperate. Abstaining from alcohol is commendable. But why not mention abstaining from pleasures?" "Humph." Upon hearing this, Light, regaining his composure, declared boldly, "A true man can abstain from alcohol. but he must never renounce pleasures. Sighing, Riki shook his head in resignation, feeling that this fellow was beyond redemption. Come, let us go shopping, Xiaohei, Perona. All right. In matters of affection, love remains unspoken. After all, Richie is no fool, and he would never let his hard-won prey slip away. Chapter 34, The Terrifying Three-Masted Ship. The landing point is in the 40 to 49 area, the most bustling 9 districts of the Shambadi archipelago. After meandering through various tourist attractions for quite some time, he had Little Black carrying nearly 200 pounds of cargo back to the warship, which set sail without delay. The deck was piled high with provisions and an array of fruits, ensuring the nutritional needs for the voyage were met. As time progressed, at the bow of the warship, Richie stood with his arms crossed, gazing into the ominous fog at the foreboding three-masted ship, a colossal pirate vessel rivaling an island. Decayed. Massive chains connected 3 platforms resembling small islands, emanating an eerie atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. This was a ghost ship, devoid of any semblance of life. A zombie, partially wrapped in bandages, spotted the Navy vessel approaching and immediately relayed the message to its master, known as Moonlight Moria. Ah, Lord Richie, how I adore this place. Various bizarre branches whispered of a chilling ambience. This was indeed the fabled land of the dead. Angel's teeth chattered incessantly, betraying a burgeoning fear. Who could fathom the purpose of such a renowned figure in the new world visiting this desolate realm? A voice echoed through the air, yet Richie squinted and searched, finding not a single living soul, only zombies. I need to find a weapon. Observing the flickering flames aboard the god of war transform into a ghastly shade of ghostly fire, Richie sought the source of the voice. A weapon? Indeed. I shall also deal with the Moria pirates. Fully armed, the soldiers began to disembark, while Richie charged toward the deck directly above the god of war's cabin. With a fierce grip, he seized something furry by the neck. Ah! The invisible figure gasped in shock, bewildered by Richie's uncanny ability to detect him. The sensation of suffocation surged to his brain as the invisible man gradually revealed his true form. I cannot allow anyone to loom over me. Lord Absalom has been captured. The zombies, far from anxious, were faint, almost imperceptible expressions of delight. Are you here to eliminate us? Indeed, and to procure a weapon known as the Black Blade. Autumn Water. Had it not been for Richie's formidable resilience back in Roguetown, he might have been slain by Moria in a single blow. It was time for vengeance. Upon receiving news of the Navy's arrival, Moria promptly activated his powers, conjuring a swarm of bats to darken the skies. Yet, his pirate crew was now pitifully sparse. Lord Moria, help! Is this a bat slayer? Just in time for me to practice my swordsmanship. Despite his body still not fully recovered, Wright charged into the throng of bats that resembled shadowy phantoms. A few flashes of his blade emerged from the chaos, followed by a piercing scream from Wright. Fool! Quickly save the lieutenant. Amidst the swarm of bats, Moria's rotund figure bore little resemblance to how he appeared years prior. In his right hand, he wielded a large pair of scissors, while his left hand clutched Wright. Release Absalom, or I shall eliminate your subordinate. The battalion of bats, conjured by his powers, dispersed as Moria and his pirate crew materialized. He stood alone amidst a legion of zombies, their shadows drained, while the shadowy bats carried behind them several lifeless bodies. Devoid of consciousness, Richie leaped from his vessel, holding Absalom, a flicker of concern for Wright's safety in his heart. Moria, you have certainly gained considerable weight, Absalom exclaimed, witnessing the precarious situation of his sole remaining comrade caught in Richie's grasp. Moria, momentarily at a loss, reflected on the catastrophic losses he had sustained in the battle against Kaido for Wano, where he had nearly lost all of his allies. His attempts to reach the kingdom of Vito Mana had been thwarted by Richie, leading to his despondency and reckless indulgence upon returning to the 3 mysterious sails. How about this, Moria? You release him, and I shall release your companion. Let us duel one-on-one, just like in Roguetown. Richie proposed. One-on-one. Do you take me for a fool? Zombie army, eliminate them. Moria, his eyes bloodshot with fury, commanded his undead legion to attack. A decision that signified the loss of his final ally. Moria extracted the shadow from Wright's body, severing it with scissors and placing it into the corpse behind him. Lieutenant, damn pirates. 28 soldiers, armed with sabers, charged into the throng of towering zombies, with Angel providing cover from the rear. The battle erupted in an instant. Crack. Without hesitation, Richie crushed Absalom, deeming Moria's choice a cunning one. Regardless, Richie was determined to avenge the humiliation he had suffered in Roguetown. Witnessing the demise of his last companion ignited an uncontainable wrath within Moria, etched vividly upon his face. Behind him, a zombie wielding the black blade, Chioshui, rose, the legendary swordsman of Wano, Ryoma, resurrected by Wraith's shadow. Ryoma, the legendary swordsman of Wano, let me witness your prowess, Moria declared. As Wraith's lifeless form was discarded, rendered utterly useless. Ha ha ha, as you command, Lord Moria. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged towards Moria. The zombie Ryoma, employing Wraith's swordsmanship, leaped to intercept the attack. However, upon contact with the wind, he found it effortlessly piercing through Chioshui, striking his abdomen and then penetrating his body to strike Moria behind him. Ah, my insides! Moria cried out in agony, soon spewing forth a copious amount of blood. The penetrating force wreaked havoc within him, while the zombie Ryoma felt no pain, for his body was already deceased, devoid of any internal organs. My apologies, Colonel. I was careless and did not evade. The shadowless Wraith rose, offering an apology for his recklessness, as he observed Richie, firmly planted in a combat stance, poised to unleash a chilling aura. Do not expose yourself to the sunlight. It could be fatal, Wraith. Wraith had never encountered such a cold-blooded gaze as Richie's, sensing the oppressive air thick with murderous intent. You scoundrel. Penetrating force, liberation, second stage, divine martial fist. Boom. Once again, he launched an attack against Moria from a distance. The sound waves tearing through the air exploded in an instant, hurtling towards his colossal form. Dragon Horse. Moria bellowed, desperate to have his resurrected minions shield him from the impending assault. The zombie Dragon Horse then unleashed a flying slash. However, having already succumbed to death, he lacked the strength he once possessed in life. Moreover, wielding Wraith's swordsmanship without any aura to bolster it proved futile. The flying slash was swiftly obliterated by a terrifying gust of fist energy, piercing through Dragon Horse and striking directly at Moria. Damn it! Moria erupted in sudden fury. As a shadowy doppelganger, identical in size to him, emerged from his body to stand protectively in front of him. As Richie's ethereal punch struck the shadow clone, ripples emanated from Moria's doppelganger, and the force of the blow dissipated into nothingness. Was it negated? Let us see how this unfolds. Richie's right hand transformed into a dark, ashen hue. To combat the powers of the devil fruit, one must harness Haki. The feeble zombies crumbled under Richie's seasoned might, akin to a cluster of pliable clay figures mercilessly obliterated. All the zombies had perished, merely revived by Moria's fruit abilities. Their demise could be seen as a form of liberation. Chapter 35, The Enigma of Heritage, Fractured Memories. The moment Richie witnessed the shadow of light being torn away, unwelcome memories surged forth, compelling him to unleash his energy directly upon Moria from a distance. The infernal flames that consumed the Tamasti lineage stirred within him, but he forcefully suppressed the chaotic recollections of his desperate escape upon arriving here. Does releasing murderous intent chill the air? What trials have you endured? Standing behind him, the shadow mage Moria brandished his colossal blade, fixing a cold gaze upon Richie. You need not know. With that, Richie shifted his momentum, aiming his fist squarely at Moria's clone, and unleashed a powerful strike. Moria's current reaction speed proved insufficient to counter it. Ripples danced through the air. The shadow mage before him was engulfed in a cloud of explosive smoke. Witnessing the injury of his seemingly invincible clone, Moria found it hard to believe. Was this Haki? Utilizing the obscuring smoke from the explosion, Richie swiftly advanced towards the zombie stallion, intent on seizing the black blade, Autumn Water, from his grasp. This was indeed the purpose of his visit. Observing the soldiers' efficiency in dispatching zombies, Richie realized that dismantling their bodies would lead to their annihilation. He was perfectly equipped to utilize his release ability to eliminate the stallion, with the momentum of a force capable of injuring even Rayleigh. Richie found his target and struck a powerful blow to the stallion's chest. Boom. The energy erupted upon impact. Moria's immense blade descended upon Richie's face. But with his foresight, he deftly tilted his head to evade it. Such formidable martial prowess. It seems I cannot defend against this blade. Indeed, the stallion, pinned beneath Richie, ignited in blue flames, seemingly unwilling to succumb so easily, yet the shadow within him began to seep away, forcing his consciousness to dissipate. As he observed the shadow retreating back into light's form, Richie felt a sense of relief wash over him as he seized the black blade, Autumn Water. He then sidestepped to evade Moria's 7-meter-long blade once more. Let us settle our scores in Roguetown, Moria. Scoundrel. Moria gazed at the legion of zombies he had painstakingly summoned, now systematically dispatched by a mere 28 naval soldiers, and fury surged within him. Ricky, devoid of any swordsmanship, wielded the black blade Chioshui, acutely aware that its quality far surpassed that of Shiryu's thunderstorm. Channeling his energy, he ignited the blade in a fiery blaze and, with a flicker, lunged towards the shadow mage, delivering a devastating strike that cleaved him in two from his left leg to his right waist. Despite lacking the finesse of a swordsman like Rayleigh, the act of slashing was instinctive for him. Curse my shadow clone. How infuriating. Moria's bloodshot eyes fixed on Ricky, and he lamented that had he eliminated him in Loguetown years ago, he would not find himself in this predicament. He never anticipated that the very imp he had once sent flying would return to confront him, audacious enough to seize the renowned sword he had pilfered from Wano. How pathetic you are now, Moonlight Moria. Have you overindulged in cheese? Ricky taunted, his countenance brimming with arrogance, as the soldiers behind him methodically dispatched the zombie officers. Standing in disciplined formation. Such hatred. Such loathing. Kaidoa, isolated and desperate. Moria, driven to madness, pounded the ground with his fists, drawing the shadows of the fallen zombies into himself. Hundreds of human shadows converged upon him, causing his corpulent form to undergo a grotesque transformation. As the shadows reinforced his bulk, Ricky delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ugh! The shadows and blood he had absorbed erupted violently from within him. Moria staggered and collapsed, as Ricky sheathed Chioshui and planted a foot upon his head, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Why should I allow you to unleash your techniques? Engaging with you now brings no gain. Perish. In the next instant, Ricky unleashed an immense force through his legs, driving Moria's head and body deep into the earth. Ah, damn it. Cursed. His head shook violently, as Ricky's energy penetrated his skull. The cracked ground and billowing dust testified to the ferocity of Ricky's assault. Countless regrets flooded Moria's heart. He was unwilling to succumb so easily. Yet he could not withstand Ricky's formidable might. He felt like an ant on the brink of being crushed. The soldiers behind him observed Ricky with a cold detachment. Such scenes were evidently not new to them. Increasing the force of his legs, Ricky pushed Moria's brain and flesh to their limits. As masses of brain matter erupted from the gaping fissures in the ground, the wails of his agony ceased. Moonlight Moria has perished. The Moria pirates have been annihilated. Truly, the colonel, the formidable Moonlight Moria, possessed not an ounce of resistance. Although they had followed Richie for 3 years, they were still astonished to witness him utterly overpowering Moria. Yet, the expressionless Richie, having slain Moria, casually commanded, "Search for any treasures, and then we shall depart." But, Colonel, this ship is enormous. How shall we manage it? With Moria's death, the entire ship, the 3 mysterious sails, fell into an eerie silence, as all the working zombies ceased their operations. It seemed that the Moria pirates, having not joined the 7 warlords, possessed nothing but this colossal pirate ship. However, Richie could not take the ship with him. "Colonel, you seem somewhat different today." The soldiers gazed at Richie in astonishment, perceiving him as a stranger, a transformation stemming from Richie's recollection of his memories. The D-clan was regarded as the natural enemies of gods. And who, pray tell, are the gods of this world? Surely, it is the celestial dragons residing above Mariawa, and Richie's lineage was intricately linked to them. Oh, it's nothing. Let's set sail back to the East Blue. Upon returning to the god of war, Rofus tended to the wounds of the soldiers before they left the Devil's Triangle. Just as the soldiers prepared to set sail, Richie urgently intervened, his gaze fixed on the distant fog. His eyes flashing red as he activated his observation Haki to survey the misty sea. "Sail towards the direction I indicate." "Understood." Richie then adjusted his demeanor and descended to the lower deck, where he found Perona cradling Little Black, her expression one of melancholy. Having witnessed Richie's act of killing through her ghost fruit powers, "Was that person you killed a villain, Master Richie?" Perona inquired, and Richie, already aware of her spectral observations, replied, "Indeed, he was a pirate, thus a villain." "Well then, you won't abandon me, will you, Master Richie?" Perona asked curiously, pondering why the typically optimistic Richie remained unaffected by her negative spirits. Each time the ghost penetrated Richie's body, it would instead fear him. This phenomenon was also tied to Richie's memories from when he was 8 years old. "Of course, Perona, why would you suddenly ask such a thing? Ever since adopting you 3 years ago in the kingdom of Vidamina, I never considered abandoning you." Chapter 36. Return to Elia. Of course. How could the adorable Perona suddenly pose such a question? Who wouldn't cherish a pink-haired daughter who loves to snuggle under the covers? The awakening of memories left Richie with an ominous feeling. Previously, his battles were driven by mere interest. Yet this time he had decisively crushed Moria. That's wonderful. I will always stay by Master Richie's side, Perona declared, unwilling to wander alone any longer, reminiscing about her days as a ghost, stealing and scaring in caves. Do not fret. With me around, you shall be safe. The pink bed was adorned with an array of candies and treats, all tokens of Richie's affection for Perona. Hey, Colonel, there is a grand vessel ahead, exclaimed the soldiers from above. What on earth is that? Ricky gently patted Perona's small head before stepping outside, with the little black creature trailing closely behind. Upon returning to the deck, he beheld the soldiers ensnaring a dilapidated pirate ship with ropes, drawing it ever closer to the war god. On the pirate ship, a skeleton leisurely perched on the railing, holding a cup of coffee, and greeted them. Hello there. Ricky gazed in astonishment at the skeleton aboard the pirate ship. This figure was none other than Brooke, trapped in the Devil's Triangle. A skeletal specter. Perona gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom her eyes. Her own abilities were already peculiar, yet now she witnessed a being that was utterly non-human. The soldiers had raised their guns, growing serious. Brooke, with a voice resonating the same melodic cadence as Yuta, proclaimed, Ho ho ho, it is only natural to find this strange, for I am a living skeleton. What manner of creature are you? A demon or Satan himself? No, ho ho ho, just a monster not seen in the New World. Indeed, this sea harbors unclean entities. The skeleton spoke. This is undoubtedly the restless spirit of legend. We must depart, Colonel. Angel pleaded from the side, only to be disregarded by Ricky. A bunch of fools. Ricky leaped onto the vessel where Brooke was situated and crouched at the ship's railing, gazing intently at Brooke. Are you lost? Would you like me to guide you out? Really? I would be immensely grateful. Brooke scanned the naval ship's crew, ultimately fixing his gaze on Perona. Well, what a delightful little girl you are. May I have a glimpse of your... Before he could finish, he sensed the chilling glare from Ricky beside him. Don't utter a word, or I shall end you. Who would allow a rogue to approach their daughter and make such remarks? My apologies, Brooke stammered, feeling embarrassed. He then inquired, Mr. Navy, can you truly escort me out of this sea? Indeed, I can also take you to Twin Cape. Really? There are friends there whom I have not seen in years. Just board my ship. Alas, the soldiers exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that Ricky intended to bring such a creature aboard. Thus, Brooke leapt directly onto the naval deck, politely greeting everyone as the Wushan began to navigate away from the Bermuda Triangle. In the deep of night, under the luminous moonlight, Ricky sat atop the cabin of the Wushan, a black blade known as Chiu Shui hanging at his waist. As the strong liquor coursed down his throat, reddening his face, his eyes retained a chilling allure. His seated silhouette cast shadows upon the deck. He contemplated that had he not jumped into the sea alone to escape his family, he would never have survived to this day. Yet, this was indeed the most prudent decision he could have made as a transmigrator, without any strength. And as a mere 8-year-old, he could achieve nothing in the face of cannons and armored soldiers. Yet, bodily memories are indelible, and pain is pain. Days later, the Wushan arrived at Twin Cape, where Brooke reunited with his old companions, the ship's doctor, Frankie, and Laboon, after decades apart. Subsequently, he departed the Grand Line, returning to East Blue to assume the position of colonel at the Four Seas branch, with notifications sent to the small branch in Elia village. Almost everyone awaited him at the port that midday. Meanwhile, Ricky sat cross-legged at the bow of the warship, cradling the small black cat beside him, observing the villagers and the familiar visage of Celia. Ricky, she shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth, her heart brimming with joy. After nearly 4 years apart, tears welled in her eyes, and Celia was now 25, just 2 years younger than Ricky. I'm back, Ricky called out from the ship in response. Oh, my. You haven't even arrived yet, and you're already so ecstatic, remarked Ramen and Loudon, chuckling as they watched Celia, both clad in naval uniforms. What does it matter to you? As the Wushan docked, dropping anchor, the small black cat leaped from the ship's railing and dashed towards Rita. You heartless one. Running off to her as soon as you return, aren't you? Hee. Rita gazed at the unfamiliar figure of the small black creature, momentarily failing to recognize it. Oh, Richie. No, it's Colonel. Upon observing the two companions, Richie instantly recognized them and sneered. Ha. So you two have taken to the seas as well. Welcome aboard. Indeed, Colonel. I hope you will take good care of us in the future, he added as he exchanged greetings with other villagers and the local navy. Richie noted several merchant vessels docked in the harbor, all flying the flag of Roguetown. After exchanging posts with the officer stationed here, They departed from Elia Island with a contingent of soldiers, all of whom were subordinates of Garp. "Oh, you are the proprietress of the Cecilia Tavern that Colonel Richie spoke of?" Light exclaimed, rushing forward with his hand on the hilt of his sword, introducing himself to Cecilia. "I am Light, a lieutenant from headquarters." Cecilia responded with an awkward smile. "Hello. Hold on. Light, do you wish to be struck by me?" No. I simply want to take some men to inspect the base." So do I." The soldiers of the local branch stood at attention upon seeing the 30 fierce-looking soldiers Richie had brought, including Richie's 2 companions. Richie, meanwhile, observed the man beside Rita, realizing she had wed on this island. "Are you back, Richie? This time, will you not leave?" Cecilia's large, soulful eyes, which had been longing for 4 years, were fixed on him. "I shall not leave. I have returned to inherit the position of colonel," he replied. "Is that so? How splendid," Cecilia remarked, glancing at the girl beside the small black creature. "Who is she?" "Perona, the little girl I adopted." The town had lost its previous lively atmosphere, with sorrow etched on every face. Nearby, a few grand mansions stood apart from the humble homes of the residents, their opulence starkly contrasting with the fabric-stitched garments some townsfolk wore. Ricky pointed at the nearby residence and inquired of Celia, "Celia, what is going on? Let's discuss this back at the tavern. It is not convenient out here." Celia seemed to deliberately avoid the topic. The village had evolved into a town, yet many thatched huts remained, resembling what one would call a slum. Such a class division had not existed in the village before, which left Ricky somewhat discontented. "Well, fine then." Chapter 37, A Destructive Fate. Gazing at the tavern's decor that had remained unchanged for 9 years, Ricky felt a wave of nostalgia. Returning to the bar, Celia greeted him with her usual cheer. "Still the large portion?" "Indeed, the large portion. Let us have Perona taste your culinary skills." Ricky replied with unreserved enthusiasm. The remaining food in the tavern was consumed by Little Black, Ricky, and Perona, and the atmosphere was no longer as lively as it once had been. During their meal, Celia recounted everything to Ricky. Without a moment's hesitation, Ricky sprang into action. He led his subordinates to raid the mansions of all the wealthy merchants and forcibly sent them aboard merchant ships at the port, driving them away. This caused considerable discontent among them. Aboard the ships of the affluent merchants from Roguetown, the nobles bore bruises upon their faces and disdainfully declared, "You will pay for this. We shall return. You are always welcome. We will strike you every time." How infuriating. Upon returning to the village, Ricky's first order of business was to reform the armed forces of the branch and organize soldiers for training, instilling in them a resolute resistance against the nobility. In just a few months, the village regained its former happiness, and Ricky, wholly devoted to training, did not allow himself a single moment of idleness. It was only after his encounter with Rayleigh that he realized his own insignificance. To ensure the village's absolute safety, he left his subordinates to guard Elia village whenever he received a mission. However, the tranquil days did not last long. A nightmare soon descended upon Ricky once more. In the year 1510 of the sea-round calendar, the celestial dragon, Charlemagne, set forth from the holy land of Mihawk to visit the kingdom of Columbia in the East Sea. En route, he stopped at Elia Island for supplies. And due to dissatisfaction with the attitude of the island's populace and the navy, he shot the civilian angel, injuring him severely. Upon witnessing his brother, who had fought alongside him for many years, wounded, Light's eyes blazed with rage as he drew his sword to confront the celestial dragon, only to be intercepted by several individuals clad in white suits. They were none other than the strongest guardians of the celestial dragons, the CP members. "You lowly scum! How dare you brandish a weapon at me?" The villagers had never encountered a celestial dragon, but the soldiers who had followed Ricky during his 3 years in the New World recognized them and held no fondness. "Light, do not act foolishly. I am fine." As a civil officer, Angel personally welcomed the celestial dragon, unaware that he would be struck by gunfire as a result. Clutching his wounded abdomen, his expression reflected utmost distress. The furious Wright glared at Charlemagne, grinding his teeth in anger. The soldiers who had accompanied Richie had already settled on this island, standing behind Wright after bidding farewell to their families. Meanwhile, in the distance, Angel knelt on the ground, targeted by the cannon's muzzle held by Charlemagne. Then, a chilling scene unfolded before the soldiers. Without a moment's hesitation, Charlemagne pulled the trigger, firing at Angel. A plume of black smoke erupted from him, and Angel instantly succumbed to severe injuries, collapsing onto the ground. "Lieutenant!" Boom, boom, boom. Several more cannonballs were unleashed upon him. "Right. with his calloused hands gripping the blade tightly, instantly engaged in combat with the CP members. Damnable commoners. As a naval officer, how could you raise such impolite subordinates? Dare to confront me, the embodiment of adventure. Slay everyone in this place, along with the other guards. Yes, Lord Charlemagne. Elia village was engulfed in a vast sea of flames at the hands of the CP members. Right, battling alongside the CP members. Could hardly believe he was being overwhelmed by these men clad in white suits and donning peculiar masks. All of this had transpired simply because they had incurred the displeasure of the celestial dragon. Meanwhile, Richie, possessing terrifying combat prowess, remained oblivious to this incident. As he was currently returning to the East Sea from the new world of Argia, following orders dispatched from headquarters. The 3 admirals of the Navy had just been established. Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu; Borsellino, codenamed Kizuru; Kazan, codenamed Akiji. After 3 years of specialized training, the strongest trio of admirals in naval history had emerged. All wielders of Logia-type devil fruit abilities. The war god vessel traversed the calm belt into the East Sea. Trailing behind it a massive sea king that Richie had hunted to provide sustenance for the village. Ricky held the latest bounty from Shanks, and following the obliteration of Elgia, his bounty had soared to a staggering 1 billion berries. The sole bearer of the truth, aside from the red-haired pirates, was Ricky himself. As he returned to his homeland, gazing upon the still smoldering island, the telephone snail connected to the signal line on the mast suddenly rang. What could this signify? A formidable pirate assault? Ricky, returning from his mission, felt his heart lurch as if struck by cannon fire. He looked upon his hometown, where he had spent his entire life, with a visage of sheer terror. The attack on Elia village, ordered by the celestial dragon Charlemagne, had drawn the grave attention of the highest echelons of the Navy. Consequently, a military conference was convened. Years of camaraderie had led Sengoku to understand how much Ricky cherished those around him, and he had never anticipated such atrocious actions from the celestial dragons. How despicable. Just when the matter of Elgia had been resolved, why did the celestial dragons provoke such a calamity again? Sengoku's expression twisted in horror as he examined the report brought forth by a soldier. If I recall correctly, that island is Ricky's homeland, isn't it? This is dire indeed. Beside him, Garp wore a grave countenance, unable to muster a smile upon hearing the news. A profound silence enveloped the high-ranking officers of the Navy. For Ricky's power now surpassed that of the newly appointed 3 admirals. Coupled with his impenetrable penetrating force, it rendered all adversaries trembling in fear. One could only hope he would not act recklessly and reach out via the telephone snail. As the war god docked, the 20 ordinary soldiers manning the ship felt the searing heat emanating from the flames, while Ricky descended with an expression of calm indifference. He squinted at a dark, familiar figure lying not far from the port and murmured, "What has happened to Angel?" The unfortunate soul, already struck down by the celestial dragon Charlemagne's handheld cannon, could no longer respond to Ricky. Beneath the old oak tree, a group of injured beasts lay scattered, with Perona ensnared among them. While both she and the beasts bore numerous holes the size of fingers, Perona gazed at Ricky in terror, seemingly unable to recognize him. Cough, cough. Is that you, Colonel? A weak yet familiar voice reached Ricky's ears, prompting him to seek out its source. Arriving at a well that had been violently severed, he beheld the mangled body of Light, who had lost all 4 limbs, lying next to his severed military sword. Light, what transpired? Was it a powerful pirate attack? It was the celestial dragons. In such dire circumstances, the sight of the bodies of his elite comrades, who had followed him for 6 years, caused Ricky's formidable mental defenses to crumble gradually. Light, gazing into Ricky's swiftly changing pupils, suddenly wept. "I'm so sorry, Colonel. I couldn't hold the line. Please forgive me." He wept inconsolably, attributing all that transpired on the island to his own frailty, a lamentation that shattered Richie's psychological defenses. Chapter 38. Losing a kidney won't bring death. Suddenly, ominous clouds amassed above Elia Island, causing the entire land to tremble. Torrential raindrops cascaded down from the darkened heavens. Ricky knelt down, gazing with an indescribable expression at the tragic wounds on Wright's body, offering him solace. What was the name of that celestial dragon? Charlemagne, along with a formidable entourage clad in white suits and wearing masks, has set sail towards the kingdom of Goa. You have endured much, Wright. It is I who am at fault. In the next life, I shall serve as your subordinate. As Wright wept silently, Ricky gently closed his dimming eyes with his hand. Wright was merely 24 years old. A soldier approached Ricky, bearing a message from headquarters. Colonel, the warlord has personally called. There is no need to listen further. I am weary of his words. Are there any survivors in the village? There are survivors. They have already been taken aboard the ship. From this moment forth, you shall be the new colonel of the war god. And you must hastily evacuate this island with everyone. It was difficult for Ricky to believe that even here, the celestial dragons dared to act with such audacity. After attending to the soldier's final rites, he approached the pack of beasts, where he found Black and Perona. Upon seeing Ricky, Perona dashed forward, wrapping her arms around his legs. Wah! Father Ricky, it is indeed the misfortune I have brought. Fear not, Perona. You are not the bearer of misfortune. This thought led Ricky to consider that he himself was the one cursed, from his time in Roguetown to the present. Almost all the soldiers by his side had perished, Dylan, Omer, and now 2 companions who had stood by him for 6 years, Angel and Wright. Black followed Ricky to the seashore. With both hands cradling Black and Perona, Ricky soared towards Windmill Village, seeking to ensure Perona's safety while also intercepting the celestial dragon's vessels. In less than 2 hours, Ricky traversed the sea and reached the borders of the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue. He had protected my Black, though he too was injured. Perona, I will take you to a safe place. You must remain there and await my return. Ricky's mind, consumed by rage, caused his voice to tremble. Yet he maintained a facade of calm before Perona. Yes, good girl. There is also Luffy. Perhaps you can keep him company. Over the years in the East Blue, Ricky had frequently visited the Goa Kingdom and had already befriended Ace, Sabo, and others. The actions he was about to undertake would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the pirate world. And having Perona by his side would only prove to be a burden. Hiding her away was the safest option. He had to secure this daughter before he could proceed with his plans. Above Windmill Village in the Goa Kingdom, the residents gaped in astonishment as they beheld Ricky soaring towards Corbo Mountain. Is that the Navy Colonel Ricky, who has been visiting our Windmill Village? Meanwhile, on the shore, a lavish large sailing ship belonging to the Celestial Dragons lay anchored. Only a few crew members were aboard, as the Celestial Dragons were visiting the capital of Goa Kingdom. Hey, Dayton. Ricky descended slowly, landing near the home of the mountain bandit Dayton. What brings you here again, Ricky? Dayton emerged from her house with a fierce expression, clearly displeased upon seeing Ricky. I have a favor to ask. Please watch over her. Why should I? I'm a bandit. Do you think bandits are here to babysit for you Navy folks? I will pay you in berries, a substantial amount. Though she spoke with skepticism, upon seeing Perona's condition, Dayton's frown deepened as she approached her, immediately recognizing that she had endured a harrowing experience. Fine, for the sake of the berries, I shall oblige. And this chicken too. It is quite strong. Recalling how Ricky often brought rare delicacies to this place, Dayton reluctantly agreed. After their exchange, Ricky ascended into the air, propelling himself towards the royal palace of Goa Kingdom. As expected, the celestial dragons were being entertained by the nobility of this nation. Several CP members clad in white suits spotted Ricky soaring above and, utilizing the 6 powers, inquired, "What is the Navy doing here?" It was you 7 who destroyed Elia, was it not? Indeed, anyone who offends the celestial dragons must perish. In an instant, 7 terrifying penetrating strikes manifested in the air, directly piercing their brains and eliminating them in a heartbeat. A ripple of disturbance manifested in the air, leaving only Ricky's gaze, imbued with an icy chill. As he surveyed the entirety of the kingdom's capital from above, the bustling throngs of diverse individuals, the lively streets, and the jubilant cheers, suddenly stilled under the oppressive aura of his domineering presence. The buildings trembled, cracking under the weight of his overwhelming power, as Ricky descended into the royal palace. Extracting Chalmaco from a lavish reception, he also discreetly pilfered a communication snail. The entire populace of the capital of the Goya Kingdom succumbed to unconsciousness, none remaining upright. Is it you, the instigator behind the massacre of my subordinates and the devastation of my homeland? Ricky gazed at the bearded celestial dragon, adorned with a peculiar natural bubble helmet, and felt an overwhelming urge to tear him to shreds. However, he resolved to eliminate this wretched individual before the eyes of the entire world, avenging the deep-seated grievances harbored within his heart. Ricky harnessed the power of the liberation technique, grasping Charlemagne as he ascended to the summit of the clouds, soaring beyond 10,000 meters. With a resounding slap, he struck Charlemagne's face, jolting him awake in an instant. Where am I? Realizing there was no solid ground beneath him, Charlemagne trembled uncontrollably, gazing at the boundless expanse of white clouds and the sun looming ever closer. This is the final breathtaking vista of your life. Scoundrel, who do you think you are to dare offend one of noble lineage in this world? Reduced to such a state, even the celestial dragons remain oblivious to their own predicament. Ricky could only respond with a cold, indifferent smile as he loosened the collar of his shirt. A blood-curdling scream of terror erupted from his throat as he plummeted from the great height, fearing the impending death. Falling from 10,000 meters, he was undoubtedly destined for demise. During the descent, his spacesuit ignited due to friction with the air, inflicting excruciating pain that tore at his very being. How curious it is that one can still feel pain in such dire circumstances. In the blink of an eye, Ricky matched the same speed of descent as Charlemagne. However, the distinction lay in the fact that Ricky was soaring, while Charlemagne was plummeting. "Help, CP2. The celestial dragon attempted to cry out. "Cease your pleas. They are all dead. I have obliterated their brains," Ricky replied, facing the unfathomable power he now possessed. The CP members responsible for eliminating light were crushed beneath him like mere ants. Yet, he was not inclined to grant the celestial dragon an easy demise. As their descent accelerated, the horizon of the sea emerged, revealing the countless mountains of the Goya kingdom before the celestial dragon's eyes. No, help. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, Charlemagne endured the searing pain of flames consuming him, desperately trying to grasp Ricky. However, what awaited him was a resounding slap, sending him spinning through the air like a frantic top. By the time he neared the ground, he had already expelled a copious amount of vomit and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ricky then seized his foot, halting him approximately 20 meters above the ground. Noticing his unconscious state, Ricky violently roused him, inquiring, "Shall I publicly execute you now? My village, my subordinates, nearly all serve the Navy. Why did you choose to act thus?" Ricky's tone conveyed a sense of confusion, and his nearly mad demeanor instilled fear in the celestial dragons. However, his extraordinary lineage and upbringing compelled him to spit in Ricky's direction. Ricky tilted his head reflexively, seething with rage after narrowly evading the attack. "How dare those wretched commoners treat me with such disdain? They deserve their fate." Upon hearing this, Ricky erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, it's just your insides. Losing a kidney 1 TB your end." He then positioned his right hand's index and middle fingers against the man's left side, aiming at his kidney. With a resounding thud, the man trembled, a slight numbness enveloping his brain. The force penetrated his body, causing the old man, Charlemagne, to experience an internal explosion of his left kidney. The wretched cries echoed throughout the kingdom as Ricky stood triumphantly atop the royal palace of the Goya kingdom. He then soared towards Windmill Village. The villagers near the capital were left dumbfounded, scarcely believing that anyone would dare confront a celestial dragon in such a manner. Chapter 39. The ASL Brothers. On Mount Colbo, Ricky had subdued the Dayton mountain bandits, and Perona sat composedly within their dwelling. Before her sat a group of bandits, several tending to a young boy's wounds. "Listen, little girl," Dayton growled, extending a finger. "First and foremost, all household chores fall to you, including cooking." "No way. I refuse," Perona promptly retorted. Having followed Ricky for 6 years, she had never once engaged in domestic tasks, embodying the very essence of a little princess. "Ah, another leech has arrived," Dayton sighed. "Well, Ricky will surely provide for her." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a freckled youth with bangs, wielding an iron pipe. Upon spotting Perona, he approached Dayton with an unreadable expression and inquired, "Who is this? Ricky's bringing a little girl? Ricky? Has he been here? Where is he?" At the mention of Ricky's name, Ace became animated, urgently probing for his whereabouts. "What? Where is Uncle Ricky?" Suddenly, Luffy burst in like a spring, colliding with Dayton's abdomen, startling Perona. "Hey, another boy, adorned with a large hat and sporting wind goggles, with short golden hair and a missing tooth, entered politely with an iron pipe, greeting Dayton. "Luffy," Perona exclaimed in surprise, noticing the three of them, their faces smeared with mud, resembling a trio of scruffy cats. Outside, a large wild boar lay, the very prize captured by the three of them. "Ah, Perona, call Uncle Ricky out. I want him to teach me martial arts." Having just departed, aside from Dayton, the ASL brothers seemed oblivious to the ordeal she had endured. Perona remained silent about her experiences, just as the room had been tidied. The entrance of the trio added a burst of color to the previously clean space, igniting Dayton's fury. His head bowed, face darkened as he snapped, "Get out. There is dinner outside, courtesy of the three of you." "Indeed," It was I who vanquished the wild boar with my rubber pistol. What? It was clearly a joint effort between Sabo and me. Luffy, your punches are far too feeble. The trio strode confidently towards the bathroom, with the dinner they had captured. Their status and demeanor instantly transformed into one of audacity. It is indeed true. Captain Dayton, what a magnificent wild boar. A mountain bandit ventured out to inspect the catch. In light of this impressive boar, let them relish their moment of bravado. Subsequently, Dayton turned her gaze back to Perona. After all, she was brought by Ricky, and it would be unwise to offend her. Since you possess no skills, could you enlighten me on what transpired? Upon hearing the name Celestial Dragons, Dayton furrowed her brows. Celestial Dragons? What of them? He ordered the destruction of Ilia village, and all of my father's subordinates were slaughtered. This inquiry evoked the chilling gaze of Ricky in Dayton's mind. He had even managed to smile upon delivering Perona. Dayton was taken aback. She quickly retracted her question, wishing to remain oblivious to such matters. As a mountain bandit, she had no desire to delve into the grand events of the outside world. She merely wished to reign in her territory and live in peace. Now, with the presence of the three lively companions, Dayton's life as a bandit had gained a touch of color. Within the bathhouse, the trio assumed combat stances, ready to engage in a fierce battle. The atmosphere was charged with tension. This is merely a pre-meal exercise. Let us determine the victor. Ace. Luffy. Whoever triumphs shall earn the personal teachings of Uncle Ricky. Oh, the three stood, throwing punches at each other's faces. None would yield. This was a customary exercise for the trio. They had all absorbed Ricky's philosophy of bonds. Thus, they would not venture out to sea alone. They would sail together in one vessel. Meanwhile, outside, Dayton arranged a modest dwelling for Perona, allowing her to settle in, having endured a profound psychological blow. Perona no longer displayed any pretense. Far away at the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line, a high-level meeting was already underway. When Ricky refused to engage in dialogue with Sengoku, the gravity of the situation dawned upon Sengoku. Ring, ring. The clamorous call of a world government snail phone shattered the long-standing tranquility. Sengoku answered, "This is Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Sengoku, the life card of St. Charles is ablaze. What on earth has transpired? To the world government, the life of each celestial dragon is of utmost value, as they are the descendants of the 20 kings. They possess the life card storage within the Navy system. Should a celestial dragon face threats, or if a life card shows signs of disturbance, the Navy is immediately alerted. As for what truly happened, Sengoku already harbored a grim suspicion. Aside from Ricky daring to act against the celestial dragons, no one else would dare to do so. The world government commenced discussions with the Navy, while Sengoku unabashedly reported all the facts. The five elders could scarcely believe that the diligent Riche had dared to lay a hand upon the celestial dragons. In their ideology, even if the celestial dragons had obliterated Riche's homeland, he would never have the audacity to retaliate against them. After all, he was a member of the Navy, indoctrinated with the latest reformist thoughts. During the discourse among the assembled, Riche slowly soared through the skies above the kingdom of Goa in the East Blue, holding the dismembered Charlemagne, whose cries of agony permeated the very essence of life, causing the celestial dragons to frantically thrash their feet in distress. Ricky gazed at him with a mad demeanor, filled with a desire to rend him limb from limb. He wished for him to be reduced to nothing but a pile of fragments. Ha ha ha! Do you not proclaim yourselves as gods? How can you still feel pain? My esteemed celestial dragon? Abominable! It hurts. It hurts terribly. Pain? Hearing the celestial dragon cry out in agony, Ricky found it rather peculiar, whose pain truly outweighs the other. Yours, or that of my subordinates and the villagers. You wretch. It was I who sought to return to the village, yearning to safeguard its tranquility. Despite all my calculations, I never anticipated that the village would be obliterated by the celestial dragons. 30 of my men were mercilessly slaughtered by the CP agents. Ricky recalled the gruesome scene of the corpses. It was evident that they had resisted while alive. Yet, how could they possibly stand against CP? Even with the power of Haki, even with the seasoned soldiers from the New World, they were powerless against them. As a Navy officer, I serve you. And yet this is the fate I receive. You are nothing but commoners. The Navy is merely a dog that we celestial dragons feed. You ought not to treat me in such a manner. You shall face divine retribution. Listening to the words of St. Charles, Ricky felt a surge of anger coursing through his lungs. It was unfathomable what kind of education these individuals had received, believing themselves to be victims. Subsequently, Ricky arrived above Windmill Village, gazing down at the opulent, grand ships of the world nobles. All the villagers stood outside, watching Ricky. Chapter 40. Where will the world head? What have you done? Ricky gently descended from the ship of the celestial dragons above the dock of Windmill Village. Lord Charlemagne. What has happened to him? Oh no, it's over for us all. The upper half of Charlemagne's spacesuit was consumed by flames, and his scorched flesh was grotesquely entangled with charred fabric. A sight that provoked a sense of nausea. Ricky, Colonel Ricky, how have you come to be in such a state? Why did you confront the celestial dragons? Inquired the tavern owner, Marquino, as he rushed out. Ricky cast a dispassionate glance at her on the dock road beneath the celestial dragon's vessel. With her deep green bob and a floral headscarf adorned upon her head, she appeared striking. I apologize, but now is not the time for idle chit-chat. Do visit my tavern for a drink another time. Ricky descended not far in front of her, beneath the grand sail of the celestial dragon's ship, and then extended his left hand, seizing the dragon's spine, his muscular arm exerting tremendous force. Before she could finish her sentence, Machino gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she witnessed Ricky effortlessly overturn the celestial dragon's vessel, sending it tumbling dozens of meters into the sea. Uncle Ricky, 7-year-old Luffy, adorned with the straw hat given to him by Shanks, rushed out from the village to greet him, but Ricky had already soared into the ocean's expanse. Ah, my insides. You wretched commoner. You shall surely regret this. Ricky skimmed low over the sea, allowing half of Charlemagne's body to dangle in the water, the waves relentlessly battering him. Regret? Indeed, he was filled with remorse. He lamented obeying that accursed general's orders from the Warring States period, tasked with aiding him in the New World. In the Battle of Elia, Ricky single-handedly vanquished and sealed the so-called Demon of Sound, albeit after Shanks had already inflicted damage upon it. Prior to Elia, Ricky had clashed with the 3 admirals and the 3 emperors of the New World, striving to impede their rapid expansion. Little did he anticipate that his unwavering loyalty to the Navy would culminate in such a fate. The timelines had shifted. Luffy inherited Shanks's straw hat in the year 1509 of the sea calendar, when Luffy was merely 6 years old. Charlemagne's mouth overflowed with blood, his body tormented beyond recognition. As he uttered, "That's good, release me. Perhaps I might spare your life." Spare my life? Huh. Ricky scoffed at the notion that the celestial dragon was beyond redemption. Not only did he fail to comprehend his dire situation, but he also maintained an air of arrogance while uttering such words. The tide continued to crash against him. Yet Ricky made no effort to rescue him from the water until they reached Elia Island. It was a small isle, entirely comprised of charred blackenwood, with all its structures reduced to mere remnants. Ricky activated the image-transmitting snail, directing its gaze towards Charlemagne's waterlogged, swollen visage. Beginning from the nearest island in the east blue, the transponder snail seized the signal and commenced broadcasting Ricky's voice, while screens across the civilized islands displayed the image of the celestial dragon. Richie was diligently rubbing his face against the walls of the house, which had turned into blackened charcoal. He meticulously smeared each dwelling, ultimately hanging himself from the old oak tree. The image-transmitting insect was expertly adjusted by Richie, positioned not far from the oak, aimed perfectly at the lens. The live broadcast swiftly spread across the globe, with various news reporters relaying the footage. The East Sea, the West Sea, the North Sea, the South Sea, the Grand Line. The New World, until it reached the civilized islands equipped with both audio and visual transmission insects. Alarms reverberated throughout Mary Geos, as the 5 elders gazed in utter astonishment at the images displayed on their communication devices. Charlemagne and Colonel Richie from the Navy headquarters. What on earth is happening? The screen showcased Richie incessantly sharpening a blade on a whetstone, surrounded by an array of torture instruments in the chaotic remnants of the village of Elia. Surely, the world has heard my name. I am Thomas D. Richie, codenamed the War God. And beside me, suddenly, the image captured Richie wielding a glowing iron whip, striking Charlemagne with a fierce blow. Scalding scars appeared upon his skin. The anguished cries of the celestial dragons echoed in the ears of people worldwide. These are the aristocrats of the world, the celestial dragons. He has gone mad. Quickly contact the Ministry of Technology. Immediately cut off the signal sources of the communication insects worldwide. Thomas D. Is this not the lineage of D that we eradicated over a decade ago? Are there still survivors? At the moment Richie revealed the identity of the celestial dragons, the live broadcast ignited a frenzy across the globe. With the passage of time in the broadcast, the lives of the celestial dragons were drawing to a close. Naval bases and military ports were mobilizing substantial forces. including the Marine headquarters in Marineford, which began to organize a large-scale deployment. The formidable forces in the Holy Land of Mary Geos also received commands from the Five Elders at that moment, setting their course towards the East Sea. Ricky's actions ignited a fervent uprising among countless individuals around the globe who harbored disdain for the aristocracy. This fervor has garnered him a multitude of followers, admirers, and fanatics. Nations embroiled in conflict over heavenly gold have ceased their hostilities. The celestial beings, humiliated and defiled, find their fear of the world government waning. Suspended from the ancient oak, the celestial being, subjected to Ricky's inhumane torment, teeters on the brink of death. Yet, he continues to mutter, "Damnable commoners! You shall regret this." After years of risking my life for the Navy, the result is the devastation brought forth by my superior. Admiral Sengoku, what is the justice you protect? What justice is there in unconditionally obeying the world government's reforms of the Navy? Ricky spoke as he ignited the drywood beneath the ancient oak, incinerating Chalmaco Saint before the eyes of the world. Warring states, you once inquired of me what justice is. Allow me to elucidate. Might is indeed justice. Strength can define all. Send your men. I shall unveil to you a power that will astound the mundane world. The execution of 20 royal heirs in front of the global populace would undoubtedly incite a protracted war against the world government. The people across the globe would raise the banner of righteousness and take up arms in rebellion. On Elia Island, Ricky ceased the live broadcast and sat alone at the harbor, gazing at the distant sea where a revolutionary ship anchored, hesitant to approach. He shed his naval uniform and the cloak of justice, completely renouncing the ideals of righteousness he once held in the Navy. Only one notion of justice resided in his heart. Might is justice. Ricky inhaled from the world aristocrat's cigar belonging to Chalmaco Saint. A colossal figure silently emerged behind him. Bartholomew Bear, utilizing his outdated ability to teleport, stood behind Ricky with a book in hand and inquired, "God of War, Ricky, do you comprehend the turmoil your actions will unleash upon the world?" The gentle yet somber voice reached Ricky's ears. The bear had removed his gloves, vigilant of Ricky's volatile and imposing demeanor. After losing everything for the second time, will you still ponder such matters? Ricky did not glance back at him, but instead focused on Luffy's father, who stood at the bow of the ship. The world government had dispatched formidable forces. He could join the revolutionary army, or else even he might find his life in peril. Bartholomew Kuma extended an olive branch to Ricky while far away. On the revolutionary ship, Dragon observed their conversation, cloaked in shadows. After a prolonged silence without a response from Ricky, Bartholomew Kuma departed. "Ah, so they have unleashed the watchdog. What of the Navy? How will they address me, the victim? What choices must I make?" Chapter 41. The Reluctant Navy. Lost in memories, Ricky snapped back to reality, realizing that Bartholomew Kuma had already returned to the revolutionary ship ahead. At that moment, a tempest of fury brewed within him, yet he found no outlet for his rage. He wished to avoid being ensnared by such emotions, particularly the long river of hatred that history bore. However, the deaths of his subordinates and the villagers rendered him unable to quell the fire of anger within. This battle he must engage in. He would not shy away, for no one could withstand the might of Ricky's fists. In 3 years, while he had shown no aptitude for swordsmanship, his martial prowess had surged forward with remarkable speed. The fervent spirit of the martial god within him was restless. In the Navy headquarters conference room, all admirals and vice admirals gathered. The world government sought to take action against Ricky, and despite Sengoku's fervent objections, they had no choice but to comply with orders. "I will not go," Sengoku declared. "Spare me your sentiments. I never asked you to." Around the grand round table, each person bore a heavy heart regarding this matter. Garp was the first to rise, unwilling to participate, as Ricky's predicament bore some relation to him. Had he not disregarded the seeds Ricky had sown in his heart, the world nobles might not have perished at Ricky's hands, and the world would not now be shaken by such a monumental event. Since the world government intended to capture Ricky, executing him before the world to reclaim their dignity, the Navy should not be compelled to assist. After all, that young lad was a significant contributor to our Navy. Little Crane. At the words of Vice Admiral Crane, the Chief of Staff, silence enveloped the room. No one wished to speak. Then, Sakazuki stood up, gravely stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, we, the Navy, must express our stance, Marshal Sengoku. Indeed, the world government has commanded us to enact the extermination order against Ricky. I will not go, Marshal Sengoku. You have not worked alongside him." Akiji remarked lazily from the side. You have no idea how troublesome that guy can be. Not long ago, he left scars on Whitebeard. No matter. The outcome of Sengoku's response surpassed everyone's expectations. The world government will dispatch powerful forces themselves. Our navy will merely assist them through the process. Is that true? The world government will take direct action? Shock rippled through the conference room. Then allow me to lead the charge. The yellow ape rose, willingly volunteering for the task at hand. This unexpected move left Sengoku in disbelief, as he was not accustomed to such proactivity. All stand, Sengoku bellowed, prompting the entire navy to stand at attention before him. This mission would be led by the yellow ape, accompanied by 4 vice-admirals to assist the fleet dispatched by the world government. Our objective is to obliterate that island. All other matters will be handled by the world government. Execute immediately. Yes, on the Great Round Table map. Sengoku marked a cross over the East Sea's Ilia Island with his pen. Sengoku made a sagacious decision. In this operation, they would rely solely on firepower, refraining from deploying manpower or combat strength. Once the spectacle of the celestial dragons was broadcast worldwide, chaos erupted across countless kingdoms and towns in the New World within hours. Insurrections were rampant. Upon receiving the intelligence, Drago of the East Sea promptly dispatched 4 commanders to rally the insurgents, secretly positioning themselves as the principal beneficiaries of this turmoil. In the 12th year of the Great Pirate Era, the world government, in conjunction with the Navy, launched a full-scale military operation against Richie. This operation involved 13 formidable combatants from the world government. Aside from 1 Elder Stars member overseeing the battle, the rest were elite guardians tasked with upholding the celestial dragon's dignity. On the Navy's side, a single admiral and 4 vice-admirals, all with amicable ties to Richie, were deployed, their sights firmly set on East Sea's Elia Island. Days later, under the luminous moonlight of the deep night, a chilling presence enveloped the island, marked by the terrifying crimson gaze of Richie. A grand fleet of 20 ships tightly surrounded Elia village. The glaring searchlights from the western coast illuminated Richie's fearsome visage. Is this the so-called god of war? Beneath the guise of a mere child, his eyes, as red as the setting sun, floated like waves, while he gnawed on a colossal leg of meat. The blaring alarms echoing ominously around the island. World government officials, observing the scale of this operation, seemed poised for action. The yellow ape surveyed the surrounding world government vessels and inquired, "If we are to strike, allow me to lead the charge." With his hands poised in an okay gesture, he prepared to leap high and unleash the sacred 8-foot jewel, only to be halted. Shave, 12. 12 figures clad in white suits from the world government soared into the air, rushing towards Richie's side. The yellow ape shook his head, seemingly observing the 12 figures stepping toward the gates of doom. Each one stood at an impressive height of 3 to 4 meters, their strength not to be underestimated. "Oh, the dogs of the world government have arrived," Richie remarked, scanning the vessels encircling the island, noting that only the yellow ape had come among the admirals. The rest were mere minions. "Hey, it's been a while since I've had a chance to strike. Don't interfere. Let me test the waters first." A robust, middle-aged warrior of the world government exclaimed with fervor, "Ragnar, do remember to leave me a breath." It was none other than the revered Saint Charmico. When Saint Charmico was discovered, he had already been reduced to a charred husk. The world government's warships docked, and a multitude of armed soldiers surged forth towards Richie. As some began to wrap Saint Charmico's remains in shrouds, a tremendous explosion reverberated near the dock, not far from the village of Elia. Limbs and body parts were scattered everywhere. It was indeed the bomb that Richie had implanted within the celestial dragon's body. Was the spectacle of human explosion not a sight to behold? Richie rose, standing tall, as an aura of terrifying heat began to emanate from his form. "Heh, you have some skills, little brat. But what can you do when you are utterly isolated?" The formidable forces of the world government, drawing near Richie, suddenly sensed impending doom. Their garments began to melt away due to the rising temperature. The changes in his body revealed Richie to be a Zoan-type devil fruit user. A swine? Upon transformation, the man morphed into a humanoid porcupine. "Ha ha ha, you alone shall suffice to contend with me, little brat." Porcupine battle ball. He curled into a spinning sphere, launching the first wave of assault against Richie, only to find Richie tearing off his navy uniform and cape, revealing a physique of impeccable iron muscles. His blood, burning with an intensity akin to the sun, ignited in an instant amidst the ash and flames. Despite the darkness of night, The entire island was illuminated by Richie's manifestation of warrior prowess. So hot, the spinning man could not halt his momentum. As the body hair around him began to ignite from the searing heat radiating from Richie's warrior form, this compelled him to employ his Busashoko Haki to shield himself from the intense temperature. The porcupine battle ball transformed into a black pig battle ball. The entire island was set ablaze, and the furious heat surged towards the dozens of warships at sea. Since you dared to come, may you all perish here. Let it be a sacrifice for my brothers and the villagers. With a fist imbued with divine might clenched tightly, he compressed a visible force that surged towards the porcupine user in an explosive release. Upon contact with Richie's ashen fist, the spinning foam met his fate. Boom. The shockwave from Richie's wrist rippled outward, devastating the island, as Ragnar bled profusely from every orifice, his body punctured by Richie's strike. Chapter 42. 12 warriors perished. The elders make their move. The terrifying wind from Richie's punch surged over the sea, generating a colossal wave that crashed against the warships. Ah, I can't feel my stomach. Time seemed to freeze at that moment as Richie tilted his head, gazing arrogantly at the man dangling from his fist. The terror etched on his face. The seemingly uncomprehending expression brought Richie delight. Is there no one left in the world government? You send a lackey like you to confront me? Ragnar. A glimmering blade of cold light cleaved through the air from the distance, and without flinching, Ricky utilized the man he had just obliterated as a shield. The blade struck the hapless victim squarely, severing him in twain. The man, in his last moments, could scarcely fathom that his demise had come at the hands of his own comrades. The crimson blood that flowed to Ricky's hands evaporated as if it were mere water. What are you doing, Otis? Engage in battle. Ragnar has already been defeated. What purpose does he serve now? As the commotion of the world government's squabbling echoed around him, Ricky gazed towards the horizon where thousands of soldiers were disembarking onto the island. With a powerful strike of his palm against the ground, he resolved not to allow those soldiers to sap his strength. Instead, he would eliminate them all in one fell swoop. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from his hands, ensnaring the legs of the thousands of combatants from the government who had set foot on the island. The Navy remained stationed above the waters, observing the conflict. No one had yet landed on the island. What is this? This is not good. This energy is penetrating my body. Before those who sought to eliminate him without hesitation, Richie held back not even the slightest bit of power. With a resounding roar, he summoned the ashes of his martial god form, propelling them like a tempest towards each person ensnared by his force. In mere seconds, the island of Elia was illuminated by thousands of human wax candles. Flesh and blood melted from their bodies like wax under the searing flames. Countless wails echoed in the ears of the yellow ape and the naval officers. He merely observed from a distance. That man, in his madness, was truly sanguinary, having dispatched thousands in such a brief span. This trifling display, of course, proved futile against the remaining 11 members of the world government, who, upon witnessing Richie's formidable power, launched a coordinated assault against him. Masters of swordsmanship and masters of martial prowess engaged in a relentless onslaught to deplete his strength. Terrifying shockwaves akin to explosions reverberated across the island. The relentless cries of anguish flooded the ears of the Navy. The world government's forces, ignorant of Richie's prowess, bore the brutal lesson of bloodshed. His penetrating force pierced through blades and might, striking their very beings. Under Richie's merciless assault, his energy surged through their bodies, inflicting irreversible agony, and in an instant, he charged at a particular individual, delivering a devastating blow that obliterated his skull. After hours of continuous combat, Richie endured nearly 100 strikes from their formidable might, blood streaming from his wounds. Yet compared to the 10 who perished without understanding their demise, it was a worthy exchange. Before Richie stood 10 lifeless bodies, their brains rendered useless, still standing in place. Only one remained. Trembling uncontrollably, he stood before Richie, who, hands in pockets, loomed over him. The man, around 50 years of age, quaked in fear beneath Richie's youthful visage. A bunch of trash. The world government's might? With your level of power, my slightest effort has already pushed you to your limits. Richie disdainfully regarded the man in the white suit before him. What manner of monster are you? The man swiftly turned, gazing at the naval warships that had remained motionless for hours at sea, desperate to command them to fire. Fire. To capture me. You must send out the 3 admirals and Vice Admiral Garp. How do you intend to succeed? Boom. Richie's blazing, ash-laden fist pierced through his lungs. incinerating his blood and rendering him utterly voiceless. The so-called formidable forces of the world government were merely a collection of wastrels indulging in excess. Even the immense power they once wielded in their youth should have deterred them from engaging Richie in close quarters. 12 formidable forces, all fallen within hours. On the surface of the sea, aboard the world government's warship, a man clad in a white robe, bald, bespectacled, and wielding the original ghost cutter, could scarcely believe the scene before him. A power that could penetrate the human body, ignite flames, and induce explosions? What manner of ability was this? The bald elder, though appearing calm, felt turmoil raging within him like a tempest, restless and agitated. That is called chi. It is the unique power of Colonel Richie. To defend against such force, one must possess formidable armament Haki, or be a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, or wield observation Haki. The yellow monkey explained to the bald elder stars. The elder stars, clad in white haori, grinned as the first generation of Onitoru had unsheathed his blade, eager to personally test Richie's enigmatic power. Aren't you joining in, yellow monkey? I am the one commanding the demon-slaying warship. It is you who should take action while I merely need to order the bombardment of the island. The bald elder star chuckled coldly. That fellow grows stronger with every battle. Do not underestimate him, old man. The yellow monkey cautioned the bald elder star. Subsequently, he donned his wooden sandals and leaped towards the ship's edge, sword in hand, propelling himself towards Elia Island. Thousands who landed on the island were transformed into a pool of dark blood and flesh, instilling fear in the remaining onlookers of Richie. No one dared to set foot on the island again, even in the face of Richie's injuries. Huff, the elder star gasped, blood dripping onto the putrid soil. It was the most astonishing event for him that one of the elder stars dared to confront him. The thousands of lives melted by the intense heat rendered the entire island unbearably putrid. Upon landing on the island, a surge of scorching fist energy surged towards him. Recalling Richie's battles with the other 12, he opted to evade. Yet, in that moment of stylish evasion, the world government warship behind him was struck by the fist energy, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sank it beneath the waves. What a terrifying technique. No wonder they fell before you. Has the true hound of the celestial dragons arrived? Are you the scum raised by these 5 old men? I will eliminate you. Then proceed to Holy Mary Joa to annihilate them all. As Richie spat blood, he felt a subtle movement in his ears, perceiving the crisp sound of a blade and an incomprehensible whisper that coursed through his mind. Before his eyes appeared the blade of the original ghost cutter. Boom. Instantly, Richie raised his formidable armament-enhanced right hand to shield himself, causing countless fissures to spiderweb across the ground, radiating outward. The wicked blade's sharpness sliced through his wrist, accompanied by strange sounds that echoed in his ears. Impressive reflexes. Let us sever your arm. The bald elder wielded his sword with both hands, exerting force once more in an instant. Sensing the impending danger, Richie swiftly drew the black blade, autumn water, from his waist. With a sudden twist of his wrist. P.S. I pressed the wrong button. I accidentally published it. Damn it. Chapter 43. The submersion of Elia Island. A crimson inferno instantly enveloped the blade. Richie, seizing the momentum, swung his sword with all his might. Swoosh. The bald elder's white feathered robe rippled as he felt the force. His pupils constricted as he relinquished the strength in his hands to block the incoming strike. When the 2 blades clashed violently, Richie roared, igniting the power within him and amplifying the force of his arm with a resounding shockwave. The audacious young man. His strength is indeed overwhelming. Boom. A wave of air erupted in the center of their clash, sending both Richie and the bald elder sprawling several meters apart. For Richie, this was a clash of might, a resounding victory over the sword-wielding elder. Evidently, the elder lacked the Conqueror's Haki. Yet, his observation Haki was astonishingly potent, having reached a level capable of predicting the future. Ricky's vibrant muscles began to stir, indicating that he had just expended considerable energy while battling those 12 formidable forces of the world government. Yet he was reluctant to reveal any vulnerability before his adversaries. Subsequently, the 2 engaged in countless fierce clashes. The Black Blade, Autumn Water, parried attacks that could not be mitigated by the armed color of Haki, thereby alleviating the extent of Ricky's injuries. Logically, my service to the Navy equates to serving you. However, your master, the Celestial Dragons, had the audacity to slaughter the entirety of my village and subordinates while I toiled for you. Contemplating this injustice, the flames of fury within Ricky blazed ever more fiercely. Even the 5 elders, positioned close to Ricky, had to amplify their Haki to shield themselves from the searing heat that pierced the skin. Such matters could be negotiated. Yet you chose to trample upon the dignity of the world government and challenge its authority. To capture you and publicly execute you before the eyes of the world would suffice. You slaughtered my entire island, and now you seek negotiation? Ha ha. Only your demise will suffice. If you obstruct me, then all celestial dragons must perish. Though I have dispatched a number of those with devil fruit abilities, Richie, despite his exhaustion, remained undeterred for the battles to come. Only if the yellow monkey and his full strength joined forces could there be a possibility of capturing Richie. Richie holds a formidable reputation within the Navy, having cared for countless admiral-level officers throughout the years in the New World. In this incident, Sengoku has shown him some leniency, dispatching Garp and the three admirals, turning this confrontation into a battle to the death for Richie. Yet, his sole desire is to avenge his village, while grappling with the fear of sinking deeper into the abyss of hatred. The warships at sea have made it abundantly clear that this small island is destined for complete annihilation. You insolent fool. The authority of the celestial dragons is not to be trifled with. Are you out of your mind? I have just publicly executed him before the entire world. And still, I cannot offend them. The world is on the brink of a colossal war frenzy. All those dissatisfied with the celestial dragons will unite and wage war against you. With these words, Richie felt no inclination to continue engaging with the old man, steeped in politics and the protection of the celestial dragon's authority. With his left hand, the black blade autumn water ignited with a fierce Conqueror's Haki, and his right hand, enveloped in a powerful armament Haki, surged toward him. In the distance, Kizaru transformed into a golden flash, vanishing atop the warship. He could not allow the 5 elders to perish at Ricky's hands. I'll be the one to end you. With a thunderous roar, Ricky swung the black blade autumn water with all his might. The Conqueror's Haki slashed tore through the air toward the bald-headed elder. As he attempted to block with his blade, Ricky's right fist, imbued with the penetrating force of the God of War fist, was already coalescing, ready to unleash without the need for incantation. Ricky surged forth like a startled swan, his fists wielding such force that the very fabric of space seemed to warp around him. He aimed a powerful strike towards the bald elder, seeking to harness the penetrating energy of his blow to pierce through the crown of his skull and carry him away. However, it appeared that Ricky had underestimated this bespectacled old man. In an instant, the legendary sword, the original Ghost Slash, ignited with an ominous aura in the elder's grasp. His veins bulged as his arms swelled with terrifying strength, effortlessly deflecting the black blade, autumn water, from Ricky's left hand. Then, with an unexpected resolve, the bald elder made a decision that astonished even Ricky. In the next moment, he chose to meet Ricky's distorted punch head-on with the original Ghost Slash. The collision of fist and blade unleashed a cataclysmic roar, sending shockwaves that penetrated the original Ghost Slash and struck directly at the elder's internal organs. A copious amount of blood erupted from the elder's mouth in an instant. Foolish indeed. Seizing the momentum, Ricky delivered a punch that sent the elder soaring into the air, leaving him unable to regain his footing. Martial arts were Ricky's trump card. Did the old man truly wish to court disaster? In his fervor, Ricky employed the Marine's 6 styles, Saru, to press his advantage, intent on finishing the elder off in the next moment. Yet, a massive yellow glowing sword suddenly barred his path, its blinding radiance causing Ricky to squint. Ricky, you cannot kill him. I still have a report to submit upon my return, proclaimed Borsellino. Step aside. Such a command proved futile. Faced with the yellow monkey, Ricky found himself at a disadvantage. The strength of the 3 admirals was merely a tier below his own, and they represented the most formidable trio in the history of the Marines. As users of Logia-type abilities, they could easily evade Ricky's formidable energy with their enhanced observation Haki. Ricky engaged in a fierce physical confrontation with Kizaru, utilizing his armed Haki-infused fists, renowned for his monstrous physical prowess. He found himself locked in an intense battle with the injured Ricky, neither willing to concede. Meanwhile, the bald Elder Star ultimately succumbed to the depths of the sea, taking a considerable amount of time to resurface and return to the battleship. On one knee, he plunged his sword into the deck, clutching his chest as he coughed up blood. Elder Star, are you all right? The medical officer rushed to his side, hastily administering first aid. Still reeling from the terrifying abilities of Ricky, he remarked, "Cough. What a fearsome power. A moment's inattention could lead to such grievous injuries. My lungs and heart nearly exploded." He commanded the entire fleet, open fire upon the island. "Aye. All ships, fire." Observing the evenly matched struggle between Kizaru and the injured Ricky, he comprehended that the individuals nurtured by the world government were merely a bunch of inept fools. Consequently, he had no choice but to order all the ships to commence bombardment. No one could possibly remain unscathed on an island besieged by 20 warships. Noticing the bombardment, Kizaru leaped high into the air, utilizing Ricky's blade like a springboard, and formed a dazzling four-pointed star in the sky. Yada no Kagami. Ricky's expression was grave as he gazed upward at the countless flashes that rivaled the might of cannons. The island's numerous mountains were ravaged by artillery fire, while Ricky exerted every ounce of his strength to withstand the assault of the yellow ape's Haki-infused weapon. Flames of ash engulfed him, intensifying as he directed his fist towards the airborne adversary. Waves of formidable and domineering fist energy clashed with the Haki weapon, creating explosive collisions that obliterated laser spheres in midair. Each impact resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, with cannon blasts erupting around Ricky, engulfing the island in a hellish scene. The sole survivor amidst this chaos was Ricky, ensnared within the colossal detonations. Despite his utmost efforts against the Haki weapon, the relentless shrapnel from the explosions relentlessly assailed his body, overwhelming any resilience he could muster. The celestial dragons. As the bombardment raged like a tempest, Ricky's anguished roars pierced the heavens, filled with animosity towards the celestial dragons. All he desired was a tranquil existence. What wrong had he committed? The onslaught continued unabated until dawn, reducing every corner of the island to rubble and shattering its very foundations. Ricky possessed the capability to contend with at least 2 admirals simultaneously, having dispatched 12 formidable foes from the world government, each surpassing the strength of a Navy vice admiral. As the island fractured and splintered under the relentless barrage, chunks of it sank into the depths of the ocean. Coughing, the presence of that individual seemed to vanish. Had he perished? Who could say for certain? Yet, under such a scale of cannon fire, it would be improbable for even him to survive. Do not move. 5 Elder Stars. You are losing blood profusely. The only island affected by this conflict was East Blue's Loguetown, where the residual shockwaves from the unleashed power struck the coastal structures. Chapter 44. The Tide of an Era Turns. After the island's submersion, 18 intact warships prepared for evacuation. Ricky, drenched in blood, appeared on the deck of the ship where the 5 elders resided, his eyes veined with crimson. Resembling a soul who had narrowly escaped the gates of Hades, he gripped the throat of the bald elder with a fierce determination. The intense heat from his ashen hand seared the elder's skin, eliciting cries of agony. "What are you saying? Am I dead?" The acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air, invading the nostrils of every soldier nearby, while Ricky's body was riddled with varying-sized shrapnel wounds. He was in a state of extreme exhilaration. 5 elders. As the yellow ape prepared to act, he noticed Ricky's resolute demeanor, clutching the bald elder's neck, facing him defiantly. "I may lack many skills, but I possess a remarkable resilience to punishment. This man is merely the first step in my quest to dismantle the world government." With a sharp crack, a sound resonated in the ears of all present as Ricky effortlessly snapped the elder's neck. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he was still alive. Ricky retaliated with a powerful punch, crashing through the elder's chest. Bones and crimson organs erupted from the force of his blow. Heavens! With flesh fragments clinging to his hands, Ricky forcefully shoved the bald elder away. The elder's body convulsed on the deck for several moments before falling still. The terrified soldiers surrounding him dared not approach, slowly retreating in fear of incurring the wrath of this blood-soaked beast. Observing the lifeless form of his superior, the yellow ape wore a grim expression, knowing that there was nothing more to be done in this dire situation. Blood streamed incessantly from Richie's nostrils as he recalled the earlier display of skill with the blade. "Damn that old fool," he lamented. "I had intended to discreetly secure a bonus. And what have you done, Richie? You've merely slain a loyal hound." In an explosive surge, Richie propelled himself into the air, his fists slicing through the atmosphere as he unleashed his formidable attack. Breaking Force, God of War Fist. A colossal, ash-colored fist, reminiscent of a demon-slaying battleship, hurtled toward the vessel occupied by Kizaru. Beneath his brown sunglasses, his pupils narrowed to needle-like slits, transforming into a golden flash as he swiftly retreated. In a desperate bid for survival, every sailor aboard the warship abandoned ship, plunging into the depths of the ocean. "Captain Richie, please, do not attack us. We are merely following the Admiral's orders," they cried out in the waves. Orders? The demon-slaying decree is no jest. A bewildered Richie, heavily injured, pondered the situation. It appeared, as he surmised, that the Navy had refrained from engaging in the battle beyond executing the decree to obliterate Elia Island and annihilate the five elders. Indeed, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has shown you mercy, but should you persist in this tumult, do not expect me to be lenient. Richie gasped, his breaths quickening as he observed the normally nonchalant Kizaru and the soldiers adrift in the sea, lost in contemplation. Even in his fury, he was no longer the Navi boy he once was. To eradicate all adversaries in a single strike was a fantasy. A long-term strategy was imperative. Not to mention the now serious Kizaru, who would fight fiercely, and the outcome of the battle was uncertain. That blinding speed was a formidable force to be reckoned with. Yet, curiously, Kizaru seemed to relish his nonchalance. When I return, I hope the Navy chooses its allegiances wisely, Richie declared as he levitated from the warship. Grasping the original demon slayer, with a surge of energy, he ascended into the skies, vanishing from all sight. How terrifying, indeed, was Richie. Ricky is not foolish. He first lets the world government recognize his threat, then secretly gathers strength to exact his revenge. After all, one only has one life. Why risk it recklessly? Moreover, he has a darling daughter waiting to be raised, indicating that he is not entirely indifferent to the world. Admiral Kizaru, what shall we do? The five elders dispatched by the world government are dead. A soldier anxiously inquired. This incident is far more significant than any other. What can we do? We must carry them back and await the consequences. The dead cannot be resurrected. The position and power of a naval admiral are second only to that of the fleet admiral. They wield considerable influence and are unlikely to face severe repercussions. Unless, of course, the world government wishes to make an enemy of such a formidable warrior. The casualties were all personnel of the world government. Kizaru's navy was merely a formality. Thousands of world government officials were brutally slain by Ricky in an instant, resulting in a significant loss of personnel. As the sun gradually ascended, the soldiers gazed at the blood dripping from the clouds, exclaiming, "It still drips." Colonel Ricky is still up in the sky, yet to depart. Kizaru fixated on Ricky's blood, memories of their joint missions flashing through his mind. He commanded, "Collect his blood. Perhaps it could serve as a means of absolution for us." Is that truly possible? The lineage factor of Richie was entrusted to Vegapunk for deciphering, and with Richie's capabilities elaborated upon, the world government would undoubtedly refrain from pursuing any inquiries through the Navy. Soldiers diligently collected Richie's blood in small vials, marveling at the extraordinary vitality contained within, feeling its warmth even through the glass. At the summit of the clouds, Richie, wearied, gazed towards the rising sun, bellowing, "You dare to treat me this way? I shall turn this world upside down." The pain coursing through his body compelled Richie to grit his teeth. The true agony, however, did not stem from his physical form, but rather from the unresolved turmoil within his heart, the memories of his comrades from 6 years and the island where he had lived for over a decade. "I will miss you, Celia." And who else? The fury and anguish of battle left Richie struggling to recall anyone else's name apart from Celia, perhaps due to their profound bond and camaraderie. Subsequently, Richie soared slowly towards Windmill Village, determined to prevent excessive blood loss that could lead to fainting. To truly dare such a feat, he is indeed remarkable. Days later, on a winter island in the New World, Shanks and his crew did not allow the loss of Yuta to dampen their spirits. Red-haired Shanks, holding a newspaper that shocked the world, laughed heartily, though internally, he was tumultuously shaken. The news of the demise of the five elders had not disseminated widely. Most reports revolved around Richie's defection from the Navy and his assassination of the world nobles. The celestial dragons, executed before the eyes of the world, could not be concealed. Even the colossal entity that is the world government was compelled to confront such a tide. The most ferocious waves of the age of pirates had transformed. Celestial dragons scattered across the globe were now fiercely protected by formidable CP members, intent on preventing the populace from approaching them and exacting revenge for years of hatred. While the seas lacked the strength to resist the celestial dragons, the countless kingdoms of the New World and the Grand Line were no longer troubled by their presence. They rose in rebellion against tyranny. No longer would they engage in internecine warfare for the sake of berries, but rather, they united to foster collective growth. Ricky's actions have revealed to the world that the celestial dragons they encounter on the streets are not as fearsome as they seem. They too bleed. They are as human as anyone else. If there is discontent, one can simply eliminate them in broad daylight. This is the grave consequence of the celestial dragon's demise. And Richie remains uncertain whether the world government possesses the fortitude to withstand such upheaval. He has lost everything, save for a daughter and a small black chicken. Months later, in the East Blue Kingdom of Goya, Richie has taken refuge in Cappy's hometown of Windmill Village. With the fortune he amassed in the New World, he purchased a modest abode, concealing himself beneath a thick beard that renders him unrecognizable. Truly, he has suffered greatly. Every venture out to sea has brought him misfortune. His lineage is inextricably linked to the world government, which has inevitably doomed Richie to a life of calamity. When the village of Elia was annihilated, he was reminded of the devastation that befell his hometown decades ago. At the tender age of 8, he had stowed away on a passenger ship to reach the East Blue, and those days of innocence have long since passed. Now, he must quietly amass strength and aspire to become a formidable ruler in his own right. Richie, clad in green rubber shoes and adorned with a farmer's straw hat, sat in his backyard, his three-quarter pants speckled with mud. Chapter 45, Mythical Beasts, Bird Fruit, Phoenix Form. Behind Richie, there was a commotion atop a nearby building, where a man clad in a black suit obscured his face and knelt, exclaiming, "Boss, the Revolutionary Army's ships have docked." The mention of the Revolutionary Army puzzled Richie, as he could not fathom their purpose in the kingdom of Goya. Indeed, they have anchored on the northern shores of the island, and for the moment, they remain undetected. Understood. What news do you bring from Goya? Richie inquired. Boss, it is uncertain where their journey will conclude, but in 5 days, the nobles of Goya will set it ablaze. The man in the black cloak relayed the intelligence to Richie in detail. I see. You may leave now. With that, the suited man vanished, and Richie, casting aside his hoe, rose to his feet. Let me see what Perona and those 3 lads are up to. Having lost his naval career, Richie lived a life of freedom and comfort. Although resentment lingered in his heart, he refrained from impulsively seeking revenge. Following the battle in Elia village, Richie returned to the New World at the height of his fame, rallying several war-torn nations under his banner with the aim of overthrowing the world government, all in pursuit of his frenzied desire to slay the celestial dragons. The 4th Emperor of the Seas, the warlord Richie, bounty 3-749-000-000, dead or alive. Just as Rear Admiral Garp stepped out, carrying a hefty bag, Richie turned to glance at the sea beyond the dock, where Garp's ship was sailing towards Windmill Village. As the warship docked, Garp cheerfully greeted the villagers, only to notice Richie, sporting a bushy beard, leisurely making his way towards Colbo Mountain. You, halt. Hearing Garp call out to him, Richie momentarily faltered, then bolted away without a second thought. It's really you, brat. Garp squeezed through the crowd, pursuing the fleeing Richie. I don't know you, you old fool. Don't be absurd. Do you have any idea how much trouble your actions have caused the Navy? The New World is in chaos. And you're here living so comfortably? It was well known that Richie and Garp were now enemies. There was no reason for him to stay. Not my concern. The celestial dragons brought this upon themselves. As they chased each other, their arms flailed wildly. Garp pursued Richie towards Colbo Mountain, leaving the soldiers who had just disembarked from the ship in a daze, unsure of what was unfolding. Stop. Suddenly, Garp exerted his legs, shattering the floorboards as he dashed beside Richie, blocking his path. It's really you, you little brat. Upon seeing Richie's face beneath that thick beard, Garp recognized him instantly. What are you doing? Here to fight? Richie clenched his fists, becoming vigilant. Ha, not at all. Garp suddenly burst into laughter, for he noticed that there was no hatred in Richie's eyes. If it comes to fighting, I can oblige. You won't find anything good coming from me today. With that, Richie assumed a combat stance. Regarding Garp's manner of conduct, it only serves to reinforce Ricky's perception of him as a true pirate. Yet, he is paradoxically a naval officer adorned with the title of a hero. For Ricky, who wields the power of Haki, even against an opponent like Garp, he could effortlessly inflict harm with his energy. Foolish creature, if I truly desired to engage you in battle, I could threaten you with the life of that little girl from the mountains. For Garp, who frequently returns home, it is no secret that Ricky has taken Perona to the Dawn Mountain bandit family. Humph. I am now utterly unrestrained, Garp. Should you choose to strike, this nation shall meet its demise. Ricky relaxed, watching Garp approach with a beaming smile, clad in his justice coat. He patted Garp's shoulder and exclaimed, "Ha! You truly have undertaken a task that few in this world, burdened by hatred for the celestial dragons, would dare to pursue. Garp, what choices would you make if your family were slain before your very eyes? Would you suppress your fury beneath the weight of the word justice that stands behind you? Ricky, on the contrary, posed a question, exclaiming that such an event would never transpire, laughter echoing from his lips. He answered the inquiry with unwavering confidence. Garp felt a twinge of guilt over the loss of a formidable marine. He ought to have heeded Ricky's promise, that he would ensure no harm befell the village of Elia. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. Upon hearing Garp's response, Ricky merely scoffed, stating, "Since you choose not to apprehend me, let us not discuss other matters. I am off to see Perona and Little Black. Perfect timing. I intend to gauge the strength that Luffy and Ace have attained." Ricky gazed at Garp with a skeptical expression, choosing not to voice the thoughts swirling in his mind. The timing of the revolutionary army's landing on the island coincided suspiciously with Garp's leave. This certainly raises eyebrows. "What do you have in that hefty backpack of yours?" Garp inquired, pointing at Ricky's bulging satchel. The mythical Zoan, bird fruit, phoenix form. The revelation left Garp momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that Ricky would possess such a formidable fruit. "Do you intend to consume it?" "No." The two strolled leisurely towards Kolbo Mountain, engaging in casual conversation until they arrived at the hideout of the Dawn Pirates. There, they beheld Perona and the three brothers, all exhibiting a similar demeanor. Seated by the bonfire, they were indulging in a hefty roast. Little Black was also present. "Next time Grandpa visits, we should set numerous traps in the forest. Let him be ensnared and unable to escape. I'll be the bait. I'll prepare the mechanisms." It's settled then. The trio huddled together, sharing sinister chuckles. Suddenly, Little Black trembled, cocking his head inquisitively at Garp, who stood behind them, sporting a benevolent expression while clenching his fist. "What's the matter, Little Black?" Sabo noticed something amiss with Little Black and asked. "Caw." Little Black pointed a wing at the three behind him, as Garp observed them with a darkened expression, akin to that of a predator sizing up three unsuspecting lambs. Although Ricky stood beside Garp without taking action, a sense of fear enveloped the trio. "What are you discussing?" With a resounding crash, Garp's fist obliterated the ground, prompting the three brothers to scatter in a panic. "Stop right there, you three scoundrels. Lord Ricky." Perona rushed to Ricky's side, embracing him, only to be effortlessly lifted and placed on his shoulder. "Wah, stinky old man. A monster." The forest echoed with the cries of Luffy and his companions, who were being thoroughly thrashed. "Ah, what a mischievous old rascal. Thankfully, I am 30, otherwise, I would still be subject to adult reprimands." Ricky gazed at the distant scene, finally comprehending the formidable vitality of the three individuals in adulthood. It was all a product of their grandfather's nurturing love. "What is it to challenge us? If you have the audacity, go and confront Uncle Ricky. He has indeed proclaimed that you shall never surpass him. Indeed, Grandfather would surely be no match for Uncle Ricky." Upon hearing this, Garp, who was admonishing the ASL trio, turned to Ricky with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "What are you looking at me for, Garp? I have never taught them such words." Ricky scoffed, feeling a chill run down his spine. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. The boastful claims made during their initial acquaintance with the trio had indeed been rather grandiose. "Oh, did you also teach them that?" "No." Ricky hastily set Perona down, handing her the devil fruit he held, instructing, "Feed the fruit inside to Little Black. You cannot consume it, Perona." Chapter 46. Sparring. Both sides wounded. Did he truly say that? "Indeed, Grandfather. I too wish to see who among you and Uncle Ricky is stronger." The monstrous elder, having dispatched Perona, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he regarded Luffy and the others, feeling a pang of sympathy for them. Noticing Garp advance towards Ricky, the trio concealed their bruised faces, sharing a sinister grin. "Haha, then allow me to show you three little rascals how I discipline him." "Hey, our status is no longer what it used to be, Garp. What does it matter? I wouldn't take you back. It's merely a spar." Garp crushed the earth beneath his feet, clenching his fists as he charged towards Ricky. Realizing that persuasion was futile, Ricky cast his gaze downward for an instant, his fierce eyes locking onto Garp. Utilizing the breaking fist technique, he sidestepped Garp's iron fist and pushed him towards an uninhabited area far from Kolbo Mountain. In mere seconds, the two vanished from sight, prompting Dayton and her group, who had huddled together to observe the situation outside, to relax. The three brothers sprinted towards the direction the two had taken, eagerly anticipating their confrontation. Meanwhile, Perona unwrapped her bundle, feeding the devil fruit to Little Black. Upon tasting the first bite, its expression was more distressed than if it had consumed something vile. Nevertheless, recalling that it was a gift from Ricky, it swallowed the fruit. Afterward, a transformation overtook its body. The once plump creature now sported vibrant black wings that were alive with detail. Its feathery exterior resembled a phoenix taking flight. As black flames began to ignite from its feathers, Perona and Dayton's group, watching in astonishment, felt their jaws drop to the ground. A big black chicken transforming into a phoenix? As Little Black reveled in its newfound vitality, it continued to emit chicken sounds. It was not the cry of a phoenix. Yet, its form had become indistinguishable from that of a phoenix, adorned with crimson-black fiery feathers. Its piercing gaze fixated on Perona, and it winked. So majestic. It clucked. How astonishing it is that I have transformed from a mere black chick into an exalted black chick. The voice of the little black chick resonated in Richie's ears, casting a shadow over his countenance. Are you a phoenix or merely a chicken now? How is it that after consuming the fruit, your voice remains unchanged? That very fruit was something he had painstakingly acquired in the New World. With a resounding thud, the little black chick maintained its phoenix posture for a few seconds before reverting to its rotund black chick form. Boom. Garp was led by Richie to a location strewn with colossal stones. Your gaze indeed still harbors resentment. Was that earlier merely an act? As a person brimming with a sense of justice, how could I not hold a grudge after being turned into one of the 4 emperors by you all? Ricky calmly observed Garp as he adjusted his collar, the redness of his skin revealing the mark left by the fierce impact. Feeling a prickling sensation on his skin, Garp inquired of Ricky, "So, young man, are you intending to go all out? You wished to test my strength, did you not? Very well, I shall oblige. This place is indeed suitable for such an exhibition." Meanwhile, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo sprinted through the woods, armed with steel pipes. Their youthful spirits ignited by the prospect of battle. Garp, whose temples had long since turned silver, pondered the current stance of Ricky. Testing strength was merely the initial objective. Ricky, where do you truly stand, on the side of justice? Or have you truly descended into piracy? I have previously stated, I could never become a pirate. I merely act according to my own principles. All of this was beyond Ricky's control. His title as an Emperor of the Sea was solely determined by the world government. Though he had succumbed to darkness, he steadfastly clung to his own sense of justice. The 2 iron fists collided with a resounding crash. The ASL trio, racing through the forest, sensed the encroaching pressure radiating from the battlefield in the distance. Incredible! It seems they have already engaged. Luffy, Sabo, come quickly, Ace exclaimed. Crouched atop a small hill, incredulous as he witnessed the clash between Ricky and Garp. The mere force generated by their fists colliding sent tremors through the surrounding trees. As the fierce wind threatened to snatch his hat away, Sabo grasped it firmly. You're serious, aren't you, you little rascal? The bone-deep pain penetrating Garp's hand made him grit his teeth in agony. Humph, I couldn't break your body back then. Now you'll have to endure. Ricky unleashed a flurry of punches upon Garp, akin to a torrential downpour, each strike inflicting profound damage beneath the surface of his skin. In response, Garp enveloped his hands with armament Haki, striving to thwart Ricky's relentless onslaught. What is your stance then? True justice. Liberation from internal division. With a surge of power, Ricky's hands became extraordinarily sharp, a transformation that even posed a formidable challenge for Garp, who opted to evade using observation Haki. Amidst their fierce struggle, Ricky delivered a powerful right hook aimed at Garp's temple, prompting Garp to pivot and evade the blow. As Ricky's fist neared the trunk of the great tree, the bark surrounding it seemed to peel away, and then, with a resounding boom, it erupted from within. Remarkably, Ricky had not yet unleashed the full force of his Conqueror's Haki in this strike. The fist collided with a fierce intensity, and upon witnessing Ricky's earnestness, Garp ceased to conceal his formidable strength. His Haki and the hardened bones within his body surged forth, crashing towards Ricky. Meanwhile, a golden energy enveloped Ricky's arm. Unfazed as he met Garp's fist head-on, the 2 fists never actually made contact, yet they generated an overwhelming, chaotic aura that radiated fiercely around them. The compressed power emanating from the clash of their Haki was continuously expanding. The disparity in strength placed immense pressure upon Ricky, and in that moment, he truly grasped Garp's extraordinary might. With techniques of his own devising and an unparalleled mastery of Haki, Garp could astound anyone. However, the force of the impact coursed through Ricky's body, leaving him defenseless against the pain surging through his muscles, a discomfort that also affected Garp. The fierce confrontation left the ASL brothers in a state of astonishment, making them realize that their previous skirmishes had merely been child's play. Superficial exchanges that served only as tests of one another's abilities. Would they ever truly possess such power? Surely they could. At least Ricky felt confident in his potential. After their sparring match, Garp's hand bore the marks of injury from the clash, while Ricky's fists were left swollen and bruised. Their bout had strained their relationship, leading them to casually catch a few animals for a roast. Luffy, when you grow up, strive to become a formidable marine, and you too should as well. Ricky savored the chunks of meat while casting a sidelong glance at Luffy, who was seated before the campfire. The straw hat perched atop Luffy's head had inherited its will. While Shanks' arm, though injured, had not been severed, it should have healed by now. However, I had promised Shanks that I would become a formidable pirate. A light thud resounded as Garp gently tapped Luffy on the head. Fool, you've been deceived by red-haired Shanks. Ricky wholeheartedly concurred, for the Sea King lurking outside the dock was a performance orchestrated entirely by Shanks. He had brought it from the New World. In the year 1509 of the Sea Calendar, Shanks had sacrificed his arm as an emotional investment for the 6-year-old Luffy, successfully stirring Luffy's emotions and making him a candidate for inheritance. Yet, to Ricky's astonishment, Shanks in the New World had not lost his arm. After relinquishing his straw hat, he had unleashed himself, engaging in a struggle for status among powerful pirates. Chapter 47. Correction. Luffy wishes to join the Navy. Luffy, your grandfather is absolutely right this time. Shanks has deceived you, and this is all part of his scheme. What do you mean? This time he is right. Garp shouted angrily at Ricky. Although it remained uncertain whether the plan was personally devised by Shanks, it was undeniable that Beckman was undoubtedly involved. His extraordinary strategic intellect was the brain behind the red-haired pirates. Uncle Ricky almost lost his arm to a sea beast while saving me. Luffy, with meat in hand and grease smeared across his cheeks, was filled with a myriad of emotions. He harbored doubts about Ricky's words, yet held a deep respect for him, perhaps even greater than for Garp or Shanks, due to the bond forged since childhood. Was it not true that he had simply stared down a sea beast, causing the colossal creature to flee in terror? Indeed, he was incredibly formidable. To this day, I still cannot fathom what power he wielded. Garp and Ricky exchanged glances, nodding in agreement to the unspoken understanding. Ricky was curious to see what path Luffy might take if he chose not to be a pirate. Then experience for yourself whether this is the source of his power. With a swift motion, Ricky extended a finger, wrapping the Conqueror's Haki around its tip. Any feeble-minded creature that approached would tremble in fear. At that moment, Luffy had consumed the Nika fruit, meticulously arranged by Shanks, rendering him immune to the influence of the Conqueror's Haki. What is this? Luffy tilted his head, scrutinizing the crimson aura enveloping Ricky's fingertip, unable to discern its significance. Sabo and Ace quietly munched on their meat nearby, oblivious to Garp and Ricky's intentions. Yet they sensed an overwhelming force emanating from Ricky's fingertip. Luffy, why not let your Uncle Ricky take you to experience it personally? Sure, I want to witness the power Shanks wields. Subsequently, the crowd gathered by the dock under the moonlit sky, hoping to persuade Luffy to reconsider his aspirations of becoming the Pirate King and instead embrace the path of the Navy. Sabo and Ace accompanied them, their curiosity piqued by the prospect of witnessing such formidable power. Little Black, we kindly ask you to serve as bait. With a playful chuckle, it unleashed its fruit abilities, manifesting golden fiery feathers that transformed into a diminutive phoenix, soaring towards the boundless sea ahead, gliding just above the water. Its purpose was to lure forth the king of the coast. From the depths of the ocean emerged a pair of crimson eyes, relentlessly tracking Little Black beneath the surface. In an instant, it opened its cavernous maw, aiming to ambush Little Black as it surged from the depths. Yet, it missed its mark entirely. Indeed, it was the very same creature that had inflicted a wound upon Shanks. Ricky cradled Luffy in his arms, his gaze sharpening as he directed it towards the distant Sea King. Watch closely, Luffy, he exclaimed, holding his breath and summoning the Conqueror's Haki from deep within. With a thunderous roar, a fan-shaped wave of crimson energy surged forth towards the sea. At the dock of Windmill Village, countless fish flipped over and perished under the weight of this overwhelming force. From Luffy's perspective, he felt an eerily familiar sensation, reminiscent of being held by Shanks, yet even more terrifying in its dominion. Their expressions were incredulous, eyes wide with disbelief as the three of them stared at the ocean. They could scarcely comprehend that a mere human could command such authority, merely by casting a fierce glance rendering all of the sea's inhabitants submissive. The sheer potency of his presence caused tangible destruction, shattering the wooden bridge in an instant, splintering it into a myriad of fragments that drifted upon the water. The Sea King, too, was not spared. Its massive form, hundreds of meters long, rolled over and succumbed, rendered unconscious by the sheer force. Wherever Richie's Conqueror's Haki swept through, the ocean and all its creatures trembled. Enough. Richie, if you unleash it any further, even Windmill Village will be affected. With piercing eyes closed, Richie abruptly shook his head, suppressing his Conqueror's Haki. Meanwhile, Luffy in his arms gazed wide-eyed in a daze at Richie. Amazing, truly amazing. Before Luffy could voice his thoughts, Sabo, unable to contain himself, exclaimed in advance. It seems that a regular person's day of fishing pales in comparison to Richie's mere glare at the sea, Ace murmured softly. Indeed. This is the power of a true warrior. Richie responded to Ace's remark. Although his strength was not absolutely invincible, there were few in the world who dared to confront Richie head-on. Uncle Richie, is what you say true? Did Shanks deceive me about those mountain bandits? Sabo and Ace were utterly oblivious to such matters. Before meeting Luffy, they had been engaged in a ruthless pursuit of criminals, uncertain of their destinations, competing for ill-gotten gains in the capital of the Goa Kingdom. Thus, even at the tender age of 10, they exhibited ferocity surpassing that of adults. Even beasts were no match for them. Regardless, remember your uncle's words. Shanks merely seeks to exploit you. For a 7-year-old to grasp such concepts is rather premature. Yet, if we do not act swiftly, Luffy will once again set his sights on becoming a pirate. Let me down, Uncle Richie. Ricky gently set Luffy down, while Black swiftly returned to Perona's side. Upon discovering that everything was but a ruse, Luffy appeared profoundly despondent. He squatted by the shore, grasping a wooden stick, lost in contemplation. In that moment, a tempest of emotions swirled within him. All he needed was a guiding hand to transform his mindset. Meanwhile, Garp approached him, burdened with heavy thoughts, and sat cross-legged on the beach beside Luffy. The truth is, he began, my grandson, pirates are inherently wicked. They will stop at nothing, even sacrificing children like you, to achieve their ends. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Luffy gazed at the shimmering sea, pondering for a long while before resolutely declaring, Grandpa, I shall keep my hat. One day, I will grow strong like you and defeat Shanks to return it. Garp, upon hearing these words, beamed with joy and affectionately ruffled Luffy's hair, exclaiming, Luffy, you finally see it. This is splendid. Becoming a Marine is also admirable, isn't it, Uncle Ricky? Sabo, witnessing his sworn brother's determination, adjusted his hat and inquired of Ricky. However, Ricky was no longer a Marine but replied nonetheless, indeed, Sabo, if one possesses formidable strength, they can enjoy absolute freedom within the Navy. Then it's settled. The three of us shall join the Navy in the future and become powerful soldiers. What do you think? Ace, I'm not so sure, Ace replied. He had long been aware of his lineage, often wandering the alleys of the capital town in the Goa Kingdom, seeking those who knew everything about Gol Roger. He yearned for a purpose in life, a significance to exist as the son of a devil. Ace, let me tell you what kind of man your father was. Ricky approached Ace, providing her with the answers she sought. He recounted the story of his initial journey across dimensions, weaving together his fervent love for the freedom of piracy. His vivid portrayal of Gol Roger's character was particularly striking, aimed solely at guiding Ace in her quest for the meaning of life. Really? Then I shall go and capture Dad's nemesis, Whitebeard. Truly. If it is him, I hope you do not end up like him, living as a pirate. Garp stood beside them, momentarily rendered speechless by Ricky's words. He was astonished to discover that, despite decades of acquaintance with Gol Roger, he knew far less about him than this child who had never even met Roger. Thus, the three brothers were imbued with the ideals of becoming Navy officers. Sabo followed the thoughts of the others without question. So, Uncle Ricky, why do people call you one of the 4 emperors in the newspapers? That's a rather complex explanation. Oh, is it? Then I shan't inquire further. I will learn about it myself when I grow up. He. Luffy laughed, having gained some insight. With their minds enlightened, whether they would embark on the path of the Navy depended on the destinies of the three. Garp pulled Ricky aside and quietly asked, Hey, you aren't related to Roger, are you? How do you know so much about him? He never mentioned having an illegitimate child. What are you thinking, you old fool? How could I possibly be Roger's son? Just asking. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Please escort them back to Corbo Mountain. Garp then made his way to the northern shores of the Goa Kingdom. Chapter 48. Changing the fate of the Straw Hat crew as Garp departed. Richie led the 4 children toward Corbo Mountain. He found himself somewhat self-deprecating, realizing that though he was no longer part of the Navy, he was still endeavoring to recruit 3 future formidable individuals for them. What kind of future awaited Sabo, Ace, and Luffy as they grew within the Navy? Returning to their home, the 3 brothers found themselves in their bedroom. Does Shanks truly see me as a mere tool? Luffy murmured, curled up in his blanket. Are we really going to become Navy officers? Regardless, Ace, Luffy, no matter what happens, we absolutely must leave this country and explore the world. Sabo's thoughts were far more mature than those of his companions. Despite being born into a noble family, he harbored a deep disdain for aristocracy. The 3 soon drifted into a restless slumber. Meanwhile, Ricky sat by the campfire with Perona and Little Black. How have you been getting along with them? Very well. Lord Ricky, I witnessed them stealing alcohol and swearing brotherhood. They are genuinely amusing. Perona leaned against Ricky, her face aglow with happiness. Having endured a more challenging childhood, she had learned to heal her inner self. Is that so? Ricky busied himself with the fire pit, skillfully prodding it with a stick while observing the transformations of the little black creature. In moments devoid of its fruit-induced powers, it resembled a plump, rotund black chicken. How does it feel, Little Black? Have you savored the essence of the devil fruit? Cluck. It's like consuming excrement. Yet, astonishingly, I can now soar. Laughter erupted. Indeed. That is the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. As Ricky and the Little Black exchanged words, Perona reminisced about the time she had been famished and devoured the ghost fruit, prompting her to inquire, Lord Ricky, have you resolved matters outside? Might you take me along when you depart? Cluck. Me too, master. Take me with you. The Little Black flapped its wings and lightly tapped Ricky, both yearning to stay by his side. Having consumed the mythical Zoan devil fruit, the Little Black was destined to transform into a phoenix adorned with fiery plumage. Though still untrained, it would undoubtedly become a majestic creature soaring through the skies in the future. Rest assured, I came to take you away. But it will be some time before we leave the East Blue. Splendid. Cluck. It's been months. I thought Master had forsaken me. Subsequently, Ricky lifted the Little Black and cradled it in front of him, causing it to feel slightly bashful. Hiki, how could I ever abandon you? Little Black. I am your icon. A subtle smile graced his lips as he observed the Little Black, which had not mutated from consuming the devil fruit, though it appeared a tad slimmer. What is icon? Perona inquired with curiosity. Perona, icon refers to Little Black, symbolizing my deep affection for it. Then I'm also icon. I too cherish Little Black, Perona declared, hands on her hips. Let us sneak into Dayton's house for some oil and flour. I shall prepare you both fried dough cakes. With a flick of her wrist, she commanded the 2 ghosts nearby to dart into Dayton's abode, emerging shortly with a basin of oil. How swift. Indeed, familiarity breeds efficiency, Lord Ricky. During his months in the New World, Ricky had longed to reconnect with the 2, and this visit was intended to bring them back with him. Additionally, he sought to bolster his strength by recruiting a formidable ally. Throughout his time in the East Blue, Ricky had been scouring the skies, eventually discovering a cluster of floating islands amidst the clouds, not far from the Goya Kingdom. However, he chose to relish a period of tranquility in Windmill Village before making his approach. After their meal, Ricky personally groomed Perona's pink tresses while the Little Black lay beside them, clutching its belly, nearly bursting from indulgence. The last time I groomed your hair was back in the village. My apologies, Perona, for the hardships you've endured by my side. Not encountering Lord Ricky would have been my greatest misfortune. In Perona's heart, Ricky had long since become her only family and father figure. Cluck. So am I. Ricky chuckled softly, casting a glance at the Little Black creature sprawled before the campfire. Had it not been for his father's untimely demise at the hands of a gun, which had resulted in the birth of a black egg from a hen he had harmed, Little Black might never have seen the light of day. Have you been having any nightmares lately? Ricky inquired with genuine concern. Yes, came the reply, but with Little Black by my side. I cuddle it whenever I wake up frightened. Hee. This revelation made Ricky realize that regardless of the passage of time, the powers granted by the devil fruit come with their own set of repercussions. For Perona, her supernatural ghost fruit bore the consequence of inducing nightmares. That's good to hear. Early tomorrow morning, I shall depart from the Gaia Kingdom for several days. Perona, you must heed Dayton's words. Where are you going? After styling Perona's hair into 2 ponytails, Ricky rose and pointed skyward, to the islands floating above the sky. All right then, I shall await your return. Callie Dayton is a rather amiable mountain bandit, albeit a bit fierce in demeanor. A cozy yet ordinary evening soon passed. The following day, Garp, having concluded his holiday, prepared to leave Windmill Village, reminding Ricky not to stir up trouble given his current identity. Utilizing his ability to soar through the air, he ventured to the East Sea, unnoticed by anyone. At the Windmill Village dock, the villagers gathered, gazing at the near-sea king shrouded in mist upon the water's surface. Were those fish poisoned? One questioned. No. That fellow named Mr. Wu was out with Vice Admiral Garp last night, and those fish simply turned belly up on their own. Who cares? Our village has no shortage of food these days. The majority of villagers were elated, relieved from the need to fish or purchase from the market, as the surplus from the near-sea king was sold to the capital town of the Gaia Kingdom. Ricky, clad in a stylish trench coat, stood at a distance in the misty forest, arms crossed, observing coldly as the villagers set forth in small boats with fishing nets. It was only in the presence of Perona or acquaintances that he revealed a softer side. Since the battle at Elia Island, Ricky's demeanor had turned notably ruthless. Memories of his friends, the mischievous Celia Light and the timid Angel, occasionally flickered through his mind. Kneeling behind him were three youths, donned in black suits and cloaks, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age. They spoke, "Boss, what do you need from us?" Two were male, one female. Each possessed the strength of formidable pirates in the New World and had willingly accompanied Ricky to the East Sea. Their intelligence and disguise skills were top-notch, and their combat prowess could effortlessly dispatch any pirate on the East Sea. Ensure the little girl behind me is well protected. I will be away for a few days. Understood. In the face of Ricky's icy demeanor, none dared to voice a question. Having received their orders, they resolved to carry out their task without hesitation. Ricky ascended into the sky with the power of liberation, soaring high above the clouds. He has altered Luffy's perspective on becoming a pirate. Now, his mission is to resolve all the tragedies that are destined to unfold. In the original narrative, had Luffy's companions not crossed paths with him, they would have faced either death or a lifetime of suffering. How many seas are there in the east? Taking out a map of the East Blue from his bag, Ricky gazed at the islands depicted, reminiscing. Frost Moon Village, Zoro, Kokushia Island, Nami. Ricky commenced his journey towards the nearest island to the Gaia Kingdom, the island of Coco. Chapter 49, the island of Coco, where Nami makes her debut. Meanwhile, at the scientific research base of the world government on the Red Earth continent, a technician with an enormous heart-shaped head was utilizing machinery to analyze Ricky's bloodline factors. I have been studying this vial of blood for 2 months. It does not belong to a human lineage, spoke Dr. Vegapunk, whose heart-shaped cranium had been surgically opened, yet remained alive. This is the blood of the newly appointed emperor, the warrior god Ricky, my dear fellow. Dr. Frankie, a towering figure with a physique reminiscent of a professional wrestler, bore a face and hairstyle akin to that of a girl, clad in a red belly band. He assisted Vegapunk, employing his intellect to create 6 machines. The only progress we have made is the discovery that the cells in his blood cannot be deciphered. Isn't that tantamount to stating nothing? In the laboratory, Vegapunk gazed at Ricky's bounty poster, which depicted limbs engulfed in dark crimson flames, paired with blood-red eyes, presenting an unmistakable appearance of one who has consumed a devil fruit. Yet, Ricky had not partaken of such a fruit. If this were indeed human blood, he would essentially be equivalent to a successful awakened Zoan-type devil fruit user. Upon hearing this, Frankie was astonished. "Is there really such a human?" he exclaimed. "I have never encountered one. When you return, please convey a message to them. Creating a clone from this blood would require at least 10 years. And that is the minimum time within my capability." "I understand. By the way, how do we affix this brain?" Vegapunk's laboratory was a marvel of science fiction. The advanced technology within was entirely distinct from that found across various islands. The world government, in an exception to their usual prohibitions against perceived hazardous research, permitted Vegapunk to study Ricky's bloodline factors to unveil their mysteries. With Ricky's intervention as an outsider, the entire timeline of the pirate world began to shift. In the East Blue, at the Jamaica Archipelago, Ricky hovered above the untamed primordial forests below. What is this? Why are there so many vast, gaping pits? Within the Jamaica Archipelago, numerous areas appeared artificially carved, compelling Ricky to pause mid-air and observe for an extended period. Subsequently, he soared above the village of Coco, his eyes fixed on the densely populated town in the distance, surveying each individual below. To avoid drawing attention, Ricky gradually descended into the forest and, carrying his backpack along a narrow path, seamlessly blended into the crowd of the town. Don't run, Nami. Return what you have stolen. Ricky strolled leisurely down the street, a parcel in hand, his vibrant orange hair catching the light. Suddenly, a little girl in a dress, clutching a wallet, dashed towards him. In her haste to flee, she failed to notice her surroundings and collided with Ricky's shin. The impact was painful. She looked up, her gaze fixating on Ricky's imposing 3-meter stature, and involuntarily began to tremble. Ricky, however, crouched down and extended a hand, asking gently, "Are you all right, Nami?" Yet, paralyzed by fear, Nami hesitated to reach out, perceiving Ricky as a bloodthirsty beast that had claimed countless lives. Observing this tense interaction, the sheriff, adorned with a small windmill atop his head, swiftly rushed to Nami's side. Sensing potential danger from Ricky, in a village like Kokosha, where the average height barely exceeded 3 meters, Ricky's towering presence naturally aroused his suspicions. "You are not one of us, are you?" the sheriff queried, shielding Nami with one arm. "Indeed, I am an adventurer and a friend of Belmere. I have come merely to see her," Ricky replied. The sheriff, skeptical of this claim, noted Ricky's unwavering gaze fixed upon the 8-year-old Nami, suspecting him of being a nefarious figure, perhaps a trafficker. "If you take me to her, you will understand. Is she at home?" Ricky had already noticed a small house on the hill behind Coco Village, with smoke billowing from the chimney, indicating someone was cooking. "Why should I trust you? A scruffy outsider?" he mused, contemplating a trip to the barber shop. Chuckling to himself, he eventually made his way to a local barber, where he sheared off his thick beard and opted for a close-cropped hairstyle. His refined and handsome features rendered him a stark contrast to the menacing figure he once was, leaving Nami taken aback. The constable, albeit skeptical, led Ricky to the residence of Belmere. Having spent 3 years in the army, Ricky was familiar with this formidable woman, renowned for her tenacity in the perpetual island wars. The constable knocked on the door, failing to recognize Ricky. "Belmere." The door swung open, and Belmere cautiously surveyed her surroundings. "Aiken, what's the matter?" she inquired. "Is Nami being mischievous again?" "Not quite," Aiken replied, "but there is an adventurer friend of yours who claims to know you." He gestured towards Ricky with his thumb. "Friend? I didn't open the door for anyone," Belmere said, but upon catching sight of Ricky, her expression shifted to panic. "Colonel, long time no see. Won't you come in for a moment?" She was drenched in sweat, uncertain of why Ricky, now a figure of the 4 emperors, had come to her abode. Yet, for safety's sake, she invited him inside. Aiken, concerned for Nami, Nojiko, and Belmere's safety, followed suit into the house. On the dining table, a modest meal for 3 had already been prepared. Although not lavish, Nami and Nojiko eagerly dug in. "Given your current status, what brings you to this humble corner of the East Blue?" Belmere inquired. As she prepared to add 2 more servings to the meal, Ricky interjected. "Just on a little vacation. You need not worry about the food. I have something for you that may very well save your life." Ricky retrieved a skull coin from his small pouch, a distinctive emblem of his influence. "Is this not the insignia of the newly appointed 4 emperors emblazoned upon the newspaper?" Jian, sensing the potential threat, unsheathed his baton with vigilance, eyeing Ricky with suspicion. "Moreover, there are 100,000 berries and a communication snail to contact me. Let us enhance the living conditions of the children. I have not yet descended to the pitiable state of being at the mercy of a pirate. This, I cannot accept. Take it. I did not come here for you." Ricky is uncertain whether Luffy will eventually become a member of the Navy, yet he understands that those connected to him will not meet a favorable fate if left unattended. Furthermore, Nami is destined to become an exceptional navigator, and he could take her with him in the future. Without any delay, Ricky soared into the sky, leaving behind 2 astonished individuals clutching 100,000 berries. As they stepped outside, they gazed at the departing Ricky in confusion, pondering the meaning of his words. "Save my life." The fact that one of the 4 emperors of the New World had deliberately come here to bestow such a fortune upon them seemed devoid of malice. 100,000 berries could significantly elevate the living standards of Nami and Noki. In the clouds, Ricky headed towards Frost Moon Village, casting a glance at the Black Blade, Chiu Shui, and the first-generation sword, Goeicho, strapped to his waist. As he flew swiftly, he suddenly encountered a fragmented island ahead, where a man with a head resembling that of a rooster, sporting golden hair, ascended into the sky. Who are you?" This man was none other than the Golden Lion, Shiki. He was one of Ricky's targets for coming to the East Sea. Upon spotting Ricky, he halted the moving island. The 2 locked eyes in the air, their gazes intense. Chapter 50. Recruiting the Golden Lion. The god of war descends. Who am I? Ha ha ha. Ricky adjusted his bag, his chest heaving with laughter. He had not anticipated encountering his target in such a fortuitous way. Overthrowing the world government was a long-term endeavor requiring immense power, and someone like the Golden Lion, a former commander of the Rocks Pirates, was at the forefront of Ricky's mind. With unparalleled strength and a burning ambition to conquer the world, Haki waved his right hand lightly towards the island behind him, bringing it to a standstill. Noticing Ricky's ability to soar through the skies just as he did, he inquired, "What are you laughing at? I'm asking you a question. Can your devil fruit power allow you to fly as well?" "Apologies, I became overly excited," Ricky replied, placing his fist before him. "I am Thomas D. Ricky, a man intent on toppling the world government. So, what do you say, Golden Lion Haki? Would you care to join me?" Upon hearing Ricky's words, Haki momentarily froze before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. How amusing. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Overthrow the world government? Even I have no such plans." The difficulty of dismantling such a colossal entity was evident. He found humor in the din Ricky's name and was amused by Ricky's audacious remarks during their first encounter. Having resided at high altitudes for years, fixated solely on his plans to obliterate the East Sea, Haki rarely paid attention to the affairs below. Each return to the sea was solely for the purpose of seeking islands or various beasts. Seeing Haki mock him, Ricky resolved to compel him to submit through force. Boom. Ricky's right hand ignited with crimson-black flames, his muscles and veins pulsating like molten lava. "Former commander of the Rocks Pirates, I require your strength. If you refuse to accompany me, I shall have no choice but to render you unconscious with my fists and then lead you away, gradually compelling your submission." The flames ignited upon Rick's arm caused a somewhat unnatural reaction in the Golden Lion, Haki, who exhibited a hint of bewilderment. This was the consequence of the helm being thrust into his head. How infuriating. After a moment's pause, Haki shook his head to regain his composure. "Make me submit? Ha ha. You surely lack the capability." The Golden Lion, Haki, lifted his leg and fiercely unleashed a swift and deadly slash with his renowned blade. Whoosh! The strike cleaved through the air towards Rick, only to be effortlessly deflected by his ash-colored fist. "Let us engage in a gamble, after all. You are a legend as well." Observing Rick easily parry his attack, Haki realized that the man before him was indeed formidable. "A gamble? Ha ha ha, my young friend. Do you genuinely believe you can defeat me?" Ricky unsheathed the black blade, Autumn Water, from his side and made a bold decision. He tossed the hilt of the sword to the Golden Lion and declared, "To demonstrate your sincerity in accepting my invitation, unleash your full power. If I defeat you, you shall accompany me." With a resounding clap, the Golden Lion caught the hilt of Autumn Water, and his aura surged exponentially in that instant. "Ha ha ha. I have never encountered such a fool," the Golden Lion mused, examining the exquisite blade in his grasp. Yet, it was indeed a remarkable sword. As a renowned swordsman, the Golden Lion possessed formidable swordsmanship. In 1498, upon learning of Roger's surrender, he audaciously infiltrated Marineford, single-handedly confronting the peak forces of Sengoku and Garp. Ultimately, Marineford lay in ruins, and he was captured in the throes of defeat. "By accepting it, you have consented." Ricky, with a serious demeanor, glanced at the small island behind the Golden Lion. If the floating island diminished the Golden Lion's strength, Ricky could triumph with relative ease. However, it was evident that his float fruit had awakened, enabling the island to remain suspended in the air permanently without exhausting his stamina. "Kid, do you wish to perish? Knowing my illustrious name, you dare to act in such a manner?" The Golden Lion swung his blade, testing the black sword, Chioshui. As he swung forcefully, sound waves rippled around the blade. "I require someone as formidable as you to assist me in toppling the world government." "Topple the world government? Ha ha. Indeed. I have eliminated one of the elders." The Golden Lion, who initially found this amusing, furrowed his brow upon hearing those words. "Who did you say you eliminated?" he asked. Astonished. "You wield two swords, do you not?" "I possess another renowned blade, known as the first-generation Ghost Slash." Ricky then tossed the first-generation Ghost Slash to the Golden Lion, intending to compel him to submit entirely to his power. For legendary figures such as him, surrendering to strength was the only course of action. Catching the famed sword Ricky had thrown, the astonished Golden Lion began to believe, convinced that Ricky had indeed slain one of the elders. A shiver ran down his spine as he stared at Ricky's youthful visage, barely 20. unable to fathom the terrifying ambition harbored by such a young individual, a resemblance to his own youthful desire to conquer the world. The black sword Xiao Shui and the first-generation ghost slash were sheathed at his waist. He lowered his head in contemplation, recalling the biological research he had conducted over the past decade and his meticulous plans to devastate the East Sea. In the distance, Richie, who had tossed the blade to the Golden Lion, remained vigilant, focusing every ounce of his attention on the muscles throughout his body. With even the slightest movement, Richie would unleash his full force to suppress him. To recruit such a powerful ally, he needed sufficient patience and unwavering confidence in his own strength. Recently, after an 8-year interval, he had once again mastered the new power of the God of War form. God of War form, 3rd stage, body of the blazing sky. The fusion of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki enhances one's capabilities and the effects on the surroundings. What will you do after toppling the world government? Will you conquer this world? The Golden Lion, with feet crafted from the renowned swords Sakura Tin and Mokigear, gripped the Xiao Shui and the first-generation Ghost Slash. In this form, his strength rivaled that of his peak years. Yet, his only disadvantage was his age of 67. In a decade, he would be 77. Meanwhile, Richie embodied the pinnacle of youth. The moment he began to speak, Richie activated his observation Haki, rendering his senses extraordinarily acute. He was deeply apprehensive that a moment's inattention could lead to a fate akin to that of Rayleigh, marked by countless scars of slashing wounds across his body. At that juncture, negotiations could be revisited. So, have you come to a conclusion? Ricky's ash-gray fists of the martial god are gradually unleashing their power. Regardless of whether the Golden Lion acquiesces, a clash between the two is inevitable. For, in Ricky's hands lie 2 renowned blades. Should he refuse, a confrontation will be forcefully instigated, leading to his abduction. Conversely, should he agree, Ricky will exert every ounce of strength to vanquish him and subsequently recruit him into his own Yonko crew, thereby gaining the strength to contend with Whitebeard in the New World. In essence, Ricky seeks to win others over through virtue. Ricky's 4 Emperors faction is the weakest, comprised of individuals lacking in strength, which compels him to seek powerful allies from all corners of the world. The atmosphere in the air grows increasingly tense, and as he observes the Golden Lion reminiscing about the past, Ricky becomes somewhat impatient. Hiki, very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. But you must possess the strength to vanquish me. Otherwise, your life and your famed blade will belong to me. He chuckles ominously. The raucous laughter of the true pirate sends an intense wave of terror coursing through Ricky, igniting an overwhelming heat within him. The God of War descends. With a resounding crash, the surrounding temperature escalates dramatically, prompting the Golden Lion to raise his twin blades in defense, utterly astonished. He fixates intently on Ricky, who is gathering power with fervent shouts. The skin on his body begins to transform, his muscles engulfed in ash-like flames, while his crimson eyes shimmer with an ethereal glow, dancing in the wind. Ricky's body is undergoing rapid enhancement, with his various functions reaching the pinnacle of his current physical capabilities. It seems that obtaining these 2 blades will not be an easy feat. The transformation of Richie rendered even the Golden Lion solemn. Even he felt the weight of pressure amidst this tempestuous aura. Chapter 51, Richie vs. Golden Lion. The mighty form of Richie, engulfed in crimson-black ashes, unfolded before the formidable Gold Lion Shiki. Was this a perfect amalgamation of dominance and fruit-based abilities? How intriguing. Observing Richie's appearance, Shiki couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, only to then tilt his head back, brandishing his blade, and with a puff of his cigar, he scorned Richie. But are you a fool? Knowing my power, yet you surrender your blade to your own demise. In an instant, the air rippled with the speed of sound as a terrifying gust of wind aimed to sever Richie's head. Gold Lion Shiki materialized silently just a meter away from Richie, yet was met with the gentle yet formidable sweep of Richie's ash-like fist, thwarting Shiki's rapid advance. How could Shiki, wielding a blade, be deemed weak? Having blocked the attack, he swiftly aimed to cleave Richie in half with his initial sword, the Demon Slayer. With a surge of strength, under Richie's formidable physical prowess and keen observation, the speed of the blade's descent diminished significantly. Richie, with fists ablaze, lunged toward the blade's edge. As Shiki perceived the imminent contact between his sword and Richie's fist, he immediately enveloped himself in a layer of potent Haki. The clash of the fearsome penetrating force against the blade erupted with a resounding crack. A crackling surge of crimson-black lightning reverberated above the clouds. transforming the surrounding atmosphere into a tempest of dark clouds and electric flashes akin to a storm. The surroundings darkened at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Following the collision, Shiki sensed something amiss with his blade. The edge of the demon slayer began to tremble, and as the penetrating force coursed into his palm, an agonizing pain surged through his nerves. This forced him to unleash brute strength, pushing Richie's fist away and drifting backwards, yearning to create distance. Not a chance. Observing this, Richie would not grant him a moment's respite. In an instant, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a ripple in the atmosphere. As Gold Lion Shiki, using his observation Haki, predicted Richie's position, he violently swung his black blade, Autumn Water, behind him. The Haki-infused slash tore through the void, heading directly for Richie, who had gathered a terrifying vortex of air around his fist. With a swift motion, the heavens erupted with a thunderous roar. A colossal, inferno-like punch, far mightier than that of a warship, surged toward him. Lion's might, great devour. Upon witnessing Richie's technique, Shiki's expression darkened. He unleashed 4 renowned blades in a synchronized assault, each infused with Haki, launching a 100-meter strike. Boom, 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 boom. The 100-meter slashes, akin to the head of a king of beasts, collided with Richie's penetrating force, as if attempting to shatter the blazing fist. How could Richie's immense fiery punch, now unleashed, be underestimated? Ha! It has been 12 years since I wielded a sword. How nostalgic. Well then, indulge in that nostalgia today. The clash of techniques generated an endless tempest high above the clouds, continuously expanding outward, indeterminate in their contest. The atmosphere generated by their clash resonated like the roar of a celestial dragon. The Golden Lion, fixated on the immense energy colliding mere inches away, momentarily succumbed to a daze that lasted several seconds. Yet, the blade in his hand continued to dance and deflect the tempest with unwavering resolve. Ricky seized this opportune moment. Ricky seized the moment, vanishing from the Golden Lion's line of sight. His body was grazed by the fierce winds generated by 2 powerful techniques, blood seeping from his wounds. Engaging in aerial combat, while utilizing his internal energy, would only deplete his vitality further. Thus, he resolved to drive the Golden Lion toward the floating isle above, determined to settle their conflict decisively. Within mere seconds, Shurji perceived Ricky's approach. An overwhelming aura erupted from his form, gripping the hilts of his dual blades. He vanished from Ricky's view, reappearing behind him to unleash a flurry of swift, devastating strikes. Ricky, in a state of disbelief, swiftly turned to confront the Golden Lion, only to witness a sinister grin spread across his face. "Die, you big fool," he uttered. In an instant, a flurry of gleaming blades descended upon him, and the formidable figure of the martial deity erupted in a spray of crimson, tracing a flawless arc through the air, with droplets splattering onto Shiki's visage. In the blink of an eye, Ricky found himself pierced by dozens of daggers. "Oh, how it hurts. But I suppose you are not faring any better?" The Golden Lion, reveling in his moment of triumph, widened his eyes in shock at the sight of Ricky's bloodied form, yet he maintained a firm grip on Ricky's wrist, his demeanor unyieldingly calm. In that moment, he was taken aback. Then, an overwhelming heat surged through him, as Shiki beheld Ricky's ashen fist tightly grasping his wrist, emitting a cry of anguish. Hastily, he enveloped his wrist with armed Haki, only to feel his body being forcefully pulled by an immense divine power. As the world around him blurred into a haze of colors, Ricky was pulling him towards the small island floating in the air. Bang! Ricky crashed down upon the center of the island like a meteor from the heavens. The island trembled violently, its surface contorting into a massive crater. Rumbling, the distant clashes of combat erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwaves obliterated everything in their vicinity. Amidst the smoke, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed. The 2 combatants who had fallen onto the island began their fierce confrontation. Why do you smile in the face of injury? Fists and blades sliced through the air with blinding speed. The battle-hardened Golden Lion swiftly deduced Ricky's combat techniques. Yet, he found himself unable to fully counter the penetrating force of Ricky's strikes with sheer dominance. He resorted to evasion through observation, while simultaneously launching his own attacks against Ricky. "This indicates that I have entered a state of combat." Oh. Subsequently, a golden radiance enveloped the fist of the martial god, as the Golden Lion's domineering defense was shattered by a single blow. Caught off guard, he was struck directly by the penetrating force. Gasped. His insides were grievously harmed, and he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. Conqueror's Haki intertwined with the punch. Indeed, you are just like them. The injured golden lion's visage twisted in agony, his eyes bloodshot with fury. His physique was no match for Ricky's formidable martial god form. They? Captain Rocks. The wounded golden lion unleashed his full power with a thunderous roar, generating a repulsive force that sent Ricky sprawling. Whirling winds erupted from the blades of his limbs, his gaze filled with murderous intent towards Ricky. He was prepared to get serious. Meanwhile, beneath the ocean, on the island of Frostmoon Village, the father and son duo, Gung Sanlang and Gung Sailang, held their blades, gazing at the fiery clouds above. Father, what is happening? Why has the sky suddenly transformed like this? It is not yet dusk, yet the atmosphere resembles that of a sunset. In the courtyard of the swordsmanship dojo, a boy with green hair was sparring with a girl. But after just one exchange, the green-haired boy was swiftly defeated. Gung Sanlang fixed his eyes on the ever-changing fiery sky, along with the ripples forming in the surrounding sea. An immensely powerful swordsman was battling in the heavens. No wonder I sensed the air thick with the scent of sharp blades. Yet, who could possibly engage in combat above the sky? Gung Sailang, clad in a gray haori, sat opposite his father, sipping tea while observing Zoro and Kuina's sparring. Damn, why is it that you can always end me with a single blow? Zoro groaned on the ground, clutching his pain. Chapter 52, Broken Blade. The outcome has been determined. The battle between the two reached a fever pitch. Self-mutilating to escape impelled down. Is your sole purpose to annihilate this insignificant East Blue? Ricky was battered and bruised by the Golden Lion's relentless assaults. His left fist surged with power while his right unleashed penetrating force as he launched a furious attack against the Golden Lion. The blade sliced through the ashes of the rock-built deity, and with a single punch, Ricky sent the Golden Lion, Shiki, hurtling through the air. Coughing up blood due to the penetrating force, Shiki's sinister expression loomed over Ricky. A petty plan? A fool like you, utterly ignorant of this world, believes that by eliminating a celestial dragon and one of the world government's leaders, you can dismantle that colossal entity? He reminisced about the events preceding the battle at God Valley, where his eyes seemed to reflect those moments. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and himself had stood idly by, witnessing the demise of Rocks at the hands of Garp and Roger. Subsequently, the Rocks pirates were encircled by the Navy and the world government's mightiest forces, fighting until the island of God Valley sank, before they managed to escape the sea and rebuild their pirate crew. With his twin blades raised, he abruptly swung down at the center of the small island where Ricky stood, utilizing the powers of the float fruit and his Haki. He conjured from the island's soil 7 colossal lions, each hundreds of meters tall, enveloped in Haki. Lion's might, earth roll, confronted by the 7 towering lions. Ricky's eyes ignited with a crimson blaze. He was determined to bring this old man down and serve him. With a light tap of his right foot, he unleashed an explosive surge of energy from his body, tearing the very surface of the island apart. Countless crimson-black flames surged through the fissures, and the intense heat incinerated the Golden Lion's yellow cloak in an instant. Ashes, Taiji fist formation. Die, brat. You lack the right to converse on the same level as me. He observed Ricky, drenched in blood, as the Taiji diagram at his feet rapidly expanded, prompting the lions to launch a full-scale assault. Death? Even Whitebeard could not slay me. Why do you think you can? As the words left his lips, Ricky stood tall, his fists raised. The fusion of his Haki and Conqueror's Haki surged within him, engulfing the entire island in ash flames. Newgate? In a moment of distraction, the Golden Lion noticed the Taiji diagram beneath Ricky, continuously channeling energy toward his fist. With his fist coalescing with power, Ricky aimed at the colossal lions, unleashing a strike that obliterated one in less than a second. The residual shockwave surged toward the Golden Lion. He swung his sword, delivering a powerful slash to counter it, only to be astonished as the remaining 6 lions' heads were shattered by invisible fist energy. The ground, resembling a swirling vortex, ceased its tumultuous movement. Ricky had directly dismantled the lion's might. Earth roll. Since I dare to offer you my blade, I possess the means to defeat you. With a resounding crash, Ricky aimed his left hand at the Golden Lion as his right hand, enveloped in Haki and Conqueror's Haki, unleashed a punch through the air. The speed of the penetrating punch was such that it left no room for reaction. The Golden Lion's pupils suddenly constricted as the fist wind approached within a mere 0.1 meters. He forcefully wielded the powers of the float fruit to manipulate the surrounding tempest, halting the momentum of the punch and buying himself precious seconds. It was as if an invisible barrier repelled the oncoming fist. Four renowned blades began to dance around him, their movements rendering his limbs into mere afterimages. Elusive to the eye, Lion's 10,000 ridges. Countless slashes emanated from the four distinguished swords, all aimed at a singular target, Ricky, positioned at the heart of the island. The fiery, colossal fist was dismantled by the multitude of razor-sharp strikes unleashed by the golden lion, Shiki. Ricky, with an expression of calm, gazed skyward at the crescent moon slashes that fell like raindrops. As the first slash neared within 1 meter of Ricky's form, his eyes glowed crimson, and he swiftly pivoted, desperately evading the impending onslaught. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Underneath Richie's feet, the Taiji diagram continuously siphoned the power from the slashing waves. As his body deftly evaded the strikes of the golden lion, he appeared to dance amidst the sword chi, his demeanor remarkably calm and composed. Boom. The more slashing waves he absorbed, the more intensely the Taiji diagram burned. As thousands of slashing waves were unleashed, Shiki sensed a shift and wielded his blade towards Richie's body. However, Richie had long since condensed a vortex of potent energy and dominance in the form of Taiji. Just as the blade of Golden Lion Shiki approached, he extended his palm for defense. What was the cause of this raging flame? While swiftly wielding his sword, the Golden Lion observed the ferocious flames engulfing the Taiji formation, along with Richie's seemingly inexhaustible power. Absorb, all your strength and slashing energy have been converted into my own. What did you say? The Golden Lion could hardly fathom such a statement, his expression shifting dramatically as he unleashed an unprecedented blow towards Richie. There was no elaborate flourish, only the might of his presence and the sharpness akin to autumn waters as he delivered a downward strike. Boom. Richie chose not to evade, raising his fist to meet it head-on. Yet, at the moment of contact with the blade, the sword chi sliced through his palm, penetrating his shoulder and cleaving the island in two. The energy within the formation was also bisected by this strike, as the slashing force cascaded from the clouds 1,000 meters above down to the sea. The ocean, too, was torn asunder by this terrifying sword wind, unleashing considerable natural calamities upon the nearby islands. How does it feel? My devil fruit ability combined with swordsmanship. Not so pleasant, is it, little brat? The Golden Lion Shiki observed the gaping wound on Richie's shoulder, the visible fracture of bone, as blood gushed forth, cascading into the depths of the sea below. The torment was excruciating, yet in the next moment, the corners of Richie's mouth curled upward, revealing an eerie smile of excitement. How painful. Golden Lion Shiki. I believe it is time to conclude this. Within Richie's being, the armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki have seamlessly merged with his formidable energy, enabling him to unleash the third phase of the God of War form. The island fractures, plummeting rapidly into the depths of the sea. Fear not, for I shall soon relieve you of pain. As he prepared to deliver another decisive strike, he suddenly noticed a transformation in Richie, prompting him to retreat 100 meters away. The surrounding temperatures vanished, reverting to a gentle, natural breeze. The power within the Taiji formation was wholly absorbed by Richie, whose ashen flames ignited the clouds above, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters. Inferno of the heavens. What inferno indeed? Allow me to send you on your way. The Golden Lion, wielding blades in both hands, unleashed a full-force swing toward Richie, the blades creating a tremendous explosion in the air. An endless surge of sword energy vowed to shatter all in its path. This was the culmination of his swordsmanship and the full might of his devil fruit abilities. He sought to conclude this unexpected clash and carry away 2 renowned blades, for his stamina was nearly depleted. Seeing Richie stand firm and choose to confront him head-on with his fists, the Golden Lion revealed a triumphant grin once more. Boom. Upon contact with Richie's fist, the black blade, autumn water, and the original demon-cutting blade shattered instantly. The sword energy dissipated within the searing winds of Richie's inferno-like punch. The blade splintered by Richie's ashen fist, hurtling toward the Golden Lion's face. In that fleeting moment of release, all the power within Richie surged forth, and it was too late for the Golden Lion to react. Before his fist even neared the Golden Lion's cheek, a distortion marred the latter's visage as he hastily adjusted his body to evade, only to find it was futile. It was over. Bang. With a force that contorted space itself, Richie's strike landed squarely on the Golden Lion's face. His eyes rolled back in shock as consciousness slipped away, his body careening through the sky from a height of 1,000 meters. The island, bereft of the float fruit's power, descended swiftly into the sea. In the instant that Golden Lion Shiki was propelled away, Richie grasped the two severed blades that slipped from his grasp, feeling a pang of sympathy. Even the base island, perched 10,000 meters above, lost the power of the float fruit at this moment, plummeting toward the ocean below. With a single punch, victory was claimed, and Richie subsequently released his god of war form, his battered body drenched in blood. Regardless of his physical state, Haki, or energy, Richie still retained considerable reserves. In this battle, he had severed his left shoulder, yet with his remarkable physical resilience, recovery would come swiftly. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion lay unconscious, having succumbed to the clash. Ricky, exhilarated, gazed skyward and exclaimed, "You have been defeated, Golden Lion Shiki. From now on, you shall heed my words, or face your demise." He then unleashed his powers and soared towards the location where the Golden Lion had fallen. Chapter 53, Successfully Enlisting Golden Lion Shiki. The phone of the marine bug, Marmalade, was answered. "What?" Sengoku grasped the microphone. "Admiral, a massive earthquake has struck the East Sea. Numerous small islands are plummeting from the skies. Send a vice admiral to handle it. Do not trouble me with such trivial matters." Sengoku, already burdened with official duties, was inundated with countless inconsequential messages. His mind occupied with the pirates of the New World and the Underworld. Due to the clash between the Golden Lion and Ricky, the waters near Frostmoon Village in the East Sea were now dotted with many small islands. In the ocean, Ricky grasped the burned wrist of the unconscious Golden Lion, surfacing to take a deep breath before bringing him to a beach that was merely a remnant of an island. He then gathered some firewood from the forest and ignited it upon the shore. In the deep of night, Ricky gazed sternly at the ambitious man beside him, who exuded an aura of dominance. "Wake up." After waiting for a day, Ricky's impatience boiled over as he slapped Shiki's face. Roger," the Golden Lion shouted as he jolted awake, clutching his painfully throbbing head and face. It dawned on him that what he had thought was a dream was, in fact, reality. A dream? Huh. Ricky smirked with satisfaction. "Did you dream of being knocked out by a punch? You little rascal. Call me boss. You've lost, Golden Lion." He pointed towards the sea, where numerous islands hung suspended in the air. Scanning the beach, he noted that all the islands he had planned for his experiments had plummeted. "How could I ever bow to a brat like you? Then I shall have to kill you." Without a hint of jest, Ricky rose from the campfire, igniting his dark crimson fiery fists. The cold-blooded demeanor in his eyes revealed his ruthlessness to the Golden Lion. Wait. Boom. Ricky's fist halted just above the Golden Lion's head as he stared at the injured man. "What is it to be? A change of heart? Death or follow me? Choose. At the very least, you must tell me your plan. How else can I join you? Quite simple. Rally the strong to strike against the world government and obliterate the celestial dragons," Ricky nonchalantly replied, to the Golden Lion's astonishment. Such audacious words emerged from the mouth of a mere 20-year-old. Ha, such a naive notion. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, then reached for the fish skewers by the campfire and began to eat. "What is naive about it? It's akin to what Rox said. Do you aspire to become the king of the world? King of the world? I am merely consumed by hatred. The celestial dragons, who destroyed my lifelong home in the kingdom of Goa in the East Blue, must be eradicated. It seems you harbor a deep-seated loathing for them." The Golden Lion, seemingly unperturbed by his recent defeat, continued to converse with Ricky while eating. On the sea, the scientific and combat units under the Golden Lion's command were sailing towards them, guided by the life card. As several ships approached the shore, thousands of individuals disembarked. "Master Shiki, what on earth transpired? Why is your life card burning?" A man, clad in peculiar shoes and sporting blue clown-like hair and a mask, rushed to the Golden Lion's side. Just caused a bit of a commotion." "A commotion? Our entire biological mutation research plan has been utterly destroyed. Aside from joining the crew under the Golden Lion, there were only two subordinates. One was a gorilla clad in a flamboyant red suit and a hood, while the other was a man donned in a white coat and a clown mask. I have discerned that this is entirely the fault of this individual." "Wait a moment. This person, Lord Shiki. This individual is one of the 4 emperors, renowned alongside Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, and Kaido in the New World." A pirate captain gazed at Richie in astonishment. "The 4 emperors? Him." Golden Lion was aware of the rumors surrounding the 4 emperors, yet he was taken aback to learn it was Richie beside him. "It appears your subordinates have withheld much from you, Golden Lion. Swiftly pledge your absolute loyalty to me, or I shall ensure that you all perish here." Not wishing to squander any more time, Richie rose and regarded the nonchalant golden lion before the campfire. What is he saying, Lord Shiki? Ah, I made a wager with him during my island-moving endeavor, and alas, I lost. Ha! You must be jesting about losing, right? Noticing Richie's impatience, Shiki abandoned his leisurely demeanor. After finishing his meal, he stood and observed Richie, whose shoulder wound was already healing, with a sense of astonishment. Pledge, Golden Lion, I will not treat you poorly, but should you dare betray me, I will make you regret ever entering this world. I understand. Golden Lion then grew solemn, and, before the eyes of his thousands of subordinates, knelt on one knee before Richie. I never imagined, at my age, I would once again submit to the power of another. Submit to me, and you shall never regret it. Richie remained expressionless, scrutinizing his every move. The subordinates of the Golden Lion watched in disbelief as their leader knelt, jaws dropping in utter astonishment at the sight before them. I pledge, I, Shiki the Lion, am willing to follow you and wreak havoc upon this world. A simple statement that left countless individuals astounded. Those who followed him did so under his legendary name. Yet at this moment, the very legend they revered was kneeling before Richie. Welcome to the War God Organization, Golden Lion Shiki. You are the first of my formidable allies. Richie approached with a smile, helping him to his feet. Although he felt uneasy, he was not afraid of Shiki's potential treachery. You must be jesting, right? Lord Shiki. Thousands remained incredulous at this revelation, and the pirates who had aimed their guns at Richie gradually lowered their weapons. How infuriatingly embarrassing, Shiki exclaimed loudly, only to inquire further. Since you are the fourth emperor, there must be considerable territory in the New World, correct? What is the first step of the plan? With 7 great nations under my command, only a little over 200 individuals with slightly above average strength remain. Lord Shiki, are we not conducting research on biological mutations to execute the plan to annihilate the East Blue? Ah, having lost the wager, there is no recourse. The first step is to amass power. Recruit the strong. Do you recognize, and are you acquainted with old acquaintances? Are there any formidable pirates? Ricky pondered that an esteemed figure like the Golden Lion, a legendary relic of a bygone era, ought to possess several formidable allies. Although lacking such companions, he confidently asserted that his own reputation could undeniably attract a substantial force. Shiki wore a devious expression as he observed the pirate captains nearby, yet his response left Ricky feeling somewhat disheartened. In this day and age, what Ricky truly sought was not mere manpower. With hundreds of thousands of troops from the 7 kingdoms at his disposal, how could he still desire more strength? Now then, discuss among yourselves whether to join me or disband, Ricky declared, tossing a map of the martial god organization and his own insignia to the Golden Lion. This may take a few days, young one, Shiki replied. That's fine. I intend to remain in the East Blue for a while, especially since my blade was damaged by you. It requires repair. And one more thing, do not call me young one. Refer to me as boss. With that, Ricky turned to leave the island that the Golden Lion had cleaved in two, only to be intercepted by one of Shiki's pirate captains. What nonsense is this? The captain exclaimed, brandishing a detonator in front of him, utterly incredulous that Shiki could bow to a youth like Ricky. I journeyed from the Grand Line to the East Blue solely to serve under the illustrious name of the Golden Lion. How could it be that you kneel before a mere child? Provide me with a clear explanation. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Chapter 54, Frost Moon Village. Repairing the blade. Thousands of pirates under the Golden Lion's command stood frozen in shock. Should the detonator explode, those nearby would inevitably be affected. Yet, fate had placed Ricky, a formidable adversary, in their midst. He approached the captain wielding the detonator, causing the captain to panic and ignite the fuse in his hand. What are the 4 emperors? They are but mortals, destined to perish, he shouted as he lit the fuse. Ricky approached him with an expressionless visage and then enveloped him in a cold embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me before we explode together. The pirate captain felt a pang of disbelief at Ricky's audacious act. A detonator was nestled between their chests, and as he struggled, he realized there was no escaping Ricky's formidable grip. An explosive boom resonated, followed by a blinding fireball erupting on the small island. Is your mind truly unhinged? The Golden Lion exclaimed incredulously at Ricky. Why would a man I acknowledge choose to end his life? Huh? Who said I chose to commit suicide? As the smoke cleared, Ricky stood bloodied yet resolute, surveying the astonished onlookers with an air of nonchalance. His indomitable vitality sent shivers through everyone present, leaving them utterly astounded. However, the pirate captain's demeanor was grim. he would soon meet a fatal end. Are you all right, Shiki? You are now my subordinate. A mere cannonball was inconsequential. Even a barrage of the Demon Slaughter Order's caliber had failed to vanquish Ricky. How could he possibly fear such a trivial detonator? Remarkable fellow, indeed, Captain. This reckless display and remarkable resilience opened the Golden Lion's eyes to a new realm. He resolved to follow Ricky, eager to witness whether this young man could bring the world government to its knees. As Ricky's Haki intertwined with his innate strength, he sensed subtle transformations occurring within his physique. His robust form exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Not merely an appearance, but a rare phenomenon where his inner power harmonized with his body. Since the battle with the Demon Slaughter Order in Elia, his psyche had felt as though it had split into two distinct personas. Now, it was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. The hatred for the celestial dragons incessantly gnawed at his nerves. Each day, phantoms appeared around Ricky, ethereal specters haunting him with accusations, ensnaring him in an endless cycle of guilt. Ricky shook his head in discomfort, then soared into the sky with his map and compass in hand. I am heading to Frostmoon Village to repair the blade. You can manage your subordinates' affairs on your own. The Golden Lion merely smiled faintly. Given his age, he was acutely aware of Ricky's mental struggles. Such a person, if subjected to another shock, could completely lose all hope in the world. In other words, should Ricky suffer the loss of another significant individual, he would transform into a madman emerging from the shadows. Even his identity as a traveler would be powerless against the afflictions of the mind. One's experiences ultimately shape the essence of who they become. Above Frostmoon Village, Ricky, accompanied by Chiyoshue and the original Guiche, discovered an astonishing number of individuals adorned in kimono from the moonlit era. The village's scenery was dominated by architectural styles reminiscent of traditional Japanese rooms. As he gazed down at the throngs of kimono-clad figures illuminated by lantern light, Ricky narrowed his eyes in disdain. He held a profound aversion to the moonlit era. Observing the myriad of samurai, he soon descended into the backyard of a local apothecary. Ricky gently tapped on the back gate of the apothecary. Creak. The gate swung open, revealing a woman clad in a vibrant kimono, her face devoid of makeup. Peering cautiously at Ricky, upon noticing the injuries adorning his body, she instinctively covered her mouth in shock. Ricky retrieved a 10,000-berry banknote from his backpack, gesturing towards the horrifying scar on his shoulder as he gazed at her. How much for stitching this wound? Sir Warrior, how could you sustain such a grave injury? Please, come in. I was caught unaware by a ferocious beast. Noticing the two swords at Ricky's waist, she instinctively recognized him as a samurai. Upon entering the tatami room, Ricky was directed to sit cross-legged on a cushion. Shortly thereafter, a slender man was summoned, carrying an assortment of herbs. Indeed, the man remarked, astonished by Ricky's condition. With bones visible on his shoulder and skin marred by explosive sound waves, both were incredulous that Ricky was still alive. Without hesitation, Ricky shed his tattered overcoat, revealing a body clad in iron-like, blood-red skin, and began to stitch his wounds. There was no need for an anesthetic. As the doctor prepared to concoct a sedative, Ricky swiftly intervened. But, Sir Warrior, performing the sutures without anesthesia will inflict pain beyond human endurance. It's fine. Proceed as you wish, Ricky insisted. The woman and the man exchanged glances, summoning the courage to begin. As the doctor stabilized the bones, he observed Ricky's facial expressions, profoundly moved by his remarkable tolerance for pain. The slow stitching process transcended physiological limits, yet Ricky endured with a stoic expression, devoid of any sign of discomfort. Is there a blacksmith nearby? Ricky inquired. Indeed, we have the renowned Old Master Jinsaburo in Frostmoon Village, the man replied while continuing his work. Witnessing Ricky's fortitude, he felt emboldened to proceed more confidently. Jinsaburo? Ah, yes, he is the father of the owner of the Frostmoon Dojo, and his son is a formidable swordsmanship instructor. The father's blacksmithing skills are unparalleled. Is that so? After approximately half an hour of stitching, Ricky donned his designated mummy-like attire, bandages enveloping his entire body. After paying for 700 berry for the medical expenses, he took his leave. What a rare individual. He didn't utter a single sound throughout the ordeal and remained calm while conversing with me. His wife must be exceedingly fortunate. What did you say? Do you think I cannot satisfy you? The doctor, witnessing his wife coveting another man's physique, felt a blow to his pride and promptly closed the pharmacy to showcase his own virility. Ricky sought refuge in a modest inn for the night, and at the break of dawn, he promptly made his way to Gung Saburo's weapon shop. There, he beheld a frail old man, resembling the twilight of an era, smoking beside the flickering embers of the hearth. "Master, could you mend a blade for me?" Gung Saburo's gaze was fixated on the black sword, Autumn Water. Unable to comprehend why the national treasure of Wano rested at the waist of this imposing man. "Youngster, where did you acquire that sword at your side?" "I found it. By the way, can you repair these two swords at my waist?" With a discerning eye, Gung Saburo recognized the other sword at Ricky's side as a cursed blade. And he scoffed, "Huh? There is no sword I cannot repair, but you must enlighten me on how you came by Autumn Water." Chapter 55, Frost Moon Village. Learning the art of the sword found a national treasure of Wano in the East Sea? How could Gung Saburo possibly believe such a tale? "Very well. I seized it from the zombie Ryoma." "Ryoma?" "Indeed, his corpse and soul are likely still ensnared in the Devil's Triangle." What Richie did not realize was that at the moment he vanquished Moria, the spirit of Longma returned to the realm of the deceased. "Show me the two blades." Ricky handed the first-generation Onigiri and Akisui to G. Saba, who, upon drawing the blade, was taken aback by the sight of the severed edge. "Is it possible to mend it?" he inquired. "Without the necessary materials, it cannot be repaired. However, they can be fused into a singular weapon, requiring your blood to nourish the cursed blade. So, you cannot restore them to their former glory, but you can amalgamate them into one?" "Precisely. The cursed blade and the black blade shall unite." Both weapons held immense significance for Ricky. For 12 years, he had dedicated himself to physical training, never contemplating the use of arms. Yet, in the face of formidable adversaries beyond his capabilities, the absence of a weapon would prove to be a considerable disadvantage. "So, what do you think? Have you made up your mind? Shall we attempt to merge the national treasure of Wano with the first-generation Onigiri?" "Haha, very well. I too desire a formidable weapon." Ricky directly produced 100 banknotes, each worth 10,000 berries, and presented them to Gung Samlang. Upon gazing at the money in his hands, Gung Samlang hesitated for a moment before accepting it. He was no longer a citizen of Wano. He had wandered the Eastern Sea for several decades after leaving his homeland. In these twilight years of his life, he yearned to forge a legendary sword once more, fulfilling what could be deemed his dying wish. This endeavor would require nearly 2 days to complete, after which you may simply return here to collect the blade. "No problem." Ricky also wished to pay a visit to Gung Shiro at the Frost Moon Dojo and to see the still youthful Zoro. Departing from the shop, Ricky strolled through the streets, observing the village bustling with the same liveliness as it had during the night. Fine liquor, indeed, has the power to intoxicate and rejuvenate the spirit. Following the sounds and aromas of wine, he soon arrived at a tavern, where the proprietor was extolling the virtues of his wares. With a fan in hand and a beaming smile, the tavern owner approached Ricky, esteemed traveler. "Might you be interested in procuring some exquisite wine? What is the maximum alcohol content you prefer?" "Ah, I see you favor something more potent. We have just the right selection. Please, step inside." Crossing the threshold, Ricky surveyed the myriad of liquor jars displayed upon the counter. Though he noted that the alcohol content was rather modest, the most abundant offering was a type of sake. Observing Ricky's impressive stature and the bulging satchel slung over his shoulder, the owner soon presented a large jar labeled Hua Village. "Esteemed sir, this Hua Village is our family heirloom, cherished for 3 generations, with an alcohol content of 37.6. Its taste is as delightful as a woman's caress, sweet, spicy, and bitter all at once. Oh, such a marvel, to drink and experience the flavor of a woman's tongue?" Ricky inquired, intrigued. "Indeed. It is unlikely you will find such a fine brew in all of Frost Moon Village. This particular jar is 30 years old." Skeptical, Ricky extracted a stack of 1,000-berry bills and approached, ready to sample the offering. Initially, the owner hesitated, but upon seeing Ricky place the money in his hand, he welcomed him with the sincerity one would show to an esteemed guest. Seizing the jar, Ricky began to savor the liquor, and indeed, it was as the owner had described. Sweetness followed by spiciness, culminating in bitterness. Each flavor surged through his palate like the waves of nostalgia in Ricky's own life. "This wine, you must produce more of it. I shall return to purchase it from you frequently." Having acquired a full jug, Ricky departed from the tavern. Sipping as he approached the entrance of the Frost Moon Dojo, he leapt effortlessly onto the rooftop, then descended into the courtyard where a group of children were practicing their swordsmanship. The only oddity among them was Zoro, with his green hair, who was training beneath a large tree, using stones to enhance his biting strength and limb power. Sensing Ricky's formidable presence, Zoro paused his training and looked up at Ricky, who sat perched on the eaves, watching him intently. Meanwhile, Gung Shiro had already noticed Ricky's arrival, but continued instructing his students. Who are you? Zoro halted his practice, gazing at Ricky, whose aura radiated an overwhelming power that instilled fear. A wandering swordsman, Ricky replied, before snapping a nearby twig and placing it in his mouth, leaping down into the courtyard. Upon noticing him, Gung Shiro instructed his students to study independently and stepped forward to greet Ricky, instantly recognizing him as the formidable Four Emperors Ricky. Curious about Ricky's purpose at his dojo, he inquired, "What an esteemed guest. Would you care to join me for tea? Tea is not to my taste. I prefer wine, and I wish to learn a bit of swordsmanship from you." Upon hearing that Ricky had come to learn swordsmanship, Gung Shiro chuckled in response. "Ha ha. I fear I am unable to teach someone of your caliber." In this world, the only weapon Ricky could conceive of crafting was the blade, for there was no weapon more striking or flamboyant than this. What he lacked was knowledge in the way of the sword. If he were to master it, he could effortlessly cleave through islands, had it not been for the frailty that had beset the Golden Lion in recent years. Compounded by the helm of a ship upon his head, he might not have emerged victorious from the battle just a day prior. Should he encounter a formidable opponent like Shanks, whose Conqueror's Haki enveloped his blade, even Ricky's formidable physique would not render him impervious to injury. "No worries, I shall pay. Simply instruct me as you would a child." With both martial and sword arts in his repertoire, Ricky's strength would surely ascend to new heights. "Very well," Gung Shiro acquiesced, subsequently summoning someone to add an additional seat for lessons within the abode. Never had Ricky anticipated that he would immerse himself so earnestly in studying a craft. Whether it was the Navy's 6 styles or the innate talent for physical combat, his capacity for learning was remarkably swift. 8 years prior, on the very first day Zifa elucidated the Navy's 6 styles, Ricky had grasped it with ease, yet he had never dedicated himself to swordsmanship until now. "Since you wish to learn, I can hardly refuse to teach you," he remarked. Grasping a wooden sword, Ricky began to flail about in the courtyard. But under Gung Shiro's guidance, his movements gradually became more fluid. Such astonishing aptitude for learning left Gung Shiro quite astounded. Over the course of the following day, Ricky attentively absorbed Gung Shiro's teachings and practiced diligently, which kept Gung Shiro on edge throughout the day. Possessing formidable strength, he discovered that swordsmanship was not dissimilar to throwing a punch. It merely involved an additional weapon in hand. As night fell, witnessing Ricky lounging on a branch, gazing at the moon while sipping wine, Gung Shiro felt at ease enough to retire for the night. Meanwhile, Zoro was tirelessly training deep in the mountains, solely to defeat Gung Shiro's daughter, Kuna. The moonlight was exceptionally enchanting this evening. Perhaps it was the effect of the wine? From a distant rooftop, a young girl clambered out of a window, attempting to ascend to the roof for an unknown purpose. However, during her ascent, she inadvertently stepped on a loose tile at the eave, causing her to lose her balance and tumble from the height. In an instant, Ricky, like the wind, vanished from his perch and caught her just before she plummeted headfirst. "Little girl, do take care next time," he advised gently as he set her down, then seamlessly returned to his branch, reclining once more to enjoy the moon and his drink, utterly relaxed. How astonishingly swift, she thought, utterly amazed by his speed. The rescued Kana rushed to the great tree beneath which Ricky sat, gazing up at the inebriated figure. "You are the man who came today to seek my father's tutelage. Indeed, your father is truly an excellent teacher." Chapter 56, Frostmoon Village, a Reunion. Observing Ricky's demeanor, Kuina found herself perplexed. How could one face convey two such disparate expressions? "Certainly, my father was once a master swordsman." The tone of pride is imbued with admiration. This reflects Kuina's deep respect for her father. "Hey." Ricky grinned, observing Zoro, who was straining at the riverbank near the dojo, his muscles taut and on the verge of exhaustion. He pointed at him. "That green-haired boy over there wishes to defeat you, doesn't he?" Upon hearing this, Kuina displayed a hint of sorrow. "Recently, I have come to realize that girls have their limitations. Eventually, they will be surpassed by boys. It is merely a matter of time before he defeats me." "Not so." "Not so?" "Recently, I have accepted Zoro's challenges and found it increasingly arduous, to the point where I require 2 rounds to secure victory." Such a statement was met with immediate rebuttal from Ricky. "In this world, the growth of girls is limited? That is simply a fallacy to deceive children. According to your reasoning, how can I explain another formidable female swordsman I know who has surpassed most in the world?" "Who?" "A former colleague of mine named Gion Momoko, a powerful female swordsman." Kuna was skeptical, yet she could perceive the aura of confidence radiating from Ricky. Zoro is indeed making a tremendous effort to defeat me. Then you should strive alongside him. You both can learn from each other. Ha. I find your words quite reasonable. I shall give it a try. I will pursue the path of strength alongside Zoro. The two engaged in conversation beneath the tranquil night sky for a considerable time before Kana returned to her quarters to rest. As the lights in countless homes extinguished, only the moonlight illuminated Ricky's imposing silhouette. I'm sorry. I hadn't anticipated that my relentless efforts for the Navy would bring harm to you all. In the stillness of the environment, Ricky, holding a jug of wine, began to softly murmur to the surrounding spirits, his tone laden with self-reproach. This scene was witnessed by Gung Shiro, who had just awakened in the pitch-black attic. A chilling breeze swept through the courtyard, and he witnessed Ricky vanish from his sight. Gung Shiro's heart trembled. He was indeed a man worthy of being called one of the four emperors. Gone. At the riverbank near the dojo, Zoro, bearing a large stone, gritted his teeth as he used a stone-made dumbbell, staring at Ricky, who suddenly appeared before him, seated in meditation. 471. No matter how the river rushed against him, Zoro's petite frame continued to perform squats while clutching the heavy stone. Little fellow, you are truly diligent. 472. I must become stronger and defeat Kuina. His trembling legs continued their cycle of squatting, and such determination evoked a measure of admiration from Ricky. And what shall you do after defeating her? Suddenly, Zoro was lost in thought due to Ricky's question. He was uncertain of what to pursue after conquering Kuina. After much contemplation, he provided Ricky with an unexpected answer. Then I shall have Kuina challenge me, until both of us become renowned swordsmen across the world. For 73 and then? After becoming a great swordsman, will you marry? Confronted with Ricky's words, Zoro felt his limbs weaken, and his face involuntarily flushed with a rosy hue. The notion of marriage was something he had never contemplated, yet the idea of it with Ka seemed rather appealing. Though shy, Zoro spoke his innermost thoughts, which elicited a grin from the inebriated Ricky. Exhausted from his rigorous training, Zoro ceased his strenuous efforts. He hurled a stone, larger than his own physique, into the field with great force, and subsequently, utterly fatigued, he retrieved food to chew and swallow. Thus, he gradually drifted into slumber under Ricky's gaze. Having always considered the sky as his blanket and the ground as his bed, suddenly, numerous islands of varying sizes emerged upon the east blue. Yet the Navy headquarters had dispatched no rear admirals for the key training of its new recruits. Among them were Smoker and Tina, recently promoted to the rank of lieutenant commander, their vessels traveling in tandem with a combined force of approximately 100 men. For several months now, Smoker had resorted to heavy drinking, seemingly in response to Ricky's transformation into a pirate. At that moment, Tina donned a burgundy suit and indulged in a cigarette. That fellow is no longer part of the Navy. What nonsense about the four emperors. Though Smoker scoffed at the idea, both he and Tina, having accompanied the vice admiral in the New World for several years, were well aware of Ricky's exploits therein. The Seven Kingdoms had merged into an organization known as the Martial God Guild, under Ricky's directive, compelling all to learn the Navy's 6 powers, engaging in endeavors contrary to those of pirates. Their mission was to uphold justice, defeating pirate crews, and winning the hearts of the populace. Yet, perhaps it was best not to dwell on this matter. The current mission was reported as an investigation into the sudden appearance of over 10 small islands falling from the sky. Were we truly executing tasks for the Navy? Or were we serving the world government? Sigh. Take solace. This mission is merely an inquiry and has not resulted in any casualties. As a notoriously difficult character within the Navy, Smoker reclined on the deck of his newly acquired warship, smoking a cigar and perusing the newspaper with disdain for everything. His insubordination had prompted Tina to intercede on his behalf numerous times. They would investigate the fallen islands. The following day, the duo finally arrived at Frostmoon Village, seeking to gather intelligence from the local populace regarding the events that transpired. At that time, the sky above the vicinity had been transformed into a fiery cloud. Indeed, it was not yet night. The white clouds had assumed the hue of a sunset, radiating heat throughout the area. Was the entire sky in this vicinity affected? Smoker's facial expression reflected a hint of astonishment, as he had already deduced the identity of the individual responsible. Such peculiar weather phenomena typically occur only within the Grand Line. The climates across the 4 seas transition through the seasons in a normal manner, rendering the villagers' claims implausible. Both individuals felt a shiver run down their spines. their minds racing to the conclusion that only two individuals could wield such power. The first was the current admiral of the navy, Akainu Sakazuki. The second was the reigning fourth emperor, the war god, Thomas D. Richie. However, Sakazuki was currently under the command of Sengoku and could not possibly have arrived in the East Blue. Tina and Smoker exchanged glances for several seconds, and soon they spotted Richie, who had just emerged from a tavern under the blazing sun, merrily toting a backpack and indulging in fine wine from Flower Village. As the exquisite drink flowed down his throat, Richie savored the sight of the warships docked at the pier, alongside tables set up at the waterfront. What brings you here? Richie's face was flushed with intoxication. Upon seeing him, Tina placed a hand on her forehead, exclaiming, "Indeed, it's you, Colonel Richie. Smoker? It's been ages." With a dazed expression, Richie, reeking of alcohol, seemed to greet them in a befuddled manner. "You scoundrel. Take this, White Fist." Smoker, upon catching sight of Richie, furiously activated his smoke fruit, launching his right fist towards Richie. Chapter 57, Frostmoon Village. The duel, a single strike to victory. Witnessing the Navy's aggression towards Richie, the villagers near the dock of Frostmoon Village swiftly scattered. Richie, observing Smoker's white fist approach, merely extended his left hand to block it, saying, "What are you doing, Smoker? We were both students of Teacher Zephyr. Do you even realize what you've done? With your current standing, you're engaging in righteous acts, leading countless individuals down the wrong path. You will understand eventually." Feeling the overwhelming pressure of absolute strength, Smoker's expression darkened. His motivation to strike Richie was merely a desire to land a punch. "Enough of this, Smoker. Let us treat this as a reunion among old friends," Tina interjected, shaking her head at Smoker while casually taking a puff of her cigarette. "Ha ha ha. Since we're here, let's enjoy a proper gathering, shall we?" Richie loosened Smoker's fist and forcibly ushered both into a tavern for a feast. The soldiers, witnessing their superior being taken away by Richie, stood frozen in place, continuing their intelligence gathering. "Damn it, how could I be forced to drink with a pirate?" The three of them sat side by side at the bar, and Richie addressed the bartender. "What does it matter? 3 bottles of beer, please." Tina preferred red wine. "Look at you, now a stunning beauty. You certainly have exquisite taste. No need to worry. Whatever you drink, it's on me." Richie marveled at Tina, who had transformed into a captivating beauty, her attire audaciously designed to allure men. Smoker, whose physique had grown robust, had also begun to grow his long white hair. Tina, gazing at Richie, inquired, "What brings you to the East Blue? If the higher-ups discover this, they might dispatch formidable forces to stir trouble. I'm here to recruit powerful allies." Smoker, lifting a large bottle of beer, took a swig and asked, "So have you found any strong allies? Why have over 10 small islands fallen from the sky?" Remaining focused on their mission, Smoker sought answers from Richie. "It was a result of battling the notorious Don Quixote Mingo. He has also joined my ranks." Without any reservation, Richie divulged all the details, leaving both of them utterly astonished. "You recruited that infamous pirate who vanished for a decade?" Tina exclaimed in disbelief. "Is it true that the hidden events were indeed real?" The recruitment of Ricky by the Golden Lion has illuminated Smoker regarding the truth behind the latter's escape a decade ago. Observing the bandages adorning Ricky, both men comprehended the entirety of the situation. In a world subjugated by might, only absolute power commands submission. Even someone like the Golden Lion was conquered by Ricky. "Pray tell, your wealth has not been acquired through nefarious means, has it?" Smoker inquired, his gaze fixed upon a stack of 10,000 berries at the bar. "Not at all. It has been amassed from hunting pirates." Hunting pirates? As one of the 4 emperors, Ricky undoubtedly had individuals under his command engaging in such lucrative endeavors. After all, while the profession of bounty hunting is fraught with peril, it is also remarkably rewarding. Capturing a pirate from the Grand Line or the New World and exchanging them at a Navy branch would yield substantial rewards for quite some time. Let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy our gathering. Very well. Both Smoker and Tina were encumbered by official duties, and their time together was limited. After discussing various matters pertaining to their missions with Ricky, they departed from Frostmoon Village. Ricky returned to the dojo, concluding his final day of swordsmanship training. "With your physical prowess and commanding presence alone, you could stand tall in this world. Why pursue swordsmanship?" Gungshiro questioned, observing Ricky wielding his sword with curiosity. "A multitude of skills is never a burden," Ricky replied with a chuckle. "Combat with a weapon is entirely distinct from unarmed confrontation. Without a weapon, one must solely rely on their presence to withstand an opponent, And should that presence falter against a stronger adversary, injuries are inevitable. Through his battle with the Golden Lion, Ricky grasped the essence of simplicity and mastery. It is not the embellishments that matter, but the sheer force of a single, decisive strike that can part the seas. Days have passed, yet the wound on his left shoulder continues to ache intensely, still far from healing. Shall we spar with swords? Using wooden blades, Ricky suggested. Gungshiro felt reluctant to decline, recognizing Ricky's eagerness for rapid progress. However, he pondered how one could truly master swordsmanship in merely a day or two. Very well. But we shall only engage in swordplay, without employing our presence. No problem, Ricky affirmed. As the two adults prepared to spar, all of Gungshiro's disciples gathered to watch, including Kuina and Zoro. Let us determine the victor with a single strike. Kuina, you shall call the start. Be cautious, father. His speed is remarkable, Kuina warned. Gungshiro was well aware, having witnessed Ricky vanish right before his eyes the previous night. The two faced each other with their wooden swords drawn. The notion of a single strike signified that both would unleash their utmost strength in an instant to ascertain the victor. Is that stance a draw and slash? Ricky inquired, observing Gungshiro's familiar posture. As Gungshiro sheathed his blade, the aura around him shifted dramatically. You are my opponent. I shall hold nothing back. Let us resolve this with the most formidable of draws. From Ricky's reverse grip on the sword, it was evident he had trained before, albeit differently from others. The two began to gather their energy, the atmosphere around them charged, creating a windless tempest. Ready, set, begin. In an explosive moment, as they called their positions, a fierce gust erupted in the courtyard, causing all the onlooking children to shield their faces in astonishment. Ricky's wooden sword shattered under the strain of his might, and he gazed at the remnants in his hand. If this were a genuine battle, the consequences would be dire, he mused. Behind him, Gung Siling stood motionless, his expression one of disbelief. In a fleeting moment, he realized that Ricky's swordplay was so swift that he could not react in time. The wooden sword splintered, fragments cascading to the ground. Who emerged victorious? I have been bested. That was a splendid strike, executed with no extraneous movements. The fragments of the sword in Gung Silang's hand attested to Ricky's formidable prowess. Haha, perhaps my frequent encounters with swordsmen have granted me insight into their vulnerabilities, he chuckled. For instance, Whitebeard, Shanks, Rayleigh, and the Golden Lion, Shiki. Upon hearing these names, Gung Silang laughed, realizing he had been deceived by Ricky. Yet, the truth remained. Ricky had indeed crossed blades with them. Father, are you all right? What just transpired? I have lost. Zoro, witnessing the sudden shift between the two, stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. This revelation made his own duels with Kuina seem like mere child's play. Approaching Ricky, he inquired, so you were truly a master swordsman? Incorrect. I am a master of martial arts. Yet, many surpass me, Zoro. In a sense, the foundation of swordsmanship is martial arts. Perfecting one's martial skills before delving into swordplay yields significant progress. Ricky possessed precisely that advantage. Chapter 58, Frostmoon Village, the birth of the Ashen Blade. A weapon beyond the supreme great sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of ice blade forging resonated incessantly. Gung Samlang, pouring his life's work into the craft, melded the great sword, Autumn Water, with the supreme great sword, the original demon severing blade. This endeavor had consumed 2 sleepless days alongside his assistants in the workshop. The next morning, awakened by the crowing of a rooster, Ricky tumbled from a branch of a large tree in Gung Sanlang's weapon shop yard. Rising from the ground, he groggily surveyed his surroundings, only to find a common rooster announcing the dawn. Not the little black one. You are awake. Prepare your blood. The demon blade requires a waking process. Ricky gazed silently at Gung Sanlang. In pursuit of crafting the blade, he labored tirelessly for 2 consecutive days. Master, is it truly worth sacrificing your life for this man's weapon? His companion inquired, a blend of concern and confusion evident in his voice. Al is blacksmiths. We dedicate our lives to our craft. It is the very essence of our existence, responded the master. Indeed, master. Sparks danced wildly upon the forge, each strike by Gung Sanlang executed with precise vigor. Ricky never anticipated that Gung Saburo would risk his very life for a mere weapon. As he gazed upon the gradually forming blade and the intricately designed T-shaped edge, Ricky stood ready to offer his blood at any moment. However, Gung Saburo's physique had notably weakened over the course of just 2 days. In my lifetime, I have forged countless blades. Yet the only truly rare treasure I possess is the Yinma. Should this blade be successfully crafted, my existence would hold no regrets. Listening to Gung Saburo's words, Ricky chose silence in that moment, and even in his slightly inebriated state, he approached the situation with solemnity, though he could only stand by and observe. Once the shop assistants completed their tasks, they began the meticulous engraving of the blade's sheath. As noon approached and the sun blazed high in the sky, the tempered blade took shape. Gung Saburo cast a glance at Ricky, signaling him to allow his blood to drip upon it. Ricky extended his finger, slicing open his palm, allowing droplets of blood to cascade onto the black and silver blade. Suddenly, a surge of intense heat ignited the entire blade, causing the intricate patterns upon it to transform. The blade appeared to turn into remnants of ash, only to revert to its original state moments later. Unbeknownst to him, a series of eerie whispers began to echo within Ricky's mind, reminiscent of the moment when the bald Elder Stars unleashed their power during the Demon Slayer command in the village of Elia. Possessing the ability to hear all things, he discerned the voices of countless demons emanating from the blade. Once again, this peculiar sound, what could it signify? Seeing Ricky furrow his brow, Gung Sanlang began to elucidate. Perhaps you are hearing the voices of the demons. Demons? This notion perplexed Ricky. In his 22 years in this world, he had never encountered such entities. Indeed, the blades of the Goetai faction are all cursed. If you cannot master them, they will turn against you. Gung Sanlang explained as he completed the final touches on the blade. Finally, he wrapped the 7-meter-long katana in a handkerchief and presented it to Ricky. Grip it firmly, and perhaps bestow upon it a name. Ricky grasped the hilt of the sword without a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, Gung Saburo released the handkerchief, cautiously stepping back to observe the unfolding events. With the sword firmly in his grip, Ricky felt a peculiar discomfort. What nonsensical language are you speaking? Silence. The blade seemed to resist his command, clinging tightly to his palm, rendering him unable to release his hold. Soon, an overwhelming aura of power enveloped Ricky, fervently siphoning away his own energy. As he sensed his essence being voraciously consumed by the blade, Ricky's discomfort escalated into a frenzied outcry, igniting the fury within him. The weapon shop's courtyard was swept away by the tempest of power, structures began to collapse, and splinters and dust danced in the wind. The villagers, unaware of the calamity unfolding, instinctively sought refuge. Yet, a cadre of warriors, drawn by this bizarre phenomenon, gathered outside the devastated weapon shop, witnessing Ricky, ablaze with ferocious energy. Roaring defiantly, "You wish to drain me? Then let me ensure your demise." Instantly, Ricky was engulfed in an ashen hue, all his vigor surging into the blade. His thunderous roar reverberated across the island. The force of his energy was also drawn into the sword. As Ricky unleashed his full might, the surroundings did not succumb to unbearable heat. With the relentless absorption of his essence and energy, the blade began to tremble, emitting eerie wails. Just as it seemed poised to cease its consumption, Ricky's resolve hardened. "You wish to stop? Continue your feast, and I shall demonstrate who commands you." The frequency of the blade's quaking intensified, and tendrils of white smoke sought to escape, but Ricky's right hand clenched fiercely. Boom. The entire sword was ensnared by Ricky's potent energy, trapping it within. The blade gradually transformed under the influence of Ricky's essence, its body becoming pure black, while the edge took on a deep, ashen hue. After this tumultuous struggle, it fully capitulated. The quality of this sword had transcended any weapon in the annals of history. Gung Saburo spoke weakly, as his young apprentice held a water jug, shielding him and offering sustenance. A group of warriors stood in astonishment, their hearts ignited with greed for Ricky's weapon. A mere sword dares to challenge me? Ricky, panting, regarded the blade in his hand. The exertion of his essence drained both his physical strength and mental fortitude. The incomprehensible whispers he had once heard now yielded in submission. This sword had come to fully acknowledge Ricky, while simultaneously harboring a sense of trepidation towards him. "It appears you have successfully mastered it. This is the awakening process of a formidable blade. Had you lacked the strength, you would have surely succumbed, rendered powerless and sprawled upon the ground. Thank you, old man. I shall compensate you, including for the damages to your establishment." The courtyard lay in ruins, fissures sprawling from the very spot where Ricky stood. Boom. Ricky raised the blade, an amalgamation of the autumn waters and the original ghost cutter. "You shall be named Ash." Upon uttering these words, the power within Ricky surged, transforming the blade into one resembling ash, devoid of any flames. Ah, ash is indeed a fitting name, much like its current form. The weary Gungsan, having consumed minimal nourishment, smiled faintly before succumbing to unconsciousness. 2 days of heightened concentration, coupled with his frail condition, had pushed him to his utmost limits. Yet he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. For in his twilight years, he had forged a weapon that surpassed the supreme blade. Ha! Truly a magnificent weapon. A samurai, gazing at the weapon in Ricky's grasp, was suddenly seized by greed, yearning to claim it as his own. Do you desire it? Ricky stood firm, clutching the blade as he spoke softly. Indeed, you have been drained of your power, have you not? You must feel exceedingly weak now. Surrender the blade to me, and I shall spare your life. The head samurai of the Moon clan threatened Ricky, then gripped his own blade, poised to strike him down. Ha ha ha, Kenjiro. Let us witness your lightning-fast draw. A few among the samurai began to jeer, while the majority remained silent, watching intently. For they had discerned Ricky's strength during his conquest of the weapon, yet a select few remained obstinately skeptical. Chapter 59. The Tolerance of the Warring States. The Actions of the World Government. The art of drawing the sword, is it? Ricky suddenly displayed a look of disdain, the corners of his mouth slightly curling as he regarded the moonlit head samurai before him. Indeed, if you relinquish your weapon, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, the samurai, with his blade drawn and energy surging, declared, I will slay you. You may certainly attempt it. The moonlit head samurai hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing Ricky's severe injuries, compounded by the overwhelming aura he had just lost. Resolute, he determined to seize that unparalleled weapon. A chilling glint swept towards Ricky's neck as the samurai swiftly advanced, drawing his blade with remarkable speed. In an instant, the blade was half unsheathed. Ricky charged forward, wielding a knife with his right hand, his speed so astonishing that those around him were rendered incapable of reaction. A thunderous sound reverberated as he appeared behind the Moon Generation's head samurai, ashes in hand. Although I am not skilled in swordsmanship, should you wish to compete in swiftness, perhaps you should strive harder in your next life. With a sharp crack, as the samurai attempted to turn and face Ricky, he was abruptly confronted with the reality of his world splitting in two. The blade at his waist, still sheathed, mirrored his body as it was cleaved in half, resulting in his untimely demise. Ginger is dead. Ricky did not even cast a glance at the bisected corpse. Instead, he approached the companion beside Gung Sanlang. What an exquisite blade. I appreciate your efforts. How much does it cost? Gazing at the distant warrior's remains, the companion, taken aback, handed the scabbard to Ricky, exclaiming, Our house has been destroyed. We cannot proceed without at least $1 million. Seizing the opportunity presented by the collapse of the house, the companion intended to deceive Ricky, doubling the price. No problem. Ricky personally handed the Bailey bills to his companion, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of money. The companion was momentarily dazed. The samurai outside the weapon shop, witnessing the demise of Kenjiro, were struck with immense dread at Ricky's presence. In a flash, he brandished his weapon and charged towards the raucous samurai behind him. Who was the instigator just now? His voice resonated like a chilling whisper of death as he swung the blade towards their heads with ferocious precision. The speed of his strike created a mere afterimage, and 6 heads, sporting the hairstyle of the moon, tumbled to the ground. With a clang, Ricky sheathed his untainted blade and nonchalantly draped it over his shoulder, strolling away. The samurai, gazing at the 7 lifeless bodies strewn across the street, were rendered speechless until Ricky vanished into the distance. What a bunch of fools. They had witnessed the man's power yet still dared to provoke him. The samurai began to clear the corpses from the street. Inside a clothing store in Frostmoon Village, Ricky examined the few remaining bills in his bag. Shopkeeper, I require a set of looser clothing. This will be custom-made for you. In a short while, a gray coat was produced by the shopkeeper and donned on Ricky. Pirates are coming. The villagers outside shouted in panic as a colossal ship, adorned with a flag resembling a skull of ashes, docked at the pier. Kik, where's the captain? I've come to fetch you. Shiki stood at the bow, laughing maniacally, surveying the terrified villagers. Soon, he spotted Ricky approaching with a wine jug in hand along the deserted street. Do not frighten the civilians, Shiki. Temper your genuine pirate aura. Kik, it's just my reputation. There's nothing I can do about it, Captain. Ricky could only gradually suppress Shiki's inherent pirate nature. Have you brought the money, Shiki? Ricky suddenly inquired as he reached the giant ship, with nearly 2,000 crew members aboard, all eager to follow Shiki in supporting Ricky. Of course. What do you wish to do? I've discovered a delightful wine. In no time, Ricky emptied the tavern known for its exquisite wine, purchasing every last drop and urging them to produce more. Where to next? Back to the New World? It has been a while since I've seen that old man, Whitebeard. I truly miss him. No, we are headed to the Kingdom of Goya, Windmill Village. The Kingdom of Goya? Garp's hometown. What business do you have there? Humph. To fetch my little princess. Frostmoon Village, a place where ordinary pirates would not dare to tread, was home to numerous formidable samurai, including the likes of Kinjiro, a master swordsman. Securing the village was a perilous endeavor, even at the cost of one's life. Ricky cast a glance at the flag of the 4 emperors that adorned his ship. Are you not afraid that by flying my banner, you will attract the wrath of the world government and the navy? He queried. Let them know that I, the Great One, have returned to the seas. Golden Lion crossed his arms, wearing a mysteriously confident smile as he surveyed the crew aboard the ship. Since you all have chosen to follow, I must establish some rules for everyone. Saying this, Ricky turned and gestured for Golden Lion to join him in the lineup. I have no choice, my face still aches. He lamented, complying with Ricky's request and taking his place among the crew. He then proceeded to outline the strict regulations and hierarchy of the Martial God Guild. No harming civilians? No pillaging towns? No pirate-like behavior? What? Our conduct must embody justice? What sort of 4 emperors group is this? As Ricky enumerated these various rules, the crew began to murmur among themselves. Having been pirates for years, or even decades, they found it difficult to accept such regulations all at once. Upon returning to the New World, Astra will inform you all of the Martial God Guild's rules. Shortly thereafter, the grand sailing ship set its course towards the East Sea. The emergence of the 4 emperors' identity into the public stirred some commotion within the Navy. At present, the Navy was embroiled in discord due to the loss of a celestial dragon, leading to heated arguments among the high-ranking officials, resulting in a tense atmosphere. I have stated time and again how absurd the East Sea Demon Slayer Edict is. It is your failure to manage the celestial dragons, not our negligence, as the Navy. Soldiers stood outside the marshal's office, listening intently as Sengoku confronted the 5 elders. In Sengoku's eyes, Ricky had always been a competent soldier, displaying no misconduct during his tenure in the Navy, aside from a touch of freedom. Yet, this soldier, filled with justice and fervor, found himself ensnared in a long stream of hatred, publicly branded a pirate while still engaging in matters of righteousness. Sengoku, do you know how much the tax rate submitted by the world's populace decreased after that incident? 37%. The Navy requires such an enormous budget to sustain itself, and the funding comes from the world government. They are obligated to support 3 major institutions: the World Law, Judicial Island, Impel Down, the Great Prison, and the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The public execution of Charles Saint by Ricky could not be quelled. The world was engulfed in widespread chaos, forcing the kingdoms allied with the world government to dispatch troops to assist neighboring nations in suppressing the insurgents. With the celestial dragons acting against us, does the world government truly regard our navy as subordinates or mere dogs? At this moment, Sengoku exhibited boundless tolerance towards Ricky, even willing to embrace the risks of severing ties with the world government. The transponder snail fell silent, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Should the Navy detach from the world government, it would forfeit the most formidable organization among its ranks. It had never crossed anyone's mind that Sengoku would dare to defy the reproaches of his superiors for the sake of a soldier-turned-pirate. If there is nothing further to discuss, let us conclude the call and ensure the celestial dragons are reprimanded. We protect power, not the scoundrels who brazenly violate agreements. Do you comprehend the words you utter, Sengoku? Uphold the dignity of the Navy's justice. Sengoku then decisively terminated the connection with the transponder snail, irate, exclaiming, "Why must we bear the responsibility for the Celestial Dragon's command to CP to assault our Navy branch, especially after losing a formidable combatant? Let us get to the point. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, that fellow Ricky has appeared in the East Blue Kingdom of Goya. He should not cause any trouble. His kingdom has not clashed with us, and he is enacting justice in his own way. The true rulers of the world government are convening with the 4 elders, preparing to impose sanctions on Ricky." Chapter 60, Divine Sanction, Justice of Annihilation, Volume 1, End. A week later, Ricky returned Perona and Little Black to the kingdom of Mikgaro, the stronghold of the Martial God Guild. The 4 elders knelt beneath the void throne, under the watchful gaze of the true sovereign of the world, Emu. Lord Emu, if we do not eliminate that troublesome brat, the world government may very well be annihilated by him in the future. beneath Imu's sacred veil. An aura of unassailable authority held Ricky's bounty notice. Months passed, and the loss of one elder remained unresolved, while relations between the world government and the Navy soured. Within the ranks of the celestial dragons, a sense of unease prevailed. It felt as though they had entirely lost their dignity during that live broadcast. Where is the immortal martial god currently located? Imu inquired about Ricky's whereabouts, eyes fixed upon his fiery form depicted in various reports. In the New World, Kingdom of Midgaro, he is purchasing weapons in bulk from Don Quixote da Flamingo. He is amassing strength to declare war upon us. Wait for me in the hall. Prepare the map and pen. Upon hearing Imu's command, cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the four elders. Yes, for individuals divided their tasks with precision, fully aware of Im's intentions. First, they contacted all their forces near the Kingdom of Midgeo to retreat. Subsequently, they infiltrated the underground organization of CP, seeking to dominate the other 6 kingdoms under Rich's command. They readied paper and pen as the deceased knelt in the expansive castle hall, awaiting Im's gradual approach from Pangu City. Above Pangu City, an enormous flying object, seemingly transcending all modern technology, glided silently towards the new world like a streak of light. As Im entered the opulent castle with dignified strides, he stood before the 4 elders, pen in hand, marking a cross against the Kingdom of Midgeo. At this moment, within the lair of the New World Martial God Guild, the leaders of the 7 kingdoms gathered in unison to host a grand banquet in honor of Rich's return. Unbeknownst to them, a force poised to obliterate all their endeavors was silently approaching, as laughter and merriment filled the air at the banquet. Ricky was not involved in the fray. Instead, he rode his steed, Little Black, at a distance, communicating with the underground arms trade leader, Doflamingo, via a snail phone regarding the weapon transactions. Suddenly, a colossal shadow of an enormous creature loomed above the clouds, transforming the previously clear skies into a shroud of darkness. Ricky, holding the snail phone, fell silent, his scalp prickling as he gazed skyward at the shadow that engulfed the entire island. A divine radiance spread across the land, prompting all to look up in astonishment. It was as if a powerful deity was surveying the world. At that moment, even Ricky was taken aback by this force, his expression darkening with terror as he stared at the enormous creature radiating blinding light above the clouds. The entire nation plunged into silence, including Golden Lion Shiki, Ricky, and hundreds of thousands of citizens of the Midgaro Kingdom. They gazed upwards like ants before a god. What a blinding sight! What was happening? Countless individuals were oblivious to the events unfolding, as though a divine retribution had descended upon them. As 16 beams of light cascaded from the heavens, Ricky, clutching the snail phone, found himself unable to react. He turned to see Perona, who was paralyzed with fear amidst the ongoing banquet. In an instant, they were enveloped by the 16 beams of radiance, and the world dimmed. No, Perona. Before Ricky could make a decision, he was consumed by this overwhelming force, and he glanced back at Little Black. It was too late. Everything was poised to return to nothingness. A thunderous roar erupted as the deity unleashed a cataclysmic light, penetrating every inch of the Midgaro Kingdom, reducing all life on the island to ashes. The entire new world was shaken by unprecedented seismic turmoil. Countless tsunamis surged into surrounding kingdoms, engulfing the areas where civilians resided. On that day, various natural disasters swept across the new world, resulting in a brief climatic upheaval. Blood sprayed into the restless sea as Ricky stood above the obliterated Midgaro Kingdom, cradling the injured Little Black while surveying the void of the ocean below. This all transpired in a mere instant, leaving no time for contemplation. What are you doing? Ricky glared at the enormous creature above the clouds, unleashing a roar filled with boundless rage. His eyes were brimming with despair and sorrow. After releasing Little Black, the creature transformed into a phoenix, soaring into the sky. Ricky charged towards the heavens, only to behold a terrifying eastern dragon, radiating immense light, fixated upon him. The dragon bore colossal technological wings, the lights upon them extinguished, preparing to retreat from this place. Faced with such a terrifying divine presence and a mythical creature, Ricky, on the brink of death and grievously wounded, drew the ashen blade and lunged forward with determination. From the perception of the color of sight and the overwhelming aura, he sensed no life force, including that of Perona, Astra, or the 7 Kings. Except for a faint trace of life from the Golden Lion Shiki, everything was obliterated. The entire kingdom had been annihilated by the recent thunderous explosion. With a casual wave, blood was flung from Reiji's body, and a terrifying sword aura burst forth from the ashen blade, carving a bottomless scar upon him. A mournful roar shattered the fabric of space. Despair etched across his face. He gazed at it unflinchingly. What have you done? The colossal body, swift as lightning, was a furious dragon swinging its tail over thousands of meters. Desperate, Reiji beheld the towering tail, channeling all his strength into the island. The Conqueror's Haki intertwined with the armament Haki, along with the 4 types of energy converging upon the ashen blade. When the 1,000-meter-long tail of the dragon struck him down from the sky into the depths of the sea, it was simultaneously severed by a terrifying slash, plunging into the ocean. Just as Reiji was on the brink of losing consciousness, he was rescued from the depths by the claws of Little Black. A series of anguished roars erupted from the dragon's throat, blood cascading from the sky like a torrential waterfall into the sea, attracting countless carnivorous sea creatures. Ugh! Witnessing the fleeing dragon, Reiji was consumed by a furious blaze, yet, unable to retaliate due to his shattered bones, was hoisted onto Little Black's back as they fled. This dragon was none other than the world government's national treasure, the Celestial Dragon. Reiji's actions had infringed upon the dominion of the Celestial Dragons, inciting various phenomena of rebellion among the world's populace. This compelled him to unleash his ultimate power to thwart the potential annihilation of the world government. Simultaneously, Im sacrificed a significant portion of his lifespan as a condition for activation. Im was the previous user of the surgery fruit, possessing eternal life granted by the immortality procedure. Little Black, observing the mentally shattered Reiji, struggled for a while on his claws before succumbing to unconsciousness due to his grave injuries. This incident ignited Little Black's wrath. Yet in that moment, they were powerless to act. The retribution from the world government's national treasure left Reiji feeling the profound loss of Perona, becoming the final straw that broke him. It rendered all his preparations in vain. Chapter 1. This is Hell. There was no trace of any information. The kingdom seemed to have vanished in an instant. The Navy personnel scurried back and forth with documents, while soldiers at the communication devices incessantly relayed messages through their headsets. All of this transpired due to a sensational event shaking the new world. Was it the same? Had it not been so, I could have apprehended Rocks and brought him to impel down. With a casual demeanor, Garp sat in Sengoku's office, biting into a rice cracker while reading a newly released newspaper. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for those whose lives hang in the balance? Sengoku pondered, his attention divided between the various documents on his desk and the newspaper before him. He then commanded, "Come in." A soldier entered, standing at attention before Sengoku. Saluting with precision, "Marshal Sengoku," he reported, "relay a message to the nearest G Department base, commanding them to investigate that maritime area. Admiral Guillaume is closest to that location." On a rocky isle in the New World, upon landing Ricky, Little Black obeyed his instructions and retrieved the golden lion as well. "Elia, I have lost all my loved ones." Upon awakening, Ricky knelt on the ground, consumed by despair, a sight Little Black had never witnessed before. "My daughter, the child I nurtured for 6 years. This world is a hellish nightmare." The golden lion, still in a state of unconsciousness, exhibited no reaction, merely emitting faint breaths. Overwhelmed with grief, Ricky could not find solace as he knelt upon the rocky isle, his fury reaching its zenith. Not only had he lost his daughter, but all his efforts over the past months had come to naught. This world, this wretched world. His nails dug into his flesh as he crushed the rocks to powder, loathing everything around him. What justice is there? I am but a worthless being who cannot even protect those beside me. Little Black brought freshly cooked fish to Ricky, spreading its dark wings. "Caw, you still have me, master." Overwhelmed by sorrow to the point of despair, Ricky glanced up at Little Black. "You are merely a chicken. What do you understand?" With a swift motion, Little Black struck him away, tears welling in its black phoenix eyes, unable to fathom that Ricky would speak so about itself. "Caw, do you think you are the only one in pain? I feel the same. Caw, Rita, Celia, they cared for me for an entire year, only to perish beneath the feet of those men in white suits. Caw, do you think I am not heartbroken?" As thoughts of Perona crossed Little Black's mind, its emotions became equally tumultuous. Its black wings flapped vigorously, stirring up a tempest around them. A creature inherently capable of understanding human language, it possessed a wisdom surpassing that of humanity. Meanwhile, Ricky, having suffered grievous injuries from a colossal dragon's tail, found himself unable to rise after being struck by Little Black. "Why was I brought into this world?" From the tender age of 8, Richie, born into the D lineage, was condemned to death by the world government. Now, after a span of 22 years, he finds himself bereft once more, collapsing to the ground in a chilling fit of laughter. Xiao He, raising an eyebrow in surprise, gazes at Richie, mistakenly believing he has rendered him senseless, and hurriedly approaches to assess the situation. After an indeterminate passage of time, the critically injured Golden Lion Shiki, hearing the sounds of battle, slowly opens his eyes while clutching his head. He observes Xiao He engaged in combat with the near-fatal Richie, while his own grievously wounded body lies immobile, racked by waves of excruciating pain. "You are but a black hen I once rescued, emerging from a black egg." As Richie coughed up blood, his eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at the little black creature. In a fit of rage, he could hardly fathom that it dared to strike him. "Snap out of it. How can you speak to me in such a manner?" The little black creature, with wings of golden plumage reminiscent of a phoenix, struck Richie's cheek with fervor. Unbeknownst to it, Richie's body could no longer withstand any further turmoil. With a thud, Richie collapsed onto the rocks, utterly defeated. "Cough, cough. In my suffering, take advantage of my weakness. Allow me to escape this hellish existence." Ricky's throat burned, and his lungs felt as though they had burst. Expelling a mouthful of blood, his entire body a shattered mosaic of broken bones, rendering him incapable of further chaos. His physique, already ravaged by the divine Retribution explosion, had deteriorated to an unprecedented extent, compounded by the full-force tail strike from the celestial dragon. Little Black recalled the moment the divine punishment had descended, yearning to rescue Perona. Yet he had shielded himself with his own body from that annihilating force. "Gah, Master!" It hastened to Ricky's side, observing the despair etched across his features, a wave of anguish coursing through its heart. Little Black too had lost everyone except Ricky. His father had been slain by a pirate's gunshot, and the ones who had nurtured him, Celia and Rita, along with all the villagers of Ilia, had perished under the orders of the celestial dragons. Now, Ricky was his only remaining kin, yet it seemed as though Ricky had relinquished the will to live. "Begone! I am not beholden to anyone, nor am I your master any longer." Little Black wept, clinging to Ricky, refusing to let go. Ricky's face was etched with profound sorrow, his piercing gaze now suffused with tears of blood, devoid of any glimmer of hope, plunging him into the deepest abyss of despair. Throughout the span of his 18 to 30 years, he had devoted himself to pursuits aligned with justice. Yet the recompense for his efforts had been the loss of everything dear to him. Those around him, his loyal subordinates, had either perished at the hands of pirates or succumbed to the might of the world government. Now, the Yonko crew he had painstakingly rallied was utterly obliterated by that overwhelming force. Coughing, he lamented his thirst, never anticipating that he would find himself in such dire straits for the sake of a girl he had known for merely 7 days. Even the formidable Golden Lion Shiki lay on the brink of death. He had never envisioned that the world government would unleash such cataclysmic power merely to subdue a mere boy like Ricky. How infuriating. I must slay that dragon. I shall eradicate every single individual within the world government. I shall annihilate all that stands in my way. What have I done to deserve this torment? Ricky's throat roared until it became hoarse, rendering him incapable of producing any sound, even drowning out the words of the Golden Lion. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness, enveloped in a thick cloud of white smoke, causing Xiaohong to retreat swiftly from his side. Observing the 2 humans lying upon the rocks, Xiaohong was left with no choice but to attend to their care. In the heart of Pangu City, the lair of the mighty dragon, Im stared at the sky dragon, now missing a tail, with a wound still ablaze, refusing to extinguish from the devastating strike. "What transpired? What is the nature of your injuries? Is it possible that the little imp has survived?" The national treasure glared fiercely at Im, demanding yet another sacrifice of his lifespan for its healing. However, Im refrained from complying, contemplating instead the installation of a mechanical tail for it in the future. The sky dragon recounted all that had transpired to him. Even without the dragon's intervention, Im possessed the capability to obliterate the Mitigao kingdom in an instant. As the sovereign of the world, his existence remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew who he was, nor the immense depth of the power he wielded. The actions of the world government here achieved resounding success. The 6 great kingdoms, now leaderless, fell fully under the occupation of CP. The combatants under Richie's command are clandestinely gathering intelligence and have confirmed the grim reality stated by the CPs. All national leaders have perished. Subsequently, the four elders issued a shocking newspaper announcement that reverberated around the globe. The Warlord Guild, one of the four emperors, has been obliterated by the world government as punishment for offending the divine. Richie, the guild's president, has vanished without a trace. This news swiftly garnered the attention of all, showcasing the formidable strength of the world government. Chapter 2: Awakening. The Might of Peach Rabbit. On the vast ocean, a naval warship crewed entirely by female soldiers has arrived near the kingdom of Megaro. Gazing at the seemingly endless sea, Cheyenne Momotaro finds it hard to believe she has arrived at the correct location, and she confirms with her subordinates before feeling assured. Her hands tremble slightly as she clutches the newspaper detailing the fall of the four emperors, an announcement from the world government revealing the fate of those who dared to resist them. Cheyenne, there's an object over there. There's a little girl on it. A soldier exclaimed, pointing towards the ocean's edge. She hurried over to see a table floating in midair, upon which lay a comatose girl with pink hair. That appears to be Perona, often seen perched on Colonel Richie's shoulder. Quickly, bring her aboard, Cheyenne ordered without hesitation. Among the Navy, Cheyenne shares the closest bond with Richie, naturally recognizing Perona. Afterward, she retrieved a partially burned life card from her tumultuous pocket and, after considerable hesitation, commanded the ship to navigate towards Richie's location. They say you are missing, but only I know whether you are alive, little man. In the kingdom of Goya, deep within the Copal mountain range, Sabo, having escaped from a noble family, swiftly sought out Ace and Luffy. Hey, Ace, Luffy, let's set sail. Let us leave this foul-smelling country behind. All right. Ha. Luffy exclaimed, raising his hands in agreement. Ace and Sabo exchanged a glance, their eyes lingering on the 7-year-old Luffy, who fell into silence. Yes, we shall protect our little brother. They finally concurred, united in their ultimate goal, to sail forth. Completely disregarding all that Richie and Cap had previously uttered, Ace and Sabo returned to the secret treehouse of the ASL brothers. They pooled together their savings and crafted a slightly larger boat in a neighboring village, quietly departing the Goya kingdom under the cover of night. Before their departure, they left 3 farewell letters at the doorstep of the mountain robber family. Uncertain of their ultimate destination, their bond of friendship grew even more resolute, unwavering, and steadfast. At that time, Richie had slain the pirate crew employed by Sabo's father in the presence of the Golden Lion Shiki. But upon learning that Richie had left the Goya kingdom, Sabo's father dispatched men to capture him once again. The devil fruit user, Little Black, transformed into a phoenix, tirelessly hunting at sea, solely to care for the Golden Lion and the despondent Richie who was engulfed in sorrow. It was only until the arrival of Guion that he was rescued. You say you saved her then? Richie awoke, receiving treatment from military medical apparatus. His dark pupils fixated upon the Golden Lion Shiki, their foreheads nearly touching. Indeed, otherwise, I wouldn't have sustained such grievous injuries. Bound by chains on his hospital bed, the Golden Lion gritted his teeth, attempting to push Richie away, yet his injuries rendered him powerless, his recovery capabilities far outmatched by the monstrous Richie. Are you saying my daughter is still alive? Feeling pressure at the back of his head, the Golden Lion found himself pressed down against the pillow by Richie. As the hospital bed threatened to collapse, Little Black burst into the room, kicking Richie away with remarkable force. Kakik. Master, could you refrain from such nonsense and focus on your recovery? Little Black skillfully placed food on the table beside the bed. You lie. I felt no trace of her life force. He rolled several meters across the ground, finally halting against the hard wall. Do not underestimate one who has awakened their fruit abilities, you brat. Upon learning that Perona had been rescued by the Golden Lion's powers, Richie, having regained some strength, stood up and gazed at the ceiling, emitting a chilling laugh. Ha. He had lost his sanity. Alas, all of my subordinates are dead. What power is this? An ancient weapon, perhaps? Hundreds of thousands of citizens, the kings of the 7 kingdoms, along with all of Richie's followers, were obliterated in that fleeting moment. This world felt like hell to Richie now. No matter his actions, he would invariably be thwarted or meet with misfortune. I no longer desire justice. Justice? Such a concept belongs solely to the strong. When spoken by the weak, it is mere drivel. If only Roger had joined me back then, we would have already ruled the world. In that moment, apart from those by his side, Richie plunged entirely into darkness. His optimistic demeanor vanished completely. Through this ordeal, Richie realized that the weak merely served as burdens. Only formidable allies, akin to 1,000 warriors, could stand against all adversities. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Take For instance, this recent incident. Save for the Golden Lion, everyone else has met their demise in the depths of the ocean. The Golden Lion, exerting every ounce of strength, managed to sit up from his sickbed and grasp the food brought in from the naval mess hall. Even in this moment, he found himself engulfed in confusion. After a decade of conducting extensive research on the colossal mutated creatures in the East China Sea, he was vanquished by this young wretch behind him. Before he could settle into his newfound allegiance, he was struck by an unprecedented blow. Richie stood motionless, his mind swirling with memories from the past 12 years. Engaging in righteous deeds only led him into an abyss of endless suffering, considering his actions that threatened the very foundation of the world government. It was no wonder he faced such targeted retribution. Outside, upon hearing Ricky's intent to abandon justice, a high-heeled shoe forcefully kicked open the iron door. 5 slender fingers emerged like a beacon of light in the darkness. Slap! A resounding blow struck his face, abruptly silencing Ricky's sinister laughter. The force was so great that Ricky's body was embedded into the wall, unable to extricate himself. The slap, delivered with affection, caught him off guard. Abandon justice? I will not allow you to do so. Awakened from his stupor by the force of the blow, Ricky gazed at the furious Guillaume. A chill running down his spine as he felt a twinge of fear towards her. The bond between Richie and this woman is akin to that of a married couple. If you forsake justice, I shall personally bring you to your end, you insignificant man. With that, Tita Cheyenne placed her hand upon the hilt of her blade. Her intent to strike unmistakable. Calm yourself, T2. I was merely jesting, a jest. This scene compelled Richie to plead for mercy, his voice laced with desperation. For he sensed the lethal aura emanating from T2, forcing him to acquiesce temporarily. His injuries had yet to heal, rendering him incapable of resistance. The revelation that Perona was still alive had indeed drawn him back from the abyss. Yet, his spirit was besieged by a profound hatred for the world government. For your sake, small warring states, the Navy and the world government find themselves at a stalemate. Do you wish to embody darkness? He sneered, huh? Such a useless man. Afraid of a woman. As the Golden Lion prepared to mock Richie, Kineman's blade was poised at his throat. He swallowed hard, paralyzed with fear. Please, beautiful Marine, spare me your words. Had Tita not known that the Golden Lion had rescued Perona, that blade might have severed his life. In Chapter 3, Revenge at the Doorstep. A seagull, adorned with a duckbill hat and bearing the latest newspapers, disseminated news of the Mitgario Kingdom incident across the globe. The world government was clandestinely procuring potential children from the underworld, grooming formidable CP agents to serve their interests. This revelation plunged many into the overwhelming power of the world government, halting the plans of numerous nations to unite in rebellion. Could a kingdom be annihilated in an instant? Such apocalyptic power even instilled trepidation in figures like Kaido, Whitebeard, and Big Mom. On an island renowned for its swordsmanship, the wounded Red-Haired and Mihawk had just concluded their duel and commenced a banquet when they received news from the seagull. Red-Haired, the Navy has extended an invitation for me to join the 7 warlords, which bodes well for our future encounters. Mihawk regarded the invitation with interest, for it not only absolved him of past transgressions, but also granted him the legal right to navigate the seas freely. Ha! It seems you have become quite addicted to our duels, Mihawk. Red-Haired chuckled. And yet, for the 7th time, you two remain at an impasse. Regardless, Richie, this stumbling block had been removed. It was time for action. Beckman, seated at the center of the banquet, took a deep drag of his cigarette and spoke. Red-Haired raised his glass to toast with Mihawk as they partook in a feast that lasted several days. Upon learning of Richie's downfall, Red-Haired immediately set forth on his ascent to the pinnacle, leading the red-haired pirates into direct confrontation with the other 3 emperors of the New World, commencing their bid for dominance over that realm. In the naval base of Guillaume, with half a month having passed, Richie's wounds were nearly healed. He suppressed his anger, maintaining a calm demeanor while cradling Little Black, and softly inquired, Hey, Little Black, how is Perona? As his injuries healed, Richie's voice grew firmer, his astonishing recovery ability once again astounding all the medical personnel. Little Black, lowering her head, was at a loss for words, unsure how to convey to Richie the state of Perona, who had been acting strangely ever since her encounter with divine punishment. You can still understand chicken speech. You truly possess the same abilities as Roger, do you not? In contrast to Richie, though the Golden Lion had not yet fully recovered, he was able to move, albeit confined by chains under strict surveillance from Guillaume. Tell me, Little Black, Richie implored, hoping to extract information about Perona's current condition. Pluck. She seems to be injured. Her spirit deeply wounded. She remains in a daze, refusing to speak every day. Keep your distance from me, little black. Be careful not to burn yourself. To prevent Richie's escape, Guillaume's peach rabbit had also locked him up. Hey, wait a moment, I am still here. As little black managed to escape the confines of the enclosed room, she turned to see Richie emanating a terrifying heat. He was compelled to unleash his fierce aura despite his injuries. Colonel, what are you doing? The female soldier exclaimed. Before she could finish, Richie's energy surged forth from within. Fiery power. The intense heat, reaching thousands of degrees, transformed the enclosed space into something akin to a pressure cooker, causing all of Richie's chains and shackles to melt away. Once liberated, he subdued the fiery energy within him and stood to face Shiki, releasing him as well. Open the door. I do not wish to cause destruction here. The guards, having never witnessed such an aura, hastily unlocked the door, allowing Richie and Shiki to step outside. Thank you for your diligent watch, dear. Shiki, twisting his body, danced exuberantly alongside Richie as they exited. At the naval port, Richie utilized his observation Haki to sense Perona's location and proceeded towards her. Meanwhile, the female soldiers reported Richie's escape to Peach Rabbit at Base G. Perona sat alone by the seaside, her expression melancholic as she gazed at the ocean. Suddenly, upon seeing Richie, she turned and instantly embraced his feet with both hands. Have you been well these days, Perona? Ricky knelt down, tenderly caressing her pink hair, and gently inquired. As he beheld Perona's appearance, a sharp pang of anguish pierced his heart. He had previously believed Perona to be ensnared in that divine retribution, and in his grievous state, he even contemplated relinquishing his own life. For Little Black and Perona were the last vestiges of his existence in this world. Shiki stood silently behind him. Lost in memories of the moment he had awakened his powers with the float fruit, teleporting both Perona and the chair off the island. While he himself had resisted the divine punishment with his Haki, the little girl had not uttered a word in over a fortnight. Tama and her companions arrived, observing Perona resting against Ricky, and came to understand a significant truth. This young girl could only express the depths of her emotions in Ricky's presence. I dreamt that you died, father. How could that be? I shall not perish. I still need to provide you with a warm home. Perona wept softly in Ricky's embrace. Watching her, the flames of fury within Ricky ignited fiercely. He vowed to rend to pieces the one who caused her tears. Had he not taken in the 13-year-old Perona, she would not have had to endure such suffering. Thank you, Tama. Ricky approached her, leaning close to her ear, whispering, I will settle the score for that slap. Just you wait, old hag. Jayan's face flushed red as she observed Ricky's fingers pinching her cheek, seemingly grasping the implication. Soon after, she composed herself, and in the presence of the revived Ricky, Jayan Tama addressed him as she usually would. Do not let little Wayno's expectations of you go unfulfilled. With that, she tossed the ashes to Ricky. Receiving the weapon, Ricky chose not to utter further words, instead borrowing 100,000 berries from Jai in before departing with Little Black. Transformed into a phoenix, it carried Perona closely behind him. Where are we headed, boss? To make those who brought my daughter to tears pay the price. Ricky, accompanied by Little Black and Shiki, journeyed to the Shambadi archipelago, fully aware of the presence of the celestial dragons. Upon arriving, Ricky secured accommodations for Perona at a local inn, while the Golden Lion Shiki recuperated from his injuries, serving as a protector for both Perona and Little Black. This is the contact number for the Warlord Guild, through which one can connect with the remaining intelligence operatives. Where are you headed? To Pangu City. Ricky ventured alone to the abode of the celestial dragons, a place shrouded in vibrant hues of sunlight. Beneath the radiant bubbles, he brandished his blade, floating in the sky, gazing at the opulent mansion of Saint Roseward. Boldness indeed. Shall we pay a visit to the celestial dragons? He mused, inside his grand residence. Before Roseward could utter a word, Ricky seized him by the throat, rendering him speechless. Subsequently, Ricky, with knife in hand, propelled himself and the celestial dragon towards the ancient and sacred Pangu City. With the convenience of flight, there was no need for naval vessels or passage through the Red Port to enter the holy land of Mariehua. Release me, the celestial dragon implored. But Ricky paid him no heed. In less than an hour, they soared above the venerable Pangu City. Suddenly, Ricky's face contorted into a manic grin as he shouted, I know you are here. I have brought the beast you raised. Will you not come out to greet me? In the garden, heard Ricky's voice. And in the next moment, The entirety of Pangu City was enveloped by Ricky's observation Haki. Convergence, Giant Flame Fist. Chapter 4, Unleashing Fury. A woman? Within the ancient Pangu City, Im observed Ricky's actions, vanishing from the garden and appearing atop the city, adorned in noble and elegant attire. His astonishment was unparalleled. Aside from the 5 elders and the upper echelons of the world government's forces, he had never expected anyone else to be aware of his existence. Moreover, someone dared to call him by name, knowing he resided in Pangu City. In 8 centuries, Ricky was the first. You truly have not perished. Im gazed at Ricky, holding the celestial dragon, incredulous that Ricky had personally descended to confront him in such a brief span of time. Upon seeing him in the flesh, Ricky's countenance twisted into a grimace, and the surrounding air plummeted to freezing temperatures, a palpable aura of murderous intent pervading the atmosphere. Im regarded Ricky with neither shock nor surprise, as if he had long been aware of Ricky's presence. Boom! The colossal flame fist, infused with armament Haki, surged forth, aiming directly at Im atop Pangu City. These worthless creatures you raised have led to my family's ruin and dared to unleash such an assault upon me. I will make you pay in blood for your debts. An enemy is an enemy. Should I passively observe you dismantling the world government? Ha ha. Let us engage in a death match. I shall ensure you comprehend the price for making my daughter weep. After enduring for more than half a month, Ricky erupted at this moment. All the fury within him would be unleashed upon this so-called holy land. A western sword, adorned with 19 resplendent jewels, materialized instantaneously in Im's grasp. With a gentle flourish, a tempest erupted before him, and the immense fiery force dissipated into the ether with the mere stroke of his blade, revealing before him the figure of Rosward Saint. Ah, save me, as Im hesitated upon witnessing the celestial dragon. A blade ignited with burning embers cleaved the celestial dragon in twain, aimed directly at him. The sight of the celestial dragon being slain before Im's very eyes rendered him incredulous. How could anyone dare to offend him so brazenly? Perish! He exclaimed. Fourfold blade circle, dark moon. An explosion ensued, penetrating, expanding, wreaking internal havoc. The 4 forms of energy intertwined with a dominating aura coiled around the blade as Ricky unleashed a sword strike akin to a lunar eclipse towards him. A colossal wave of black energy surged forth, exuding a malevolence potent enough to rend Pangu City asunder, reeking of bloodlust. Witnessing such a terrifying assault unleashed in an instant, Im raised his sword to block the impending strike. Boom! The uppermost structure of Pangu City was obliterated by the force of the ensuing explosion. The combined might of Ricky's overpowering aura struck Im with full force. Cough! What is this? The destructive energy within him spread relentlessly, gnawing at his very being. The energy continued to infiltrate and erode every corner of his body. Ah! The pitiful cries of a woman echoed above Pangu City as Im's internal organs were mercilessly ravaged by the force. The agony was unbearable. Unfamiliar with Ricky's capabilities, he found himself at a disadvantage right from the onset. Seizing the moment of Im's torment, Ricky swiftly swung his blade once more amidst the billowing smoke of the explosion. Swoosh! The terrifying black crescent slash penetrated the haze, and a figure as swift as lightning emerged, shielding the wretchedly wailing Im. You might have shown yourself. I never anticipated you were a woman. As the smoke dissipated, Ricky immediately recognized the figure standing before him. The formidable trapezius muscles, robust limbs, and rugged visage belied the appearance of an elder, resembling more a monstrous entity of unparalleled strength, fixated on Ricky. The figure before him was none other than Steelbone Kong, the former Marine Admiral and now the Supreme Commander of the entire army. What? Such titles mean little. Why are you here? Steelbone Kong felt the sting in his hands, even with the formidable armor of Haki. He could not entirely deflect the force of that black slash. Ricky tilted his head to regard the 2 below, his expression twisted in horror as he shouted, "Revenge!" Steelbone Kong's focus remained on the slain celestial dragon. Armed, Ricky could not help but marvel at how much better it was than being barehanded. The sacred veil had been utterly destroyed, and the tormented Im clutched the western sword, acutely aware of the tearing and burning sensations coursing through his body. All of this agony stemmed from Ricky's relentless torment. To lay hands upon her. Do you wish for chaos to reign in the world? Former Navy Colonel, Ricky. Chaos. Huh. Such matters are of no concern to me. All I know is that she has brought tears to my beloved daughter, and her beasts have slaughtered all in my hometown. The blade ignites with the fiercest flames, and the remnants of the blade transform. Confronting the beast that is Richie, Steel Bone Kong exerts every ounce of his strength. Boom. The clash of two formidable fists reverberates, sending terrifying shockwaves sweeping across the vicinity of Pangu City. The crimson-black aura of dominance spreads like lightning across the nearby sky. What is this? Even with the protection of armed Haki, Steel Bone Kong's arm suffers a grievous wound. The penetrating force, relentless in its destruction, tears through his flesh. The terrifying heat of the ashen blade continually erodes his body. Under the lethal combination of the sharp blade and Ricky's abilities, all resilient defenses are rendered moot. And this is merely Ricky wielding his sword with one hand. His left hand remains free. In a moment of utter despair, rebirth from the brink of death elevates Ricky's power to a new echelon. The energy within him flows boundlessly, unleashed in infinite waves. The might of his force grows ever more formidable. Bang! As Steel Bone Kong's robust arm muscles swell, propelling Ricky back with a tremendous force. Ricky's left hand sweeps through the air. Boom! The punch's wind slices through the atmosphere, reaching Steel Bone Kong in an instant. Iron block, empty wood. He instantly employs the pinnacle of the Navy's 6 styles. Ding! The penetrating force of the punch strikes his chest, rebounding back to Ricky with a reversal. Hee. Ricky stands unmoving, a grin spreading across his face. Allowing the returning punch wind to come back, Ricky retaliates with another powerful strike. Whoosh! The two forces merge, reversing direction once more towards Steel Bone Kong. What a troublesome adversary, Soru. As Steel Bone Kong adapts to evade the punch with Soru, Ricky swiftly locks onto his position and pivots to deliver a ferocious blow. Upon contact with Ricky's fist, Steel Bone Kong's face contorts in agony. The pain coursing through his hand is beyond belief. Even a devil fruit should not be able to harm his Haki. Yet Ricky's ability defies this expectation. Not only he, but anyone in the world would find it impossible to withstand Ricky's penetrating force. First, the internal destruction of the first layer of Haki. Second, the second layer entwines with the penetrating force, doubling the internal damage, even capable of piercing through the body. Third, the third layer entwines with the breaking force, allowing the energy to spread upon the skin and tear apart the enemy. Fourth, the force of the chi penetrates directly into the body, generating unbearable shockwaves of high temperature within. At this very moment, Im is enduring such torment. Unfamiliar with Ricky's abilities, he has fallen victim to his overconfidence. Die. Former Fleet Admiral. Ricky raised the ashen blade, its edge ignited with a brilliant infernal flame, cleaving downward. For Ricky, Steel Bone Kong had protected him. Thus he was deemed an adversary, and an adversary must perish. No longer would Ricky show mercy to his foes. Chapter 5. What does it feel like to lose everything? You are merely a wretched pawn of the celestial dragons, destined to die. Formerly the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, the Red Count, led field, renowned for his prowess, had once stood shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Rox over a decade ago. Under the might of such a world-class swordsman, he would obliterate his opponent. Why fear an inexperienced Ricky? As the searing remnants of the infernal blade struck him, an overwhelming surge of domineering aura erupted from Steel Bone Kong's body. A shockwave that swept everything in its path. Clang! The ashen blade met what seemed to be an indestructible object, as Steel Bone Kong confronted it head-on. Yet his expression betrayed discomfort. Even with his full Haki unleashed, he could not withstand the penetrating force coursing through his body. However, he managed to significantly diminish the speed at which the energy infiltrated his form. Ugh! Realizing that his robust physique could withstand the assault, Ricky unleashed his Haki, augmenting his strength with explosive speed. He forcefully severed the fusion of Steel Bone Kong's Haki and the Navy's 6 styles. With one hand, he blocked Ricky's ashen blade thrust, while his other hand swiftly launched an attack towards Ricky, Kong Mu style, reflecting steel cannon. I am not afraid to face the impending fist. Witnessing the tempestuous strike, Ricky entwined his left hand with Conqueror's Haki, bracing himself. Boom! A clash of immense forces reverberated through the air. What is this? Ricky's fist struck Steel Bone Kong as if it were merely a piece of paper, devoid of any sensation, yet imbued with tremendous force. Observing the ever-expanding arms of Steel Bone Kong, the disparity in strength widened. As the clash of their powers reached its zenith, Im, positioned nearby, gradually regained her composure. It appeared she had harnessed some form of energy, significantly alleviating her suffering. Huh, you impudent child. What have you done to a deity such as myself? Grimacing in pain, her willpower wavering, Im aimed her western sword at Ricky, her lustrous hair and tattered attire laid bare before them. As her drifting locks vanished, a chilling glimmer materialized upon Ricky. Attempting to evade, Ricky found himself beset by the pressure from Steelbone Kong. A sword was drawn. The surrounding air erupted into a tempest of sword energy, shredding everything in its vicinity. Coughing, blood erupted from both combatants, leaving Steelbone Kong bewildered as to why I would strike him alongside Ricky. Subsequently, she raised her finger, pointing skyward. To strike a deity, one must face divine retribution. In an instant, above Ricky, a pattern identical to Im's eyes appeared. A concentrated radiance manifested in the sky. A deity? Forgive me, but I have never believed in gods or Buddhas. Fiery flames ignited. Ricky transformed his entire energy into power, beginning to blaze around him. Witnessing Ricky engulfed in flames, he retracted the ashen blade. With energy coiling around his fist, Ricky launched a punch towards the celestial light. As the terrifying wave of flames surged forth, her jade hand streaked with blood, swung down. The fierce fiery impact she had unleashed collided with that radiant force. Watched in disbelief as her divine punishment was thwarted by Ricky's might. No matter how fiercely she tried, she could not summon the sacred bolt upon Ricky. What deity? You are but a woman stripped of her garments by my might. Within Richie's body, an immense force erupted, transforming into an infinite power that surged towards the heavens. Engulfing Imu's attack, the brilliant light was rebounded into the clouds, and a colossal explosion resonated in the sky, reverberating throughout Mariawa. Richie observed Imu, who had retreated several steps moments ago, causing her to struggle to maintain her balance. Below, Steelbone Kong, despite being enveloped in the full armor of Haki, was grievously injured by Imu's sword strike. Yet, that minor injury was of no consequence to Richie. However, the blood that flowed could not be concealed. During the brief respite, for voices arrived on the scene, the four elders. Lady Imu. Upon witnessing her wounded form, they felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and knelt before her. A deity bleeds. What kind of deity are you? With so many formidable beings gathered, Richie had transformed the energy within him into an explosive force, preparing to unleash an unprecedented destructive shockwave. Imu, having seen through Richie's true form, felt an unprecedented offense in 800 years. Such arrogance. Saint William transformed into a formidable, muscular figure, vanishing from his position to appear behind Richie. Wait. Sensing the concentrated energy within Richie, she halted Saint William's advance. Do not trigger that move in Pangu City. I will grant you anything. In Pangu City, there were things Imu could not afford to lose, and facing the reckless youth Richie, she could only propose such a condition. Hand over all the celestial dragons to me. I want to kill them, one by one. The voice, filled with deep-seated rage and twisted hatred, reflected Richie's animosity towards the celestial dragons. That is impossible. Then what are you negotiating for, woman? Embrace my wrath, regardless of the consequences. The power within Richie began to swell. That terrifying, compressed energy gradually expanded. This was the fourth time he would wield such power. On that day, it was as if the entire world witnessed a white sun emerging over the red land, resulting in an unimaginable explosion. Everything surrounding the holy land of Mariawa was caught in the aftermath. On Sabaody Archipelago, Little Black sensed a familiar aura, trembling in fear. Cackle. Master. Quickly transforming into a phoenix, he soared towards the skies above the red land. Little Black. Where are you going? Perona inquired, watching him take flight. I fear something dreadful is about to occur, little princess. The citizens of Sabaody Archipelago gazed at the immense debris falling from the distant red land. The red land is collapsing? What on earth is happening? The Navy and the Holy Land were completely cut off. No communication personnel detected any signals above the Holy Land. Blurp, blurp. Within the Red Continent, countless individuals took up their communication devices to contact the naval headquarters, urgently requesting all available support. You madman, madman. Was it not you who compelled me to this state? Why do you presume I would yield to you, as others in this world might? Ricky yearned for a life of simplicity, seeking to forget the memories of his past existence, and enlisted in the Navy to become a soldier. However, he fell victim to the malevolent hands of the celestial dragons. Drenched in blood, held the weakened Ricky, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed upon the once ethereal Pangu City, now transformed into a desolate landscape. The entirety of Pangu City had been reduced to rubble. Ah, how wretched it must feel to lose everything. Ricky gazed triumphantly at him, surrounded by several incapacitated figures. After 8 centuries of strategic maneuvers, everything had crumbled in an instant. Hours later, the Naval High Command arrived belatedly, their eyes fixed on the disheveled Im, frozen in place, clutching Richie. In the sky, the dark figure circled above, waiting for the opportune moment. Chapter 6, Liberation from Subjugation. Naval Autonomy. Led personally by Sengoku, the naval leaders arrived at the Red Continent. Richie. Is there more? Im, with her flowing indigo hair and smooth, dark purple skin, was unrecognizable in her formidable stance. The once majestic Pangu city in the Council Castle lay in ruins, alongside the collapsed Red Continent, which had formed 2 towering peaks. Only the residents of the Celestial Dragons, the CP headquarters, and the research department remained unscathed amidst the devastation. As such a monumental event unfolded in the Holy Land, the Celestial Dragons, accompanied by their guards, hurried to the scene. Upon encountering the Celestial Dragons, an exhausted Richie writhed in Im's grasp, yearning to rush forward and eliminate them all. All historical documents of the 20 kings had been obliterated by Richie over the span of 8 centuries. As Richie appeared intent on further chaos, Im's expression began to shift dramatically. Who are you? Sengoku inquired, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him. The once invincible Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong and the remaining 4 elders were all on the brink of death. What transpired? What has happened in the Holy Land? You better explain yourselves, one by one. The prominent families of the Celestial Dragons arrived, and the Navy instinctively parted to grant them passage. Oh, how beautiful! Some Celestial Dragons, upon witnessing Im's true form, felt a surge of avaricious desire for control. You mad human! Im's left hand, wielding a blade, pierced directly through Richie's chest. Yet, her expression remained smug as she regarded her. With a spitting gesture, Richie unleashed a phlegm-like substance that transformed into a psychic assault, adhering to Im's bloodied face. Soon after, Richie sensed an eerie power coursing through her body from the blade of the Western knife. Richie's entire being froze, as if every cell in his body was being devoured by energy. At the moment when Im relaxed in her fury, Xiaohei seized the opportunity, launching a talon from the heavens. Bang! A kick sent Im's form flying, fear gripping her to the core. The sensation of death surged into her mind, yet, to save Richie, she was willing to sacrifice everything. The phoenix's claws sank deep into Richie's flesh, and Xiaohei, seizing him, summoned the fastest speed of her life. Soaring into the sky, the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki suddenly enveloped her. Gulp! This is it. But having been by Richie's side for so long, how could she let the Conqueror's Haki impede her flight? Catch her navy, an animal immune to Conqueror's Haki. How can this be possible? She was incredulous. Im observed the unmoved navy and the Celestial Dragons approaching for an explanation. She had never felt such helplessness. Never had she imagined someone would dare to invade the Holy Land, Pangu City, and bring about its ruin. In her understanding, no one had ever achieved such a feat. Yet, here it was, unfolding before her eyes. Pangu City, with its unearthly appearance and divine aura, Sengoku's mind raced, analyzing everything around him. You must be the esteemed resident of Pangu City, right? William, Nicholas, what on earth is happening? The enraged Celestial Dragons, with their unparalleled nobility, demanded answers from all present. In Im's heart, the meticulously arranged chessboard of 800 years was on the brink of collapse, shattered by the recent wave of destruction. However, such absurdity would never again be tolerated. The Navy, once rigid in its relationship with the world government, convened a monumental secret meeting. Everything had been in vain. After 800 years, it seems I am finally free, Im murmured, then walked alone into the depths of the devastated Pangu City. Sengoku, receiving no response, silently watched her depart. Who could believe that someone had lived for 800 years? The Navy, in the aftermath of this incident, partially severed its ties to the world government, achieving complete autonomy as an independent force. The majority within the military strongly supported this course of action. The relationship between the Celestial Dragons and the Navy transformed from one of subservience to cooperation. If they desired protection, they must provide economic support. Time drifted by. On a small island in the Grand Line, Richie slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the wooden ceiling, surrounded by nutrient-infusing apparatus and healing devices, he noted his emaciated form, bewildered by the events that transpired. His head spun. Where am I? As he gently moved his arm, he brushed against a head tied in twin ponytails. Turning his gaze, he was met with a face both familiar and unfamiliar. Do not touch me, the petite figure murmured. as the dark-haired boy instructed her to rest briefly in the presence of her father. At 16, Perona lay beside Richie's sickbed, resembling a languid pink-haired feline. Her eyes closed in slumber, just as she intended to reach out and playfully grasp what she presumed to be a feather from the boy. Her fingers instead encountered Richie's hand. Startled, she jolted awake, her eyes flying open to meet Richie's gaze fixed upon her. An uncanny silence enveloped the air, lingering for several seconds. With a sudden, piercing cry that carried a hint of childishness, Perona's voice emerged from her throat. "What has happened? Why have you grown so much?" "Perona?" Richie, still bewildered by the transformation before him, stared in astonishment at the suddenly matured girl. "Ah, Master Richie, what is happening to my body?" Perona exclaimed, her shock evident as she sensed the drastic change in her form. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. "Is that snow?" Richie inquired, his eyes fixated on the heavy snowfall outside the window. Just moments before losing consciousness, it had been summer. "If you do not awaken soon, you will have been unconscious for 4 years. For years." Ricky struggled desperately to rise from the bed, only to discover an overwhelming soreness coursing through his body. It felt as though something vital had been lost within him. As he attempted to get up, Perona hurried to assist him. "Do I really need someone to help me out of bed?" After a considerable struggle, Ricky ultimately could not muster the strength to rise unaided. The year was 1513 in the era of the Sea Garden, during winter. Ricky, having been in a coma for 3 long years, finally awakened from his slumber. Hearing noises from the room, the small creature known as Black, covered in frost and snow, entered with a cautious demeanor. With a cocked head, it stared at Ricky, utterly unable to comprehend the reality before it. What has happened?" Shiki also stepped in, his expression shifting to one of shock as he beheld Ricky. "Monkey? No, it's Lord Ricky. When will you recover from this old age-induced stupor? Hey, why do you all look at me as if we haven't seen each other in ages? Why do I feel like I've just awakened?" Ricky's gaze fixed upon Perona. "Has my little Perona really grown so much?" "Foolishness. You've been asleep for 3 years. 3 years? What nonsense. How could a person possibly sleep for 3 years? Only after hearing the entire account did Ricky come to terms with the truth. Not only had he slumbered for 3 years, but he had also lost a certain power within him. Chapter 7. You call it chicken, brother? Ricky draped himself in a warm pelt and began to savor the meat broth in his bowl, awakening a stomach that had not tasted food for 3 long years. I exclaimed, "Ricky, lying on your bed, your forehead is adorned with throbbing veins. Why do you 3 stare at me so?" After the meal, Ricky's physical condition improved slightly. Clad in the pelt, he ventured outside. Standing amidst the snowstorm, he pondered, "Cold? Am I truly feeling cold?" As he experienced the biting chill, he simultaneously noticed the scar on his chest, now scabbed over. "Father, your health is not yet restored. Do not remain in this tempest." Little Black approached Ricky, unfurling his wings to shield him from the frigid wind, while the chick nestled closer, whispering softly, "Cluck? Master, are you all right?" While others might not comprehend, Ricky understood perfectly. A surge of fiery spirit ignited within him. Ricky clenched his fist, striving to summon the latent energy within him. Yet, he discovered that apart from the imposing aura enveloping his hand, no other currents of energy remained. "My strength has vanished." Behind him, the Golden Lion Shiki also perceived Ricky's struggle for power. Having lived a tranquil life for 3 years with Little Black, he was known in this town as the Lion Grandpa. His legs resembled 2 renowned blades, complemented by his visage marked with age spots. Although he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Ricky, he sensed a mysterious force emanating from him. "What are you saying? You, of all people, do not age?" After caring for Ricky for 3 years, the once formidable Golden Lion Shiki had humbled himself to live like an ordinary person. "Now that you mention it, I seem to recall that my father appeared just like this when he encountered me." "Wrong. I merely possess a lifespan longer than that of the average person." Ricky had no desire to disclose the truth of his agelessness. Since the age of 20, his physical appearance had eternally remained fixed at that age. Indeed, it is understandable, considering he is an incurable lunatic. Ha ha ha. However, Shiki's thoughts diverged. He had always regarded Ricky as an anomaly, a monster. Despite sensing a decline in Ricky's strength, he had no intention of betraying him again as a pirate, for he was now a venerable 69 years old, surrounded by adversaries. "Why has the power within me vanished? Could it be the work of that Imfellow? Who on earth is she, capable of summoning beams of light from the sky akin to lasers, and possessing formidable swordsmanship?" In his heart, Richie pondered that aside from his formidable strength, The energy within him seemed to have vanished into thin air. Where are we? He exhaled. They found themselves in a quaint little town on the Grand Line, notable for its commendable medical technology. Shiki, puffing on a cigar, replied to Richie, revealing a permanent scar from a past burn on his hand. Richie, yearning to soar into the sky, realized that the power to do so had eluded him. Damn it! I can't fly anymore, he exclaimed. For goodness sake, could you refrain from standing out in this blizzard? Perona rushed to Richie's side, forcibly pulling him back indoors. I'm not so weak as to fear a bitter cold, he retorted. Stop boasting, your body is clearly trembling. Indeed, as Perona had pointed out, Richie was shivering from the cold. Where's my ashen blade? Upon returning indoors, Richie beheld the bedside where he had lain for 3 years, surrounded by medical instruments in various 4 bags. In a box beneath the bed, Perona commanded 2 spirits to retrieve it. 3 years feel like just a fleeting moment. As Richie extracted the blade, preparing to unsheath it, Perona, Shiki, and Black rushed outside. What do you mean by this? Do you see me as some sort of freak? He coughed. Clang. The silver blade was drawn, revealing that it had not ignited, prompting them to re-enter. Ah, indeed, that is your sword. Isn't a sword merely a weapon? Why should there be distinctions between you and me? Ricky did not comprehend Shiki's words, yet he noticed the scar on his hand. No, this knife is different. I wish to wield it, but it inflicted severe burns upon me. Burns? What on earth is happening? Ricky was perplexed as he grasped nearly 3 meters of ash in his hand, slowly enveloping it with his formidable energy. As the energy coiled around it step by step, the blade underwent a transformation. The once silver gleaming blade morphed into a fiery manifestation, yet no intense heat surrounded it. Within mere seconds, Ricky, succumbing to his physical limitations, was compelled to cease his efforts. That woman, what on earth has she done to me? It appears I must first restore my health. How could I have become so feeble? His emaciated form, coupled with the loss of his potent energy, left him in a state of dismay. That woman? Aside from Black, Perona and Shiki were oblivious to the existence of him. Those who had encountered her that day had been sworn to silence. Do we have any newspapers? Perona? Yes. She conjured a thick stack of newspapers, manipulating the phantoms around her. Ricky began to peruse the significant events of recent years. The Red Continent had collapsed due to natural disasters, and the formidable Steelbone Kong unexpectedly passed away. The world's foremost swordsman joined the 7 warlords of the sea, while the red-haired pirates supplanted the war god, Ricky, becoming the new generation of the 4 emperors. Upon witnessing this, Ricky could not help but furrow his brow. How could one ascend to the status of an emperor so swiftly? Shanks had ascended to the position of the 4th emperor 3 years ahead of schedule. The allied nations revolted, suffering a catastrophic annihilation at the hands of CP. The 1512 World Conference of the Sea Garden was convened, where various confrontations between the 4 emperors and the Navy unfolded, alongside countless factions subordinate to the 4 emperors. Were they truly convening a world conference? The Celestial Dragons controlled 1/3 of the world's economy, making restoration rather straightforward. This was due to a certain matter being completely concealed. Ha ha ha. You returned yet remained unconscious. Back then, you truly caused quite a stir. The once formidable Steelbone Kong, who frequently clashed with Captain Rocks, has perished. To be precise, it was either Ricky or that him who brought about Steelbone Kong's demise. Before the hearth, Ricky, draped in animal skins, perused old newspapers and discovered the profound changes within his body. Previously, he was impervious to both cold and heat, yet now he found himself trembling from the chill. His once robust physique, weighing over 500 pounds, had dwindled to a mere 250 pounds. He appeared almost emaciated. That woman has sealed the vital energy within me? Richie reminisced about that moment. 3 years of unconsciousness felt merely like a fleeting nap to him. Thus, his memories remained anchored in that time, and he now gleaned information about the events of the past 3 years solely through the newspaper. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed from outside, prompting Perona to answer the door. A 15-year-old boy, standing at 7 meters tall and slightly shorter than Perona, entered carrying medicine. His cheeks were flushed from the cold, and he bore a certain charm. Sister Perona, this is the medicine grandfather prepared today. Oh, Orin, how delightful you are. However, father has awakened and no longer requires it. Orin, noticing the revived Richie, appeared somewhat perplexed. Is he truly your father, given his youthful appearance? Orin gazed at Richie, who was seated by the hearth, indulging in food while perusing the newspaper. It was hard for him to believe that this was Perona's father, as he seemed entirely different from the man he had envisioned during his comatose state. Indeed, Orin, you are delivering the medicine? Richie glanced at the boy, who was bundled up snugly, still possessing a certain charm. Hello, Perona's father. My name is Orin, the grandson of Otto, the apothecary from nearby. How much do I owe you? Ha ha ha. This medicine is free of charge. All I ask is for you to teach me swordsmanship in exchange for the medicine. Ha ha, master. Watching the boy bow to the Golden Lion, Richie could hardly believe that someone like the Golden Lion would take on a disciple. And look, little black chicken. Cluck, cluck. Little Black cheerfully flapped its wings at Orin, as if to say, don't stand on ceremony. You call it chicken, brother? A tremor ran through Richie's heart as he realized the elevated status of Little Black. When Orin drew closer to Richie, he discerned his emaciated form, revealing a remarkable youthfulness and an imposing aura. Greetings, I have heard from Grandpa's sword that you surpass him in strength, Orin said politely, studying Richie with keen interest. His gaze fixated on the sword sheath resting against Richie's left shoulder, astonished to find that the blade towered over him by more than a meter. Chapter 8. The dreaded visitor. Perona nestled against Richie's back, repeatedly pressing her face against him. For 3 years, the Golden Lion had concealed his pirate identity remarkably well in this town. Ricky had been observing Orin for quite some time and noticed that he frequently gazed at Perona. Such a look of affection could not escape Ricky's keen perception. Little brat, do you fancy my daughter? The question caused Orin's face to flush. I do not. I merely wish to learn the art of swordsmanship. Women only serve to distract me. Oh, how adorable. But I only have affection for my father. Not interested? Ricky found this peculiar, for at the tender age of 15, he had developed feelings for Celia from the village of Elia. Very well then. I appreciate the medicine you have provided. It seems that the warring states marshal, accompanied by the Navy, has managed to extricate itself from the clutches of the world government. However, they still maintain a cooperative relationship, it appears. If only I had been stronger at that time. The explosive shockwave of my power could have utterly obliterated the entire area. Ricky gazed thoughtfully at the newspaper, continuously munching on food, endeavoring to consume as much as possible to expedite his recovery. Ha ha ha. Young Orin, grab your sword. We shall depart. Satisfied that Ricky was unharmed, Shiki led the young boy into the snowstorm, commencing his instruction in the art of dual-wielding swordsmanship. I apologize, Perona. I was overwhelmed by my own hatred at that moment. Father, we are all grown-ups now. It is time to refrain from such clinginess. Ricky's back was entirely composed of bones, while Perona incessantly rubbed against him. No, I will cling to you. Perona cooed, wrapping her arms around Ricky from behind, yet he remained fixated on the content of the newspaper in his hands. Suddenly, a photograph on the page captured Ricky's attention, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor. What is it? Perona inquired, observing the newspaper he held. Ah, it's about Sabo and the others. They have ventured out to become adventurers, she explained, pointing to a section of the paper featuring the 3 brothers alongside the villagers. The article detailed how they had saved the village, heralding them as heroes of East Blue's Meat Village. ASL? They haven't joined the Navy. Captain Sabo. First Mate Ace. Crew member Luffy. Alas, is this fate? Are they destined to become free pirates? Perona mused. I don't know, but I am quite happy now. Fufufu, the venison transformed into nourishment, continuously replenishing Ricky's body. His strength gradually returned over time. Hee, have you fallen asleep? Perona gently dozed off, resting her head on his shoulder. As she felt the warmth of her little face, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed from outside. The house where Richie resides is nestled near the forest, a property purchased by the Golden Lion on the island, constructed by himself. Unexpectedly, you have removed my bounty, which amounts to an astounding 3.7 billion, Marshal. After comprehending the myriad events of recent years, Richie approached the window to observe the fierce duel between Orin and Ski. Talent does not endure, cough cough. As he spoke, Richie suddenly coughed twice, fully aware of his physical condition. His energy had been sealed or eradicated by him through an unknown force, stripping him of the remarkable regenerative abilities he once possessed. He could sense no energy flows within his cells, save for the domineering aura. Insufficient. The dual sword technique, a harmonious blend of offense and defense. Offense is defense. Defense is offense. Grandfather sword. Watching Ski instruct the child, Richie was suddenly reminded of the days spent in the training camp. Following the cataclysmic battle that led to the destruction of Pangu City, and relinquished power to the four elders, seeking her own freedom across the world. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Ricky rose to open the door. Who could it be? A villager, perhaps. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As he swung the door open, a biting blizzard swept in, and Ricky beheld the face concealed beneath a black cloak. Ah, it's you, little rascal. It has been years, and you have grown so thin. With a swift motion, he slammed the door shut, his heart racing wildly. Go away. On the ship flying the ASL flag, Ace, age 13, was sparring with 10-year-old Luffy. What an unforgettable fool you are, Luffy. Ace seized Luffy's outstretched arm and flung him hard onto the deck. Ace claimed victory for the 172nd time. Sabo stood atop the cabin, proclaiming the triumph. Ha ha ha. It seems only Sabo can match my prowess. Damn, I feel so weak. Luffy lay on the deck, discontent, for he had never bested either of them. It must be because I ate a devil fruit. I'll practice harder, Luffy. At least you can now shatter thick wooden planks. Ace, hands on his hips, approached Luffy and helped him up. Sabo gazed through his telescope at the boundless azure sea, declaring, we must reach the next island soon, or we will run out of provisions. Hey, we have been at sea for 3 years now, Sabo, Luffy. Truly, the ocean is our home. Indeed, this life of freedom is our ideal existence. For Sabo, remaining in his noble household felt like a torment. He bore the purest noble bloodline of the Goa kingdom, yet he harbored a deep disdain for power. Damn it, I must be lacking in meat. Otherwise, I could certainly surpass you both. Upon hearing this, Sabo and Ace simultaneously leaped up, delivering a punch to his face. This caused his rubbery form to contort. How dare you say that? How dare you say that? They shouted in unison, for Luffy consumed food equivalent to dozens of times their portions. Even a glutton would be envious. Keep in mind, Luffy is only 10 years old, with such an iron stomach. The three brothers engaged in daily sparring to enhance their prowess. They also conducted physical training on the deck. Despite being shoved against the ship's railing, Luffy did not complain. Instead, a spark of inspiration struck him. Hey, why don't we recruit some companions? Companions? We three are just fine together. Isn't it enough that we are doing well? What about when we grow a bit older? Ace and Sabo, being more sensible than Luffy, we're not inclined to recruit companions just yet. No, Luffy, we are still quite weak. Let us find Yuta instead. I heard from Shanks that she went to pursue her musical dreams. Among the trio, only Luffy had yet to experience the world. Although he had been at sea for 3 years, he had always been under the care of Ace and Sabo. Alas, is that not permissible? Observing the size of the two, Luffy was about to inquire further, but was interrupted. First and foremost, Luffy, we must grow stronger. Only then shall we seek companions. Furthermore, we cannot just recruit anyone. We need trustworthy allies. Not only had the ASL brothers undergone transformations, but a duo of swordsmen had also emerged in East Blue's Frostmoon village. Comprising Kuina and Zaro, their exquisite swordsmanship and seamless synergy had earned them considerable renown. In the Grand Line, at the town of Medicine, a voice boomed, "Open the door, or I shall kick it down, you little rascal." Chapter 9, Near Death. Amidst the swirling snow, a woman with dark purple, smooth skin, and striking violet hair incessantly knocked on the door. Towering at 3 meters tall, her silhouette, clad in a cloak, revealed a flawlessly sculpted physique and an intimidatingly sharp gaze. "Open up, I shall draw my sword." As Ricky remained unresponsive, her tone grew increasingly impatient. Little Black trembled in fear from the familiar aura of oppression. Hee. Indeed, the chicken is here too. Ski, sensing something amiss, gestured for Orin to cease his practice. Stepping outside, he inquired, "Kakik, and who might you be?" "I am the former captain of the Rocks Pirates 1st Division." I never imagined such a figure would bow to a mere child. Hearing her words, the Golden Lion Ski was taken aback. Having retired for a decade for his plans, he had spent 3 leisurely years in this medicine town since joining Ricky merely a month ago. "Kakik, turns out you are quite the treasure. A pirate?" Orin's expression shifted to one of fear upon realizing Ski's identity. After 3 years of companionship, he was utterly unaware of Ski's pirate past. "Grandpa's sword, are you a pirate?" That is..." "Orin, do not listen to her nonsense." Indeed, with a bounty of 3.86 billion berries. The Lion Devil, Golden Lion Ski. Inside the house, Ricky roused Perona, and the pair stealthily slipped out through the back door on Little Black. Upon noticing them, Ski cast a sidelong glance, and Ricky gestured for him to be quiet and flee. 3.8 billion berries. Orin shuddered. That bounty surpassed even those of the contemporary 3 emperors. Well, Orin, that was all in the past. Do not dwell on it so. The woman drew her sword and charged directly at Ski. Boom. As Ski blocked her attack with his sword leg, the sheer force left him utterly astounded. In this world, the only female swordsman capable of applying pressure on him, aside from Big Mom, was beyond compare. She turned to see Ricky, who had successfully escaped from the house. With a single, powerful strike, she sent the Golden Lion Ski flying back 100 meters, crashing through the trees of the forest. After the woman repelled Shiki, she gazed at the thick blanket of snow, trembling all over. Oh, feeble human beings, she remarked. Feeble human beings? Orin beheld the woman's unparalleled beauty and the silhouette beneath her cloak. It was hard to fathom that Shiki had been struck down by her single sword thrust. Damn it! You dare to come after me. Run, Xiaohong, quickly. Ricky rode atop the black steed, hurling invectives at the woman before him. In his current physical condition, even a moderately powerful pirate worth millions could easily subdue him. The black steed trembled in fear, not from the chill in the air. Just as it prepared to take a step, the woman instantly appeared before it, her blade poised at its throat. This scene prompted Perona to swiftly employ her negative spirit, penetrating the woman's form. With a jolt, the woman fell to her knees in the snow, lamenting, "It's futile. I truly cannot interact with humans. I am but a useless deity. Indeed, unless it is my esteemed father, others cannot withstand my negative spirit." Perona chuckled, only to suddenly realize something amiss. Wait, she just claimed to be a deity. A shocked Perona froze atop the black steed. Her negative soul would compel the afflicted to reveal their true identities and recent grievances. Quickly flee, Black. Otherwise, we shall perish. The black wings transformed into phoenix flames as the steed activated its fruit abilities. The despondent woman lunged forward. Halt, you wretch. Her gaze, fierce and unyielding, struck terror into the steed's mind, causing its body to seize in paralysis. This is the end. In the forest, Shiki was sent flying 100 meters by the overwhelming force, yet he halted mid-air, using his floating fruit abilities. Do you think you know who I am? An enraged Shiki roared, aiming his foot blade at the woman from a distance. With a fierce swing, a sharp wave of energy sliced through the forest, hurtling towards her. Who is she? Merely a soon-to-be expiring human. She mused, effortlessly deflecting the powerful strike with a slight motion of her sword. The two figures became mere afterimages as they charged at one another, blades clashing amidst an intensifying snowstorm. Impossible. I am being suppressed. Orin observed the fierce winds and cutting blades tearing through the distant snowy forest, shattering his perception of power. What caliber of battle is this? I cannot even see the combatants. Cursed be it. I have only just awakened. Ricky, witnessing Shiki being utterly overpowered within the woods, dismounted from the black steed. Black. Take Perona back to the house. If the battle in the forest concludes and I do not emerge, you must leave with her. Ricky, with his emaciated and battered body, draped in a pelt, ventured into the snowy forest. Father, do not be foolish. What can your body possibly accomplish? Perona expressed her deep concern for Ricky's condition. Yet he remained resolute, fixating on the dark figure ahead. The figure hesitated, subsequently ushering Perona and Orin back inside. But before long, Perona soared back outside. Transforming into her ghostly form, she endeavored to persuade Ricky. Alas, it is so cold, barely awakened. Must I again face despair? Cold air escaped Ricky's lips as he drew nearer to the heart of the conflict, feeling the razor-sharp winds that tore through everything around him. Trees fell one by one, and Ricky slowly unsheathed his blade. Father, your physical state is not suited for battle. Perona, I must save that old man Shiki. I recruited him, and I cannot abandon him. But what can your body do? With a swift motion, the blades unleashed by the fierce battle cut into Ricky's flesh. Why do I feel such coldness? In the frigid air, Ricky's body, dormant for 3 years, was gradually succumbing to the icy grip of the storm. Of course, Father, your body is in such dire condition. You need proper care? Damn it. Lion's might. Royal domain. The crushed Shiki wielded the powers of the float fruit to control the blizzard, transforming it into a swirling storm shaped like a lion's head above. The townsfolk, drawn by the cacophony of battle, peered out, a few brave souls emerging to witness the spectacle, especially the drunken patrons from the tavern, who were utterly astounded by the sight before them. Is that a white lion? Ah, this is a shockwave from the forest. Someone is fighting. The citizens of Medicine Town fell into a state of panic. No, Father. Perona, in her ghostly form, wept as she beheld Ricky collapsed in the thick snow. Attempting to halt the conflict, Ricky staggered forward but fell into the snow before he could even take a few steps. Why must I be embroiled in this upon awakening? The hilt of the ashen blade clung tightly to his palm, whispers echoing in Ricky's mind. On the brink of death, he glimpsed before him a figure, limbs severed. Colonel, you have arrived? Chapter 10, Division. The Dark Persona. Then another appeared, lying in the snow, cloaked in darkness and smeared with viscous blood. We have come for you. Colonel. Following this, a familiar cadre of dismembered figures clad in naval uniforms intermittently emerged. Rufus. Light. Angel. All. The pain in his head elicited a cry from Ricky as he lay in the snow. Suddenly, a hoarse voice, familiar yet unsettling, resonated in his mind. Let me assist you. To live in such agony and still persist. Who are you? I am the embodiment of the resentment that has accumulated within you. I am your truest self, and you are mine. The creature within the cursed blade awakens the darkest recesses of Ricky's heart. Beneath that optimistic facade lies a torrent of buried grievances and hatred, now unleashed. Father, what has happened to you? Wait for me. I shall summon Little Black. As Perona turned, she suddenly felt a chill creeping down her spine. Ha 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 ha. It is I? You are truly a waste. That malevolent laughter echoed in Perona's ears, and she turned once more to see Ricky standing in the snow, laughing maniacally. Why do you endure so much, you fool? Allow me to liberate your true self. Ha 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 ha. Who are you? From Ricky, Perona sensed an unprecedented strangeness. Boom. As the sharp blade swept through Perona's ethereal form, it halted midair. What are you doing? Such a thing will only become your hindrance. Deceitful father. Gazing at the blade, mere centimeters from her, Perona's eyes widened in terror, and her ghostly form collapsed in fright. What are you doing? I merely wish to release everything within you. I am the most authentic manifestation of your inner self. Ricky suddenly cradled his head, collapsing to the ground in excruciating agony. After a moment, he grimaced and rose, that grotesque smile directed at Perona. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, yet the edge halted merely a centimeter from Perona's ethereal form. Ricky once again knelt in the snow, clutching his head in agony. Deceit, he exclaimed. Surely, the great Ricky would not do such a thing to me. His daughter, Perona, approached, her fate seemingly sealed as he uttered, Come, let the sword pierce your throat. Just as the words left his lips, Ricky erupted with a spray of crimson blood. The fierce resistance of two consciousnesses tormented his mind relentlessly. The primary consciousness appeared to be focused on Perona, erecting a protective barrier around her. Curse be it. This is for your own good, for our good, he cried out in despair. Amidst this psychological torment, Ricky's self-dialogue culminated in a fleeting shadow, vanishing before Perona's eyes. As a spirit, Perona stood frozen in shock, witnessing the horror of the one she loved dearly contemplating her demise. Who are you? She questioned, bewildered. Infuriating. How could I, a lord, be subdued by a mere woman? Die, wretched creature. He fumed. You are but a mere human, lacking the strength to rival me. Meanwhile, wielded 19 resplendent western swords, engaged in a fierce battle with the Golden Lion, Shiki. Their swordplay conjured a whirlwind of blizzards around them. Shiki, overwhelmed by Im's relentless assault, seethed with rage, his veins bulging. In a moment of vulnerability, as Shiki's blade faltered, thrust forward, aiming to pierce his throat. Yet, like a specter, Ricky appeared before him, blocking the strike with the ashen blade. His right hand trembled from the force, yet his expression remained composed and assured. That dark demeanor left Shiki feeling disoriented. Im narrowed his eyes, fixating on Ricky's ominous stance and the menacing pressure on the blade. Splendid. Truly splendid. It is hard to believe that Ricky's frail form could unleash such astonishing combat prowess. After being saved, Shiki leapt back, suspended in the air, and exclaimed, Boss? No. Who are you? Ricky did not respond to him. Instead, he lunged forward with his sword aimed at him. With a powerful downward strike, each time blocked. The ground beneath him would crack open with immense fissures. Has he lost his mind? How dare you offend me, little wretch? I shall ignite the blade of ashes with fervor, infused with Ricky's formidable energy. Boom. In an instant, as I'm parried, his body was engulfed by searing flames. Ha ha ha. It is splendid. Were it not for my restraint, I would make you experience the darkest vengeance. Woman, cough. I should have obliterated the power within you. How is it still accessible? It is impossible. Rumble. A barrage of rapid, forceful strikes continued to rain down upon him. She sensed an overwhelming aura of darkness emanating from Ricky. It was akin to the sensation of death. Ricky's frail body began to fracture, yet the smile upon his face grew ever more maniacal. The power that Richie now wields is precisely the residual force within the blade. As the energy permeates his body, Im once again experiences a tearing agony within. Wait, that's not what I meant. The heart-wrenching, piercing scream reverberates throughout the entire forest. As the force of the strikes intensifies, Richie's right wrist suddenly fractures, resulting in a fatal blow that misses its mark, leaving him standing there, howling at the sky. It's severed. It appears that my body is truly on the brink of demise. Ricky gazed at his severed right hand, suspended in midair, feeling no pain, but rather engaging in self-mockery. The residual energy within the blade had been entirely dissipated. Hey, who are you? Shiki floated down, observing the dark aura enveloping Ricky. The sinister black pupils and the grotesque, malevolent grin evoked a chilling sensation. For a moment, it was difficult to discern his true identity. Curse you. Once you recover, I shall emerge and eliminate everyone. Ricky disregarded the golden lion Shiki, his pupils suddenly turning white, and he collapsed onto the ground. Shiki hastily seized the sword from Im's grasp and conjured a rope using his devil fruit abilities, binding her tightly. The rope was further reinforced with thick mud. Oh, damn it. The intense pain surged throughout Im's body, every inch of her being aflame with agony. Yet, the energy could not destroy her insides. What has happened to the boss? A woman? How would I know? Im had never considered that a mere skeleton could suppress her so thoroughly. It was nothing short of a miracle. As the battle ceased, she still felt the torment in her wrists. Unable to comprehend how such a broken body could unleash that level of combat prowess, Shiki manipulated the ropes, causing them to float in the air alongside him, while he cradled Ricky, feeling his fading warmth and weak breaths. Curse it, fly to the apothecary. Shiki promptly entrusted Ricky to old Orin. What is happening? Sword Lion? A white-coated elder, upon seeing Ricky's injuries, hurriedly organized his tools, preparing for surgery. Is that even a question? His arm is severed. Otto, heal him quickly. Normally, Shiki would threaten the doctor, declaring death if the treatment failed. Yet, he was different now. You need to leave. I must operate in peace. Coughing, Golden Lion Shiki escorted him outside, securing the chains that bound her. Damn it. Ugh, it hurts. Im's screams echoed continuously as Shiki looked down at her. Who are you, to possess such overwhelming strength over me? I am a deity. What is that voice? Golden Lion Shiki glanced at Ricky's sword, which encapsulated all the resentment within him, as if he were experiencing Ricky's journey firsthand. As his consciousness blurred, he swiftly utilized his devil fruit powers to retract the blade into its sheath, alleviating the corrosive resentment that had tainted his heart and granting him further insight into Ricky. A deity? Merely a peculiar skinned woman. Chapter 11. Devour. The incessant internal destruction did not deprive him of consciousness. Only an unending agony gnawed at her from within. What are those who age, if not human? Upon returning indoors, Shiki witnessed Perona trembling in a corner, incessantly muttering the words deceit. Deceit, indeed. Little Black, upon seeing I'm bound by chains and ropes, was seized by an involuntary dread. It felt as though these restraints could not truly contain her. This damned ability. How infuriating. What troubles you, little princess? Observing Perona's unstable emotions and appearance, the bloodied golden lion approached to offer solace. Is my father going to kill me? The mere utterance of these words left even Little Black in disbelief. Perona, what are you saying? He's your father. No, just now. He transformed into an entirely different person. To raise a hand against his own daughter? Even I would never commit such an act. What on earth is happening? Who is this overwhelmingly powerful woman? Shiki gazed at the others, pondering all that had transpired. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the helm above his head constrained his thought process. You're acting rather strange. Orlin, hurry back to assist your grandfather. He is treating my boss. In this suffocating atmosphere, Orlin had already been rendered speechless. It's Grandpa's sword. He hastily fled the house, yearning to escape its confines. A notorious pirate? A battle obscured to the eye? And a young man, Perona's father, who would dare to kill his own daughter? Such events were beyond his grasp. Orlin was merely a villager from Medicine Village, and the sheer stimulation that transcended his worldview was nearly unbearable. Armed with his 2 iron blades, he returned indoors only to find his grandfather attending to Ricky. Grandpa, Orlin, please hand me the orthopedic medical tools. Yes. Orlin placed the 2 blades down and assisted his grandfather in treating Ricky. Grandpa, do you know them? At Orlin's inquiry, Otto fell silent. Although outsiders rarely visited this town, the seagulls occasionally brought newspapers. The adults were mostly aware of Ricky's identity, the martial god who publicly executed celestial dragons. Revered by countless individuals, even regarded as a figure of faith. One day, he could potentially overthrow their dominion. Grandpa, I'm 15 now. Just tell me. Just remember. He is a hero. Otto meticulously stitched and secured bones, applying medicine with unwavering focus. Having studied medicine under his grandfather, the esteemed Dr. Oren, he assisted in the surgical procedure while absorbing tales of the enigmatic Richie, as his grandfather recounted stories and shared newspaper clippings about him. It was astonishing to learn that Richie had once served in the Navy and even held the title of one of the 4 emperors. Now, he was the leader of a clandestine organization? The following day, having completed the surgery, Otto removed his white coat with a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Yet, before he could utter another word, the dying Richie jolted awake from his slumber, clutching Otto's hand tightly with his left hand. "Ah, stop. Don't harm her," he exclaimed. "It hurts. Please remain calm. It's all right now." Richie's body was drenched in cold sweat, soaking the entire surgical table. His face bore an expression of sheer terror as he surveyed his surroundings, the shelves overflowing with medicines, the blood-soaked gauze, and his own right hand, now immobilized in a cast. "Perona!" he cried, leaping off the surgical table and bolting into the blizzard. After about 10 minutes, he finally found his way back through the forest to the house. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of him restraining the golden lion Shiki, along with a bruised little black and Perona, who was bound to the ground. "Ah, you're back. So it seems you two are involved," she greeted him with a calm smile. "Who are you, woman?" Shiki bellowed from where he was pinned down, struggling against the chains and ropes that she had inexplicably loosened. "Father." Richie suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he reached out to grasp Perona. "Ah, damn it, don't come out. Get away." Kicked Shiki into unconsciousness and turned her wary gaze towards Richie. The pain from the sea tormented him relentlessly. Ricky clasped his head with one hand and collapsed to the ground, his inner self gradually succumbing to an overwhelming darkness. "Is this schizophrenia?" Observing Ricky's condition, uttered a chilling remark that plunged Perona into a state of terror. After struggling for several minutes, another consciousness momentarily receded, allowing Ricky to rise once more. This consciousness sought to engulf him, who had traversed the seas for 3 years, only to realize that she could no longer exist as she did 8 centuries ago. Living as an ordinary human became an impossibility, leading her to eliminate many who dared to offend her. Engulfment? Such trivialities matter not. What I must ascertain is whether you too are an immortal being. The scab scar on Richie's chest is precisely the remnant left by him, a device that indicated Richie's location. It has also eliminated the peculiar abilities within his genetic lineage. Ricky was enveloped in a shroud of darkness, clutching his forehead in distress as he emitted a series of anguished wails. His mind felt as though it were on the brink of explosion. Once more, he extended his hand, yearning to grasp Perona. "Run, Perona!" A crackling surge of electricity resonated within his mind, and his vision was momentarily obscured by a blinding light. His core consciousness was utterly dominated by a malevolent force, vanishing into an infinite abyss of darkness. The slowly curling smile that emerged instilled a chilling sensation in those who beheld it. "Ah ha ha ha. Indeed, you still yearn to become your true self." Observing the sinister and self-assured grin, Im was not filled with trepidation, for she believed that the current Ricky was capable of managing the situation. Unaware that peril had already descended, once again, that ominous presence lingered. Had he truly lost his sanity? "No. Return, my lord Ricky." A chilling wind swept through him as Ricky crouched before Perona, his fingers encircling her throat, rendering her nearly speechless. "My dear daughter, do you understand why your spirits fear me?" The 2 phantoms behind Perona trembled at the sight of Ricky, now shrouded in an aura of darkness. Im, taken aback, swiftly turned to face Ricky. When did this happen? Her hand gripped the hilt of her sword, her focus entirely on him. The dark essence surrounding him filled her with unease. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this persona was entirely of her own making. "Father, why have you become this way?" Gazing at Ricky's malevolent countenance, Perona could no longer discern the Ricky who once illuminated her world. "Because they attack me." The wicked Ricky regarded her tear-streaked visage with a heart devoid of compassion. For the Ricky of the present was no longer himself. This entity was merely a burden. Killing would be for the best. As this thought crossed his mind, a searing pain coursed through his nerves, forcing him to kneel in agony. Chapter 12. An unconventional reunion of master and apprentice. Ah, even the mere recollection of such words tormented his mind beyond measure. Gur. Master. Little Black watched Ricky's suffering with growing concern. To him, regardless of what form this human took, he remained the most significant being in his existence. And who are you? Im asked sternly from behind him. Am I not your creation? 22 years ago, the destruction of the Thomas D clan. 3 years ago, the annihilation of the village of Elia. As he spoke, he approached him, adopting a suave demeanor, inching closer to her face, their gazes locked. Now that you've come to find me, what is your intent? There was neither malice nor hatred in his tone. Could it be? Ricky leaned closer to her ear, deliberately lowering his voice, and with a wicked smile remarked, Are you seeking to discuss love? Upon hearing Ricky's words, Im drew her sword with a flourish. Her cheeks flushed with color. Yet in the next instant, she realized that Ricky had positioned himself upon the tip of her blade, gazing intently at her. Damn little imp. Even if it comes to that, I would rather incapacitate you and confine you for a century before we converse. As an immortal, the only dread she harbored was the profound solitude of isolation. Moreover, her desires surpassed those of men manifold, completely engulfed by darkness. She even sought to obliterate Ricky's very essence, intent on eliminating Perona. Her cold-blooded, malevolent visage and ruthlessly decisive actions reflected the darkest recesses of Ricky's soul, standing in stark contrast to his optimistic sense of justice. Truly, she was a madwoman. It was indeed a vexing predicament. Ricky could scarcely conceive a method to vanquish her. His battered form, with his severed right hand yet to mend, was a testament to his plight. Im twisted her wrist, raising the sword's edge before launching a fierce slash. With a whoosh, the blade's energy surged forth, tearing asunder the ceiling of the room. Ricky, with his agile movements, stood amidst the blizzard, having already acquired the ashen blade. What of the split psyche? As long as that power is diminished, subduing you remains a trivial task. Although devoid of his former vigor, Ricky's remarkable regenerative abilities, comparable to those of a fruit power wielder, persisted. After consuming sustenance and enjoying a day's respite, his energy was somewhat renewed. With the blade sheath clenched in his mouth, Ricky slowly drew forth the blade. Little Black. Ha ha ha. What can your nearly disintegrating body accomplish? Allow me to incapacitate you, then take you back to await a century like a dog. Are you a Yandera? Boom. With a swift twist of his wrist, Im executed a vertical slash. The blades clashed, and the air crackled with sword energy. Richie's thick, flowing hair swayed and floated in the air, stirred by the force of the sword's aura. Without that power, what could you possibly use to subdue me, little imp? Ah? Im's strength erupted, repelling Richie with a single strike. The house was cleaved in two by the sword's energy. Just as she was about to pursue, she realized that the two individuals beside her had vanished without a trace. Little Black had silently and stealthily rescued the golden lion from the phoenix claw along with Perona. Dark Moon, the black crescent moon, slashed toward him, who, fearing another setback, chose to evade. The fate of others is of no consequence. With a swift strike, she deflected Richie's attack, sparks flying from the clash of swords. Seizing a fleeting moment, Richie swiftly utilized the Navy's 6 styles to leap onto Little Black's back. Ricky gazed down at the slashing attack that had been unleashed. Azim emerged from the smoke, seething with anger. You brat, she exclaimed, unleashing a flurry of sword chi towards the sky, aiming to strike down the little black figure above. Clink, clink, clink. Ricky wielded his sword in his left hand, intercepting all attacks. I shall undoubtedly slay you, he declared. No, you cannot. I am immortal. This statement left Ricky in deep contemplation. After 2 internal betrayals, how could him still be alive? There was indeed something amiss. Orin clung to the window, watching as the little black creature transformed into a phoenix and took flight. The little black chick is actually a phoenix. Grandson, quickly shut the window and extinguish the oil lamp, Otto advised from behind. Not wishing to stir trouble, such matters were of no concern to them as common folk. Watching Ricky escape, Im merely smiled with exhilaration, as if she were a predator reveling in the chase of a lamb. The pinnacle of swordsmanship and eternal life, she was in no rush. From Ricky's dossier, she learned that after the age of 20, he showed no signs of aging. Was this not akin to her own existence? Following her immortality surgery, she had maintained her appearance at the peak of 27. You little imp, I shall capture you. Like a cherished pet, the phoenix form of the little black creature had grown to the size of an ordinary house. With Shiki and Perona slung across its back, it soared above the sea. He stood atop, calmly gazing down at the ailing him, her face flushed. This woman is unwell, he mused. Yet a smirk appeared on his lips as his crimson eyes flickered toward Shiki and Perona. They are still far from it. We'll bring back Master Ricky. Perona wept, tears streaming down her face. Ricky crouched beside her, his body frozen. Am I not right here, foolish girl? No, you are not him. Perona could no longer recognize the man before her, with his scarlet eyes and blade resting on his shoulder. Yet, his appearance was unmistakably that of the one she cherished deeply. Ricky lowered the blade, gently pinching Perona's small mouth, gazing at her tear-streaked face, and soothingly uttered, Do not worry, my dear daughter. I shall cherish you and protect you, unwaveringly until death. Upon hearing such tender words, Perona's tearful demeanor transformed dramatically, and she felt a flicker of warmth within her. Like an urbane trickster deceiving a child, she believed him without a second thought. She then picked up the ashes and struck down, severing the ropes that bound her. Sniffling and sobbing, Perona looked at Ricky for a moment before rushing to embrace him. The instant she made contact, Ricky leaned over, collapsing onto the small black figure. Since he could not kill her, he resolved to nurture her. A wicked smile curling upon his lips as he gazed at Perona, seemingly already envisioning a splendid path for her growth. What is the matter, Lord Ricky? Perona, comforted by his gentle words, now fretted over the unconscious Ricky. His heart was gradually weakening, having succumbed to oblivion. Devoid of his vigor, his strength had significantly diminished. Once capable of contending with 3 admirals simultaneously through sheer force, he now possessed only a trifecta of Haki, martial arts, and swordsmanship. His power stagnating at the level of an admiral, he had become an embodiment of both justice and malevolence. Little Black, swiftly seek out a small island. Time passed, and the sea outside the town of Medicine was shrouded in nothingness, while Little Black, in her phoenix form, was nearing her limits. After departing from the town, the weather turned fair. Caw caw caw. I am about to perish. However, aside from Ricky, no one comprehended Little Black's words. At that moment, a naval warship and several pirate vessels appeared on the horizon. Upon sighting them, Little Black summoned her last reserves of strength and dashed forward. With 3 fruit users and the unconscious Ricky, should they plunge into the sea, it would spell utter annihilation. Boom. A massive hole was smashed into the deck of the warship. A blade of ashes, nearly 3 meters long, was embedded in the deck. While groups of people were locked in fierce combat, scarlet blood spattered everywhere, and screams echoed from the ship. What is happening? Another enemy attack? Quickly, crush the pirates. Ow, my stomach. A burly man with purple hair, clad in a coat of justice, warned another stout figure wielding a naginata as they fought. Countless combatants halted, gazing at the pit that emerged from the dissipating smoke. Falling from the sky? Who could it be? Reinforcements from the Navy? Could it be Whitebeard's son? What a joke. This warship was the training vessel led by Zephyr, taking new recruits out to sea for their practical training, and he was currently engaged in battle with Edward Weevil. Teacher Zephyr, that appears to be Colonel Ricky. What did you say? The voice of the soldier reverberated in everyone's ears, instilling a palpable fear among the pirates at the mere mention of that name. The pirate captain, a short, heavily made-up elderly man with golden hair, immediately commanded a retreat. TCH, as expected, reinforcements have arrived. Consider yourself fortunate, Zephyr. The pirates swiftly abandoned their ship. Mother, are we retreating? Indeed. Weibel, hasten back to your mother. Upon hearing Bakine's command, Weibel kept a vigilant eye on Zephyr, then leaped back to the pirate captain. Bakine, cough cough. Zephyr, who had intended to pursue, suddenly began to cough. This is not good. The teacher's asthma has flared up. On the training ship, corpses lay strewn about. The Navy had suffered nearly half of their new recruits, and all soldiers gazed in horror at the retreating pirates, still in shock. Some even wondered why the pirates fled so hastily upon hearing that name. Quickly check the injured. Cough, cough. Zephyr rose and made his way to the training ship, where he observed 3 individuals and the small black figure lying within, furrowing his brow in surprise, the Golden Lion and Teacher. The pirates have retreated completely. Confine all 4 of them, binding their limbs with sea prism stones, and tend to that fellow's injuries. Zephyr issued his orders without hesitation. He had never anticipated that his own reputation as a pirate would lead to his rescue. After disappearing for 3 years, where had that scoundrel been? The choice made by the exhausted small black figure spared Zephyr from losing a limb, but it also sent several to prison. Chapter 13. Advanced City Rescue is here. It is Vice Admiral Garp. In the 1513th year of the Marine calendar, the elite soldiers aboard Zephyr's ship gazed toward the dog-headed vessel on the horizon, as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. As the warship drew closer, Garp spotted Zephyr standing by the Ricky weaponry. Garp, I was wrong. The pirates on the seas have become even more rampant. In his battle against Weibel, Zephyr had acutely felt his strength waning. And he also noted that the new generation of pirates had grown exceedingly powerful. If Richie were to delay for just a few more seconds, he might succumb to an asthma attack, repeating the tragic narrative from the original tale. The woman under Whitebeard, Bakken, has audaciously created a creature that claims to be the son of Whitebeard. However, it appears she has long since severed ties with him. Before Zephyr, Garp expressed his curiosity about why he was fixated on this sword. He observed the robust arms of Zephyr, marked with distinct burn scars. This is Richie's blade, Garp. I was just scorched by a mysterious flame emanating from within it. Garp was taken aback, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Richie. It had been 3 years since he last laid eyes on him. Wait, could it be that Richie was the one who attacked you? When the rescue order was dispatched, the communication device had been sabotaged by the pirates. Thus, Garp remained unaware that Richie had fallen aboard the ship. No, let us postpone this discussion. They have already been imprisoned. Garp approached the ashes, extending his arm to grip the hilt of the sword. A cursed blade? And it possesses Haki? The inferno of energy was forcefully subdued by Garp's armament Haki as he resolutely drew the weapon. Witnessing the suppressed flames, Zephyr could not help but admire Garp's prowess. Humph. You truly are an enigma. Your strength is unfathomable. All soldiers were rescued onto Garp's warship and returned to the Navy headquarters. Ricky and his companions were confined in the 6th level of Impel Down. Perona and Little Black were deemed non-threatening and placed in the town of Marineford. The reformed Navy has evolved into a formidable power structure. Coupled with Sengoku's wisdom, the Navy is now markedly different from its former self. Nonetheless, it still relies on the wealth of the celestial dragons and the relationships with the world government affiliates. Otherwise, the economic strain could swiftly lead to internal strife. Life in prison consists of 1 meal a day, and time slips away hastily. After attending to his duties, Sengoku took the time to visit Ricky personally. The 6th level of Impel Down. This place houses only the most notorious criminals, each one more malevolent than the last. A beast man carrying food approached Ricky's cell and discovered that, apart from Ricky, all the others were unconscious. They removed my bounty and locked me in here? Over 100 million prisoners succumbed to Ricky's Conqueror's Haki, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. After placing the food inside, the beast man departed. Upon witnessing this, Ricky's forehead throbbed with veins. For him, such a life devoid of freedom was akin to death. Hey, no way, not again. Can't you take a break just once? You scoundrel. The other prisoners glanced at Ricky. With a fierce glint in his crimson eyes, Ricky unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, enveloping the entire prison in an instant. Aside from Magellan, Shiryu, the failed Zoan Awakeners, and the prominent figures of the 6th level, everyone within and outside the prison fell unconscious, frothing at the mouth. Those among Ricky's recent prisoners, worth over 100 million, even spat blood. Their internal organs torn apart. They could not survive this onslaught. Among the 3 types of Haki, his Conqueror's Haki was the most potent. Weaker individuals could only struggle for survival amidst the crimson storm. Have you lost your mind? You despicable fiend. Elia. Ricky's limbs were bound by sea prism stone, and he roared wildly, attempting to awaken the latent energy within his cells. He yearned to escape from this place. Yet, he found his power to be negligible, as if it had not been fully activated from the very beginning. Nevertheless, he sensed the presence of that power within his cells. Chapter 14. Return to the Navy? The sheer ferocity of his Conqueror's Haki, when entwined with weapons and fists, could hardly be rivaled, could it? Barrett relentlessly trained himself in the prison, aspiring for the day he could emerge and fulfill his dreams. Ricky, along with Douglas Barrett and Raidfield, found themselves ensnared by the sea prison stone, their limbs tightly bound, rendering them nearly immobile. The prisoners conversed about Ricky, the imprisoned naval officer, and the fleeting 4 emperors. Suddenly, Sengoku entered with a petite goat, treading lightly, followed closely by Magellan, while Shiryu remained vigilant over the vast prison. As a Grand Admiral, he should not have set foot in such a place. However, out of compassion for Ricky, a once heroic soldier, he felt compelled to pay his respects. In his hands, he held several wanted posters. It had been 6 long years since they last met. Sengoku observed Ricky, whose limbs were restrained, and even with his head bowed, he could see the corners of his mouth curled in a faint smile. Along the way, he encountered countless guards and inmates, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Though the Navy had treated his injuries, Ricky's frail appearance remained gaunt, still tainted with venom. The state of this grand prison, transformed into such a spectacle, was indeed unusual. Admiral, he continuously exudes a domineering presence. Even the sea prison stone cannot dampen his strength, leaving me no choice but to resort to venom. Ah, I understand, he replied, recalling the suffocating sensation of searing nerves and the choking feeling in his throat. Ricky lifted his head, his body ensconced in a purplish venom that, remarkably, could not penetrate his being. The warlord of the warring states? How it pains. What has become of Perona and Little Black? The venom seemed to dissipate as if annihilated by some intense heat. That little girl, each day in the town, utilized her devil fruit powers to induce despair, although she has since been restrained. Enduring Magellan's poison, coupled with such a physique, Ricky had managed to endure to this extent, astonishing Sengoku once more. In those bewildered yet resolute eyes lay an inexhaustible resentment towards the world. Indeed, upon hearing that Perona was unharmed, a wave of relief surged through Ricky's mind. This was the guardian within his soul's core. Observing Ricky's lowered gaze, Sengoku spoke. Ricky, does your sense of justice still exist? I am on the brink of death. What justice can one speak of? Coming to this world was a tragedy in itself, though there have been moments of beauty. In the depths of his somber eyes, Richie reflected on the past, finding a peculiar amusement in it. His former self had been excessively kind and naively idealistic. He once believed that unwavering dedication to the Navy would ensure the safety of those around him. Yet, in the end, he was ensnared by his superior. No, if you must perish, let it be swiftly. The sight of him, frail and emaciated from poison, only served to astonish the soldiers of the warring states. Even in such a state, he clung tenaciously to his sense of justice. He was merely an individual submerged in hatred, cloaked in a tapestry of rich emotions. All the prisoners, numbering in the millions, gazed intently at warring states from within their cages, discarding the bounty notice before the little lamb. Is this a ruse? This seemingly youthful individual has a bounty of 3.7 billion? Thomas D. The clan annihilated by the world government? A hidden race endowed with peculiar powers. In the prison, an elegant elder chuckled, resembling a bat with exceedingly pale skin. Red Count, indeed you possess a wealth of knowledge, Warring States remarked, casting him a glance. Warring States. I hear the world outside has transformed. Yet, this is of no concern to you. The remainder of your lives will be spent here, destroyed due to the threat of power to the world government. Hey, why have I found myself back in this wretched place? How infuriating. Shiki lay on the ground, his body shackled and immobilized by iron chains. Ricky's piercing gaze met Sengoku's, and he inquired, Marshal, what brings you here personally? Are you intending to reinstate me in the Navy? Chapter 15. The Cult of the Six Styles rejoin the Navy? Those confined here are predominantly irredeemable villains. A prisoner, notorious for his crimes, laughed heartily. I've already told you. I was the one he sent here, but you still refuse to believe it. Is this truly the Navy? The Navy's 4 emperors. And they possess such peculiar abilities? The existence of such individuals defies the very laws of our world. Observing the prisoners in turmoil, Magellan approached them. Silence. Do you wish to experience the sensation of impending doom once more, pirates? Upon witnessing Magellan release a toxic substance, the prisoners fell silent, gazing at him with disdain. Indeed, this is my purpose for being here. Therefore, I shall present you with an offer you cannot refuse. With the death of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong and the precarious position of CP in the underworld, every formidable faction is scheming. It is time to carve out a piece of the pie in this era of great pirates. The mightiest military force, the Navy, is capable of severing ties with the world government. What remains unattainable, yet unable to combat pirates, saving one island results in 10 others perishing. Moreover, with the dragon people's status increasingly precarious, people are gradually losing their fear of them. Who is it? How infuriating. Who has taken my beast? Little Suddy, clad in a provocative pink leather outfit, stormed from the 3rd to the 6th floor in a fit of rage. Stand down, Suddy, Magellan commanded. Upon encountering Sengoku, her previously unruly demeanor transformed entirely. Now, there exists only one condition I cannot refuse, which is, I know. Before she could finish her sentence, Ricky was interrupted by Sengoku. Military status revoked for 12 years. Sengoku had thoroughly understood Ricky over the past 8 years and had grasped his every mannerism. Fixating on the bounty in Sengoku's hand, Ricky comprehended everything. Both Ace and Sabo had bounties, Magellan, unshackle him, Sengoku ordered, instilling fear in Magellan, who was currently imposing sanctions on the quarreling pirates. Reflecting on the situation, Ricky realized that after his departure from the prison, it would become significantly quieter, and no one would be rendered unconscious by the aura. As the cages opened and the sea stone shackles were removed, Ricky collapsed onto the damp ground. I apologize for the dragon people's affairs. Ricky rose from the ground, his body marred with purple scars. He was brought into a confined room, where a table was laden with an array of nutritious foods. For someone in dire need of sustenance, these vibrant dishes represented a means to restore his health. As he voraciously devoured the food, his first act was to cast a furious glare at Sengoku, demanding to know why he had initiated the extermination order against Elia. Was the malevolence of the celestial dragons to be absolved through the annihilation of others? The two sat across from each other, Sengoku observing Ricky as he gorged himself. Even in his current state, the Navy remained dependent on the celestial dragons. The colossal military expenditures were beyond imagination, and the consequences of depriving soldiers of their meager incomes were dire, as Sengoku pointed out. Ricky absorbed these words, but continued to consume the food with indifference. In a short while, the entire feast was consumed. The celestial dragons had made an agreement with our Navy, prohibiting any action against villages or towns with established branches. Bang! Upon hearing this, Ricky sprang up and slammed his hand on the table, a painful subject he was reluctant to revisit. With a manic grin, he looked at Sengoku. Huh, do you think those scoundrels will listen? Only by eliminating them all can we eradicate the deep-rooted malevolence within. Ricky, this will come to an end, but it requires time. We must consider the people of the world, Sengoku replied, unable to allow the already chaotic era of pirates to descend into further turmoil. Yet, he sensed that Ricky had transformed into a different person entirely. Gone were the manners of a soldier, only a chilling aura of malevolence remained. Ha. As the nourishment coursed through his body, a thin wisp of white smoke emerged from within, igniting a fierce pain in his cells that sent him into fits of laughter. The surge of power within him yearned to break free but was thwarted by some lingering force. Nevertheless, it could not suppress the searing heat in his veins. During this time, a cult had emerged in the New World, venerating him as a deity and adhering to a strict code of conduct, with each member proficient in at least one of the 6 forms. Chapter 16. Do not abandon your fiery justice. A cult? A question mark seemed to hover over Ricky's head, as he struggled to comprehend why a faction that worshipped him would be labeled as such. Admiral? They are neither Navy nor pirate. Everything they do is unexpectedly troublesome. Sengoku's words led Ricky to deduce the identity of the group, apart from the obliterated base. It must be the people from the other 6 kingdoms. Do you want me to return to the Navy? Indeed. The atmosphere grew serious as Sengoku decided to be straightforward. Meanwhile, Richie fell into deep contemplation. If he did not join the Navy, he would undoubtedly remain imprisoned here. However, joining the Navy, given its current standing upon the seas, might allow him to evade M's pursuit while secretly regaining his strength and mending his broken body. Ultimately, returning to the Navy was far preferable to languishing in this dark, desolate cell. All right, Richie affirmed decisively. Upon hearing his response, Sengoku rose and extended his hand. Welcome back, Major. In this situation, Richie had no bargaining power, but he could still make a request. Wait, since you want me back, I have a small condition. Speak. I want the right to choose my own ship's crew. The Navy is not a profession to be taken lightly. It is a vocation where one risks their life daily, engaging with various pirates. Naval battles, close combat. Land assaults, no problem. I trust you, Richie. Trust me? No, you trust him, not me. What does this statement imply? Ricky smiled faintly, offering no reply. It was nothing of importance, merely a jest. Sengoku placed his trust in that naive fellow, rather than the man he had become today. Follow me. As a marshal, I rarely get a chance to take a break. In the dim confines of his cell, Shiki watched as Ricky donned the naval uniform, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Ha. Just a tool, are you? Shiki merely returned a knowing smile, accepting his own fate with equanimity. It's laughable, Shiki. Yielding to power leads to this outcome. Be quiet. I have endured experiences beyond the realm of our understanding in a short span of time. The divine retribution from him, and the unknown power within Ricky. Coupled with 3 years of tranquil existence, I harbor no regrets. Ha. We pirates are indeed pirates. Spare me the talk of justice. What I resent is being utterly crushed beneath the blade of a woman with violet-hued skin. As these words echoed, the influential figures on the 6th floor were left in shock. The notion that a woman could subdue the man known as the Lion Demon was almost unfathomable. Is it Lingling? No. It is an extraordinarily beautiful swordswoman. Ha ha ha. Have you truly succumbed beneath her pomegranate skirts, Shiki? In your youth, you relish such pursuits. How naive you all are. Young Shiki was indeed a true pirate, having committed various heinous acts. Plundering islands was his vice, leading to discord with Whitebeard during his time in the Rocks Pirates. The white seagull came into view, its cawing evoking nostalgia. Ricky shielded his eyes with his hand, having grown unaccustomed to the glaring sunlight after months of confinement and darkness. Before his departure, he did not spare Shiki a glance. Despite the latter's genuine regard for him as a captain, he was now a man of no consequence. His interactions with the Golden Lion had been fleeting as well. What of my weapon? Ricky quickly adapted to the external environment, his first inquiry being the whereabouts of his ashen blade. Upon hearing this, Sengoku signaled to the guards behind him. Yes, give it to him, Shiryu. Ha. It must be said that it is a fine sword, but I could never wield it properly. Shiryu puffed on a cigar as the guards, awakening from their stupor, broke into cold sweat. Soon, one of them retrieved a sword box and opened it. Major, this is it. Ricky approached, grasping the weapon, having lost its sheath during his escape from the battle with him. Come home with me for Christmas, lad. What a sensation, ha ha ha. Sengoku turned to face the one clutching the ashes, letting out a piercing laugh that seemed somewhat unexpected. In the past, he would never have been so impudent, yet now, he bore the unmistakable demeanor of a pirate. Bah! The little lamb hastened away from Ricky, sensing the peril to its life. Phew, my strength will return. I must temper my aura. Subsequently, Sengoku remained vigilant as Ricky raised the blade, seemingly poised to strike. The blade lingered above Ricky's head for several moments before he rested the ashen blade upon his shoulder, declaring, I shall not partake in Christmas. Take me back to Marineford. I wish to see Black and my beloved daughter. Ricky yearned to confront Sengoku with his blade, yet the precarious nature of Silver's current situation restrained him. Regardless of the circumstances, Ricky implores, do not relinquish that fervent sense of justice. Haha, understood, Marshal, he replied with a mischievous grin, leisurely following Sengoku aboard the ship. Marshal, what is happening here? On the deck, numerous formidable individuals remained vigilant towards Ricky. I hereby announce, Major Ricky has returned to the Navy. Upon this declaration, astonishment swept over everyone aboard the warship. What? Marshal, you must recognize the peril he embodies, yet it appears he has never harmed a single soldier. Is that warrior god truly rejoining our Navy? If so, our Navy shall become the sole sovereign of the seas. With such formidable strength, even the 4 emperors need not be feared. Thud. Ricky leaned against the ship's railing, his enigmatic smile shrouding his thoughts in mystery, rendering him almost taciturn. Set sail. As the supreme leader of a faction, Sengoku perceived the abnormality in Ricky, yet chose not to inquire further, for his past was indeed pitiable. Since you desire my return to the Navy, Marshal, shall my ship remain intact? Ricky inquired, eyes closed. In the past, the Celestial Dragons had commanded the execution of Ricky's subordinates and villagers under the guise of their noble status. When he resolved to oppose the world government, he had entrusted his ship to Ramen and Laden. He remained oblivious to the myriad events that transpired during his 3 years of slumber. The warship is currently stationed at the headquarters storage base. Should you not intend to return, I shall order its dismantling, Sengoku declared, standing at the bow. His coat billowing in the wind, his elevated stance concealing the tumult of thoughts beneath his composed facade. I require merely 20 soldiers, sufficient for my needs. The Navy can scarcely spare additional forces to quell the war in the New World. The Celestial Dragons had lost their grip on global authority, resulting in a significant decline in their status, fearing they could not pay the exorbitant tributes demanded by the belligerent nations of the heavens. How could one possibly adhere to the principles of peace in such tumultuous times? Chapter 17. Return to Marineford. Ah, the finest wine. Within the kitchen of Sengoku's warship, several chefs tirelessly prepared an array of ingredients. Soldiers observed Ricky devouring his meal as if he were a ravenous demon starved for centuries, relentlessly consuming various meats. His stomach seemed an insatiable abyss, and paired with the pear wine, it evoked waves of nostalgia. The myriad facets of life ultimately returned to one's original aspirations. Ha ha ha. Several officer-level soldiers stood rigidly beside Ricky, beads of cold sweat adorning their foreheads, acutely aware of the terrifying aura he exuded. rivaling that of the three admirals. It is hard to believe that one could experience such fleeting glory only to plummet to the depths, nearly facing death itself. Drop anchor. Prepare to disembark at the naval port. The warship docked at the Marin Vondo naval port. In the frigid, snow-laden expanse of the inner bay square, countless soldiers continue their arduous training. With merely 2 days of rest throughout the year, it truly feels like a dismal existence. Below the steps, a regiment of soldiers stands in perfect formation, personally welcoming the warlord, nearly all of them his elite guards, those who embody both intellect and martial prowess. "Ricky, you rascal. Stop indulging yourself," the warlord shouted angrily at the warship after disembarking, causing everyone to be momentarily stunned. Rich secured the blade at his waist, his hands gripping the enormous, succulent leg of meat exceeding 4 meters in length as he emerged from the ship's galley. "Chew on that. Is that the Marshal of the Warring States? Have you perhaps liberated him from the Grand Prison? Dressed in a naval uniform, could it be? Has he returned to the Navy in the guise of a soldier?" Nearly everyone exclaimed in astonished unison. "Ah, pitiful little beings." Rich's gaze, laced with disdain, surveyed the soldiers below. Ricky's words left no room for rebuttal. They felt like mere fragile beings in the presence of such an imposing creature. "Sigh, I bear responsibility." Sengoku's demeanor and character were entirely different from before, filled with remorse. On the eve of this New Year's Eve, even the pirates at sea seemed considerably subdued. "Oh dear, what an extraordinary individual we have brought back, Admiral Sengoku." The Marineford naval base was anchored with numerous warships, among which stood a man clad in a white and blue vest, wearing a sleep mask on his forehead. It was none other than Admiral Akiji. Awakened from his slumber amidst the snow, with a derisive chuckle, Richie remained unconcerned. He understood that now, having returned to the Navy, these individuals would not dare to confront him, for he was no longer a member of the Yonko or a pirate. However, having satisfied his hunger, he gripped the blade tightly and stepped forward in an instant. The snowflakes transformed into icy blades, and Akiji, clutching the ice blade, swiftly positioned it before him. His quick draw was effortlessly thwarted by Akiji. "Ah, what do you intend to do, Richie? Once you regain your senses, let's see what you can do. But perhaps you should reconsider. Your current body and strength cannot surpass mine." Akiji, exuding an aura of extreme cold, faced off against Richie. Having discerned that Richie's current strength lacked the penetrating Haki he once wielded. Yet, before he could finish speaking, he felt his entire right arm pushed back by Richie's immense force. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Akiji, astonished by this strange might, was hurled like a cannonball, shattering the ship's railing and plunging directly into the sea. "You are indeed correct. However, if you were to act recklessly, you might very well find yourself at my mercy." Amidst the smoke of the warship, Richie approached the shattered edge of the railing, gazing intently at the now frozen ocean below, where Akiji's forehead was already veined with tension. Despite his efforts to suppress his temper, the remnants of his fierce nature lingered. After 3 years of training alongside Kazuru and Sakazuki, who had both ascended to the rank of admiral, his malevolent disposition had not entirely faded. For instance, if a subordinate disturbed his slumber, they would be met with his wrath. "Richie," Sengoku urgently called out, as Richie's blade began to emit a plume of heated white smoke. "Heh, you seem quite agitated, Kazan. Why have I never seen you display such emotions while on a mission?" Ricky served as the branch base commander in Elia for 3 years. When summoned by Sengoku to embark on a mission in the New World, he found himself alongside the notorious sluggards, Akiji and Kazara. During their confrontations with the Yonko, only Sakazuki and Ricky exerted themselves, while the other two merely lingered in the background, offering little more than auxiliary support. This explains Ricky's disdain towards them. "Scoundrel!" Akiji's fury was palpable as he stood upon the frozen sea, the frigid air emanating from him, causing the ocean to freeze slowly around him. "You may defeat me, but you shall certainly lose an arm and a leg." Ricky grinned defiantly, unperturbed by Akiji's threats. Deep within, Ricky harbored a profound dislike for both Kazuru and Akiji. Yet he prioritized the greater good over personal grievances. As his fiery cells surged with excitement, Ricky felt a sharp pain radiate through his bones. "Come on, let's get this fight started. It will be quite the spectacle." Amidst the tension, Perona appeared in the sky, adorned in a crimson princess gown, an umbrella in one hand and a stitch doll in the other. Upon seeing Ricky, she no longer resembled the innocent girl from before. Now, with subtle makeup and a regal demeanor, she looked every bit the princess. "Oh, I wish to become a maggot." "Mother, I wish to turn into a flea. She lamented. Her spirit dampened as she passed through the bodies of several soldiers, leaving them despondent. Ugh. Sengoku covered his forehead, visibly distressed. Not again. On the journey back to Marineford, the clerical officers aboard the battleship had already informed the troops via transponder snail, yet many lower-ranking soldiers remained unaware of Ricky's return to the Navy. Riki-sama, Perona hesitated, struggling to address the man before her. She longed to call him by name, but faltered. Quite the transformation. Haven't you matured, my daughter? Ricky remarked, his blade embedded in a block of iron as he sat cross-legged, propping his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his face as he admired her. Who is your daughter, you scoundrel? She pouted defiantly, her expression radiating a blend of pride and petulance. Very beautiful. If the concept of a pirate's whimsical tone had an origin, it would undoubtedly be Perona, the ghost princess, standing before Ricky. Come here, let your father embrace you. Absolutely not. I am 16 now, not a child. Perona pouted, turning her face away in rejection. Yet, the discomfort in her heart betrayed her resolve as Ricky saw through her facade. 16 is still my daughter, he insisted. Riki-sama. Ultimately, she succumbed to her feelings and flew into his embrace, unable to resist despite her earlier intentions. Even though the true essence of Ricky had once desired her demise, Perona could not bring herself to harbor resentment, for he represented everything to her. Stop it, Akiji. Akiji soared from the icy surface to the deck of the battleship. Just as he raised his leg to kick Ricky from behind, Sengoku intervened in a timely manner. Very well. I too wish to refrain from reverting to my former hot-tempered self. Chapter 18. The Return. To me, a thief is a thief, and I would not hesitate to take a life if necessary. For many years in this world, Richie has discerned a grave issue, regardless of who it may be. Anyone who takes a life is met with severe repercussions. This holds true for both pirates and the Navy, with the exception of the Celestial Dragons incidents. Enough of that. Focus on recuperating during this time. There is an elderly man at the elite training base who has taken to drinking excessively due to your absence. Haha, the teacher? Indeed. That rascal Zephyr remains oblivious to your return. It matters not. Once I have restored my health, I shall pay him a visit. Since Richie's transformation, an eerie smile has become a permanent fixture upon his countenance. Even though the current Richie embodies malevolence, he retains remnants of his original nature and the mindset that arises when contemplating the elimination of those deemed useless around him, a mindset that is gradually evolving. Leaving the naval port square, Richie returns to his long-abandoned house in the town of Mariehua. He refrained from joining Sengoku in celebrating the festival and instead brought the small black creature, Perona, back to his abode. Upon pushing open the door, he found that it was no longer in its former state, having been transformed into a chilling, macabre style by Perona. Get off me, Perona. I won't. Ricky inhaled deeply, feeling indifferent as he hoisted her onto his shoulder, though her emaciated form made it somewhat uncomfortable for Perona. Father, your shoulder is no longer as comfortable as it used to be. You must take good care of your health. With an air of aloofness, Ricky did not bother to respond to Perona, allowing her to act as she pleased. In that moment, Perona felt a genuine sense of joy. Suddenly, with a thud, her forehead collided with the wall above the door, causing her to tumble to the ground in pain. Serves you right. Upon witnessing this, Ricky chuckled, questioning if she truly believed this was outside. That hurts. Little Black, come here. Ricky relinquished the ashen blade and collapsed onto the bed, his gaze coldly fixated on the justice coat hanging on the nearby rack. Xiaohei approached him, leaping onto the bed and nestling beside Ricky, tilting his head as if inquiring for instructions. Only you, my dear fellow. Can I never bring myself to harm? Ricky murmured. Caw. Xiaohei extended his black wings, delighted by Ricky's words. Subsequently, Ricky, like in days of old, tied a bow beneath the creature's neck, feeling the pain coursing through his body while reminiscing about the events that had transpired. Wait for me, old woman. I shall ensure your demise. The news of his promotion to Rear Admiral and return to the Navy was disseminated by Sengoku, a formidable force sufficient to instill fear in all, especially those who had crossed paths with Ricky. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the reality that Ricky's strength had significantly waned. Within a lavish hotel on Sabaody Archipelago, draped in a black cloak, was incensed upon receiving news of Ricky's reinstatement in the Navy. No wonder the atmosphere is tense around Sabaody. You wretched boy. Returning to the Navy seeking refuge. Having shed her divine identity to traverse the world, she had indeed adapted to the customs of the land. Months later, Ricky arrived at the outskirts of the elite training camp, bearing a cartload of sherry wine. By this time, he had regained his imposing stature. The two soldiers stationed at the gate felt an overwhelming sense of pressure upon seeing him. "Shall I personally open the gate?" Ricky declared, placing his palm against the towering door, preparing to force it open with brute strength. It was only then that the soldiers reacted swiftly to open the camp's entrance. "My sincerest apologies, Admiral Ricky." As the gate swung open, Zifa, who was training the new recruits, turned his attention toward the entrance. "Who permitted you to open the door without my command?" he bellowed. "Oh, teacher," he exclaimed upon seeing Ricky accompanied by Xiaohei and Perona, with the cart full of sherry wine as a gift from Ricky. Cough. "What business does a pirate have returning here? I have no disciple like you. That is for me to decide. My mouth is my own, and I shall call as I please." "Ha ha, you arrogant brat." Zifa was taken aback by Ricky's visit. Yet he clenched his fists and charged at Ricky, intent on teaching him a lesson. "Teacher." Zifa's fist collided squarely with Ricky's face, who wore a wicked grin. Not evading the blow, his body pushed back several steps by the immense force. An unexpected turn of events. The new elite recruits, hearing the commotion, rushed out to witness Zifa, visibly furious, gripping Ricky by his collar. "Who exactly are you? Ricky? Or one of the four emperors?" This soul-stirring inquiry sent a shiver through Richie, causing a throbbing pain in his mind as the optimistic part of him quivered. Months of recuperation, devoid of bloodshed and extreme experiences, had brought about a transformation in his state of mind. Perona and Little Black stood silently by, for Zifa, being Richie's mentor, would likely not take any adverse action against him. Ricky exerted all his strength, forcefully pushing Zephyr away, causing him to crash into the iron door, leaving an imprint of his form. "I am who I am, detestable. You must not emerge. Allow me to bring everything to an end." Oh, throughout the months, the malevolent persona encountered no grievances or extreme circumstances, existing mostly in a state of relaxation and leisure, which led to his own complacency. The consciousness of the true self began to rebel, as Ricky knelt on the ground, writhing in agony. Father? What was once a sunlit day turned into chaos when Ricky, accompanied by Perona, came to visit Zephyr, only for unforeseen events to unfold. Cough, cough. After observing Ricky's condition, Zephyr suddenly realized that he had been experiencing a split in his psyche. "No, you cowardly wretch. You, who are me, should remain in slumber. How detestable." The primary consciousness yearned to reclaim control over the body, while the malevolent persona found itself utterly powerless against the true Ricky, for it was merely an embodiment of resentment. Ricky is indeed the master of this body. "Teacher, what on earth is happening? What has happened to the general?" Sensing the rising heat around him, Zephyr immediately instructed the new disciples to step back. He observed the painful struggle, understanding the mutterings escaping Ricky's lips. He was battling himself. "Lord Ricky, what has happened to you? After such a difficult recovery, please do not harm me again. Can you do that? Perona is genuinely worried about you." "Perona? I was not, From within his mind, a fierce tug-of-war ensued, as if Ricky were engaged in a battle against himself. His face underwent a horrifying transformation on the left side, a wide grin, while the right bore the expression of his true self, filled with remorse. After approximately half an hour of resistance, as the sun hung at the pinnacle above the island of Marineford, the outcome was finally revealed. The malevolent persona, devoid of resentment, was subdued, and the true Ricky regained control. As Ricky awaited consciousness, he found himself encircled by soldiers wielding heavy sea prism stone shields, fearing that he might once again lose control. "Oh, my hand, this is my hand." Ricky knelt on the ground, gazing at his trembling hands. Soon, he regained his composure and noticed the heavily armored shield infantry surrounding him, alongside the formidable Sengoku. Had that arrogant smile vanished? The presence of his true father. Perona soared into the air and landed beside Ricky. While the vigilant shield soldiers made no attempt to intervene, Sengoku understood that Ricky would not harm the young girl. With a thud, Perona leaped into Ricky's embrace, holding him tightly. "Perona, I was not myself before. Forgive me for my previous actions. I have been struggling to break free to protect you." "I know," she exclaimed with delight. Little Black, recognizing a familiar aura, circled around Ricky excitedly. The true Ricky had returned. The army's response was swift. The elite training camp was not far from the bustling town of Marineford. If someone of Ricky's caliber were to cause turmoil nearby, it would spell catastrophic disaster. This realization made Ricky aware of the Navy's wariness toward him. Chapter 19. The Return. A reunion of master and disciple. The onlookers observed the now composed Ricky, yet remained in a state of vigilance. Hey, are you all right, Ricky? It seemed that Fleet Admiral Sengoku truly had his reservations about me. I have regained control. In the darkest depths, he sensed a moment of weakness in the malevolent persona, seizing the opportunity for a counterattack. All that he had done to Perona, along with the spirits of light and others he had witnessed during his consumption, seemed to find solace in that moment. The malevolent aura surrounding you has disappeared. What has transpired? Ricky approached Zephyr, gazing at the box of wine he had brought over himself. I am who I am, teacher. Upon seeing the long-lost yet familiar smile, Zephyr chuckled with relief. You rascal, everyone is sweating for you. After exchanging pleasantries with Zephyr, Ricky turned his attention to Admiral Sengoku. And Admiral Sengoku, the other me, your promise to me must be fulfilled. A wave of astonishment swept over everyone, leaving them at a loss as they beheld the optimistic smile that starkly contrasted with his previous malevolent grin. Ricky, do not be as intimidating as a ticking time bomb. You are now a rear admiral. Quickly organizing the chaotic information in his mind, Ricky realized that his return to the Navy bore no disadvantages. Firstly, the Navy was no longer under the jurisdiction of the world government, standing as a formidable independent force within the Grand Line. After a lesson learned, the Celestial Dragons dared not act with impunity across the globe. As the first pioneer, Ricky had plunged the world into a new frenzy. Most people no longer feared the Celestial Dragons, inciting an even greater madness among the pirates of the Great Pirate Era. Ricky clenched his left fist, attempting to awaken the latent power within him. Yet, aside from the excruciating pain and a wisp of white smoke rising, no discernible phenomenon occurred. Indeed, if the scar on my chest remains unhealed, I shall be unable to wield my own strength. It is time to retreat. He appears to be unharmed. Sea-floor stone, heavy shield soldier. Fall back. The sea-floor stone, heavy shield soldier is a specialized unit of the Navy, equipped with formidable sea-floor stone shields, and trained soldiers adept at wielding them, capable of withstanding the might of both powerful abilities and ferocious sea pirates. Vice Admiral Ricky, your exploits have become the stuff of legends. The new recruits clamored as they rushed to greet Ricky, only to be met with Zifa's wrath. This is the most rigorous devil training camp, not a leisurely resort. How fierce, Instructor Zifa. Can't we take a break? Drink up. A familiar scene unfolded before Ricky's eyes, reminiscent of years past when he first entered the elite training camp, with Zifa chasing everyone down, fists clenched, ready to strike. The new cohort of elites, battered and bruised, scurried away in fear. Indeed, Zifa seemed particularly spirited today. Zifa's impression on Perona was that of a purple-haired old drunkard, oblivious to his illustrious achievements and the tragic saga of his life. Although he had recovered, Ricky still reproached himself upon seeing Perona as his adopted daughter. She had nearly fallen victim to his other persona, almost at his own hands, a thought that now fueled his inner vow. Such an occurrence shall never transpire again, save for my own demise. Beside him, Little Black observed Ricky's turmoil, noting how his fingers had sunk deep into his palm. Cluck. Master, Little Black. I owe you a debt of gratitude for accompanying me through tough times. I shall never succumb to despair again. Cluck. No matter how my master changes, I shall never leave your side. Little Black unfurled his wing, enveloping Ricky within its embrace. To anyone but Ricky, Little Black's words were indecipherable. Ha! The guards remained in shock, astonished that Ricky's every move could summon the Fleet Admiral himself. Vice Admiral, what has transpired? Has that terrifying aura dissipated? One could say I have escaped from the abyss of darkness, or perhaps that nothing has occurred at all. Oh, I don't quite understand. Ricky provided little explanation as he wheeled the cart into the devil training camp. The guards promptly shut the base gate behind him. Do not presume that your elite status exempts you from my discipline, you bunch of inexperienced brats. Instructor, are you being too harsh? Do you wish to eliminate us? A cart full of sherry was toppled beneath the tent in the square as Ricky observed Zephyr training the soldiers from a distance. I truly miss life here. Don't you, Little Black? Giggle. Indeed, the master often stealthily peered at the female soldiers bathing in the great forest. Speaking of female soldiers, Ricky suddenly recalled Gion Mamaturo, and he still had an account to settle with her. You too. Could you refrain from conversing in my presence? I cannot comprehend what Little Black is saying. He said you have become even more adorable and beautiful. Really? Upon hearing Little Black's compliment, Perona floated towards him, beaming, causing Little Black to blush. You are the most adorable little black chicken I have ever seen. No, wait, the plump chicken. She directly embraced little black, nuzzling him, and he reveled in the affection. When we return to the sea, I will find you a little hen, little black, to leave offspring. Otherwise, if you accidentally meet the same fate as your father, I will be left without a companion. Giggle. Listening to Ricky curse himself, little black grew furious and spread his wings, ready to confront Ricky. It is worth noting that having consumed the fruit of the illusionary beast, he was now impervious to bullets. Mere mortals were no match for him. Though he had been devoured and lay in slumber, his memories remained intact. He was fully aware of the wicked persona and everything about Perona. One was the aloof, malevolent father who had even harmed Perona, leaving her with scars. The other was Ricky himself, who showered her with boundless love, treating her as a true princess. As Zephyr's day of toil drew to a close, Ricky finally attained the moment to reunite with him. Under the bright moonlight, a long table was set in the deserted playground, with little black and Perona sitting nearby, indulging in food, while Ricky raised his cup in joyous revelry. Reminiscing about the past. Ricky, the incident 3 years ago indeed dealt a significant blow to you, yet I hope you can emerge from it. Light was also an exceptional naval swordsman. It is truly a pity. Indeed, he was the most challenging individual to manage, ha 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 ha. Richie reminisced about that audacious fellow who would always be the first to charge into battle against their foes. Subsequently, Richie would step in to shield him from formidable enemies. Yet, alas, the past could never be reclaimed. Master, I wish to borrow your new recruits for a while. It was then that Zephyr, holding a bottle of wine, realized something was amiss. This individual had ulterior motives for his visit. No wonder he had brought so many of his favored wines. Quite cunning, this young rascal. However, they were merely trainees with less than 3 months of training. If you intend to take them like this, I fear. Fear not, I shall personally train them. Such incidents will never occur again. Inside the barracks, a throng of new recruits leaned out of the windows, observing the two. What do you think the Vice Admiral, who eliminated the Celestial Dragons, is discussing with the instructor? Who knows? It must be something significant. Surely, one replied with a chuckle. If you ask me, he's just a pirate. Nothing remarkable beyond his madness. What did you say, Dunn? That man is a legendary figure who has shaped the era. The two soon found themselves in a heated argument. The surrounding soldiers joined in, eager to revel in the commotion. Thanks to Richie's presence, Zephyr had avoided having his arms severed by Weevil, and most of the soldiers from that ill-fated training ship had been rescued. Neither Zephyr nor Richie intervened to quell the ruckus. They allowed the young men to indulge in their spirited rivalry. After all, if the youth lacked the drive to compete, their growth would be stunted. Those little rascals have quite the enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Zephyr regaled Richie with tales of the Battle of God Valley. And then what happened? What became of Rox after his defeat? After Rox was vanquished by the combined might of Garp and Roger, I was tasked with leading the soldiers to encircle God Valley. The old man, Sengoku, forbade me from joining the fray. Upon hearing Sengoku's name, Richie recalled that he had been slain by his own explosive energy. Newgate's abilities caused the surrounding seas to unleash a cataclysmic roar, capsizing the Grand Fleet in an instant. Truly, he was a terrifying beast. Whitebeard indeed. Ricky took a sip of wine, and to this day, he cannot forget the agony inflicted upon him by the fruit. Shiki departed alone, while Big Mom carried the gravely wounded Kaido into the sky for retreat, leaving no chance to intervene. Newgate, John, Wang Ji, and others engaged in fierce naval battles with the surviving Marines, ultimately managing to escape our encirclement. The sherry consumed brought back memories for Zephyr, prompting him to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Ricky listened intently from across the way, while Perona snored peacefully atop Black. It struck him as peculiar. He recalled from history that God Valley was once the residence of the Celestial Dragons. Why, then, does it not appear on contemporary maps? If it truly exists, Ricky yearns to visit that island. This is precisely why we have long feared the might of the world government. Ricky. Indeed, after the Battle of God Valley, that island vanished mysteriously from the seas, leaving no trace behind. Throughout the night of conversation, Zephyr revealed much to Ricky, who, after thoroughly inebriating him, escorted him to the instructor's office for rest. He then returned to the square to continue his drinking. Ah, so it was the formidable M, along with her colossal pet. That instilled such fear. Oh, dear father, Perona cannot afford to lose you. Perona, who was sleeping nearby, began to talk in her dreams, and Ricky, holding a 750 milliliters bottle of sherry, smiled faintly as he drank under the moonlight until dawn. Chapter 20. I require 20 elite recruits. The following day, the recruits gathered in the square, and Zephyr pointed at the slumbering Richie. Do not emulate him. Do not reek of alcohol and sleep outdoors while drooling. Is the instructor, Vice Admiral Richie, truly as formidable as they say? Why not find out for yourself? In the dormitory last night, during a brawl between two individuals named Remy and Dunn, the soldiers engaged in further discussions about Richie. Although they had heard tales of his exploits, none had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Richie, clad in his summer Navy uniform and draped in a coat of justice, rose slowly from the table. Little Black, where have you gone? Unbeknownst to him, Perona and Little Black were dining in the cafeteria. Perhaps it's best not to test the moniker of the Undying Colonel, a title well known to many. I refuse to believe it. How could anyone be immortal? Dunn unsheathed his saber and charged forward to challenge Richie. Dazed, Richie felt a wave of discomfort as the remnants of his hangover faded. He heard familiar words and mistook the youth before him for the young Retribution. It was as if he had traversed time once again, until he noticed the glint of the blade at his throat. Ricky's eyes widened in shock, a chill of terror sweeping through the surroundings. The menacing and piercing gaze sent a shiver down Dunn's spine, revealing his fear. A thunderous roar erupted. Ricky grasped the blade in his hand, poised to hurl it with great force, only to realize he stood in the square of the Devil's training camp. Oh, that is the manifestation of armament Haki. Truly, a formidable beast he is. Witnessing this scene, Zephyr wore a smile, while all the recruits looked on in utter astonishment. What are you doing, kid? I coughed. Although Dunn was already taken aback by Ricky's prowess, he remained dismissive, stating, I don't believe in the existence of immortal beings. Who told you I was immortal? It's even in the newspapers. Alas, that albatross has indeed engaged in superfluous actions. Merely a farce, Ricky released the armament Haki, relinquishing Dunn's military knife, which was crushed in his grip. So powerful, Dunn exclaimed in shock. Dunn, I mentioned last night that Major Ricky is a legend. Why do you persist in your argument? Observing the two youths squabbling, Ricky finally recognized them as the same individuals who had clashed fiercely in the dormitory the previous night. Only the legends who have perished are truly lost. It seems my affairs have become widely known among the youngsters. Are you called Dunn? Ricky gazed down at his height of approximately 1.70 meters, his unwavering eyes exuding determination. Indeed, I am the swordsmanship prodigy of the Grand Line, on Rock Island. Ah, a swordsmanship prodigy? How amusing. Ricky, intrigued by the disdainful expression on his face, felt a spark of interest. He had come here with the intention of seeking out some promising new recruits for his ventures at sea. Drawing the ash blade, forged by the famed blacksmith Sakushui and the first generation of Goeitai, he plunged it into the ground. Dunn, upon witnessing the blade, was immediately taken aback. He approached it with keen interest, instinctively retrieving a small book of renowned swords from his pocket. What exquisite craftsmanship! However, he found no depiction of Ricky's weapon within the pages of the book. The peculiarities surrounding this encounter led Ricky to realize that he was, in fact, a sword enthusiast. In a certain sense, I, too, am a swordsman, young lad. Despite the loss of his formidable energy greatly diminishing his power, he still possessed the strength of the Navy's highest combatants. Proficient in the three forms of Haki, he displayed considerable skill in both martial arts and swordsmanship. Ricky, do exercise restraint. Your weapon can cause harm, Zephyr cautioned from the side, yet Ricky remained undeterred, aware of his own capabilities. I am well aware, teacher. Allow me to take a few promising recruits. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr ultimately acquiesced. How many do you wish to take? This time, I require 20 elite guards, and those two lads shall accompany me. Upon Zephyr's agreement, Ricky pointed towards Dunn and Remy. The two exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe they had been chosen. This was indeed a shrewd calculation. Those two were the most exceptional recruits from the class of 1514. Zephyr smirked coldly, stepping closer to Ricky and gently patting the small black blade. Very well, Ricky. 20 elite recruits, approximately aged 18 to 20, shall be easily taken from the Devil training camp. Thus, an enthusiast of blades, a mechanic aficionado, and 18 naive recruits followed closely behind Ricky, making their way to the shipyard at Marineford. Vice Admiral Ricky, is there anything we should particularly heed while following you? Diligently train and enhance your strength. Having learned from past experiences, Ricky understood that even ordinary individuals who had spent years honing their skills in the new world could not reliably elevate their abilities. This time, He intended to employ a training regimen far more ruthless than Zephyr's to prepare these 20 individuals. With the news of Ricky's return to the Navy spreading throughout Marineford, everyone bestowed upon him the utmost respect. At the Marineford shipyard, the soldiers on guard stood tall, offering Ricky a crisp military salute as a sign of reverence. "Where's the god of war?" Ricky inquired. "It is docked over there. Marshal Sengoku intends to dismantle it." Upon encountering the familiar vessel, Richie struggled to recognize it. Everywhere were craters from cannon fire, as if it had survived a fierce naval battle. "My room," Perona exclaimed, and without hesitation, she flew inside, clutching her doll. Upon reaching the mid-deck, she discovered that it had long been transformed into a cannon firing and weapons storage area. Ricky stood at the edge of the harbor, gazing up at the vessel that once roamed the seas with him. "Old mate, do you miss me?" he mused. "Wow, it truly possesses a spirit, Remy. This black feather feels sharper than a blade." Behind him, 2 new recruits were caressing the back feathers of the small black creature, their eyes sparkling with awe. The creature bared its teeth, and in a swift motion, delivered a strike to each of them. "Gah, you scoundrels. We were mistaken, brother chicken." This scene elicited a chuckle from Ricky, who then sought out the craftsman at the military headquarters to request repairs for the divine weapon. Upon receiving the order from the vice admiral, they sprang into action. Throughout the day and into the night, they transformed the divine weapon back to its former glory. In accordance with Ricky's design, the mid-deck was dedicated to Perona's solitary quarters, adorned in the style of the Dark Princess. The lower deck served as a storage area. The hall and cabins were restored to their previous eclectic styles. "It's complete, Vice Admiral," they announced. "Thank you for your hard work." Ricky climbed onto the back of the small black creature and soared towards the marshal's residence. "Perona, they are now entrusted to you. Please assign them appropriately and await my return." Father, what are you saying?" Before he could finish, the influence of Ricky's words commanded 20 soldiers to stand in perfect formation before her. "Lady Perona, please give us your orders." The thunderous chorus startled Perona greatly. Chapter 21, The World Conference. Naval Headquarters Marshal's office. The massive silhouette of the small black creature descended outside Sengoku's office. Upon spotting him, Sengoku instantly recognized Ricky. "Ricky, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Ricky opened the door and entered with Little Black, discovering Admiral Sengoku with one hand on his head, while the other meticulously handled documents with a pen. "Admiral Sengoku," Ricky saluted him. "Please, speak quickly. I am deliberating on who should serve as the guardian for this World Conference." The World Conference? This notion suddenly struck Ricky, reminding him that every 4 years, the world government convenes such an assembly, summoning member nations to collectively deliberate on the future direction of the seas. Maintaining his salute, Ricky spoke. "Admiral, although I have returned to the Navy, I hope you will grant me one request." "State your request. What more do you seek? If it is a promotion you desire." Sengoku glanced up from behind his desk. "You are not yet prepared for that responsibility. I understand, but I wish for you to release the Golden Lion." At this proclamation, Sengoku's countenance grew serious. "Why? Do you sympathize with a pirate? Now that you have returned to the Navy, abandon such thoughts. That man is beyond your control." Unbeknownst to Sengoku, the Golden Lion Shiki had fully submitted to Ricky and no longer harbored any rebellious intent. Shiki regarded Ricky as a man far more insane than his former captain, Rox. Whatever Ricky chose to do, Shiki would now faithfully follow him. "No, Admiral. I can manage him." Sengoku fixed a penetrating gaze on Ricky, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to convince Sengoku to release Shiki. An idea struck Ricky, and he suddenly proposed, "How about this, Admiral? I will undertake the mission for this World Conference." "Impossible." With that declaration, Sengoku sprang to his feet, slamming his hands on the desk. "Bear in mind, Ricky has single-handedly caused chaos within the world government and publicly executed a celestial dragon. To assign him as a guardian is utterly out of the question. I swear by my homeland, Admiral. If you release the Golden Lion and allow him to serve under me once more, I shall temporarily set aside my vendetta against the celestial dragons. Revenge is indeed paramount." But Ricky understood the necessity of living in the present. Releasing Shiki not only fulfilled a promise, but also provided Ricky with the formidable combat strength he required. To suggest setting aside his hatred for the celestial dragons left Sengoku astounded. He never anticipated Ricky would go to such lengths for a pirate. Gazing at Ricky, as if penetrating his very thoughts, Sengoku remarked, "You wish for him to manage that cult that regards you as their deity, do you not?" This insight struck true, compelling Ricky to acknowledge Sengoku's renowned intellect. reminding him that every title has its own origin. Very well, I shall release the Golden Lion Shiki. Really? But you must genuinely set aside your animosity towards the celestial dragons. Upon finishing his words, Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed a number. Admiral, what is your command? Have Kazan come to my office. Understood, Admiral. I shall inform General Kazan immediately. Ricky inhaled deeply, gently caressing the black crest of his companion. He found himself unexpectedly exposed, his thoughts laid bare. With a sharp click, the call with Sengoku was abruptly terminated. This time, Kazan will accompany you to the world government as a guardian for the upcoming conference. Very well, but Marshal, you must first promise me that upon the conclusion of the meeting, you will release the Golden Lion. If you can truly endure the wrath of the celestial dragons, I shall certainly comply. At present, Ricky found himself devoid of the formidable energy that once coursed through him, leaving many decisions beyond his control. Even with the Navy's supreme combat power at his disposal, he had no choice but to exercise restraint. After receiving Sengoku's message, Ricky quietly exited the marshal's office. Ricky stood on the corridor outside the marshal's residence, gazing out at the distant sea. To his astonishment, the war god was sailing just beyond the headquarters naval port. With 20 soldiers engaged in push-ups on deck. Let us proceed, Little Black. I can no longer fly, so I must rely on you, he exclaimed. Cluck cluck. Leave it to me. Little Black naturally became Ricky's avian means of flight. With Ricky aboard, it unfurled its dark wings and soared upward. Reaching the war god in less than a minute. Descending gracefully, the pair perched atop the ship's roof. Rear Admiral, let us intensify the training. For failure to do so may lead to dire consequences. Ricky encouraged his comrades, signaling for Perona to approach. He inquired, how much training have you assigned them at this late hour? 10,000. They can rest once completed, she replied. Ah, quite impressive. I had no idea my daughter possessed such aptitude in this regard. Ricky praised Perona. In response to the compliment, Perona, with a hint of pride, retorted, Humph. Do you think I would lose my abilities just by leaving you? Over the past few months, Perona had become well-versed in various training regimens within the army. 10,000 push-ups may be an insurmountable task for an ordinary recruit, yet for an elite recruit, it poses only a moderate challenge. Compared to her previous immature self, she has matured significantly and embraced a more feminine charm. However, this transformation also filled Ricky with guilt, consumed by his darker persona. His actions towards her were far from what a father should exhibit. Thud. Ricky leaped down and entered the cabin, declaring, I shall prepare the remaining meal for you. The mention of the general cooking dinner startled all the new recruits, as a surge of energy coursed through their fatigued limbs, sharpening their focus on the training ahead. After dinner, the exhausted soldiers succumbed to slumber, having completed 1,000 push-ups. Ricky sat alone in his office, perusing the handbook for the 20 new recruits. Remy, aged 18, stood at 179 centimeters tall, possessed a fervent passion for firearms and weaponry, and was a prodigy in their usage, having scored a formidable 294 in the enlistment test. Dunn, also 18, measured 178 centimeters, was an aficionado of blades, endowed with a terrifying talent for swordsmanship. He had single-handedly vanquished a captain of a pirate crew boasting a bounty of millions with a swift draw of his sword, achieving an impressive 389 in the enlistment assessment. Upon reviewing the final page of information regarding these two individuals, Ricky discovered that both had lost their parents. Apart from these two, the remaining recruits scored between 100 and 150. Several days later, in the waters near the Red Port, the king passing through the area was astonished to learn that Ricky was the principal guardian. Though he had previously read about Ricky's return to the Navy in the newspapers, he could hardly fathom that Ricky would willingly serve as a protector for the world government. So much has transpired during my 3-year coma. Holding an expired newspaper, Ricky continued to uncover many things he had remained oblivious to over the past 3 years. This world conference saw the absence of Fishman Island, seemingly a consequence of the assassination of the island's princess 2 years prior. Over 200 member nations arrived in succession, among which the most dazzling was the Germa 66 Kingdom, renowned as the world's largest mercenary organization, often referred to as a nation with a nefarious army. Gaji stood at the ship's rail alongside his 3 sons and 1 daughter, grinning as they gazed at Ricky. Father, is that the Navy's war god? He looks incredibly powerful. I wonder if he is stronger than I am, exclaimed the green-haired YG, flexing his muscles. The Vinsmoke family shared a common trait, curly eyebrows. Chapter 22. Breaking away from Navy justice, not only the Vinsmoke family, but also the sovereigns of various kingdoms in the New World were astonished to see Richie return to the Navy. This individual, who had defied the authority of the world government and slain celestial dragons, not only emerged unscathed but had also returned to the Navy, rising to the rank of Rear Admiral. Be quiet. YG. That man is not someone we can afford to offend, Gaji cautioned, his thick, unruly yellow hair framing his face as he donned the Germa 66 battle attire. With a swift motion, he pulled the excited YG down from the ship's rail. As the leader of the Vinsmoke family, Gaji was willing to forsake everything for the sake of his family's interests, while outwardly refraining from provoking this ominous figure. He had secretly crossed paths with Vegapunk, already incurring his wrath. The name of the Mad Ricky is known by nearly everyone across the globe. Publicly executing the celestial dragons is an unprecedented occurrence in 8 centuries. The notorious devil of the North Sea, Germa 66, could they have joined as well? Remarkably, 100 nations have convened for this meeting. Is there some monumental event at hand? Aboard the Wushan, Remy, adorned with iron gauntlets, clashes his fists against Dun's sword. The two are engaged in a spirited exchange on the upper deck, discussing the matters at hand during this assembly. Ricky gazed upon the crimson earth of the cloud-covered continent, reminiscing about the fierce battles that had unfolded there. Do not entertain any reckless thoughts, Ricky, warned Aikiji, ever vigilant aboard his warship. Ricky caressed the sleek head of the little black chicken and inquired, Kazan, do you wish to engage in a friendly contest with me? Upon uttering these words, Aikiji sensed an ominous undertone. This was a world conference concerning the trajectory of the world, and any slight misstep was intolerable. No, I shall remain silent henceforth. You are to confine yourself to your own responsibilities. Sengoku's soothing words had proven ineffective on Ricky. He understood that the vast navy could not disentangle itself from the world government. They lacked independent economic resources to sustain their numerous branches throughout the New World, the Grand Line, and the seas beyond. In appearance, they were the sovereign lords of the ocean, yet beneath the surface, they were still beholden to the wealth wielded by the celestial dragons. In the Grand Hall of the World Conference, the kings sat in opposition, while the gaze of the elders was almost constantly fixed upon Ricky, who stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of trepidation and unrest. In the enchanting garden square of Mariehua, Perona was leisurely exploring the surroundings atop her little black mount, marveling at the breathtaking sight she had never before encountered. Oh, that adorable little girl, how delightful. A celestial dragon, with a vacant yet malevolent stare, scrutinized Perona. Sir, that pink-haired girl appears to be the daughter of that martial god. It would be prudent for us to refrain from bang. The firearm in the celestial dragon's hand was suddenly directed at the speaking guard, striking his leg and eliciting a harrowing scream. In the minds of the celestial dragons, they believed Ricky had recognized